welcome to Phase 2 of the Montreal Major. We're starting with adding 12 teams into the mix with 4 teams that have made it through all the way from Phase 1. I'm Anne, I'll be your host on today's show, and joining me here are the casters for the first games of today. We got Stokes and Lynx, and we have Intero and Jesse. Guys, how are we feeling? Phase 2 is starting. Are we excited?
I mean, how could you not be excited? I mean, of course, you know, Phase 1's always exciting. See some of the new teams that don't often get time to shine in the spotlight, but now we get Sonics, we get DarkZero, we get a lot of the big teams. Of course, I'm excited.
Yeah, 100%, man. It's a whole plethora of new people. Very excited, especially because we've got so many new teams that really haven't got to experience an event like this. So I'm just excited to see how everybody plays today.
There's a whole lot of new players at the Major. We're introducing some new teams now as well. How are we feeling about that?
I think it's going to be really exciting, right? With the new teams coming on in, plus we've got the Swiss format too, so we've got BO1s, we've got tons of games being played, and every match will matter.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a long time since we got to see professional Rainbow Six at LAN. The meta is largely the same, but the teams are kind of different. We have no defending world champion, no defending major champions. It'll be a blast to see who wins.
It's really exciting to have some new teams in the mix as well, and specifically new players. Now, one of them that really stood out to us during Phase 1 is Robbie, so we had a quick chat with him to see how his Phase 1 went.
Robbie, Phase 1, you were the highest rated player. Are you surprised that you were actually almost kind of the MVP of Phase 1?
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised, to be honest. I didn't expect to play that better than everyone else, but yeah.
And what was it that actually worked for you in Phase 1? Why were you performing so well?
I don't even know. I just played the game. Maybe it's the environment in the team. I enjoy playing with them, so that's why I played better.
And how important do you feel your role was in actually qualifying you guys to Phase 2?
I don't know, because all the team played good. So even if I maybe played one bad game, maybe we should have qualified anyways, I think.
And of course, your EPS was pretty impressive. Your KD is also plus a lot. Do you think you'll keep the streak running throughout Phase 2?
I hope so. I mean, I hope we will do good in Phase 2. Maybe qualify to Phase 3.
I don't know, I just played the game is surely one of the best answers I have heard in an interview for a long time. And play the game is one thing he will do for sure. We have DarkZero and Falcons as the first game on the A stream today. But we also have a B stream, of course. We have 16 best of ones today in a full packed schedule. 8 of those games will be running at the same time. We have our 3 stages of the Montreal Major. The play-ins have already concluded. We've now moved on to the playoffs, or Phase 2 as we call it, and the oh so important way to qualify to our live finals is happening right here. Let's have a look at our bracket to see how things are shaping up for this Phase 2. As you can see on the very left, we have our games that we'll be starting with today. Now, it's a bit different than our Phase 1 games because these will be best of ones. Best of ones all the way through if you make it successfully, but once you get to an elimination game, you are playing a best of 3 to make sure that you stay here or either leave the competition. And this is our schedule for today, at least our first 4 games that we have on those 2 streams. As we said, we are running games simultaneously, 2 games running at the same time. So I hope you got your 2 monitors or your 2 devices ready to be watching all of the Siege action. Of course, we have 4 best of ones on each stream after that, but those will be determined by who wins and who loses their first game today. Now, with the way that this bracket and the schedule is shaping up, I'm sure it'll set us up for a great Phase 2.
I'm going to give you 30 seconds, and you just have to name as many operators as you can.
Okay.
Okay? Are you ready? Then I'll say go, and I'll start the stopwatch.
Yeah,
okay?
I'm ready.
Go.
Ash, Thermite, Kapkan, Tashanka, Mira, Legion, Frost, Valk, Ace, Zero, Demos, Striker and Sentry, Smoke, Mutes, Doc, Rook, Twitch, Monty, Blitz, Fuse, Glass, Dokkaebi, Vigil.
Stop.
Okay.
I think that was 28, actually.
That's not bad.
No.
That's
No,
not bad.
that was all
Almost
right.
1 per second.
Yeah, exactly. Go.
Pulse, Mute, Smoke, Thermite, Habana, Ace, Blitz, Lion, Jackal, Montaigne, Fuse, Ying, Glaz, Dokkaebi, Vigil, Scopos, Goyo, Maestro, Alibi, Mira. I don't even remember what I've said now. Buck, Sledge, Thatcher, Twitch, IQ.
Go.
Sledge, Aruni, Mira, Frost, Capcan, Cav, Solis, Mute, Smoke, Bandit, Cade, Tub, Scopos, Amaru, Grim, Ying, Capital, Monty, Blitz, Fuse, Blackbeard, Legion. What have I not said? Maverick, Hibana, Ace, Thermite.
Stop. Okay, I think you got into the late 20s.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but if I think I was to be asked to name all the operators in 30 seconds, I think I'd black out. I think I wouldn't know what to say, or I'd stutter, or name multiple operators at the same time. But luckily, I don't have to ask you that. I'm here to ask you about your games on the B stream. You are doing the first 2 games on the B stream. And which of these ones are you looking forward to the most?
I think both are pretty good. The one that I'm probably most looking forward to is the next one. Sonics versus VP. I don't dislike casting APEC, but there's just something about VP, a team that we've casted for a long time, and the new look of SQ that's just so exciting.
I think Chief Scars is exciting too, though. We've got the final Australian team here in the tournament. They've made it through Phase 1. Now they got to go Phase 2. Up against Scars, who have yet to play a single game. There's some hype players on Scars as well. I know Nina's been having a great stage so far. So I do think we'll get some good stuff out of that Game 1. But Game 2 as well. I mean, Sonic's VP, how can you not be excited for that?
Definitely, yeah. I see that's your first game for today, of course, the Scars and the Chiefs. In any of the games that you're doing today, do you think there is a potential for a big upset?
Big upset? I don't know. I'm really excited to see what Chiefs bring today. I think that would be like the closest thing for an upset. Also, VP Sonics, it's hard to say what an upset would even be. That's 2 great teams. So I think we've got 2 very close games that could go either way. I don't know if we even have an upset.
Yeah, I mean, same question to me. I'm kind of in the same boat where it's like once you start to get to this level, I don't know if a big upset is even really possible. You know, I think if you look at some of the play-in teams, you could make an argument that they're maybe not as strong as the teams that are arriving here for the playoffs. Chiefs, statistically, are probably a weaker team than Scars, so if they're able to win this matchup or get very, very close, that might be some cause for concern with Scars. But again, like VP, SQ, because we don't know the other matches we're doing just yet, we're waiting on the results. With VP, SQ, I don't know if either team winning would be considered an upset, in my eyes.
Yeah, that's a good thing to, of course, discuss later when that game comes around. And true, like you said, it will determine on who wins and who loses what games we will have later today as those best of ones. Of course, great if you could make it to Phase 3 all the way by just winning 3 best of ones. That would be the most ideal situation. I'm sure you guys have exciting games on the B stream. I have to go back towards the A stream in a bit as well. But one thing though, everyone always asks in the Twitch chat, when does Bolo play? When does Bolo play? Well, he plays on the A stream, but nobody ever asks, why is Bolo called Bolo?
Why are you called Bolo, and how do you feel about
Ooh,
being Bolo?
that's a common question. Bolo. I mean, boring answer. Boring answer. Bo, like the pronunciation, like the spelling. You know, I know it's got some deep French stuff going with it, but I just liked it, and I was like, okay, well, that's just someone's name. I can't just steal someone's name and throw that as my gamer tag. So I just threw Low, slapped it together, called it a day, and here we are.
So it has nothing to do with a bolo tie?
Nope. No bolo tie, no, police bolo, no nothing. Just, on a whim, liked it, loved it, sent it.
And when did you choose it? How young were you?
Ooh, I probably had that I was probably like 13, 14, something like that. I'm 23 now, so a bit.
And if you were forced to choose a new gamer tag, have you ever thought about that? Like, I would actually like to have this instead. Or would you change it at any point?
We don't think about plan Bs. None of that. I'm just so used to Bo. Sometimes I forget my own name, right? It's just Bo. So couldn't imagine a different world.
That is our first game of today with DarkZero and Falcons. And we'll start to talk about that on a little bit more because we introduced you about the schedule, we introduced you about the teams, we had a quick chat at the B stream, what is going to go on for them today. Now let's dive further into this game here that we have on the A stream. We got our rosters lined up. We have DarkZero versus Falcons, and I think the main storyline for this game could be that we have the experienced team going up against the new kids on the block. DarkZero got second in phase 2 or stage 2 of NAL, which caused them to directly be qualified into phase 2. Their main concern, I think, that we had about them was their pacing on attack. They seem to be a bit slow over the summer, got a new player into this roster, and that has improved a little bit, but it is, of course, Kobalak's first major still. That is something we have to keep in mind for this roster, for this team. Maybe some pressure coming into this as well. What we definitely see from this roster is that they are super plant focused. That is their main win condition over on the side of NAL. Definitely could help them out today in this game against Falcons, because we have some new players over on that side as well. When we look at the Falcons roster, we can obviously see that there are 3 new players on that international stage. We have twins in this roster as well. Dov and Gart are twins. They're currently still studying as well, and they're joined by Robbie as that new player on the international stage. He's already showed us that he can have a great phase 1. I think we can say the same about Hashom as well. A great phase 1 for him too. Now, the big difference between these two teams, Falcons could not bootcamp. They had a different preparation going into this major in comparison to DarkZero. Their playstyles might mesh a little bit as well, because as we talk about DarkZero being a bit slow, that could be the complete opposite for Falcons. So many skilled players on that roster that are difficult to go up against in a 1v1. But as we said, these are best of ones. That means our map veto is going to look a little bit different as well. We don't have map picks. We just ban until we have 1 map remaining. And that 1 map remaining for our match today will be Border. Now, that is a map that Falcons have already showed us this major. They 7-0 the Chiefs on this map in phase 1. And the last time we saw it from DarkZero was an unfortunate loss against Onyx in the NAL Phase 2 finals. They lost about 7-8, so I assume they are looking for a bit of a revenge here to take down Falcons on this map. The one thing, like I said, the pacing on attack, the potential of individual players to really stand out here might be a concern going into DarkZero's map here. But of course, we talked to the DarkZero players as well. We talked to Nath about his preparation for this game.
Robbie, you're going up against DarkZero in your first match here in phase 2. What are you looking forward to in that match?
I don't know, play with the team, play good, and enjoy the game.
And when you saw the draw, saw that you were going up against DarkZero, how was the feelings like? Do you feel like that you can beat them?
Yeah, we can beat anyone. It's just us against ourselves, to be honest. No one is better than anyone.
I had a lot of talks with a lot of the players yesterday, talked also about going up in 1v1s. And when I mentioned Hashim to a lot of like the really high-ranked players, for example, Bolo, a lot of them said, I don't know if I could beat him in a 1v1. How important is Hashim to your team right now?
I think it's really important because with his gameplay, he can change around from 0 to everything.
Is there one particular player on DarkZero that you're looking forward to going into the server against?
No, not everyone. Just play the game, enjoy the game, have fun.
Right, we got Nath here from DarkZero playing against Falcons today. Your first game at this major. How is the preparation coming into this event?
Prep's been good. We had a long boot camp in Texas. We prepared for the major. I don't think I've ever been as prepared as I am for an event. So yeah, I'm looking forward to just get this underway.
Awesome, that's great to hear. I think one concern that we had with DarkZero over the summer was maybe the pacing on attack. How do you think that's changed coming into this major?
Well, I'd like to think we had changed up that motto in the stage with the recent changes we made. So I don't feel like we have a struggle with pacing, especially with the map we've got today. So I think, yeah, that's not going to be a problem at all today.
Awesome. Well, it's Kobalak's first major as well. You've been in that position before as well. How are you helping him as a player to prepare for his first international event?
I just told him, listen, don't think. Just have fun. He doesn't have a brain cell in his head anyway, so he just needs to literally just have fun, play his game, just enjoy himself. Honestly, as I said, it's like these events only last like 2 weeks, so just enjoy it whilst you can.
Awesome. I love that. We asked quite a few players about if they would win a 1v1 against a specific player, and that specific player being Hashom. A lot of people said, no, I'm not going to win a 1v1 against him. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, he's a unique player. A lot of teams, a lot of people, you aim at head height or crouch height. No, that guy's on the floor. Based off the VOD review we've done, so yeah. that guy's is unique. So it's definitely gonna be a hard one.
All right, definitely someone to keep an eye on. Thanks so much for your info this time, and best of luck with the game. Always good to hear from the players before their game, but of course I want to hear from our casters as well before we'll be heading into this matchup. Let's bring in Stokes and Lynx. Guys, do you think you'd win a 1v1 against Hashom?
No planet. Not gonna happen. I mean, the only thing I could say, because I think Nath hits on an important point there, that guy's on the floor. Like, if Flat Stanley were a person, just 2D right on the ground, you could at least account for that, maybe get a lucky pre-fire, but the problem is, you know, it's been a year since we saw that GK game against W7M, where Hashom and GK took a map off the world champs. Yeah, I don't think I've beaten Hashom in a 1v1.
Yeah, still having nightmares. Still having nightmares personally. You know, great to watch, terrible to play against. So...
And adding the map border into the mix as well, I think it's a map where players could really individually stand up and be decisive for their team. We already had a bit of a chit-chat about this game prior to the stream, but now that border has been thrown in the mix, how do we feel about the specific matchup?
It's a powder keg. It's a powder keg, and this is a map that we've always known for its aggressive tendencies and the fact that you have to win gunfights. This is not something where you can lean extremely heavily into utility and just hope that that wins you the game. And I think it's going to be a very, you know, nice playground for DarkZero and Falcons to have this bout.
And especially since, I mean, strength of schedule is a big question, but Falcons have the #1 rated player, the #2 rated player, and the #6 rated player, Hashom, who, frankly, if he doesn't have a biblically awful performance in Map 2 against Alpha teams, is probably in the top 5 alongside the rest of his team. We'll see how that translates against the second best team in North America, but Border, with 3 of the best gunners in the tournament so far, Falcons might just have one of the best shots they've got to knock an upset.
Well, do you think the second best team, NNA, have got what it takes to take down Falcons here today? What is your prediction for this game?
I mean, for me personally, I still have to go with DarkZero. I mean, you've got Pamazu looking really good. You've got NJR, who I think could really punish players like Robbie, like Hashom, if they swing a little too aggressively. Even, we asked him the question, hey, what's your role on the team? And he was like, oh, I'm a baiter. So, obviously a bit of a joke, but that is his strengths, waiting for people to swing and winning the gunfight and punishing that over-aggression. I think that is going to be one of DarkZero's keys to victory, and I think that is why they will ultimately win.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a huge, you know, tool in their utility belt here is just the fact that they've dealt with aggression before, and a lot of their systems involve that, dealing with aggression, having a player like NJR waiting and seeing if he can potentially get a big pick. So I think it's going to be a nice marrying of the two play styles. And really, I want to see how these two teams adapt, specifically Falcons, because they get a little way with a lot of those aggressive plays, a lot of those big picks. And DarkZero just might not be the same cookie to crumble.
Well, it's up to them to prove they can do it here today. Let's kick off phase 2 with Falcons and DarkZero on Border.
Thank you very much, Anne. And even though I am predicting DarkZero, and even though this isn't exactly based off the ban phases we've seen, a high preference map for Falcons. It's a limited sample size, to be fair, 7 maps in the MENA League, 5 maps throughout the majors so far, but it's undeniable, even if it might be low preference, Sam, to say that Robbie's not going to like that we're playing Border, that Hashom is not going to like that we're playing Border. The best thing I think DarkZero have in their mind right now is that this was the final game of the NAL Finals, and that series, that map, was effectively fought to a draw. All 45 rounds played in a 45-round max game. DarkZero have a really strong history on this map, a strong performance on this map, and with the gunners they have, Falcons will have their work cut out for them.
Absolutely, and they're only going to get stronger, Carter. I mean, the fact is that we've had a decent break in between NA Finals and right now. They didn't even have to play in through play-ins because obviously they ended up qualifying through the actual traditional means. So life's gotten a lot easier for them. A lot of prep has went into this, you know, a lot of comfortability getting worked into Kobe, I'm sure, for the strategy, and let alone that fact, but all of them getting more comfortable in that system with Nafe, as I'm sure they had a very long breakdown as to how they wanted to go about things.
And ultimately, DarkZero's journey to step out of Canadian Shadow, to really build their new system and to set their mark on this legendary org's history will begin in Montreal and will begin with this matchup against Falcons. I mentioned this as well. It is a year ago today that GK, the first MENA team to ever make it to a stage at a LAN event, went up against W7M and took a map off them, but still went out 2-1. It's a little bit more lower stakes of a game today, but it's an important reminder for this tournament, the history that Falcons are now trying to live up to. But Border is our map, and to see DarkZero ban the Monty first, just given the prevalence of shields, I don't think is a massive surprise.
Yeah, most definitely not. I mean, often played by guards for Team Falcons as well, and not something that DarkZero feels as though is the crux of their offense. They're not really too scared to delve into the deep without it, so they'll move past Monty, and Deimos will also be banned out by Falcons. We've seen him as a hot commodity not only throughout this LAN, but throughout the majority of 2024. So a nice little spot ban there. Valkyrie and Azami will round up the rest of our bans here of the operators that'll be resting on the bench, and for all things considered, I think that this is the most straightforward we can get when it comes to Border. The usual cast of characters that we'll be seeing are more than likely going to be brought. Expect that blitz there from guards. Expect a lot more aggressive operators out of our defense. That's why we've got the beautiful Bolo on Doc. Promoted already.
I was about to say, promoted to Doc right after round 1. They looked at his history. They said, all right, we think you've got something special here. Also important to note with that Deimos ban, there's one guy on DarkZero that plays the vast majority of the Deimos, and it is Kobe-Lax. Pambazoo will flex on him every now and then, but Kobe-Lax played damn near 30 rounds of Deimos inside of the NA League. But to be fair, he was the lowest rated player on the team on a very important operator. Of course, need to get Kobe adjusted into the system, but when the Deimos is up, you can't be having somebody on that strong of an operator on a map. Of course, he's banned here, but like Border, that has a decent bit of soft floors. Think of other maps like Nighthaven, for example. Got to make sure he is performing well on that operator, but Deimos will be banned here. And I also want to see how DarkZero are able to deal with those shields when they come out. A late switch from guards will at least postpone that investigation and a DarkZero's counterplay against the shields. As overall, aside from the Dokkaebi, really just normal selection of operators.
You know, 100%. We're going to be paying a lot of attention to the cadence and the comfortability of all of these players here. Falcons, they've already got to get warmed up here in Montreal, used to the time schedule, used to everything going on. As for DarkZero, yeah, they are based in NA, but you still got to go through those plane flights. You still got to get comfortable here sitting at LAN. You're not at your home setup, and this is all going to be new things here, at least for a couple players, especially Kobe. So, see how things begin to break down as we're already 30 seconds into the first round here. DarkZero with an extension over towards break, and that's exactly what you want for this setup. And East already looking feisty.
Yep. Great counterplay by Robbie right there. Kobe will trade it out by Dove. A very difficult position. Oh! Already coming to play in the first round. The rookie with 2. DarkZero's only couple kills so far. Diffuser now dropped outside of the break room. Falcons very aware of DarkZero's strategy here.
And this is what you're going to need out of DarkZero. They have to meet fire with fire, Carter. Border does not let you back up and play safe. They have to go for these fights, and they have to answer the call whenever Falcons starts to pressure.
Bolo starting facing a lot of that pressure. Lifeline's putting him to 15 HP, able to stim himself back up. I commended Falcons' prep as they went through that attack. That is a position on Border that Pambazoo's been playing since stage 1 of last year. Usually the Legion peeking in and out of the office rotate towards east, towards office. Robbie clearly aware of it, able to get that first kill. Also recognizing Bolo's position inside of the CCTV as well. Only downside, Kobe's performed. He's got a 4v3 for DarkZero now, and as JLad is trying to probe for something more, Robbie is trying to wait for Bolo to peek here. Instead, JLad to get that next kill onto Kobe-Lax. And even stalemate, but Bolo still fighting back in CC. Almost lands the headshot on the second, but stim pistol all for naught. 2v2 with a minute to go.
And this is what you're going to see consistently out of Border and what we're getting in between these two teams. DarkZero tries to match Falcons once again here. It doesn't exactly work out, but they had that man count, Carter. That's the big thing here. It boils down to a 2 versus 2. We still have some solid options when it comes to the defensive standpoints here for DarkZero. You've got that Warden. You've got that mute with that Nitro cell. A lot of options still to go.
And JR, look at that angle on 90, ready for the rotation. Such a patient player, such a powerful player for DarkZero. The most consistent over the past year, but not in this fight, unfortunately. Can't translate that success against Robbie to JLad. A 1v1 in the first round. But Twitch still does not have Diffuser. Warden retreating back. Nate playing so passively on the bottom of metal stairs. Waiting to see that Twitch to move into the site. What intel do DarkZero have as the first Diffuser goes down? JLad only has a couple opportunities to fall off, but he's sticking it, staying with the Diffuser. Nate does not have that angle, holds the fall off. JLad pushes for the kill, but Nate continues with that patience. Gives DarkZero their first.
Cool as a cucumber, man.
Let's go, Kobe! Let's go! Heat up first round, G-Bo! I like that, G-Bo! Bro, I died to that angle already, bro. I'm not done to that shit again. Everyone likes it. Everyone likes it. That was exciting.
like a player who learns.
Yeah.
Like a player who learns from their mistakes.
Yeah, Nave says no brain inside of that skull, but yet he remembers. He remembers indeed. And hey, pretty nasty angle to be fair as well. That's one that can really catch you off guard inside of break. It was that angle that you saw that one tap out of the ump from there. And yeah, once again, just an angle that's very odd, but one of those things that you will most definitely remember when it happens to you, right, Carter?
Absolutely. And especially when you're thinking about the kinds of things that could undo this strategy. It's a very aggressive play from DarkZero. With the Azami band, if you want to hold CCTV, you really got little options. You can't just throw Kibas around circle desk and solo hold it like before with somebody supporting from 90. You kind of need to have somebody holding break and somebody playing around east stairs as well. It can be really difficult for the attack if they can't get those kills, but the big bonus for Falcons in that round was they really were able on. If Kobe doesn't overperform there, that could be a completely different situation with how close that round came down. But Kobe, the rookie, able to get that two-piece, put DarkZero in the man advantage, and while Falcons performed admirably well in a disadvantage, able to work it to a 1v1, Kobe doesn't get that kill there. DarkZero might be 0-1.
Most definitely, especially with how Falcons started that off. I mean, great pacing, immediately took ease control, caught DarkZero off guard for their office player at a bare minimum. Almost made the most out of that, but I'm sure both of these teams decently happy with how the first round went, even though Falcons obviously did not end up picking that up. Gonna have Kobe here on the Boss G as well. Hollow site, usually end up seeing the ACOG come out when it comes to Vigil nowadays, but you'll notice that Hollow be a little bit more comfortable for him. Very similar to what we saw last time, at least for the setup around the CCTV area, but this could get a little risky, especially with guards being on that blitz once again.
That's what I was about to say. Switched away from it in round 1, now bringing it back in round 2. Bolo will calm that a blitz is actually in play. They fought that final to a draw against Sonics, one of the most prevalent shield teams in the world, so we'll see if they can still handle it here. Kobe Lacked with a 1-for-1 trade as Dove moves in. The blitz also looking forth, but all it does is allow Dove to pressure that player inside of CCTV, and that's when guards gets active. Nothing Kamazu can do there, nothing Nath can do either, except once the blitz actually hits the vault, he exposes himself a little bit to the T5. Nath able to retreat very safely and likely regroup with NJR.
A decent response here from DarkZero, but Falcons, once again, an entire team assaults the top floor. They get 3 bodies for it. Now life not all that easy for DarkZero. Some minds with them. They have to try and dig themselves out of this hole. 2 versus 3 now, and a nice little discovery method here from Falcons, getting that drone in towards server. Be able to find a lone NJR, at least for the time being.
Keeper activated will reveal that position. DarkZero have given up the site. They're playing retake. NJR playing this long angle with the MPX. The Falcons move into tellers, instead looking to plant on the rotate or inside a bathroom, but still planting so close. C4 lineup, it's just a bit too far. NJR indecisive what to do, but does spot one on the rotate. Nice shot on a Dove. Still 2v2. You need to hit that counter defuse. You need to move into the site, and there's so little info. Excellent reposition by J-Lad, and now Nafe with all the do. He at least has that information, but with somebody on the hatch as well, something's got to go wrong for it to go right for DarkZero. Able to find the first. You can know that somebody's up on that hatch. Good idea, but it's just too far. You can't defuse through that rotation. He might try on the opposite side, but reloading this Bailiff, it's so low time, it's so short, and still the Finka can spray through. Tag the Oryx just a little bit lower. Nath has tried his best, but Falcons tried just a little bit harder. And as Robbie drops, it's a tie game by round 2.
And a great round there from Falcons. Funny enough, Carter, it's essentially the same round that we saw in the first round. Different bomb site, different results, as Falcons are able to trade out positively on that top floor, and DarkZero really never able to pull it back to their side. Very difficult for them, especially given the circumstances of Falcons being able to have that kind of discovery moment, not only finding our player inside of server, but also discovering that the entire site is wide open. You have full oversight over the hatch and more than likely a free plant. It's very well delivered from Falcons as they'll tie up the scoreline.
And you can see the difficulty in moments like this of trying to figure out a way to make that 1v1 counter defuse possible. The idea comes a little late, but it's really smart from Nafe to try and open up that wall. We've seen it happen plenty of times in the past, but to still try and just get that little advantage over the vertical angle. But with so many factors to consider, especially in the 1v2, when you have to win that fight in the first place, you come up with the right idea, and it's commendable.
Yeah.
That intellect is able to come up with a solution, but there's just so little time and so many factors to consider. Good for Falcons as well, as you said. Of course, recognizing the site was empty late, but using that blitz, using Dove especially, to get into that site. I think when we all saw this roster, we thought, you know, the European import Robbie could be successful, very likely, indeed he was. We knew Hashom would be good, but the biggest surprise really has been Dove for me, getting that second place spot on a bit of a second support kind of flex operator. You see a lot of Ace, Sledge. In this case, he's a bit slower of a player, not like Hashom or Robbie, and yet he is putting up numbers commensurate with both of them.
Now, if you want to draw lines between these teams, he's somewhat similar to NJR and what he accomplishes for DarkZero. A lot of angle holding. He can get aggressive when he needs to, but he's there as that supporting cast member that can really help you out in those gunfights, or if somebody tries to overswing into a situation, he's that saving grace. So we'll see if he can continue to prosper here for Falcons after they pick up their very first round against DarkZero on this offense. Some aggressive angles being taken, some antics already being applied from DZ.
Unfortunately, Robbie missing a couple shots there onto Pambazoo. Really wishing you got that one now as Kobilax able to cut down guards to start. That'd be a 4v4 if Robbie hits that engagement, but instead they've got to try and deal with NJR just wasting time, firing a couple shots here and there. We're in the passport position, but all of DarkZero have rotated players to cover any of the positions from which NJR could get pinched. Passport covered by Nave, Kobilax watching 90, watching Office. They've got everything set up, and Bolo spots the Sledge on the CCTV side. Only just little damage exchanged either way. DarkZero in such a strong position right now, and Falcons going to have to spend a lot of time to regroup, and I say that JLad might push in, but at the same time, all of DarkZero pulls out.
Tough times right now for Falcons. They haven't been capable of trading out any of these deaths that they suffered so far, and JLad on death's door as well. Though 53 HP to his name still, but DarkZero, the main story of round 3, as they're able to get 2 nice pickups. Kobe with 1, another one coming through from Nafe in that TCSG. Hashom trying to equalize here, has that nice little angle over into jungle. Nothing really doing here, as DarkZero does not want to give up a single body. This is perfect for what you have already built upon inside of the first minute.
This is where that patience taught under the Canadian system that sometimes could bite them will work out. Pambazoo maybe the antsiest of them all, unfortunately. Walks into Hashom's DMR, and Nafe sends up the C4, almost loses his life as a result, but Dove missing some key shots. This jail player is a bit cut off from the rest of his team, but I think Nafe is aware of that. Kind of a game of chicken. If you want to push me, that's great, but you'll have to walk into Bolo. You'll have to spend a lot of your remaining 30 seconds to deal with it. The Sledge has been put to 1 HP in the process. JLad has been on basically 1 or 2 bullets away from death the entirety of this round, it's felt like. Kobilax, here's one breaking the barricade. What a game he's having so far. 5 and 2. Dove gets 1 impactless frag, and that's all he is going to get. Might have 10 seconds remaining, but that's just false hope. DarkZero will sit on this site. They've got Diffuser, they've got the manpower, and they've got the lead back in round 3.
The more things change, the more things stay the same, folks, and Border will once again continue on its warpath of being a game of, or rather map of, opening duels. Are you capable of taking these opening duels and getting away scot-free? We see DarkZero do that in round 3 for the very first time inside of this entire game, and they end up the victors. Big shocker there.
We'll have an early tactical timeout from Falcons. Eden, the analyst, stepping in for the coach. Mad Skills, obviously, not making the event. Eden, formerly of M&M, will step behind them. What exactly could Falcons adjust? It's been a pretty close game so far, that round being the exception. Both rounds 1 and 2 came down to 1v1s. And Falcons were pretty good in the early round in both. They might have dropped the opening engagement in round 2, but they were able to basically fight back from that, get a 4v2 extremely quickly afterwards. So you'd think, all right, well, sure, you might have lost round 1, but it's looked pretty good so far. But maybe because, as we saw in that round, once they struggled to get that opening pick, struggled to just immediately find a kill on an extended member of DarkZero, actually creating opportunities after that instead of just winning a gunfight that DarkZero give you, maybe trying to be a bit more proactive, cause a bit more chaos in DarkZero's setup. Might be what Falcons try to go for.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what we'll end up seeing. Once we get this operator lineup here for you guys, we'll start to talk about things. But as of right now, you can see Falcons leaning into Lion and Dokkaebi. This is something that's been a hallmark of Siege and a nuisance lineup for a very long time. They are going to end up swapping out the Dokkaebi for the Capitao, and I honestly really like this. There's a lot of displacement in this lineup, especially now that they add the Grim. You've got Soph, Grim, and Capitao. Kind of would like if Robbie ended up keeping the Lion, but hey, I completely understand just slide another gun in there. Maybe it's a hammer, maybe it's a DM AMR, something for a little bit of verticality in case you do need it in a certain situation or just need something that can end up popping open a few walls so you get some better lines of sight. But at the end of the day, a lot of dislodgement here, and I think this is going to play really well into what we've been seeing from DarkZero when it comes to security. We've been seeing a lot of Bo, we've been seeing a lot of Kobe around that break room CCTV space, and all of these operators are going to assist with just a lot of these different tactics that we can see DarkZero apply.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that we aren't seeing more of the blitz. Obviously, you know, there are countermeasures being brought by DarkZero.
Yeah, I think DarkZero when that timeout went through, that was their first thought was, okay, they're going to bring the blitz back in, let's bring some trap out.
Exactly, and so you see the Legion, you see the
nice shots. Nave!
Just a double hopping out of the ventilation window.
That deserves a clap.
And if you wanted to, I don't know, maybe get an OSA execute, plant in archives. I don't know if I'm just looking at this lineup. Thought that might be something Falcons would like to do. Well, not having the Capitao, not having the Grim is going to be a massive problem for you. Dokkaebi Call will go out. Robbie now hoping to win this by just hitting a lurk of metal stairs, but DarkZero anticipated that, putting on just 1 but 2 sets of barbed wire. Kobe will peek, so Robbie finds that moment.
Oh, he gets it.
Does just barely get it down. Oh my God, what a silent plant. You gotta love that call made by Falcons. Speed up the pace, and DarkZero completely uncontested. Now as the smoke canisters go out, they can't even really rotate in front. Guards will go down though. Dub pushing up. Gotta land the pre-fire on the next. NJR falters. Almost hits the triple with that spray transfer. But still, now Bolo moves further in. Robbie on the cross. Gotta hop in, land the fight on that dock. What a comeback for Falcons. The Cole, the plant, the 3v5. Not how you want a post-tack round to go, but that's how you'll take a victory.
So we have a 2K out of Nave, hopping out on the AC window there, that little archive space. Jumps out there, gets 2 kills as they're trying to deal with the armory area, and none of it matters. In fact, what we get is Falcons with a masterclass in decision-making. They immediately start going for this plant because they recognize, guys, that you have to get something going on here. You can't simply wait idly by. It's going to be the same result as to what happened before. DarkZero is just going to play back towards the site. They're going to pull back that extension, and they're going to hold all of the entry points to the map. So instead, what does Falcons do? They immediately get on the gas pedal. They move that OSA in. They start pouring in EMPs, make as much noise as possible so that Case can get a decent amount of the way there. And when that first smoke comes in, Carter, it's already too little too late. In fact, he has so much time playing around in that smoke, he pops his own OSA shield, so they have nothing to play around, and he still gets back outside. It's so very well done from Falcons. We had a long discussion, as we usually do when it comes to these meta teams, folks. Is this just meta inflation? Is this one of these things where Falcons are so much better than the rest of the region that these stats are just reaching a height where they shouldn't exactly be? You know what I mean? As of right now, no, they're pretty realistic. These guys have came to play, and they're looking dang good doing so.
And that round was evidence of it. When a team is able to call back a 3v5 by calling Robbie to hit a lurk, go up metal stairs, draw a bit of attention away, poor utility to cloud the sound of the plant. That's the kind of things we want to see to be like, okay, you're for real.
Yeah,
like, okay,
exactly.
You actually have come to play. You're not just winning gunfights, and with genuine mechanical skill, when DarkZero give you an opening, you take it, and then you just convert a 5v4 or a 5v3 afterwards, or you're abusing the blitz. I mean, I mentioned, we've only seen the blitz 1 time, and before that, it was the only round Falcons won. The fact that they are actively choosing not to lean into the blitz, the fact that they are trying to go for these executes is really quite impressive. They're not bringing just weak operators, to be fair. We've got Candela's about to make Kobilax's life a living hell. We'll see if Bolo is able to provide enough coverage, or if Kobilax blinks in this engagement. No, instead they just sprint in through East. Guards picks up 1, though NGR quick on that trade. It's still Falcons coming away with the advantage, only briefly. Never mind, it is permanent. Nave is brought to a permanent end outside of the metal stairs, and now NJR at an uncomfortable, though familiar position. 1v2 will spot 1, but the SMG-11 not great for those kinds of engagements. We still got 1 droning. Falcons resetting, not looking to get too antsy, and not looking to let this go. 3-2, Falcons' first lead of the map.
Carter, they are doing such a bang-up job of just understanding what border is and how you exploit it. I mean, they immediately get on the accelerator, pushing themselves, propelling themselves in towards that armory space, or rather CCTV. It was armory that came a little bit later on, as we have Hasham waiting outside on that archives balcony, and as soon as all that chaotic play is going on, he busts the door in and finds that man rotated in through beepers. Almost catches the gunfight against NJR as well. I mean, Falcons, they are at DarkZero's necks when it comes to this aggression. And this is the thing, man. When you see a lot of offenses starting off on any map, it's a slow rolling thing. That first minute's usually drone, second minute you're going for your first, scuffle, and then that last minute is where you're looking for your execute. Falcons have thrown that traditional siege playbook out the window, and they've said, okay, it's border. We can get very aggressive at any moment in time. We just need the proper spark. And as soon as that starts going on, it is all hands on deck for Falcons as they are taking it to DarkZero in these more aggressive tendencies.
The repeated misdirections 2 rounds in a row is just what's really impressive. I mean, we talked about what happened on that Armory Archives, that first Armory Archives, or I guess technically second Armory Archives attack overall. But then that round as well, throwing in the Candelas to expect to push CCTV, and instead they just sprint straight up 90 and catch Pambazoo lacking. Really, really impressive. And now 3-2. It's a bit of a top-heavy performance from both teams. NGR, Kobilax, and Nafe. Oh my God, Guards getting that one for free. Kobilax now 6 and 5 after that opening pick. You might be surprised to learn that's only their third. They're tied on opening duels going into the side swap, and yet Falcons have just been able, disadvantage or advantage, since round number 4, have looked the better team. How will DarkZero recover in round 6? How will they recover this 4v5?
Nafe with a decent amount of damage dealt to him as well. DarkZero, this is going to make things quite difficult as Bo is now all the way across, although it's just a nice little jaunt from one door to the other for Box. DarkZero definitely going to be lacking when it comes to that break room space, and might be something that Falcons looks to try and exploit later on. We know that these guys really like to approach this from multiple angles all at once. That nice little 3-2-1 call more than likely going on for them. As of right now, it's going to be down to just the task list, just trying to get some things torched open, try and deal with a couple of these walls to get easier access to the actual site. But hey, a little bit more going on as well as Hashom will lurk his way in through, get in towards Tools, be able to pick up another one here. That's going to be a 5 versus 3 in favor of the offense.
He's basically been there the entire round. He was sitting in vent since about 2:15 and finally just walks in. Nafe may be unaware of that position, unaware of that lurk. So stealthy have Falcons been. Then again, just often moving under the cover of night or chaos equally. Now in the 5v3, 5v2, Guards finding his second of the round. He's just broke open in barricades twice and found 2 DarkZero players blissfully ignorant and coming to regret it. Bolo was held out for so long on this top floor, and I mean, it's a 2v5. There's not a lot you can do, but he will come to regret it. NJR again in a 1vx. He'll get his one. He'll get his frag, but a 4-2 for Falcons, inevitable by about the midpoint of that round. I thought maybe a tie game be Falcons' best chance, but after that tack timeout, they made a lot of changes and they all went right.
Now listen, we hear what you're saying. We hear it. DarkZero, the extension. Can't we just try and like turtle? Can we try and get something safer, Carter? And the answer is no, because this is border, folks. We've been talking about it this entire half. This is how you have to play into the map. You have to hope that these things work. And exactly, Carter, you have no choice. You have to hold down these areas. And this just happens to be the flip side of that coin. If the offense has a good understanding of how these clears should be going, and the big thing is hitting their mark, obviously, then the entire world can fall down for you, and that's what's happening there for DarkZero. That house of cards is just coming crumbling down as Falcons finds all the support beams and takes them out from under them.
And it's also very clear as we end that half that Falcons were not reacting to those things in the moment. They were very aware of not only how to play border, but of course how DarkZero specifically play border. From the very first engagement, Robbie knew that Pambazoo likes to play aggressively on that rotate, will swing out and try to take gunfights, and he needs to be ready for it. He needs to wait and let Pambazoo peek into him and not try to give him that gunfight. From the very first engagement, Falcons said, we know what you do. We know that Kobilex plays break. We know Bolo plays CCTV, and we know the best ways to stop it. 4-2 now as we rotate, but DarkZero can still be a massive threat on this attack. They plant by far and away the most in North America, a 36% plant rate with an 83% conversion. If you let them get that diffuser down, you are in rough shape. But if maybe on Falcons defenses, Sam, if they run some of that similar stuff back and Hashom is a bit better than Bolo and CCTV, or Robbie is a bit better than Pambazoo inside of Office, the 2 lowest performers on DarkZero right now in very key positions, DarkZero might never even get close to putting the diffuser down.
Yeah, Border's always been a map for me where it always comes down to what can you get away with. You're not looking to go equal, you're looking to go positive, and positive in a very serious way on either side of these coins. If you're able to get 2 big picks and get away scot-free, well, that's more than likely the round for you. And yeah, usually a traditional trope when it comes to Siege, but it's exemplified by how Border works. Pambazoo going to be able to take down guards in the bottom of square, but there's a lot going on in this top floor as they fly through.
On the top floor, then quickly down to the middle, and very even quickly out of the round. J-Lad with 1 pump will take down the Blitz. Off the back of those Candelas, 3 of them that Bolo threw right there. They were trying to create immense pressure onto the site, and now that moment is gone. But to be fair, they've still got control of Courtyard. Look at how close they are to the site. The only remaining position they really have to clear is Customs, and they have time to focus on Hashom right here, but a wall bang. Pambazoo's been there a long time. It's a pretty easy spray to predict, but a really unlucky kill to land for DarkZero. Some of those bailiff shots even land onto Bolo. And GR playing patiently, holding that cutoff, will make this a 3v3. Bolo, another massive pick with that Customs player, but J-Lad gets aggressive at just the right time. Playing so close, still all 3 of his toxic canisters with only a minute to go.
That's the difference between Falcons and DarkZero. DarkZero, they like to bring you into deep water and make life complicated. For Falcons, it's been really just an all-out assault at the drop of a hat. But for DZ, you can clearly see down to 45 seconds here as they're looking to try and claim this 2 versus 2. They're doing a good job of slowly rolling across the map, but you still have to worry about a little bit of this verticality. The hatch is open, so there is some response still here in Falcons.
Candela rolling through. Robbie will dodge it. Final or second to last E1D goes out as well, but DarkZero need to start making these moves. Falcons have time wasting goo mines and smoke canisters beyond the point where J-Lad could waste the entire rest of the round. DarkZero have been setting up this pinch for ages, and finally Robbie goes out. Downs in, finishes off NJR, and vaults back into the window. But J-Lad finishes the job before he can even get back into the building. Falcons have come to play, and an upset. If you aren't believing it already, it's getting very real, very fast.
I was scared that the bird might get sucked up into the antics of DarkZero and this void that they like to cause strategically. But man, it's just been a proving ground for Falcons so far, Carter. It's been time and time again, their numbers called up. What can you do? Can you perform up against one of North America's best? And the answer has constantly been yes, yes, yes. All green lights for Falcons right now as this MENA squad is taking it to DarkZero, especially when it comes down to these gunfights. They are not scared in the slightest, and I think Bobby's interview from earlier really just highlighted from what we've been seeing so far.
Tactical timeout from Mint wrapping up. The coach on DarkZero for what feels like just ages at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Involved in this org since the very beginning as a player, now as a support staff for going on years now. But the confidence is in Falcons camp. DarkZero have the calm in them. They're probably the team that I would think of the most that is just able to fall back on that system to try and set a pretty high floor coming out of a tactical timeout for what could be achieved. Falcons have just been an agent of chaos so far that has been very difficult to wrangle. Also bringing out Teller's Bathroom first instead of going with the normal Armory and Archives. It's now got them 4 rounds in a row. And round 4 might have been a 3v5, but the past 3 have been anything but them in a disadvantaged position. They have been dominant all the way through. On this primary site, what will DarkZero decide to go for after this timeout? They like their executes, they like their diffuse plants. At the last second, they swap away from the OSA, instead go for something a bit more flexible, and at least for us, a bit less telegraphed.
Yana's gonna work her way in here too.
Last time you saw her.
Yeah, I was going to say, something we don't see all that often, and actually in a recent tier list that I saw that was based completely off the percentile of how often they've been played, she's actually in like the D tier area there.
Yeah, Jesse made that.
It was Jesse, yeah. I always forget, there's so many tier lists posted nowadays, I don't want to try and highlight the wrong person, but either way, yeah, you don't see her that often, man, but I will say the ARX still a very, very good gun. You still have that info utility as well with her hologram, and on top of that, she's got the secondary EMPs. She doesn't have those frag grenades anymore, but those EMPs will definitely assist with getting some walls open. Although this time around, not exactly the case, as we don't have any hard breach. It's going to be a little bit of a more narrow entry as you'll be down to the doors as well as the windows.
Air jab shot out to dissuade that Doc from peeking aggressively out onto the armory balcony. Ash charge goes out too. They are looking to take down Dove in this position. Flashbangs, no way. A hip fire headshot onto Kobilax through the blind. Stims himself back up, but Pamazoo stabs him in the neck. Nafe will cut down Robbie, trying to support his fallen teammate. DarkZero have immediately moved into the site, and Hasham moves to their back line. One around the corner. Nafe might have been ready for it, but he certainly wasn't ready for the power Hasham will bring to that swing. He'll fall back down to the bottom floor. J-Lad again looking to take this fight. Knows he's in CCTV. Spots him for just a second on the counter swing. Victorious. Another one. Pamazoo swooping in for the kill. He's good on that one. 3K now to get DarkZero this 2v1. But what can Hasham do? I believe that was Nafe with the diffuser drop down into that position, maybe. I can't quite tell.
Be a crazy one for Hasham here.
I was gonna say, certainly the other two don't have it. That's the big problem. Yep, all the way on the opposite side of the map. Look at how little drones they have remaining, too. One drone remaining, one Yana clone.
Yeah. Sure, Yana becomes so important.
Absolutely. Hasham creeping further up, drone on the metal stairs. Is it watching him? Is it looking the other way? The Lion waiting, pushing forward, Z-ping to give the information. The flashbang goes out, but he wins the fight anyway. Panbazoo coming in for the trade. 4K for Rob in round number 8. How close it came to Falcons match point.
Tosses the glasses on the desk, busts open the button-down shirt, Carter, and Superman's here. Pambazoo, for a lot of this game, has been relegated to some operators that you got to be a little bit more patient with. This time around, they go, let's just break glass. Give him the ARX. Pambazoo, go do what you do best. Go shoot some people for me. And we get 4 out of him inside of this round. Very well done, and something that was a necessary evil for DarkZero, because I don't think that you're getting around any other way up against Falcons here.
With how confident they were in that 2v4, and goes out, but he wins the fight.
That's
anyway.
you.
That's me. Coming in for the I didn't want. I was about to start talking, but I didn't want to.
You're telling me there's 2 of you? Oh God.
So nice, they had to make me twice.
Oh Lord.
I don't want to give you double speak. Nobody needs to hear that. But still, they absolutely do not get that round. If Pambazoo does not get that 4K in the 2v4, Falcons are playing so confident on those swings. And also Hasham would put the diffuser in such an awkward position as well. Really good positioning on the metal staircase right there, but curious if DarkZero did know about it, but that flash really was just an extreme level of proactiveness. Either way, you're really happy, even if the line ended up dying anyway. Armory Archive doesn't work out, so we'll go down to Ventilation and Workshop as the next attempt for Falcons to reach match point. Things have started evening a little bit, Sam, as the floor on Falcons kill-wise has started moving up. Everyone really all putting in an equal effort, even if not all are positive.
Yep. Obviously, you do that high flyer in Robbie, and that was the big one that I'm sure a lot of people were a little quizzical on, Carter. Is Robbie going to perform when it comes to international play? And the answer is a resounding yes, at least for what we've seen thus far. And if he can continue to do so, he more than likely is going to be the winning factor here for Falcons. What a kill out of Hasham.
Hasham was ratting there last round as well, just waiting to see if nobody would drone him. And the very player who brought that round over the line for DarkZero, going into round 8, had 2 kills. Pambazoo now cut down, but Nafe at the door of the site. Kobe lacks his support. The R4C behind him will stop the retake from metal stairs. You've created such a powerful position in blue, a beachhead to provide further pressure onto the site. And NGR watching the vent rotate as well. The main question, what is Bolo going to do to add to this push? Flashbangs going into office, will take the fight, tag up Robbie just a little bit, but he's had a lot more success. That Solus, a lot more kills than Bolo does right now. You gotta be careful if you're gonna take that fight. Bo falls off. Robbie still controls the top floor, but there we go. Kobe another. Guards cut down, but look at these trades. How clean have Falcons been these whole rounds?
Something else. Truly indeed. Somehow equal footing, but you have to at least give Nafe his flowers. He still has that blitz. This nitro cell is just holding the window for now. They'll finally flood in. They know that it's a ward, and so this flash isn't going to do too much for him.
No, it won't, but Hasham is still fighting back. Finds the blitz again. 2 rounds. This operator has just had little importance. Cut off so early. DarkZero's chances slipping by the second. NGR will try to push in. He can't even get one. 6-3 for Falcons. Our first game of Phase 2. And the underdogs, Mena, already looking to recapture some of that Atlanta magic from 1 year ago.
That's the thing, Carter. when you're playing up against a team like Falcons, I don't give a damn how good your strategy is, because at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. You have to still kill your opponent, and that's what Falcons have time and time again been luxurious at. I mean, they are consistently capable of playing off of each other's angles, finding these creative ways to keep themselves in the game. I mean, did any of you clock that angle from Hasham? It's one punch hole through the wall in CC, and he's still able to find all of these kills. It's so very well done, so very well drawn up from Falcons, and just their ability to adapt and keep being there on a moment-to-moment basis for the rest of their team, especially, once again, when it comes to that frag department. It just seems insurmountable for DarkZero right now unless they're able to garner a major advantage inside of these opening minutes.
I think a big reason why we see Falcons having this immense success against a really strong opponent is actually JLad. Typically, you know, the 4th or 5th, you know, rated player on Falcons, and he's 9-7. He's putting up the same numbers as Hasham, putting up equal numbers to Robbie. Dove has actually had a relatively quiet game compared to him being, again, the 2nd highest rated player in Montreal coming into Phase 2. But it has been a team game from Falcons, not Hasham carrying. Robbie might be leading, but the team are just outgunning DarkZero at every turn.
Life's difficult. Life's difficult for DZ right now, through and through, not only for the players, but I'm sure for the fans at home. A lot of you probably woke up this morning and said, ah, easy win for DarkZero. There's no way that this can go wrong. No way. Ah, well, this is why we play the games, folks. Any given Sunday. We always knew that Falcons were more than capable. It's just really, can they hit their stride? And so far, they've looked so darn good. JLad will finally go down. A little caster's curse out of Carter there, but a little bit of an aggressive angle as well out of Passport.
Yes, indeed. Guard's also on very low HP, so despite the success Falcons have had, we'll need to overperform a little bit in this round. Nath to turn the attention to the other side. Both times he's played this blitz, and both down he's gone and had some impact, but still gone down, sometimes without being traded, maybe not acquiring as much control as he would like. You want to get that blitz into the site. You want to get him to really make Falcons work for every bit of control they can even grasp from that execute. Moving in through jail. Now into customs. Oh, but Hasham, not even aware, lets the blitz pass and takes Bolo as he's coming in behind him. Pamazu good for that trade, though, and now they have moved into the site. Guards running away, but look at that flip. 180 degrees. Again, the blitz dies. That's diffuser dropped inside the site. Dove might be able to provide overwatch from that hatch from up above, but him and Robbie can play this on the vert.
Exactly that, Carter. Exactly that, my friend. This is what you want out of Border. A lot of maps play into that verticality handedly, but this is one of those bomb sites where it's a necessary thing. Oh!
And JR through the wall. That's the kind of plays you need right now, but Dove still has diffuser. DarkZero putting all of their remaining manpower, their remaining Dokkaebi calls and utility into this play. 6 flashbangs to try to make this easier, yet Dove doesn't see the threat, doesn't see Kobilax behind him. Falcons have been fighting back every time. But still. I don't know about that, Kobe. You're down 6-3 before that round, but...
Yeah, let's simmer down a bit, bud. Let's simmer down a bit. Although, hey, if you're feeling yourself, you're feeling yourself. But I'm going to tell you,
that.
Reddit's going to have you made into a meme post-haste if this game ends on this round. It's done, Carter. It's over. You get put on the Twitter feed, my boy.
Now you have to win.
Yeah, now you have to win. Exactly. You hate when you get hot mic like that, then you actually have to do what you were talking about, right?
We'll see.
I was just chirping with the boys, man. Come on. But a very, very rough shot round there. Either way you cut it for either team. I mean, it's just all of them trying to get in these fights, trying to get down to the nitty-gritty. And DarkZero are able to prevail, although a very difficult one at that. I mean, that verticality coming into the 11th hour there from Falcons definitely made things somewhat difficult, but still able to pull things across the line. I think Kobe, and really what he was trying to get at there, folks, is that Falcons are going to go for some more of these aggressive plays. They're going to get in your face. This is kind of a pseudo-ranked game going on in certain capacities as people just kind of throw their cause and concern for their lives out the window as they know that they can claim yours, right?
It's Falcons replicating what we saw them do in Phase 1, and the big question was, all right, one, are you just... When you are fighting for every single inch, when you are taking these risks and these gambles, are you just doing that because Alpha team of 2 subs? Are you doing that because you have an ego and you don't think Chiefs are all that good? but they're doing it against DarkZero. The confidence is there. It's reminding me of GK a year ago, though a little bit different, with leader IGLing that roster. Had a bit more of that European siege, a bit more of those executes. This really...
A lot more strategy around
Exactly, but this really does just feel like that confidence we saw at that level is still there, and the individual performances are making it look easy for Falcons. Dove playing this position before will retake the CC doorway with the dock. We saw Bolo holding a similar spot on the attacking, or their defending side. DarkZero will be aware of it. Nath, here's one, moving around Sandwich. JLoud on the opposite side, though, able to take cover behind these lockers. DarkZero need to do a little bit more work to clear out these positions, but Falcons, we know, will make them work for it.
DarkZero have utility to dislodge this player, but things will get a little worrisome later on down the line. You can see the lineup is really based off of how harsh of an execution they can pull off, and this is where things are going to get absurdly risky for DarkZero. That Warden is still in tow, and Pambazoo is actually going to end up going down. That's one of those execute pieces, and we're also going to end up losing Bo here. JLad ends up catching one.
Now Kobilax will land that nade, but Falcons fighting back again, 4v3. NJR on such low HP as well. Bolo now down. 2 and 10 might be that final score line, but Dove playing a little too unaware. Kobilax has had such a good performance. We wanted to see the rookie pop off. We wanted to see him do well, and it doesn't even matter. In game 1, Falcons take flight. And 3 games in, have not dropped a single series in Manchester or Montreal so far.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I think this is an altitude that they've never flown at before either.
Falcons? No.
They find a new height here up against DarkZero. They surpass the black hole, and they will continue on their warpath throughout these playoffs. A fantastic game from them, and really something where I just don't think that DarkZero thought that Falcons were going to be capable of pulling off this playstyle against them. And I mean, it's clear as day, Carter. This is absolutely the case.
100%. I mean, I thought that we might see that same Falcons that we saw in Phase 1, but that wouldn't meet the same success, or certainly would not have the same level of confidence. Are you kidding me? I mean, let's just be honest. Alpha team with 2 subs.
Yep.
Chiefs, first time playing at an international event. Game and Gladiators, the main OS team representing, versus the second place team in NAL, who fought the first place team to a draw through 45 rounds effectively. Yeah, I didn't think that was going to happen, but really, when you think about it, 1, you're glad to see it, of course. Falcons still doing that, but 2, it's border.
Yeah.
You need that confidence. That playstyle, it's going to work anywhere. It's not going to work on Cafe.
Yeah.
It's not going to work on Oregon or Skyscraper. Well, maybe Sky, but not really. But what's it going to be your biggest strength on? Border, where you get aggressive and you stop every point of entry, whether you are on the attack or the defense.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot of different ways you can look into this. I mean, maybe this is one of those circumstances where DarkZero just really should not have tried to lean into border when it comes to this, you know, map choice. Falcons, they clearly were so very comfortable when it came to this map, and also you got to think about their play style. This is something where if Falcons do end up being comfortable, border is just a straight catalyst for what they're looking to accomplish, and it was just on full display inside of this game. DarkZero simply could not hold a candle to how aggressive and consistent Falcons could get away with a lot of these big kills, and let alone that fact, but play off of each other inside of that system.
And even I was surprised. I mean, to see JLad have that success by the end of that game, also at 11 kills. Robbie, Dove, JLad, everybody was performing on that side except guards who, let's just be honest, doesn't really need to. You don't need to have guards popping off, and even him, 6 and 9 with a 73% cost, they were all putting in the work.
Carter, I've been waiting for this moment for a very long time. As soon as META became a region globally that could play at these events, I was like, all right, how long is it going to take for one of these teams to truly break through the clouds, make a nice little punch hole there to where we can see the light, and it just so happens to be the birds. Falcons will fly through and finally give to be happy about, a team that they can put all of their stock into and go, well, at least we have Falcons that can take it to international competition and win some major games. Congratulations to Falcons as they take this step.
Now we'll see how it goes from here, because unfortunately everybody has got to be the first team to get baptized by the underdog. And once you pay for that, you will hopefully help everybody that comes after you to know what they are facing. But I think the biggest sadness I see on DarkZero is Kobilax was the highest rated player.
Yeah.
That's not a bad thing. Not that Kobe's a bad player or shouldn't be in this position. He should. I'd love to see Kobilax highest rated. But for it to come in a 4-7 loss, for it to come when DarkZero still lose, it's clear that he's comfortable. And he, almost more than anybody, him and NJR both were ready, at least individually, or able in the moment to counter this play style. But it's a shame that we wanted to see Kobe get comfortable. It's clear, at least in this game, he was, and it's still to be all for naught, still to lose in regulation. Great play, but just unfortunate it wasn't enough to get the victory in the end.
Yeah, 100%. I think the thing for me with DarkZero is you could clearly see that the things that were provided from Falcons, the fact that it was a very uncomfortable moment there for DarkZero was on full display. Pamazoo and Bolo are two top players for DarkZero, actually at the bottom of the leaderboard, if you really want to get down to it. Over half of Pamazoo's kills came in one round.
Yeah.
That was it. He's got 7 kills. He got a 4K inside of that. Where's Pamazoo and Bolo? They're nowhere to be found up against Falcons here on Border.
On the bright side, it was a nice 4K, though.
Yeah, it was
a nice 4K, and it was even better victory for Falcons. And I, more than anybody else right now, want to hear from Robbie on that upset victory on Border.
Thank you. Thank you very much, guys. I'm standing here with Robbie for a post-interview after the game. And we talked to you prior to the game as well. Phase 1 went pretty well for you guys. And you also won your first game into Phase 2. How does that feel?
Obviously, I'm feeling happy. Happy with the team. Happy how the things turned out. We are playing really well. And I didn't expect to play this good, but yeah.
That's great. Love to hear that. You said you're happy. What is the main thing you are happy with from the team today?
That we enjoyed playing together. We have fun together, and yeah, the environment is really good with the team.
Awesome. Well, we also, I think a lot of people consider you guys to be underdogs coming into Phase 2. Does that give you more pressure? Does that maybe make it a bit easier coming into these games?
I mean, since we are the underdogs, we have nothing to lose. So yeah.
If you have nothing to lose, what is your goal that you have set for yourself for this major?
Obviously, winning the major, but yeah. We don't expect much coming here, but since we are doing good, I think we can do more. We can do more, yeah.
Awesome. Well, you're definitely doing good, having won your very first game into Phase 2. Congratulations on that once again, and thank you for your time for the interview as well. We'll be heading into a short break, but when we're back with that, we have another interview with a Falcons player. We'll have Ashom with us.
Available now.
Ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive les rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
Welcome back to the Montreal Major. After Game 1, a victory for Falcons, I'm standing with Hashom and J-Lad with another interview about their game. Now, Hashom, I think you are a key factor for your team. You had a bit of a rough start going into this game. How did you manage to come back from that?
ايش يعني جلاد؟ بقول لك انه كيف عملت كومباك because I think we believe each other, okay, and we scrim a lot, like from for 3 months or 4 months. We scrim every day, and that's the reason, I guess.
All right, very important. What do you feel like was the main key to victory today?
Main key, I think, because I don't know actually. We believe each other, and for me they look bad. I don't see them good, and we just trust ourselves.
Okay, some big words there. Now, Hashom, one thing I want to ask you. There is a thing in the game that is called the Hashom Peak. Please explain to me, what is this? How does it work? How did you get to this?
Because I have my brawn in my mouse button, okay? And my play style, I brawn everywhere, you know? And just I try to do twicely, and I see it like it's a peak, you know? And I joined with my friend Custom V1, and it's look very broken, you know, and that's the reason.
You quick peaks but prone.
Yeah, it's like you go prone whilst you're peeking to gather information. It's something what we heard Nate say as well, right? If you want to play against a show, you got to make sure you're aiming at the floor as well. How do you feel like this mental played a part of this game? Who do you want to play against in your future game as well?
We don't care who we play against, because I think if we care, we don't play good. Like any team, every player we play against, we don't care who is it. We just play our play style, and just we move on. I think that's it.
All right, we heard Robbie say the ultimate goal is to win the major, but I think you're already doing pretty good into getting into phase 3. Once again, a massive congratulations on your game, and thank you for your time as well.
One thing. And boys, don't forget buy Falcons skin if you want to be beast like us, okay?
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time.
The greatest Siege player of all time, if you had to pick one, who would that be?
I'd say Pengu. Yeah. He's the person that got me wanting to get into Siege on PC. You know, I started playing on console, then I seen him compete in tournaments, and I'm like, I want to be playing with that guy. I want to be on that guy's team. You know, I'll be there one day. And basically, he started my passion to get where I am now. So I'll say Pengu.
I mean, the greatest is probably got to be Canadian, because what he did, like going to 3 different teams and winning a chip every time, that's obviously a very big deal. But obviously, I feel like there's a difference between greatest in achievements and just the best. Like the best quote unquote for me is Shaiko, obviously, like just consistency and being the best player at the game. But yeah, greatest Canadian for his doings, and you could obviously put Bengal and Fabian next to him. Fabian especially. You mentioned player, greatest player. Obviously, so Fabian did some as a coach as well, which is even greater. But I think greatest player, Canadian, just like what he does when it comes to teams, just now going to Sonics, broken Sonics, and winning the whole league is obviously like something to notice. So greatest Canadian for sure, and then the best player, Shaiko.
Welcome back to the Montreal Major. Like we said, we have an action-packed schedule, 16 best of ones in total. So it's time we dive into our second best of one on the A stream. That is BDS going up against W7M with a potential big revenge for W7M. They have to go up against BDS, one of the strongest teams that we have seen from the European region. Second in Manchester, maybe they felt like they should have won that game. Won EWC over the course of the summer, but in Stage 2 in EUL, people could argue they started looking a little bit weaker. They said they don't like playing against Shields. They feel this pressure of playing against teams that know them very well because everyone who we asked, who do you want to play against, said they want to play against BDS. So a lot for them to prove to come out here and push their way into Phase 3 for the Major. Because if we look at what they've done, they've made top 8 of every single Major. A very impressive performance, and they're of course looking to replicate that here. Now, a start for them might go very well against a team like W7M, because what we saw from W7M the last time that they had to play against BDS, it was a very tough game. Like we said, the grand final of EWC, and W7M won a total of 6 rounds in that best of 5. So not an ideal start for them, but of course a big potential revenge game for them here. They missed out on Manchester. They obviously want to play against BDS, and they start off, of course, Phase 2 strong with having to go up against this roster. Now, it's their first game at this Major as well, and one thing we saw from them in their own region in Brazil was that Vulps was having an absolute live stage. He was the best rated player, the best KD, the best entry out of all of Brazil, and that really showed how important he was as a player for this roster. But like we said, it's a very, very difficult match that they have added themselves again today because they have to play against BDS, so not an easy team. We're seeing these teams get set up, of course, behind us as well. And let us remind you, it is a best of 1. That means we're seeing 1 map in total, a chance for an upset here between both these teams. But we'll have a look at what map is selected for this matchup. Seems like we're going back to Border after we've had our first game on Border as well. And if we're looking at the history for these two teams, we haven't really seen it from W7M in recent history. It might be a map that they're keeping up their sleeve, as a card up their sleeve, to potentially beat an opponent like BDS here. We did see it from BDS into Stage 2 of EUL. They took an unfortunate loss against Secret, so not the easiest of games they have experienced on that map in specific, but of course for them the opportunity and the potential to beat W7M here today in this best of 1. Our players are still getting set up. They're obviously behind us, making sure that everything is ready. So we'll be heading to a short break, and when we're back, we have some more information about this matchup.
ouais, choque-les. Choque-les. Ouais, choque-les, choque-les, choque-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Je les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Vise que la place du premier. Je fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitte. Et je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Switch, je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
We are just moments away from starting our second game on the A stream between W7M and BDS. We're seeing our players behind us get set up, and I'm just so excited that we got to speak to Loben prior to this matchup about this being a bit of a grudge matchup. I'm sitting here with Loben from W7M. You're starting phase 2 with a banger, because when I spoke to you in Brazil, you said, I want to play against BDS. Well, you get to play against BDS.
Yeah, I didn't expect to do that so earlier in the tournaments, but yeah, we are happy to have the big dogs like really early in the game, because we can show what we prepare for the major.
It's a big revenge game potentially. How did you prepare for this major coming in?
We tried to fix some of our problems that we saw that we made the mistakes, like in the matches that we lost, for example, and just try to be a more consistent team and yeah, focus on the trophy.
How do you feel like this match might affect the mental as well? I mean, BDS, a team that you've lost to before, you really want to beat them this time?
I think we're pretty comfortable because we know the pressure is like all on their side. We just have to play our game, have fun, and if we beat them like we are expecting to, we're probably gonna have like one of the best confidence in the tournament.
All right, that sounds great. Thank you so much for your time, and best of luck with the game. Well, confidence is key, what they say sometimes going into an important game like this one for W7M. Of course, if they win this, they're only 2 best of 1s away from making it to that main stage, but also taking down their big rivals in BDS would be great for them as well. Let's bring back our casters in for this second game. We have again Lynx and Stokes, and guys, again, you have a border game. Do you feel like it might be a different border game than what we just saw, though?
No, not at all. No. Are you kidding me? With Loben, Dodes, Volps on one side, Yuzu, Shaiko on the other? No.
All very calm people, Carter.
You know, actually, I was about to say, yeah. Well, I mean, I've seen Shaiko, and Yuzu's is very, very calm, to be fair. But in the game, not so much. Yeah. I will say, I think in this game, and the chaos is going to be more biased towards the W7M side. So not necessarily complete pandemonium on both sides.
Yeah, honestly, that's how it's feeling for me too. I'd ring that dinner bell when it comes to the aggressive nature of W7M. But that's the thing about BDS, man. They've got so many players that are so very talented, and especially when it comes to that frag department, we're always going to shout out Shaiko for that, right?
Have to.
And that's the thing. When you come to Border, it's going to be a playground, man. It's going to be like recess back in the old days for everybody. There's going to be a lot of things, some people breaking rules, some people doing some stuff you really wouldn't expect, and that's what we're going to have here inside of this Border. We already talked about a lot of the tendencies of how this map tends to go in our last series, but I think that this is going to exemplify this to the nth degree.
I like how you call it a playground, but there's a lot to prove for our players as well, specifically W7M. I mean, this is a grudge match for them. They're looking to win more than 6 rounds against BDS this time. How do you feel about this being such a big and important match for W7M?
Well, I think obviously, of course, the rematch from EWC is a big factor here. I mean, as you said, if they get more than 6 rounds, they might actually win a map against BDS, unlike that final. But I think for W7M, what really does mean the most is if you were watching Brazil, you saw when they beat Furia and they qualified of the major, how much this meant to them, the passion, everyone coming down in tears, and just being so happy to be back at this event. And I think for specifically Loben, Dots, and Dash, a year ago in Atlanta, they were on that Los team that made an unbelievable, unexpected run. And a year later, to maybe try and reclaim that against an opponent like BDS and live up to the legacy of their org now, W7M, I think this major is very important, and this match in particular, very important as well.
Well, I feel like we shouldn't be letting this match wait any longer. Our players are ready. Let's start this potential revenge match on Border.
Yes, ma'am. Let's hop right into things, and I'm so very excited for how this match is going to go. As you already know, Carter, I'm a pretty big fan of W7M, but
yes, you are.
Who isn't a big fan of BDS, right? So this series is like a match made in heaven for me. I'm actually really sad that it's not more maps. So we only get one here inside of the playoffs, but it's gonna have to be good, especially if W7M is going to take this. We're going to have to see consistency, but consistency from the whole team, Carter. I think that's the one thing I want to highlight here before we jump into the game. You think of people like Dodes, you think of people like Loben when you see this team. Most likely Volps as well, as he's plus 51 over the last couple of months.
Just ridiculous.
Dots and Dash are the two players that I'm going to be focused on. I think there's a focal point of W7M for this game is they have to show up. We need the full bench playing here up against BDS on Border.
Dots in particular, because he's been playing the shields all the way back when Cameraman was IGLing this core. I mean, he was kind of prepared for this meta, prepared for this moment, playing the Blitz, playing the Monty even back then. So if you want anybody to not necessarily get kills, but just not die consistently, you want him to try and have an impact and keep him alive for as long as you can to set up players like Volps, Dodes, and Loben that you just mentioned. Loben, to talk about Atlanta, that entire run was built off one of the most unbelievable rookie performances we've seen from Loben at that event. Just could not be stopped, it felt like. And on Border, if they are firing, it could be great. But BDS, we have to talk about them because they didn't win Manchester. They are looking in their first match here to reclaim some of that glory because that event was served for them on a silver platter. FaZe knocked out, Furia knocked out. Now the Fury aren't even here. BDS need to recover to make it as far as they can to really reclaim the moniker we put on them. We thought they were the best team in the world in May. They technically were not. And now we need to try to see them make their mark here to get started into Border. The op bans will see. What a big shock. Banning a shield against a team who's got a guy that plays every single one of them.
And W7M is going to ban Deimos. Guaranteed. Wait,
3,
let's see.
2, 1.
Hey! There we go. And that has to be because over the last 3 months, Shaiko has played that character 31 times, folks. The next second one is Nomad at 18. And I mean, hey, you got to put respect where it's due, and everybody's going to respect Shaiko, or rather Shaiko, at the end of the day. Too much League recently for me. Anyways, Shaiko at the end of the day, and yeah, you just do not want him having that operator. Too much influence with Deimos at his disposal. Azami and Mira are going to wrap things up here, so Valkyrie will make it through, unlike our last game.
Yeah, and to highlight Shaiko a bit, not only the operator he plays, but the presence he has in the game. Deimos is banned so frequently against BDS, because as you said, he plays it so much, but when Deimos is actually on the board, their 46% attacking win rate jumps up to 58.5%.
Jeez.
A whole 10% increase when Deimos is actually on the board. But Shaiko in particular, of course, when that operator's present, BDS's chances are a lot higher. But if you want to look at that Manchester final, that was a game won on the margins. And one of the big things was Shaiko's underperformance in that game, the bottom rated in that final. Of course, taking away the Deimos is one thing, but with how much this team relies on Shaiko, how much this org has relied on Shaiko for years now, to have him not show up in big moments like Manchester can turn a very close BO5 against them in a moment when it mattered most. So we'll look to him to this event alongside this core that has really, this roster that has impressed us over the past few months since they formed just after SI24 to see what they can do on Border. The first round will be an Armory and Archives defense. We'll have a very aggressive CC hold with a shield actually looking over towards the office wall.
Well, that's what you'd expect. Every team's got a little different spice when it comes to holding the top floor, but at the end of the day, it all comes back to bear on the fact that you not only have to hold the site, but you have to extend out towards security. Sometimes you can have some fun little plays going on in office as well. We'll have to see what BDS wants to do exactly with the remainder of this setup. But as of right now, EFAC is going to be the first one, and he takes out Loben. What a nice way to start things off for BDS.
The MVP from that grand final for BDS in Manchester, despite the loss. The kind of player there, when you see Yuzu, Shaiko, and Solotov on the roster, you expect the big performances from them, especially those first two. But LickyFac, when he gets going, man, is he hard to stop. And it feels like he's always the player that when the team is struggling, he knows when to put in the work, when to unlock that level of performance to make it as competitive as possible. So keep an eye on him as well. Solotov playing that long angle in CCTV that we see so many teams hold now. Yuzu's taking the break position, trying to contest every point of entry. W7M's solution will be that Selma charge to put Yuzus in a bit of a tricky spot, so rotate deeper into break and closer to CC. Volp's taken down by a C4, a player that BDS will need to shut down given the prowess he's shown inside of Brazil this stage. But now with this 5v3 with over half the round to go, Dotas will make the right move. Him and Dots hopping in, looking to up the pressure, speed up the pace, and take control of Fountain as BDS are rotating, but Shaiko is ready for it. Might be a good trade, but it's an even better round for BDS. Dash still stuck outside the building with not a single chance of making it out of this one.
Yeah, this star-studded lineup is gleaming in round one right now, Carter. There's no way that W7M gets back into this. 4-1, and this is exactly how you want your border defenses to go. From the very start, they're at the neck of W7M. They're getting these kills. They're consistently discovering where W7M are trying to enter the building from, and they are immediately thwarting it. They're not allowing them any space to work with at all. And that's a gift of having such a talented roster across the board. You can have some more of these aggressive tendencies, and you can rest on the backbone of these players like Brede in order to pull you across the line. They didn't even need that in that regard. They just needed to kill their opponent. That's exactly what they did. Very well done to BDS, especially with that starter downstairs, catching Loben completely off guard outside the main double.
Just a complete shutout in round one from BDS on the primary bomb site on border. I think you said, I don't know exactly what your phrasing was, but essentially it was a complete team performance overall, except for maybe one guy not getting a kill. Everybody getting a piece of the action in round one. It's a good thing to see if you are a BDS fan.
Look at that trade, man.
Just a complete highlight reel, a good showing of team play, everything to start out. Their defenses are the strong point for this team. It's basically consistent over the course of the whole year. Maybe a little bump here or there, up or down, but this has been their better side since this roster formed all the way back after SI. So to see them continue to put up rounds here, it's, you know, unfortunately, to be expected when you're the team at the top and you are just this good, but it's still something we want to see. Next bomb site will be Ventilation and Workshop. And LickyFac bringing in the Solus. Want to highlight this because, Sam, ever since she got nerfed to hell a few months back, or more than a few months back now, a lot of teams have just completely moved away from her. Not this guy. This guy loves his Solus.
Yeah, and you know, there's a lot of different ways that you can end up implementing this character. Obviously, the biggest thing that was a drawback for a long time, at least if you look at it from the offensive perspective, was the fact that she had so much oversight when it came to prep phase, being able to basically completely thwart your game plans when it comes to droning the building and finding a bomb site, which for anybody that's played Siege ever
somewhat
knows
important.
That's a little important. So Ubisoft decided to take that away from her and also has lessened her capabilities with her ability overall anyways. So it's really down to the shotgun SMG and the fact that inside of the main round, you can deal with some of this info game. And actually, W7M already starting to have some issues, let alone the drone game, but Dash is now dead to Shaiko as well. And look at this drone here from Loben. He's going to discover a player inside of Workshop, but can they even get close to the site, Carter?
Maybe they can get close. Indeed you can. Brede down through the wall. They've taken very early control of Customs. Dota is also looking to take down Solotov. Shaiko flashbanged inside of Tellers. The Dokkaebi call too. Volp's hopping out after triggering that goo mine. Shaiko's always a threat that you have to deal with, and they'll try to pinch him in this position. Tries to swing ahead of the flash, but there's nothing he can do. able to get that first pick, ratting on East, but W7M immediately just stormed forward. Did not let that setback stall them out. Lickyfack holding the site. Smoke grenade goes down, and Dots plants inside, obscured by the cover of that secondary utility. He will move us into the post. With Volp's covering, there's not a whole lot any player can do. And Yuzu's hopping down into a triple crossfire is just as hopeless. Tie game early, just as DarkZero Falcons was on Border. We'll have to wait to see who starts running away with it a bit later.
And what would you know, Carter? Border, once again, for the second time today, decided by the opener. I am so very shocked.
The classic.
Oh, yes. W7M with some nice frags there. And although Shaiko does have that nice little kill over on East, it's all for naught at the end of the day as W7M respond in kind and then take it even further. They get that nice little pressure in towards the castle. There's no reinforcements over on the far workshop side and end up getting that nice little K. So that will end up going as an unconverted round for BDS for the opener, but something that W7M will be very happy with the results of. But now, this is where the rubber truly hits the road. We've seen 2 rounds, both of these teams finding their stride in a certain capacity. Now let's see where these audibles come in. What are going to be the adjustments here for round 3? Well, for BDS, they're going to go away from the site that we just saw in Ventilation Workshop, and instead we're going to head over to Teller's Bathroom. Now, this site is a little interesting. It really banks on the fact of how comfortable you are on that top floor. Can you keep control of Office for a long enough period of time to make things difficult for the offense?
Well, BDS weren't exactly capable of doing it last time. Complete chaos thrown into their ranks by the oncoming W7M attackers. And as you said, BDS might have 2 opening picks in a row, but the early round will decide the game on Border. And while W7M dropped 1, they immediately got 3 right in exchange. So whoever is coming away in a better position in the early game could very well be the favored one right here, whether that kill happens by the site or across the map. Seems able to set themselves up in a better position. Shaiko looking to get aggressive on East. Saw Pama playing this exact position earlier. Shaiko having a little bit more success at the moment. Selma charges going out, knows that the pressure is likely coming in from East.
It's all going to be Shaiko here. Shaiko and use this as they hold down top East. You do have a player over inside of CCTV. That's going to be Solitov to try and hold down the long angle there for 90. But all of W7M, they're looking for this square space, Carter. They want to hold on to top square, hold on to bottom square, and work their way in through this soft panel that we see Monty working now.
And one just around the corner. Dota is able to open up with that kill onto Uses. Oh, but the C4 cut short. Just a fraction of that wall, halting the Valkyrie secondary utility. But Brede, one of the best anchors in the world, making that fact painfully apparent to W7M. Dots trying to play happy feet on the reinforcement. Dokkaebi trying to get the hell out of dodge. Dash will look in and try to stop the bleeding. Get a freebie on the floor, but BDS, the moment W7M knock on that door, they blow the door off the hinges.
And this is what I've been talking about with BDS, man. You have so many talented players on this roster that although maybe, Brede isn't exactly showing up in his EPS or showing up in his KD spread, when his number is called, he is so unbelievably talented, Carter. He's the only person that can throw a spanner in the works for W7M. That plant is going off without a hitch if he is not there to be that stick in the spokes. And what's he do? He gets a huge 2K, he delays things out, he makes things messy. Monty's life is terrible, and he finally gets gunned down from Lickyfack. There's nothing that he can really do. That's why he's got to slide the shield and go for the gunfight. So very well done from BDS to meet W7M in the trenches and get the job done.
And because they had found the exact bit of control they needed, right? Courtyard basically free, the wall soft to actually get into the site. If they wanted to reset a little longer, maybe you need to pay a bit more attention towards Passport, but there's a very real chance, as you said, that they get that diffuser down based off that quick pace. Maybe not even enough time for Lickyfack to hit that flank from behind, but Brede not only buys that time, but gets 2 kills, which frankly might not even needed to have done. As long as you just waste that time, you're able to stall out W7M, who made a very good call and found a nice little gap. And in the end, it didn't matter because of the anchor's efforts.
And that's the crappy thing about BDS, guys. You're going to be hearing me say this a lot this event whenever we're on a BDS game. The craziest thing is you can circumvent their entire, front line. You get to that back line, you still have to deal with a demon. He's just been resting the whole time waiting for you.
Sitting there recharging. That's when he's most powerful. Solitov playing inside of CCTV, looking to take the fight outside of Armory. Might have just spotted the shield there.
Everybody's loving this dog strategy over here on CC.
Yeah, everyone's loving to take these long angle fights.
Ooh, we got a sense in the mix too.
I was about to say, we got 2 shields right now. No blitz, obviously. Banned out by BDS. But the Monty, the Fuse, and the Sens all coming forward, smoking the head holes, now looking to pressure the Doc off the back of that angle being blocked. Will push him deeper into 90, and the Legion will help be his bridge back towards the site. But the Fuse pushes the other side, tags up one player just a little bit. But that's not the man with the diffuser. He has just made the space, holding out, holding the angle, Dash holding the line. The heads of Bride and Salatov clatter to the floor, and W7M have stormed into the site. Shaiko will fight back onto one, but his effort needs to be lethal. And that's the name of his game. Monty puts the diffuser down anyway. Both defenders on very low HP, one away from death, and Shaiko in the grave. Just one DMR shot, one pistol shot to be the end of Licky Fac, but Dodez will get it done with that primary. Nobody able to keep a lead for long, and W7M showing that this is not going to be like EWC.
No, definitely not. And that's the thing. W7M, when it came to versing BDS out in the desert, it was a lot of a different story, Carter. The biggest thing there was that W7M, they had never felt lights like that before. They'd never felt that pressure. You're in a grand final up against a French powerhouse, one of the best teams that Rainbow Six has ever seen, especially with this lineup that they have right now. And to try and go toe-to-toe with that, especially when you've never seen a grand final before,
you're gonna shake a bit.
It's an insurmountable task. It really is. If they would have ended up making that series a game at the end of the day at all, I'd have been like, oh, this is more than successful. This is huge for them. But the expected result is what we got. But now W7M, they've been able to reflect on that. They've had an entire stage to play through all that, all the preparation they've put in. And the big thing that they've had marked on their calendar for the remainder of the year is, when are we getting this rematch against BDS? We want it so unbelievably bad. I've had multiple conversations with these guys, not only making content for EWC, but also just past that, especially with Loban. And every time that we talk about Siege, he always talks to me about BDS. He always talks to me about the fact that he wants to be one of those players that has gotten to Shaiko and has been capable of shutting down this squad. And right now, at least they're going toe-to-toe.
It's one thing BDS will have to worry about this event. I look at what happened to them in Manchester, and I think about FaZe last year. It's going to be one of the best teams in the world, on par with Fury, and statistically better than them. But what happened? Copenhagen, lose to the Dark Horse. Atlanta, lose to the Dark Horse. SI, get to the grand finals, lose to the Dark Horse, which just happened to be Furia. They never got that date with what ended up being the best team in the world, one of the greatest teams of all time. And FaZe faded a little bit, not into obscurity, but lacked a lot of the luster that teams had. And with BDS facing a similar fate, should have won that final, should have made it further. If you start losing to Dark Horses like this, you will start going the way of the Dodo. Loban will certainly put Salatov into extinction. CCTV, that long angle from spawn, will take down an important operator holding out the top floor.
He takes out one of the three horsemen for BDS. Salatov, Shaiko, and Uzis. Those are the three we usually see at the top of the heap doing the most for this squad. Not to say that the others don't, it's just that BDS usually use those three on more of a forward portion of the chessboard. And as of right now, they're going to end up losing one of those bodies, but it doesn't mean that BDS can't fight back.
Oh, they absolutely can. Shaiko and Bride holding out Fountain. Flashbangs going out like a rhythm, beat for beat. Trying to blind the defenders inside. Dots will find one. BDS trying to just claw back something, but the guns are coming alive. Shaiko, the only one really throughout these 4 or 5 rounds able to mount any sort of comeback. But Loban's hitting his stride. 75% of his kills just happened right there. Let's see if Yuzus can get his first, his second, and his third. That's not a great start. Good thing you can pick it back up. Sitting down inside of blue. He's got intel on one. We'll throw it out. Might just be able to land on the opposite side of the wall. Both Dodez and Dash are on low HP. The MPX might be a P shooter, but even Dash will go down quick. Drops right in front of him, but gets cover.
Man.
Takes shelter behind the beepers, so Users will push further. There's nobody covering him. They drop on opposite sides, but Dodez reacts in time. Bit of a late setup, and Users' patience does not pay off. W7M take the lead the first time on Border.
Carter, you see Shaiko get a disjointed 1v1 like that, and even though it's only about 5 seconds, it just makes you worry, doesn't it? You never know what he's going to be able to accomplish in a moment like that, but fortunately enough for W7M, they bring everybody to bear inside of Customs, and they find that last frag. But look at that, man. W7M, they get a lot of traction there, especially with what Loban was able to accomplish, but BDS, they still bring it down to a 1 versus 2 in a moment that they most definitely could have captured, especially if they had that info on that remaining player, but instead, Uzis will end up going down to Dodez instead. Very well done to W7M as they will take the lead for the very first time here inside of this best of 1.
3 opening picks in a row for W7M. You're almost curious, might this be a 4-1 if they're able to convert that advantage a little better? Well, of course, obviously, that's just math. But on that bathroom teller's site, as we go back to it for the final site of BDS's defensive half, what exactly happened? Well, W7M rushed into courtyard, opened that soft wall, and immediately trying to put the diffuser down, and it was Brede holding out onto the site that weathered the storm, allowed LickyFact to get in the position to close out that round for BDS. But W7M reacted quickly on the information they saw and immediately filled the space. The fact that decisiveness from them is still not only a pervading threat, but a consistent one in the rounds we've seen them win. Brede might have won you that round, but W7M might not fall for it again.
Yeah, I think you provided a great point as well on the fact that W7M were pretty one-dimensional in the way that they were going for that. It was aggressive, and honestly, the tactic wasn't that poor at the end of the day. If they end up killing Brede, that's more than likely a plant down and a round for them.
But maybe a little too quick.
Yeah, maybe a little too quick, and they really didn't have another layer to that. You didn't have a player working its way in from Passport. You didn't have somebody maybe go through jail and try and come in through customs, or even the main door and work your way across Server's Workshop. There was really nothing else going on for W7M, and once BDS were able to put an obstacle in their way that was successful, W7M fell to pieces. So we're looking to see if they can continue to apply multiple angles here like we've seen them through these last 2 rounds as it came down to round 6, and it's quite important.
Very important, especially now that Dots has taken down Yuzu.
Oh, wow.
It might not even matter. They're winning every single fight. Solotov, stuck on an island in CCTV, will try to swim to better shores, swim to his team. Dotas doesn't even do anything. He knows CCTV's been given up. They've got a 5v3. They've got 5 drones remaining. They've got a Dokkaebi call recharging. They've got like 8 billion zero cams, basically, after that new patch.
6 of them.
Can just do so much with this intel that W7M have.
Yep, absolutely. And it's scary, man. It really is. You still got that dope call. All the EE1Ds are out, sure, but just look at this info matrix right now, Carter. This is absolutely absurd, the amount of info you can get now with Sam Fisher.
Puts Valkyrie to shame.
Yeah, dude, this is crazy. And, I mean, dude, Foxy's got to be kicking himself right now because he absolutely loved this for OXG.
He's sitting there like, I got out the game too early. Solotov probably saying the same thing to himself after Dots finds that angle. 2 C4 kills in a row. But that didn't win the round for BDS last time. Need a lot more effort in what will now be a 2v5, 2v4 with that kill on a Dodez.
Who else do you want in this situation, though? Shaiko, Brede, 2 versus 4. It might seem insurmountable, but they'll open it up right here.
And put the case down inside of office. Also know somebody moving down east. Who is the time going to favor in this situation? Is it going to be W7M resetting? Could be Volps going for this backstab. You can see the defenders looking the other way. Dash now moving in. The flashbang's covering. He is on the soft wall, so he's got to be careful about that. Brede knows to check Vens, but Volps just better in this engagement. Highest rated for W7M for a reason. He's the closer in rounds like that, and there's too much for Shaiko to worry about. W7M starting to run away with it. 4-2 at the half, putting BDS in a very tricky spot.
And what a half we had there, Carter. From the very start, BDS are providing what you would expect out of Border, holding some more map control, as you would expect, once again. But, you know, the aggressive swings working out initially, a lot of big kills, a lot of issues for W7M where they just could not respond in kind. But this is quickly dealt with. W7M are more than capable of not only discovering what the setup is for BDS, but capitalizing on it, finding these ISO'd players, getting these big picks, getting this sweeping map control that is making life difficult for BDS, and they're never really able to recover. Yeah, we have quite a few kills. Shaiko has 8 kills in 1 half, but does it really matter at the end of the day when W7M are more than capable of dealing with that front line and then just bowling over your site setup? It looked very good for W7M past the adjustments.
And I'm thinking 2 things right now as you move into this side swap. One is Dash was by far and away the lowest rated player. He had about a 90 EPS in stage 1. It's dropped almost 10 as we're moving into Montreal this stage, but to see him 4-3, basically alongside the entire rest of the team, it's a huge reason for why W7M are looking so dominant in the rounds they're winning. But the big concern I have now is in EUL. Their defenses have been consistent over the whole year, but remember, that attack has dropped 10% from last stage. Without that Deimos, it is a lot lower. And now that BDS have gone down 2-4 on their better side, how competent will W7M be on these defenses, but what changes will we see in BDS's attacking side? They get the entry so often, one of the best in Europe. But if they start failing to convert them, W7M might find 5-2, 6-2 quicker than they'll expect.
Yep. 62.6% on entry over the last couple of months for Team BDS, but a 46.51 percentage when it comes to their offensive win rate. And that's the thing we'll be focused on right now. W7M, I mean, we've known that this team has been about it when it comes to their aggressive tendencies and their capability to play into a map like Border for quite some time. And I mean, this might be a huge moment for them, especially for this iteration of W7M, if they're capable of starting off on the right foot here in round 7.
Good find for Solitov to get those goo mines. Shockingly, Bride going on the Monty. Less than 10 plays on this op inside of the E. Well, BDS are not really a shield team. We'll see if this ends up being part of a greater trend, but this is a bit of a different position. As the smoke grenades go out, they're looking to pinch this dock. Looking to take down Dotas in this position, but Shaiko and LickyFat completely around and take out his support. He's completely ISO'd off. The Legion will try to help out, try to bring things back. Oh, Bride, gotta be careful a little bit. Dotas might have to as well. Might have to start getting aggressive. Good pre-fire onto Shaiko, but the shield is so difficult. There's so little you can do. Castle tries to swing out to make something happen, but nothing will. He'll come up short. Lion has moved inside of the site. Could get this kill on the users right here. Stops pre-firing. Will land it onto the floor as, oh my god, 180, but there's just too many players. Enough for buffer, enough redundancy to give that round for BDS, despite the Castle's best efforts.
Hey, and that's what the addition of a Monty will do. I mean, I'm sitting here staring at the top 3 ops for every single one of these BDS players, and Monty doesn't even crack the bottom third. So that's how little they play shields on this team, Carter. But here's the thing. When it comes to Border, it's a necessary thing. You really need somebody like Monty that can just be that consistent character, constantly pressuring your opponent, and not something that they can exactly deal with forthright in that moment. You have to try and play things out. Monty's more than likely going to have to make an error or step into a trap, and it works out beautifully for BDS. And also to the person in my rank game the other day that said, just smack the shield, Carter. I mean, that'll surely help. Did it? Did it really?
It unfortunately did not. And the shields help, particularly something that I talked about for Border for a while, and especially clearing that CCTV position, which is, think about the different doorways you have to walk through, right? You try to walk into break, you're exposing yourself from the left, the right, and the front.
Yes.
Very difficult. You want to try to go through the CC door, you're exposing yourself to the person in CC, but also the armory head holes that teams always make. So if you're trying to take a fight with this guy in there, you can see why it's so difficult, but you can see why his shield, especially the Monty, is so effective. Now, especially if you're full shielded, or even if you're hopping in that window, you can look at a lot of those angles and not take any of that damage, and then sprint, get in the position to take the fight with the player actually on that door. But BDS will move away from it. They'll move back to the OSA as W7M try Armory Archives again, and anytime we see this operator, we know where those Talon shields are aimed to go.
I wonder. And a good moment here for BDS as well is there is no Warden in the mix, no extra Nitro cells either. You just have smoke to try and slow this down. Past that, it's going to be W7M trying to apply some fodder to this area and hope that potentially they're able to strike somebody out truly. 45 seconds already into this round, and here we go.
Oh my god, Bride just swings in, pre-fires Dots, who was hoping to maybe rat on the opposite side of the castle barricade, fight the guy on vent window, and you'll regret that. All the Bs have basically gone out, save for one from Yuzus, make that none, remaining in the back pocket of the Grim. Bride moving in, putting that down, but with no explosives, no nothing. The smoke canister's not even landing after that. They went a bit too high, and not a lick of damage done to Bride, and Shaiko just hops in. Does he even need to hit that gap? Probably not, but it's insult to injury for W7M in an execute that is completely going right. Loban looking to pre-fire outside of the ventilation window, but everyone from BDS is playing passive. There's no reason to take these fights, no reason to get aggressive. They've tied the game in what feels like 2.5 minutes.
They have zero capability in that moment to respond with anything, Carter. They just don't have the toolkit. You don't even have impacts to try and break up an OSA shield. You have nothing to try and stop that, and let alone that fact. Did you hear the amount of EMPs going off in that area? They dumped all 3 Thatcher EMPs in a row. Boom, 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 just to make sure that when those smokes pour in out of our smoke, they can't do anything. Yeah. They're an electronic, so they just rest dead in the water as this plant goes off, and then past that you have Shaiko hitting that crazy gap here with a nice kill through beepers, and then cleaning up the rest of the party. It's 4-4 in this game in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, good luck using any C4s, any Specchio scanners, anything really to actually try to...
Your only bet is probably the impact, or having Warden hopefully see through and tag somebody. That's about it.
very good strategy for BDS, and in no time at all, they have tied this game against W7M. It looked like they were getting the momentum, running away with it. No tactical time not even necessary. We just have BDS moving forth and winning now 2 Armory Archives attacks in a row. It'll force a rotation out from W7M, move down to Ventilation and Workshop, where still you will likely have to defend Armory Archives at least a little bit, maybe even CCTV as well. Look at that, late adjustment. Don't often see that late reinforcement. They put the head holes in the wall, then reinforce it anyway. Maybe just to try to force some expectations for BDS to change, some changes in the setup, but they had a drone on it the whole time, and even though it's too late to change, they will at least know what they're getting into.
An oldie bit of goodie. Those electro claws, folks, for those that don't know, they go through floors for that radius. So what he did there is he ended up charging up. I do believe the box wall upstairs also could be the CCTV wall that goes out towards that same side. I haven't thrown that one in quite some time, so that's really on me. But either way, one of those walls upstairs is fully electrified, making things a little bit more difficult. And let alone that fact, those with a keen eye already saw the tuber out, I'm sure. And he's going to be freezing that wall, I would more than likely bet. A little bit of a gambling moment there for me, but hey, either way, gonna end up stealing out that camera and also finding a mark on Lobin. BDS a little bit more slow rolling this time.
Got a BP in sight as well. Also that other clutch drone early, but at least having some decent impact on the utility inside of Vent there specifically. A lot of pressure around this jail position, looking to try and isolate this Cade, but ooh, Licky Fact maybe getting a little too aggressive, thinks he finds a gap. There's somebody playing close in that door. The efforts of BDS at least still find their target. They down the Cade, can't finish him off just yet. They will be able to make this a 4v4, assuming they can get into a position to finish off that kill. Remember, Volps is holding the cross, or was playing aggressively on that door. He's actually fallen back now, so Dash can't be taken down. No worry whatsoever. Ooh, look at this. Yuzus playing it slow. 2 players around Fountain and Armory right now. But Yuzus is by himself. C4 goes out. Ooh. I'd be sweating bullets if I were Yuzus right now, and I think he backs off as a result.
A little scary there, let alone that fact, but Dodes also has that fantastic weapon here as well. He's able to tag him just on the cross here, already half HP for him, and an easier gunfight for the man inside of Fountain, let alone the fact that he could just outright kill him. A 4v4 goes down to 1 minute. We all know what that means when it comes to border. Things are about to get really, really scary. Doesn't matter which team you're thinking of, as we have this player still positioned inside of Customs. BDS with very little time to work with.
That's the first prong down. That's the lurker dead too. Lobin about to flank Shaiko. Spidey sense tingling, ready for it. Make this the 2v3. Oh, but he pre-fires the desk. Lobin just better in that moment. A very brief one. 3-day sprints into the site and into W7M's waiting arms. First round for them on the defense. That early round, doing quite a lot for their chances.
Yes, most definitely. BDS tried to go for another very aggressive play, working their way in towards the custom space. They think things, for the most part, are pretty free. But their biggest misstep there is definitely going to be the fact that Volps was lying in wait over there in the server. He gets that nice pickup on Yuzus, working his way in through the double. And then past that, really the only big issue that W7M have to deal with is the fact that they end up losing a player over inside of that customs area. But that also lets them know where this play is coming in from BDS. So for BDS, they have to try and propel themselves forward. They have to go and try and find these picks. But for W7M, they do a bang-up job of delaying and denying that moment from BDS. There's never really a time where they're able to find another ISO pick. They can't find more map control that makes them feel comfortable in pushing themselves forward and getting that plant down. W7M just forced BWS down, or BDS, rather BDS down to a moment where they're a little discombobulated and don't really have the moment to bring that coordination back to get that big timing and find their gap.
Now very, very thin margin for W7M, but still able to take that lead nonetheless. Stop BDS from continuing with that momentum, taking the lead, at least potentially depending on the results of this round. Back to Teller's bathroom, or I suppose first time for W7M, but back to it for us. Yokai could be important for the fate of this round, especially as the BDS, not necessarily the most plants in the world, but It is one of their win conditions that they are fine going for. Clutch Drone finding more intel inside of the site. Will spot even one Yokai. What a pickup for BDS right there. Not only to use it as a drone, but just one way to stop this plant now gone. BDS, that is going to be massive. Look at this inside of the site. And W7M are going to be aware of it, but are they going to be able to deal with it? Oh my God. And you know what? I think they know it's clear too.
He's got that pickup as well. Things just going so very wrong. BDS are hitting their marks on just everything you could ever really want when it comes down to it. They get all that utility broken up. They get a nice kill onto Dots and the dope call in here. BDS more than likely a moment away from trying to get a few more frags.
And you could see W7M realizing the fact that they're playing this retake strategy. The Echo knows he's lost a Yokai, knows where it was too. They know that BDS have full awareness of how empty the side is right now. It's not completely for free. W7M are in a position for a retake, especially as Dash moving down to Courtyard. You still have to be careful. You can't just let them take it for free. W7M starting to show focus, but BDS surprisingly composed. Just going back with his utility clear. He's looking to destroy even more of this utility. The Smoke losing a lot of HP to, that's a player playing around blue right now. Another Yokai stun, trying to set up Solitov for this kill. Final Dokkaebi call goes out, but Lobin with a big pick. Finding Leaky Fact, moving around the top floor. Bride just trying to find an angle with this diffuse case. Angles from up above. BDS, it is just back and forth, stop and start for the action at the moment. Dash still holding on. Now consolidating with Lobin on this top floor.
Still have Dodez as well over inside of break, and that's really what I'm going to be paying attention to here. Can he get this rotation over towards square? A comfortable spot to put this plant down.
Oh, he's ready for it. Yuzu so good on the flank watch, making sure that Courtyard player doesn't have any impact. Shaiko with another one. Dodez gets that trade, but because of the star player's best efforts, his 13th kill puts him in such a bad spot. Bride ready for break that glass. Case of emergency, BDS. Play it slow. Go for the utility clear. But that Yokai early on, man.
Yeah.
You feel so confident even when you start dropping bodies.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, just being capable of breaking up an operator such as Echo, where, you know, even if he's able to keep one around, that more than likely staves off that moment where they're able to get the plant down and make things really weird for them at the end of the day. And W7M had enough going on where there was some potential that inside of that calamity, they end up coming out on top of the heap. But instead, what happens is a cool, calm, and collected round from BDS off the back of some solid utility usage, and then, of course, some gunplay.
5-5 now in the first rematch between BDS and W7M since that finals at EWC. Remember, they only won 6 rounds against BDS in an entire best-of-5 in 3 maps. Not only has this been far more competitive than that, but hey, they're approaching that scoreline too.
Yeah, they are.
Got to give them credit for that.
If this comes down to a 6-6 scoreline and we go to OT, Carter is basically just a prophet. I don't know what else to say.
I'm sorry. Okay, just to break it real quick. If W7M gets 6 rounds or go to OT and they lose 8-6, that would be pretty funny.
Yes.
That'd be very sad and pretty funny.
I will give you that. I definitely will. I don't think W7M would like it all that much.
No,
I don't want it to go down that way either, but yeah, it would definitely have some humor to it for sure.
Well, after they take their tactical timeout,
Dash?
Let's take the bets. Are they hiding the clash?
Oh,
yeah, they are.
We always hide the clash nowadays.
You got to.
You have to. You have to. A lot of the traditional counters for Clash aren't something that you traditionally use for offense in the current meta. Although we do see a decent amount of Capitao. Everybody else, not so much.
BDS also dropped the guy who would play Cali at the weirdest times quite a while back now. The Lems were here, no problem. But yes, other than that, generally speaking, even then, yeah, the counters for Clash are the main ones. Not really brought in a lineup all that much. Plus, if you, Capitao might be a great counter, but you want to use both your Firebolts in that Clash, maybe. But maybe not. Maybe you would like it later. No Capitao here, of course. Shaiko been sticking this Brava pretty consistently on the attacking side ever since round 9. The Monty back into play as we do go back to Armory and Archives. Dropped it for that Osa plant in round 8. Now bringing it back in round 11. How will it work for the CCTV position? Well, they're focusing on East right now, so not at all for the moment. Look at all this utility it is draining. The second toxic canister being used early on. Ooh, Selma broken as well. But BDS entirely focusing on East.
And this is the entire strategy for W7M. It's all about delay. They want to soak up as much of this clock as possible. That's why you see these smokes being burnt early. That's why you see all these trap operators and Clash in tow. They want to keep BDS at bay and then get some kills, but that's the problem, Carter. Solotov hits his mark. Dotez most definitely does not. And now Loban has to try and don the mantle.
He's droned out, retaking this position. Solotov might think, oh, maybe somebody else wants to try their luck. He's put to 1 HP basically in that spot. I think Loban might be regretting pushing this aggressively again. He could waste time. Holmes takes the fight. They have been trying to catch BDS off guard on this balcony, and the attack is completely aware of it. Shaiko, Yuzu, Solotov, everybody ready for W7M to get antsy, to get nervous. LickyFact pushes up metal stairs just to take this ground as BDS are winning the round over on CCTV. Dots will spot him. Oh my lord, doesn't even win the fight. A flawless for BDS to move to match point. After attack timeout, I think they might have been hoping for a little bit more than that.
Yeah, you could see the antsiness. You could see it in the body language, see it in the play of W7M, and just not there mentally, especially with that moment there inside of Mini. Not the way you want those shots to go down up against the ace, not the way you want it to go at all. And now W7M, they're facing a very, very scary scoreline, one that they were really hoping that they would not see post-timeout. It's 6-5 in BDS's favor. Max regulation necessary here on border. And once again, they've been able to stand tall up against this opponent, but BDS, better in moments like this, having a great understanding of what W7M are trying to pull off. The heist doesn't work out. This time sink that they were hoping for, banking on the fact that they'll get some frags in those more antsy moments, it never comes. In fact, it's BDS who are cool as a cucumber, lying in wait for their opponent to overextend themselves, and they get more than a plethora of kills when it comes to siege terms.
I think that has definitely been, thinking about how these opening engagements have gone for BDS, whether they're early or whether they're later in the round, it has generally been them waiting for W7M to peak, and as a result, so far, they've got a complete conversion rate on their attacking side in this matchup specifically. Every time they've got it, they've won the round as a result, whether it's Bride running into sight, pre-firing on Armories and Archives, or Solotov right there, waiting for Dotez to peak and just winning it with that DMR. On this attacking side, BDS have had a stranglehold on the rest of the round once they get that opening pick. The 4th time we are going to see Armory and Archives on these defenses, excuse me, from W7M. Loban will spot one. The aggression finally works, able to get the kill on LickyFact outside of the double door. If this trend continues of the opening duels, maybe we've got overtime at the end of this 2:23.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, Carter. And the last thing that you can be against BDS is scared. You do not want to be playing scared! Dotez with a kill onto Shaiko. It's down to the Monty to try and save this, and he will.
Get his one. With the pistol, it works out. Loban looking to take another swing as the Candelas go off. That's all of Yuzu's primary utility, by the way. He's got the side off of it, but no kill for his troubles. Dash able to wrap around. Oh, Solotov looking the wrong way. Oh, but the recovery right there. As the Razor Bloom going off, got to be worried about shrapnel hitting him in the spine. He's able to look forward and get that kill. Now, we'll take a little bit of a breather. You got the Monty. You want to get Bride set up.
So much time. So much time here in the 2 versus 3, folks. The beauty of this is that Solotov does still have these Twitch drones. Beauty of her, as well as our Clutch drone wielder. Multiple drones to be used for info. So we'll start to break down this map. Both of our remaining W7M members are inside of sight, but there's so much time for W7M, or rather BDS, to process this, get rid of traps, try and figure out where these players are going to remain. And the other thing here for BDS is they're not really focused on exactly where this plant's going to go down right now. They're focused on how the hell they're going to get another kill, Carter, because you got to open this door for yourself somehow, some way.
Nice.
They'll start working towards box, and this might be the moment here.
I was about to say, with how many players are in that site, you got to get that F-Not on Armory door, assuming one was placed there, and indeed it was. So one smoke grenade goes out and a smoke canister lobbed in response. Another 10 seconds to wait. As the nerves building for BDS to push into this site. They've spent so long getting this information. 2 players right around the corner. Dots does not have a C4, but he'll just be another member of this back line on the defense. Bride spots all of them at the same time, but they get aggressive, peeking out the small office, and now is when the Sharks start swarming. Now now is when W7M pounced. Overtime, our first of the Swiss so far. And I could not think of a more deserving matchup for it to happen.
From the ashes of Phoenix will rise, my friend, and it's W7M. That last round burnt to a crisp, but Lobin, he gets things started off right for W7M. He calls his own number on an aggressive swing out the main double, and he gets that big pickup onto Flores. We needed somebody to be the catalyst. We needed somebody to be the fire starter for W7M in that moment, and the Bulls are raging coming into overtime, but we've seen this before up against BDS, Carter, and this is truly where everything reaches a crazy pinnacle. Can W7M perform in overtime? How locked are we? Because ladies and gents, we have a hell of a ball game on our hands.
Indeed we do. W7M looking very, very strong throughout all of this border. BDS too, I mean, the start to this half, you got to keep in mind, when we got to that tie game, it was just unbelievable from BDS. 2 rounds back-to-back on Armory, 2 completely different executes as well. Didn't even look like it was going to be close. I was really getting worried that W7M were going to collapse in that second half, and it's been anything but. Might have collapsed after their tactical timeout. They're still winning enough of those rounds. It's been 4-2 halves for both teams, and they're just enough fight in them to get that second.
It's crazy what 90 days can do for a team, Carter. 3 months ago, we saw them in that grand final up against BDS out in the desert. And now, we're back to a very similar scoreline on a map that really any way you cut it could favor one. I can hear arguments for both. But does that really matter at this moment in time? I don't think it does. It's 6-6. It's anybody's ball game here. W7M are going to have the majority of defense, and we've seen them perform up to snuff so far in this position.
Started hollowing out the site as well. See the Twitch drone find the only bulletproof camera for W7M. A lot more things you'll want, though. Those F-Knots, those Dread Mines being a big one.
What a find.
Look at that. Dots downing, Yuzus outside. He is able to crawl away to recovery, so won't be able to take down the grip. That'd be a big piece of utility if he was able to secure that kill, but Yuzus will manage to get away. There is Licky Fat close by to get this res. More importantly, a player that you really rely on, Shaiko might be the aggressive entry, but Licky Fat, but Yuzus especially, one of those lurks. I mean, one of the highest rated players at BDS in every single tournament they've played. To have him on 1 bullet away from death, prefer him be in a more comfortable position.
Dodez, huge moment here. We saw this one before too. Took this aggressive swing, was not capable of killing this player downrange. Solotov aware that consistently, not only in this game, but all of the borders as of late, somebody has been playing this door, usually a dock. This time around, it's going to be Dodez, and a plant going off for Brede. Solotov gets the kill too.
That might be important, but they're still vertical. They have to worry about. Volps is so focused on the CCTV position, he doesn't have time to go to the vert holes, but everyone from BDS falls nonetheless. The Monty can't get out. It's a Pyrrhic victory to put that diffuser down, and a disadvantage too with Yuzus, 1/2 of that. Just a couple bullets away. A lot of this is going to fall on a Shaiko. 14 kills. We know he can do it. Smoke goes out, sees him, but lets Lobin cross. He can start defusing safely. He's got the coverage to do it. Shaiko sends it in, but catches one with the C4 in hand. But all the utility lands, and none of Shaiko's bullets hit. Map point for W7M. First defense of OT going their way in the post.
Well, my friend, we know how scary a Brazilian roster can be in Rainbow Six, one of the most dominant regions throughout the entire history of Siege. But you know what's even worse? When they get that emotion going, man. When they start feeling themselves, that's when things get scary. BDS at the 11th hour are going to call their tactical timeout. You don't want to go to the end of the game with one of those. It's no bonus points for keeping your timeout, folks, so you might as well try and put them on ice. That timeout's going to come in. Licky Fat and Yuzus have not really shown up in this game in the same capacity as we are used to seeing them. 6 and 9 for Licky Fat, 6 and 10 for Yuzus, and especially for Yuzus, actually the second highest rated player by EPS on this roster, and he's not been able to find his stride. Whereas for W7M, we have a lot of consistency across the board here. Lobin and Dodez both having 11 kills, 9 for Volps, and 7 for both Dots and Dash. All of them finding their highlights here on border, and the lead as well for the very first time in overtime up against BDS.
And I think ultimately for me, that is what is becoming the big story of this game and will be solidified if W7M win. Whatever StuFlex is calling right now, whatever Licky Fat is coming up with, I'm sure it'll be a good strategy. I'm sure it'll be a good counter to maybe the problems they had on these defenses before. But if you just look at who's getting these kills, the floor is a little bit higher for W7M. Volps is having a characteristically or uncharacteristically poor game, but everyone is at about 7 kills, and then you top out about 11. Then you have Shaiko on BDS. Not only 14 kills, but 100% cost throughout this game so far. But on that lower end, LickyFac and Yuzus, as you said, of course, Yuzus, one of the highest rated players on BDS, plays important ops, has an important role, but only getting about a 50% or a 46% cost for Yuzus and LickyFac respectively. There's just a little bit more consistency for W7M right now, a smaller gap on this roster. And for BDS, who have lost games for 1 to 2% differences between them and their opponents, very familiar with that. It is an unfortunately familiar position in this case, as they now need to win 2 rounds in a row to secure their opening game of Swiss in Max OT.
It's so crazy, too, because you look at the 2 boards for these 2 teams, respectively, before potentially a rush. We might have to touch on this a little bit later. A smoke flies in. They're going to go for the plant right now.
About to say it. Let's hold up. Let's take a pause, and, well, Dots will have to try for more. Dota is pushing even further to get that kill. Solitov just around the corner. He'll immediately pick up that diffuser, start putting it down again, but all of these smoke bangs are just laying into W7M. Solitov tries to go for that pistol, but Volps has actually found his way inside of the bathroom. What the hell is going on here? Peeks out and Yuzu says, bye-bye, no more factors for you. And now that the chaos has ended, it is BDS with the lead. Loban has moved into customs, and somebody's immediately trying to take this fight in that position. Drone put down, and Shaiko catches him completely off guard. Completely calm in the chaos, bringing order from a mess of entropy. Dash now on the backside, knows the position of 1. 1 player alone. It was Shaiko that took down Loban, his teammate, in this 2v3. No Candelas, use them all to bait out that rush. Nothing's gonna be helpful for him when Shaiko is pre-aiming the exact door he walks down all 15 rounds. In the rematch of EWC, 1 attack, 1 defense. We'll see who goes up and who goes down.
W7M call the rush for Tellers. And honestly, I don't hate it, although I never really thought it was going to work. I think this is one of those situations where W7M feel more than capable on defense up against BDS. They didn't really have something in the works, in their plans that they felt comfortable going for up against BDS when it came to this site. So instead, they just go for the rush instead. Hope it works out. It doesn't exactly. You know, I do like that they doubled down on the fact that they throw Fink in there too and try and get something going on for themselves, but nothing really to be said. Now back to the original point I was going to make before everything turned to hell in a handbasket. BDS was a team that was a gleaming sign of consistency throughout their entire stage. Every single one of these players performing up to snuff. And it was W7M that coming into this game, I was like, I don't really know what's going to happen with Dots and Dash. They just really haven't had it over these last couple of months. -12 for Dots, -31 for Dash. But that's been the biggest thing here for them inside of this game. That consistency across the board that BDS has been lacking. The shoe's somewhat, you know, on the other foot.
And again, we might have 7-9 and 7-10 right now, but just moving a -5 in a game to a -3 for 2 players, that's 4 kills. That is almost a round, and all you have to rely on is Dodez, Loban, or Volps getting 1 more kill. Obviously, it's a bit more of a hypothetical example, but it's the little things so far that have been making the difference. 1 player being in bathroom that time, able to wallbang the smoke, or the wallbang the Monty through the wall. Makes a small difference, but gets the round for BDS.
It's actually insane how unbelievably even-keeled this matchup is. Even looking at the scoreboards, I know we've been talking about BDS, but you guys have to remember, their consistency is some crazy numbers. So even these players performing somewhat average. Can be a big change up for BDS. That's a huge moment here as Loban goes down. One of those players that I told you guys, he wanted this matchup. I'm sure he does not feel the same way as he's the first one to die here at max round count on border.
Now Dota is feeling a little bit alone on that dock, playing CCTV. Dots and Volps next to each other on East. Another kill. Oh my God, Dots through the wall. Not like this. You've been so competitive, and BDS are just holding angles. They're just waiting for you to rotate, waiting for you to swing. Volps will back up. That's so big from Dodez with the bailiff. I don't know how the hell that just happened. That's his 13th kill. He'll move further back into the site. It's a difficult gambit you play now. Do you want to play aggressive, get the man count back, or do you just cut your losses? Nope. We'll get a stim and get back into position.
Yeah, especially with that dog, Carter. This is exactly what we need. It's a necessary thing. Hold down to security. Hold down this portion of the map and make it to where they can't work in towards box. BDS's assault is a very well-known commodity as of right now. They know they're working in towards east, towards office. We'll see how this is going to turn out.
Could all come down to these CCTV fights. 2 players here now, 3 players all around CCTV and 90. You can see Yuzu starting to creep up to the other side. Dash will move a little bit further back. BDS are trying to find the weaknesses in this setup right now, but W7M still holds CCTV. Shaiko might just take the bait. Castle barricade in his way. Holding a passive angle, but he walks in front of Dodez. A must-win fight right there. CCTV now in full control of W7M, and they cut their losses. They hit the rotate to the opposite side, allowing those 2 defenders to roam, extend on the opposite side of the map. Dot's close in the corner. We'll spot the Monty, but that's the burden of that shield. Sure, you can see him. There's not a damn thing you can do about it. Yuzu's now with the cutoff. Bride with the diffuser, wasting that final toxic canister. He's very low HP, even more low HP now, but he can find a way into this site. Everyone from BDS worried about these retakes, having to look back, look forward, look in a dash as he puts a bullet in the head of Lickyfac. Bride pushing deep will try to set up Yuzus, but this is the flank. Now finally, Volps and Dodez come through! More than 6 rounds indeed. It takes all 15 for W7M to tie the rematch and to redeem themselves from EWC.
Well, guys, I hope you've put the fine dining cutlery away because the Bulls are back in town, baby. W7M, they've had this game on their calendar for months now, especially with what happened at EWC, and now they finally get their revenge. Although there might be a moment where these teams meet each other yet again in this tournament, for now, W7M are the victors up against BDS.
And frankly, I mean, I'm sure BDS obviously feeling really bummed about that result, but really, how can you complain about a good game of Siege right there? I mean, so close. W7M putting in really, really solid work with the individual performances. Some really good calling as well with the executes. You know, I still think back to that Teller's Bathroom round, even though they lost it, even though they could have cleared out a lot more, just a really well thought out plan, reading things in the moment, and it's not some pre-planned rush to just hop in through the Teller's window like we see teams do that does win rounds. But able to have moments like that where the IGLing, which I feel like the coordination has always been the weak point of this team. You've got some of the best players in Brazil, and that wins you games. But to see that level of IGLing now be stepped up a little bit by W7M, sure, it's a close game, but it's a close game against the second best team in Manchester, one of the best teams in the world. You're happy with that.
Yeah.
I know W7M are more than thrilled by this result.
Yeah, you have to be. Here's the highlights for you guys after that just in crazy heated border in between these two teams, and W7M coming out on top. I mean, just an insane level of consistency in between these two teams throughout this entire game, as well as I know we talked about BDS and some of the things that were a little lacking there, but even at the end of the day, they were able to perform up to a high enough caliber to force this all the way down to the 11th hour here on this map. And yeah, I mean, just a heck of a game in between these two, and a lot to be said for both squads respectively. I especially liked how BDS met W7M in the trenches a lot, especially on that offensive side. Their level of patience, it would just seem insurmountable at times for W7M.
Oh, absolutely. And really, when BDS were succeeding, it was when W7M were not winning those fights, when they would take those swings and get punished for them. But more often than not, really like 51-49 with how close that game was, but W7M were getting away with it a lot more. To look at the stats right now, one thing I actually want to bring up is kind of represented in the kill count, but is very important for, I think, how this matchup went overall. There were 6 multi-kills, at least a 3K, 6 of them in the game. Every single one was from W7M.
Wow.
Every single one. There were doubles from BDS, but I think the fact that you just have that little bit level from players like Volps, Loben, even Dash as well, in overtime, BDS got every opening engagement, but in the rounds that W7M won, Loben with a 3K in round 13, Dodez with 1 in round 15. There was just a little bit of an extra level of confidence, of passion, of skill, whatever you want to call it. W7M had 1% more of it today, and even though Shaiko, ridiculous stat line right there, he was at 100% cost for a lot of that game, by the way. 87 is lower than where he was for most of it. Just wasn't enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the one thing that you can say about W7M, at least in these last 3 months, is that they've kind of recreated themselves, not in the sense of strategy, but in the sense of their confidence and what they bring to the table in this regard. I mean, there was a moment inside of this game, guys, where W7M could have completely crumbled. But instead, what happens? We have Loban go for a very comfortable swing out the front door, an aggressive one that could have definitely have gone punished and completely flipped the script of the entire round, but he hits it in stride, man. He does it, and he does it at the drop of a hat, and that's what we wanted to see out of W7M. Guys, you know who the hell you are. You just have to play the game like you know.
And going into this tournament, of course, not qualifying for Manchester, I think was really heartbreaking for this team. Missing a major, you know, after that deep run at Atlanta for Loban, Dots, and Dash. But now here, the big thing I imagine they're feeling is just looking down at that logo and remembering that none of those stars are theirs.
No.
Those stars are run by a team that has entered their page in history, that has written their name down. But going into this tournament, they are trying to live up to that legacy, trying to not only be their own team, but just live up to that example, fill those shoes that now Furia left behind. And it's only one game in Swiss, but able to pull out that close victory against W7M. You got a long way to go. I mean, you could still go out 1-3 from here. BDS came very close to that margin as well in Manchester. But still, just able to start here, start things off on a good note with some great individual performances, a lot of highlight moments, never going to complain. But BDS versus W7M has gone the way of the Bulls, and your boy, Loban, is talking with Ann down on the floor after that.
Woo, let's go Lob!
Thank you very much. Guys, of course, I'm standing here with Loban after this huge game. A massive congratulations on the victory. You wanted to play BDS, you wanted to take your revenge, and you did so. How big is this for you?
It's really big. Like I was saying before, we wanted to show everybody the final of EWC. The whole EWC as itself was more of like us having like shocking, like as a fluke. We can say that. Like we played really bad. Of course, they could have won again because like today was really close. But the only thing I want to say is like now we showed like our best against their best, and we showed that we are the same level as a team.
It's a great start for you going into phase 2. Now, what specifically from today's game are you most proud of when it comes to your team?
I think most about like the energy. We didn't get any stress and anything like that, and we got the calm to like when we lost some rounds, they were like really their side. We didn't, guys, it's okay. It was like one kill that they destroyed the round. So let's just focus on the next one. Let's focus on what we can do and not like what we should have done. So yeah, I think we more about like the energy and how calm we were. I think that's the best part of the game today.
Yeah, and the confidence, what you said prior to the game as well, played a big key in this game, putting BDS in so many of those clutches. Now, you already took down one of the main rivals, I guess, that you said, going into this event. You wanted to take down BDS, you did. Who's next on your list? Who do you want to take down now if you have the chance of?
If I have a chance, I think like they're still on the list because we can still face each other in the playoffs. But, you know, FaZe, Liquid, they're always guys that I like to play against. And I don't know, some NA team because I don't really play against them too much. So, yeah.
All right, that's awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time. Go and enjoy this victory, and we'll speak to you later. Thank you so much once again to Loban. After the break, we have a bit of a losers interview to talk about BDS, and more specifically with League Effect as well, about how that game went down. standing here with Liekefek from BDS, and I know Liekefek, it's not easy to do a losers interview, so we're very thankful that you're willing to do that with us today. Thank you so much for that. We go back to EUL, where we asked you guys about you want to play against international teams because those teams have less prep against you. Do you feel like that with, you know, W7M knowing you so well might have hurt you today?
No, I don't think it's about this. First, we are a team, like, we need to do some match before we used to the events. We always do slow starts. Second, I think that was the worst team to play because they wanted to take their revenge on the Esports World Cup. So they got it now, 1-1 I guess, and we can start the major.
It's definitely not easy now to go up against a team that's so willing to get the revenge against you. You said we often have these slow starts in the major. Does that help you to realize, oh wait, we're with our backs against the wall, we need to do something here?
Yeah, to be honest, we tried for this major. The main thing was trying to fix that. Like, let's go instantly, first game, we need to be ready instantly. So we try to stream more, like communicate more, but still slow starts on some round, on gunfight. So yeah, we don't know what's the issue there, but we'll try to fix it.
There's some time to recover, of course, as well. And this was a really close game. We needed all 15 rounds. So surely there's also still something that you're really proud of from your team today.
Yeah, of course, that wasn't as slow as the other major. We still managed to go to the last round of the game. We did some really good things. I think we troll a bit the defense. So we have a thing to work on for the next game. And yeah, no, I'm still proud of my team and proud of the job we did for today.
That's really good to hear. Well, best of luck, of course, at the preparation for the next game once again. Thank you so much for willing to do this interview with us. We're very thankful. But yeah, best of luck with your next preparation. Hopefully we speak to you again soon.
Thank you. See you soon.
I would like to do an operator blitz with you. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds. And I want you to mention as many operators as you can when I say go. Are you up for that?
Okay.
Go.
Buck, Fenrir, Solus, Ash, Ram, Vigil, Blitz, Monting, Fuse, Sledge, Thatcher, Ace, Jackal, Mira, Goryo, Brava, Twitch, Maestro, Dokkaebi, Lion.
Stop.
Yeah.
23-24.
Dang.
About that. Are you satisfied?
No, it's okay though.
Go.
Tachanka. There's another one. Fuse. Hold on, wait. What's that operator? Recruits? I mean, striker? Yeah.
Okay, stop.
Okay.
Okay, that was 4.
Oh, man, that's great. Come on.
I mean, come on, Virtue. You gotta be able to name more operators than that in 30 seconds. You have a game to play on the B stream as well. Super important. We'll be heading into our third game for the A stream. Here, Liquid and G2, two very big organizations within Siege going up against each other. And we saw G2 go through from phase 1. It is Laura's first major going up against someone who's already on their 15th major. We're talking about Nesk in that case. But on the side of G2, they made it through in phase 1. We saw them lose the very first map against Cyclops. It looked difficult. It looked as if they were struggling. But from there on, they managed to win 4 maps in a row, qualifying into that important phase 2 and where they want to be if they want to keep their dreams and hopes of making SI keeping it possible. We said they're in EU that they're great at this opportunity, this opportunity seeking, but their weakness might be a bit in that problem solving as well. We definitely saw a bit of that against Cyclops coming in as well. They don't like to play against shields. They did a big boot camp though coming into this major, but that boot camp was in a location where Liquid had also been. Not the exact same location, but the same country. So maybe they've already played against each other on that boot camp. But we do talk about their opponents on the side of Liquid. We obviously see a team with big players on this roster. We already mentioned it briefly. Nesk has got 15 international events on his name, but there's other players in this team who've really stood out to us as well. Looking at, for example, Maya, a player that has recently been added to this team, but really adds into the emotions of this team, adds into the hype, but also a very scary player on that entry. Now, the main concern for Liquid, though, is they always seem to finish second. Even in Brazil, stage 2, it wasn't a great start for them there. They did, however, keep a few maps up their card as a kind of ace to bring out later in the playoffs in Brazil. But luckily, we were able to speak to both these teams prior to the game, and this is what they had to say. We are here with Doki from G2 in ahead of their match against Liquid today. Now, Doki, first off, before we start phase 2, let's talk about phase 1. Are you happy with how you played? Do you think it could have gone different?
I mean, I can't say I'm not happy because we won both of our games. I think our attacks were pretty poor on every game we played, but we had kind of outside factors, like Uno was really sick against CAG, and Carl, our IGL, had a crazy migraine against Black Dragon, so I'm not going to say, like, we could have done better. Like, I know we could have, but given the circumstances, I'm going to say, like, I'm just happy we pulled through, so let's see what happens today.
That's the most important thing, you pulled through. Now, let's talk a bit more about Elamau, like you said as well. There seemed to always be something when he plays against a team from his former region, a team against Brazil. That's what's going to happen here as well. What do you think that is, or what could it be?
It's a different story against Liquid because he's against his ex-teammate Lagonis, so he just wants to beat them. Like, I agree, like, against Fury and stuff, there's sometimes a maybe a little mental block, but against Liquid, there's no problem. He always wants to win and just go for it, so I can't wait to play.
That sounds good, sounds promising. Now, we know that you guys bootcamped over in San Francisco. We know that Liquid bootcamped in NA as well. Was there a chance you two played against each other, or did you deliberately avoid each other with preparation here?
No, we did play each other, yeah, like once or twice, I can't remember. Just like we scrim every team, so it just went, as you expect, like pretty even, close matches, I guess. Like, I can't even remember that well, but I remember we played, so, you know, it's always a benefit for both teams to have a kind of feeling of how each team plays, so. Yeah, I guess it's a good thing.
All right, awesome. A scrim could always be different than an official game. Thank you so much for your time, Doki, and best of luck with the game.
Thank you.
We're standing here with Nesk from Liquid and ask him a few questions about this game against G2. Now, this is your first game at the major here. I want to ask you, how was the prep? How was the boot camp coming into this?
We prepare very good in bootcamp. We are studying the G2 right now. We are doing the veto, so we prepare against them are really good, and we always face G2 in the tournament. So for us, it's kind of normal. So I think we're gonna be a great match.
Well, it went well for you in previous matches and for you in previous events as well. I looked at Wikipedia. Ness, this is your 15th event, your 15th international event. That's quite the milestone, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a lot of events I played, so I hope I can win. But yeah, it's a lot of events. I'm great to be here, so this is good.
How do you feel about G2 being your first match? Would you rather have had a different opponent, or are you confident about this one?
We are confident about this match because we always face great teams in the start of the tournament, so it's good for us to see what kind of level we are right now, so it's good to face a strong team.
Yeah, definitely good to see where you are and what you have to do in regards of this major. Thank you so much for your time, Nesk, and best of luck against G2.
Thank you.
So they may have played each other once or twice during that bootcamp in preparation of this major. That always makes things a little bit different when your preparation is against one of your opponents at the event as well. We can look at the map veto that'll be selected for this specific best of one. Let me remind you once again, we are still in that best of one territory. Technically, by winning 3 best of ones, you can place yourself in that live event later on next weekend. But we'll be having Chalet for our game here between Liquid and G2. We said Liquid do tend to keep some cards up their sleeve when it comes down to these maps. We've seen this map from them in Brazil, a 7-4 against W7M. And G2 are very familiar with this map. They played it against Wild. They lost it twice against them, though. One of these games being an LCQ seeding game, an absolutely crazy game with lots of frags everywhere. But they also 7-0'd VP and beat ITB 7-5 on it. So very familiar on this map. We know G2 is big into that kind of counter-stretching as well to see what the opponents will really bring out here. And given that they played each other in that bootcamp, they might have a few ideas of what Liquid is going to bring out today. But you see our players getting ready here. They need a little bit more time. We'll be heading to a break before we talk more about this matchup.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
players are just getting the final bits of warm-up in before their game. Liquid and G2, so it's time to get our casters in. We have Ace and Des joining us on the A stream for the third game today. And guys, I think the key that Liquid needs to hold on today, Des, is that the last time they played against Liquid, or against G2 rather, it went quite well for them.
It was quite decisive, wasn't it? They sent G2 down to the lower bracket where G2 got knocked out against FearX. That one's a bit of a crazy story to think about. And Liquid went on to lose to eventual winners, in Beast Coast. So last time around, it was a good start for the tournament for Liquid, but a poor one for G2. I think this series is probably going to be a similar sort of vibe.
Yeah, it was definitely the start of a good run for Liquid, and to be honest, I feel like they've grown since then. I'm kind of expecting a tough little game for G2 here. Liquid have looked really good through stage 2. If you've not seen too much of Brazil, you know, they were top dog. They were top dog. Maya's been really firing. Palu is back on some of the best form that I've seen from him in a long time. They are very, very dangerous for this tournament. Now, I know that a lot of people have watched me at a lot of tournaments and are going to be thinking, Ace has been on the copium again.
Well, Ace, you've done quite a few tournaments, but someone else who's done quite a few tournaments is Nesk. We mentioned this being his 15th international event, going up against Laura on his very first international event. Do you feel that might take place or part in Laura's brain here?
I don't think so personally.
No, I don't think Laura will care too much.
I think because of the quality he plays at, and he's also been around G2, obviously, where these guys have played at tons of tournaments themselves as well. If nothing else, he's probably a little bit revved up coming up against his, friends from back home as well. Back when he was on Black Dragons, knew a lot of them very, very well. So I think for him, actually, will be really, really gassed up by this.
Yeah, the Brazilian teams are all pretty close. They've a lot of the time been on teams with each other, or, they all sort of, know each other very well. And I think, to be honest, Laura's got that element. It's a bit of a virtue of the young, isn't it, to come in with confidence and not care who's in front of you. You don't care that you're going up against. He's going to come in here thinking.
He dropped, 18 kills in the game the other day?
He's just going to come in with a lot of confidence.
One of you actually pressed the start button a little bit too early, so the game is already starting. Please take it away for Shelly and Liquid and G2.
Sorry, we love to yap on a little bit, don't we, Tim? It's kind of our specialty, it feels at time. But as you say, Chalet, we were happy we heard this of the map as well. I think it's a map we both love casting. And for these two teams, it is their most preferred map. I think over the last, 75 days or so, both teams have banned it once. G2 have played it 6 times. They're 4-2 on it. Liquid, they've only played it once, and they won it the one time they did play it. So, a very comfortable map for both teams, one they absolutely love. I think we're going to see, Tim, some really high-quality Chalet gameplay here.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. I was looking forward to this game anyway. And then when I look at the map bans and I see that Chalet's come through the veto, yeah, it's an absolute dream. We often speak about this with Best of Ones. Sometimes you'll end up on a map that kind of neither team really play, or you end up on one that they both love. And we've got the latter, and it's just going to be brilliant for these two teams. Blitzbang comes straight on through. No surprise to see a shield taken away. Will it be the other? No, it's going to be a Dokkaebi. So we will have Monty available. Question is, will it be utilised?
Well, W7M banned it away against Liquid when they played each other 55 days ago, so that being left on side probably suggests you might see Liquid bringing it along at some point. Also can't ignore that G2 do play it. Alamau does like playing on the Monty. Blitz, in fact, we were speaking to Doki yesterday, he was saying we love playing Blitz, but we hate playing against it more than we like playing it. Therefore, we prefer to take it away from some teams that we know are going to be a nightmare with it. So the bans make a lot of sense. Dokkaebi, I think, is a similar sort of story there as well. When you look at these two teams, and in fact, most teams really around the world, Dokkaebi is up there. In fact, most of the teams that we have here at this competition, Dokkaebi currently sits inside their top 3 most played operators, so no surprise to see that one taken away. And the last 2 bans, I think we're all used to seeing Mirror and Valkyrie bans by now, so it does not surprise me in the slightest. Varan Gaming going to be where things start off, though. It's G2 on the defense to kick things off and get things underway. And shock horror, going to see Doki across on the Azami. I think once upon a time was his favorite operator. Maybe he's changed around how he feels about her now. But you can't ignore the impact that she has, the ability to shape and change sites. One of those architects that we speak about, even more so when brought alongside a castle, which is what you can see Uno bringing along here. So soft destruction probably going to have to be part of the game plan here for Liquid to try and get through what's going to be a bit of a labyrinth put up by this G2 side.
Let's get into things then. It's interesting as well, Des, looking, I know it was mentioned before, and Anne asked Doki about it actually, Alamau and playing the Brazilian teams, and that little bit of an impact that, we often talk about, and Doki said, maybe sometimes there's a little bit of a mentality shift there, when we're up against teams like Furia. He thought Alamau would do really well here against Liquid, being its Lagonis, old teammate from Team 1 days, of course, won the Mexico Major together. He thought maybe he comes in a little bit more competitive, but it was an interesting one that I had a look at before the game started. I ran the numbers, Des, because I wanted to see if there was anything to it. Alamau joined G2 back on the 11th of March 2022. Since that point, I went through and had a look at all the games I could find where they played a Brazilian team. They played them 9 times. Won 4, lost 5. So there's not necessarily that much in it. You know, they're just as capable of winning these games as they are of losing them.
And you've got to think about the Brazilian teams they often face off against, the big teams at events like these. Yeah. I mean, it's very fair to say that in the games themselves, you do see them getting inside of his head. I think about Furia being that team. Herds loves giving stick to Alamau, however.
Just remember,
Furia,
I think it was
here.
Atlanta where... was it Atlanta? He just went very, very quiet during the game. And I think...
Which you can't afford from your IGL.
No.
So things have started out here as well. I've been yapping on here for about 60 seconds while the teams have got themselves set up. Just to kind of summarise what's happened so far, answer is not a whole ton. Liquid have got a lot of focus going on out by the lobby double doors for the most part. The rest of the team on G2 have been getting a couple of late rotations done through, but for now they're sat in waiting to see what the approach in the assault is going to look like from Liquid. So a slower, a little bit more of a comfortable start. G2 though will be the ones when you start looking at it who are going to have to respond once the moves start being made by this Monty. And sure enough, Lagonis is here inside West Main, starting his march on forwards.
Yeah, we know that Lagonis is a very capable shield player and will use it where available. Palu, Nesk, what a duo to kick things off. 1 kill apiece, and that is Lyra and Alamau. They couldn't have done it more perfectly, Des. Nesk and Palu, we were asking, will they give him the respect? Well, they've come in and they've taken the 2 Brazilians down to kick things off.
I mean, dream start there to get both Laura and Alamau, as you say, the 2 Brazilian counterparts taken offline. Just starting to worm into the heads already a little bit here. Like Am was asking, you know, not really played at an event like this before, and Lyra's shoes out. What can he do? The answer is so far, not a lot the whole team could do. And Palu's a player I want to watch out for in this game. It's worth stressing. I think 2nd highest rated in the Brazilian stage. He really is back to old form, and he is terrifying when he's at his peak, even if really Buck isn't his go-to operator anymore. Instead, it's Maya who picks up the Buck duties more often than not. But this first round has been a little bit of a cakewalk, dare I say, from Liquid. Just one left standing in the form of Uno, and bless his heart and soul, he's not quite a player known for his clutch potential, is he, Tim? And sure enough, Maya's going to find him. What a thunderous start by Liquid.
G2 don't know what day it is after that start. That was an unbelievable first round from Liquid. The particular, real positives to come out of that for Liquid is just how in control of G2 they were. We saw Doki. The site was game and bar, but we see Doki running down into basement. He probably thinks, yeah, I'm okay, I can go for a little bit of a rotate. No, absolutely not. They are sat on that snowmobile breach, just watching, waiting on that door, and it's a freebie as he comes in from blue, and the same story was told all around the map, Des. Everywhere G2 moved, they were locked down. We saw the second to last kill there, just reset, swinging around the corner, absolute freebie. G2 really didn't know which way was up.
For me, it was, again, the Liquid team plan. You didn't really see it super clear on the screen, but we spoke about when Lagonis came in through Trophy on the Monty and he was straight on West Main. Even if Doki does get into the basement and slithers away and gets past that line of sight that's being held, he's running straight into a Monty at the other end of things. Liquid knew what they were doing and how they were trying to move these G2 players around. Just showing, again, that excellent control that we praised them for back during the stage. As mentioned earlier on, they finished first on 21 points. I think finished second overall, actually, at the end of playoffs, but in the actual regular stage itself, they were top dog. This isn't the Liquid of old where it's always when are we seeing Liquid back to old form? They're at that form now.
Like I said, Des, I joked about being on the Corpium. I don't want to hear it. This is nothing about bias. I don't want to hear it. I think everybody's got a little bit of them would like to see Liquid win it. We come in with that question every time. Will this be the one where Paolo and Ness get to lift that trophy? Will this be the one? And yeah, it's been shaky over the last couple of years, but coming into this, the performance through the stage, it does, I'm sure, breed a lot of positivity and a lot of hope amongst the Liquid fans that this could potentially be the one. It's very early days to be talking about it yet, but what a first round that they've just shown us there. This time, they are going to be attacking onto the top floor instead, and going to have that Monty once again looking to work up those in-through trophy, potentially up those solar stairs, and just create a little bit of space up there.
I was going to say more of the same. You've got 3 of the Liquid players working around solar here, one being this Monty below. The reason why he's coming through trophies to try and force the player away from playing on solar stairs. As soon as he gets control of that area, it's a big block that we see. We saw it earlier on this tournament, actually. I forget who it was. In fact, it was Falcons. 2 minutes they wasted holding down on solar stairs, but they simply could not move Dovahkiin away from that position. The Monty enables that, assuming you get the cross, and that's exactly what he's found here. So solar suddenly starting to look pretty good, at least for Liquid to get themselves started. The other two were starting to set themselves up around Library to come in for that late round backstab. Got to be careful though, because Doki's on the Legion, like hovering out towards that Library hallway at the moment. So still a couple of firefights to happen yet until one side unlocks this map a little bit more. But Liquid have got started in pretty good shape, I think.
G2 are wasting a lot of time here. Still haven't managed to get Blaz moved. A lot of utility has been expended towards doing so this is great from them. Alamau manages to pick up resets as well, and G2 are finding answers here. The big answer that they need to find is to the question of Monte. It's to the question of Lagones. How do they deal with this push coming in? They are going to find a down onto Nesk, but Alamau gets taken out elsewhere. 4 versus 3, and that's the important one. Blaz goes in and gets a super important kill for G2, taking down that shield, taking down Lagones. 3v3, 45 seconds left to go. G2 not in a bad position now.
No, after they kill resets and double windows, their first kill in the round, it's given them so much room to play around Master and Office, to hold down so comfortably. There's no backstab threat coming in because Liquid have had to send players from that Library side up towards Solar to try and reinforce this attack as it starts coming together. Palu's gone all the way from being on the west side of the map to now being on this double window because they needed a player there. So resets, I'm not going to say he's the one that's cost them. It was a great shot from Alamau, but they're really late here in getting this attack going. Now into a 2v2.
That double window position just makes it so difficult inside a site for G2 to be able to move around freely, but it's unlikely to matter because now Palu only has one option. He's got himself inside a site, but they know exactly where. You gotta be ready for the fight, Blaz. He was, but it looked close for a second. Palu almost had the opportunity to take him down, but G2 lock out a really nice round there. It was all solo-sided push. G2, they didn't back away from the fight. Blaz was pushed back momentarily by the Deimos scans because he's got to get himself off that soft floor. He's got to go to Piano where he's got a little bit of safety, but without anybody on the double window to pick Blaz up there until Palu shifts there later in the round, Liquid not really taking advantage of the movement that gadget creates. So really good stuff from G2. They dug themselves in deep, and Des, I was hoping I'd be saying it after 2 rounds. It feels like we've got a game on our hands.
I don't think G2 will be too pleased with how that round played out. I know Alamau is ecstatic on your screen right now, and I know they got the win, but it's exactly that. Like, I think once resets went down the double window, as I said, that is such a massive pressure point because you cut off the rotations from Piano, you cut off anyone being able to play inside of sites itself, no one can use the rotate between sites. It is such a crucial location. But Alamau finds his man early, and that suddenly opens up everything for G2 to play, as we mentioned. And that's when you got this sort of pinch coming in onto Solar. But it still comes down to a 1 versus 1, which really speaks of nothing else, I think, towards Liquid and what they could achieve. So far, I'd say a good game for Liquid. G2, yes, it comes up at 1-on-1, but I need to see more from G2. If nothing else, Liquid kind of tightening up the errors they made in that previous round.
I'm going to give G2 the benefit of the doubt. I think it's only second round.
And they're also defending on Chalet,
yeah, they're defending Chalet. I think it's just, I think that's a good one to set the foundation. It sets them up now. You know, they get them into the game, starts to give them a little bit of an edge going forward. Round 3, it's going to be then, and immediately we've got attention from Liquid towards this top floor once again. Going to be battling over Library for the time being. It's a basement defense here from G2, but as we've come to expect now, they're going to be holding on to the entire map. So Liquid, time is going to be a big factor here. How decisive are they? How quickly do they move? Do they get any kills along the way? Those are the 3 key elements to watch for the first half of this round at least.
Well, Laura was looking to rat him behind the desk inside a Library as well. I think he was hoping to catch them off guard, but Liquid ain't too foolish on that front. They didn't get themselves found out, but now it's about getting this top floor. Please don't shoot your own drone. It's about getting the top floor control, which has been established, and now it's about worrying about the players that are holding down on that first floor. This is where things like the Deimos really come into their own here. The drones that have rifled through the map. Problem is they've lost 6 inside about 60 seconds, Tim. Yes, they've got map control, but at great cost when it comes around to the information game.
At the moment, it looks like Liquid are actually unaware. We just had a beautiful view of it from our observer there, just showing us that Alamau has managed to kind of rat himself away, and he's just going to hold on that flank for the time being. I said it was about time and about pace for Liquid. They're going to be conscious of moving quickly, and that's where Alamau could take real advantage. He's ready to pounce. He just has to time this right, Des, and it could be a bloodbath for him.
I've seen so many excellent plays coming through the connector hatch drop that they're trying to line up for here as well. It's electrified out at the minute, and I think they're giving up and actually trying to get it open at this point. I'm kind of surprised they've left it. In fact, maybe now it's finally up, I'm not quite sure. But they're trying their very best to get through it. Here you can see it. If they manage to get into this spot, that just becomes such a wicked late drop as the rest of your team executes through trench or down through lobby stairs. But here comes the flank of Alamau, finding out Mai here. That is not ideal. That's Buck offline. Instantly traded out those Neskies there, and then they convert into a second. Liquid, ferocious so far.
Yeah, it looked like they were sleeping a little bit there as they got picked up by Fireplace, but ultimately, I think they were confident they could just leave Alamau out in the cold and deal with him when they had to, and they did it beautifully. Resets Nest, they pick up the final two, and that's going to be a good attack from Liquid. They were aware of Alamau's position. He took the drone out, it forced him to drop the hatch. They knew that he was on that side of the map, and they were happy to say, you know what, we're just going to take the risk of leaving him out there, and it worked wonderfully well for them. The focus was purely on site, and Liquid get the job done. 2-1.
It's the response to getting hit on the flank that I think was really solid, and I think we're actually into attack timeout here as well. Somewhat understandably. Like I said, round 2 for me, G2 were fortunate to walk away with that win. Okay, tech pause, fair enough. G2 were fortunate to walk away with that win, I thought. For me, this has been 3 really good rounds from Liquid outside of one small mistake at the start of round 2 that ultimately transpired in them losing it, if not only for a 1 versus 1 that personally I really thought Palu should have won. So, if not a technical pause, I'd be expecting a attack timeout soon from G2. Just too many things for me so far that Liquid are looking fully in control of, and nothing that G2 are really able to do to shut it down.
I think G2 need to just try and slow Liquid down a little bit. There was no problem for them with pace there. The whole sort of plan for G2, I think, was on contact, drop away, and just try and sort of keep Liquid occupied and keep the attention off Alamau. But Liquid had the flank drone set up. They had the information that they needed, and that flank just didn't really work out for G2. So this time, I'd like to see them just slow them down a little bit. Have an answer to that Monte. You know, I'm looking across the board. You've got your Banshees, maybe. You've got your Tubarau could maybe do something about it. But, you know, I'm not seeing a Legion, for example. Just do something to directly counter that Monte.
And Legion's really highly popular as well. But, you know, the good teams are starting to find ways around these shields, as annoying as they are. They're not, you know, it's not easy to counter them, but it's a thing. What I really wanted to pull your attention to, though, is look at the 3 players on G2 right now, Loira, Uno, and Doki. Across all of them, not a single kill to their name so far. 0 and 3 is how they currently stand. This is what I mean by, yes, we had a little round where Blast popped up and got a 3K, won a 1 versus 1 and got them on the board. But outside of that, there has not really been much involvement from G2 in this game so far. It has been all Liquid, and I'm really starting to worry for them as we now go into the second quarter. That means we'll probably find ourselves, I mean, on this map you can play all 4 sites, and that's what we're going to see here. Kitchen is where we head to next, and look at this. Ness has got himself a little backstep on the go.
He could well come head-to-head with Alamau here. I'm not sure if Alamau's aware. Neski's just going to be crouching across. If he's got that gadget active, it's just going to reduce his sound output as well. We can see him taking the shot. Swing. He has got the Hell Presence device, but he doesn't have the intel. Alamau swings him, hits his man, and that might just be a big blow to this Liquid attack. They've still got the shield to play in behind, so they've got the tools, they've got what they need to be able to push an attack, to be able to push this top floor, but that's not a bad start for G2. Not ideal to take so much damage on Doki, but he was lucky to survive, really.
It's a kill that's enabled, though, by a mistake from Nesk. If he gets that kill onto Library Stairs, he's immediately spinning back towards where he knows Alamau is sat there, but because he misses the shots, he really leaves himself in a dangerous situation. And this is the thing, at this level of play, the smallest mistakes like that are what you get punished for. They've lost their surprise factor in this round. They've still got things they can play behind. You can take ground with the Monty, you can air job it off, for example. You've got the Deimos to help out, as we see in so many games, but I feel you've lost your X factor in this round, and that will really start to limit Liquid's potential to win this round.
Reset's just going to avoid the Nitro on double window there, and we can see Lagonis starting to push forward with the shield. Did get caught in a Banshee, but it's not the end of the world for the Monte. Yeah, he slows him down. He's kind of moving slowly anyway. We see the Nitro bounce back off the shield. Lagonis smartly dips around the corner to avoid that shield break problem. He's kind of in on his own a little bit here. He's just trying to make something happen. We can see as he's doing this dance, this duel of death with Loira, but it's him that finds the kill, takes down the shield. 2v2 with a minute left to go.
Oh, 2v2 though, and Deimos is one of them, which means you get the free track. Loira finds Palu, which is a great one to bounce back on. Will he find his next man? It's Meyer, of course it is. He's on to his second in the round, and now he's got Uno, who has a very maybe unfairly remarked earlier. In fact, I'm not going to say it's unfair, it's pretty accurate. Not known for his big clutch plays. And Maya is up at 5-2 so far in this game, has got the live information. Sure, he gives it back on the other side, but realizing he's heading off towards Library Stairs, takes his time for the drop. Has got the longer angle here and has got to try and get the plant down as well. With 30 seconds still to play, he can play this dance as long as he likes.
Uno's going to start moving in any second now. Knows that he has to. That's the plant down. Puts him on another track as well. And it's all down to Maya, who's going to move around the corner, find his man with the vendetta, and that is another round for Liquid. When it came down to that 1v1 against the Deimos, we've just seen the true strength of that operator. You know,
horrible.
So powerful, so oppressive, and really does get that round done for Liquid. Well played, Maya. Great use of the gadget. Great choice to get the plant down as well. Just using that intel. Uno's moving away, so it's gonna give me the time. And then we're gonna see G2 in tag time out.
See if you can hear what's being said here, but Ramallo a little bit of distance, I think.
Because look, they are doing like the monte, so we fall back and they get the kills on the fall back. And if they repeat, we don't fall back, you fight the monte, like the monte play alone, like we're already kill the monte alone right now. Then let's do this as for every bomb set, like the next one repeat also for counter monte play alone.
Okay, so a big part of that really was about getting the kills and then falling back, which I wouldn't really say that's been the problem for them. Like, obviously, Ramallo, far bigger brain than I for the game. But the problem for me has not looked like that so far. Like, if nothing else, and it's a bit of an Alamal trait that I've noticed over the years, is when he gets himself into a fight, he likes to hold that position and then carry on going for gunfights. We saw it back in the round where he killed Resets on the double window. He held his spot and was challenging on towards Solar and got killed because he hadn't moved away. They knew exactly where he was and took the gunfight again and saw him taken down and traded back out the other way. So maybe it's a piece of Ramallo saying, look, it's all good if we can get out in the map early on and pick up a kill, but let's make sure we're then tightening the lines again. And we say this so often, Tim, when you're in a 5 versus 4, you can just play for trades for the rest of the round, and by the law of mathematics, you win. You're losing -1 each at the same time. That's all good. You still end up with the man advantage, but I think by leaving themselves down to a 2v2 there, one of them being the Deimos, although you get the trap back on the other side, he gets the real-time one on you. There is no chance you're winning a 1v1 in that situation.
Oh, very, very little chance. I think part of the problem for me, look, is just how well Liquid are playing. You know, yeah, of course you're going to look at G2 and there's things they can change, but I'm looking at Liquid and I'm thinking, you know, they're just winning these rounds. They've got Palu and Maya both going big, causing problems. You've got Lagonis on the shield. He might not have the kills, but he's causing problems. And they don't have answers to that right now. And that's the issue. We've got the Legion brought along now by Alamai. We've got the Oryx. They've looked, you know, I commented on it last time around. No Legion, no Oryx, no smoke, no counters to these shields. How are they going to deal with it? A Banshee's great. It lets you know he's there, but a Monty can just keep walking through that. It's no major concern. So I'm glad to see that they've at least lent in towards, you know, thinking we need a plan here to just prevent this march of the Monty, because whilst we're focusing on that, whilst that's the magnet in the round, we're just getting picked apart by Palu and Maya.
And this is a classic one here where you work your way in through the garage and get this wall opened up. It lets you isolate, split out. It means players can't play inside of it. A very crucial location. Thank you very much, Mr. Observer. On this site itself, you often see players slip back behind a mirror window here. Of course, mirror is banned away, but still a very, very powerful spot to play, which is now why you're going to see it getting wrapped up by the Azami so they can continue playing in this position. Such a good spot to be able to defend onto the window for, as you can see here. And they're very, very mindful of anything crazy coming in. A smoke rolling in and a plant coming down from a Monty, for example, as he gets an easy cross. There's lots they've got to be careful of, and that's why Liquid want to be applying pressure into Split.
Yeah, they've nothing on the side of Liquid that could necessarily sort of immediately destroy that Kiba barricade either, so Doki can rest fairly safely now it's in position. Something like a Zofia, of course, would make it dangerous because you can have somebody lined up ready and then just destroy it. Talking about lined up ready, Loira was ready to go, takes down Palu, but as I said, there's multiple problems. If it's not Palu, it's Maya. If it's not Maya, it's Lagonis. Ness manages to find Doki. The shield does get taken down. 3-2, advantage G2, and this is a round now, Des, that they need to hold on to. This one is completely winnable from here.
But look at what they've got on side. There's no warden left up here, and there's still 2 smoke canisters in the back pocket of this Capitale. And you've got the Deimos with 2 tracks on side here. They've got so much to work with, and it's a free down coming in. No trade coming out. Resets is going to finish one off as well on the down player. Here comes that first track, and Alamau's going to find one more for himself. He's trying to do everything in this round. Here comes the Vendetta, and Maya's on for another 4K win for his team. If he waits for the recharge on this track, it's basically a guaranteed win, and it's against Alamau, who's on 3 HP, Tim.
Diffuser's down on the ground, but 30 seconds left to go. Like you say, he can just wait for that track and play it. But Alamau, he just dips himself away to safety. But again, Maya's playing the same game as he did with Uno last time around.
He can't
I'm
do anything.
Put that track on, and I'm going to get this Diffuser down. He's using their own gadgets against them. In behind the Kiva barricade, peeks around, and lets them know what he thinks about it as well.
It's so rare to see the Danos being one of the last players left alive in a round as well. Normally it's one of the more aggressive ones, looking to get in below or get in above and make use of that soft destruction of the Vendetta to get early kills. But look at how they're playing it out. It's much more composed. He's a late entrant to the fight, which means 3 rounds out of this half so far, we've seen him still being alive with 2 tracks in back pocket. You do not lose those situations.
I'm just a little bit concerned about G2's intel and communication here as well. You've got a player stood in the middle of sight, you have man advantage, and they've still found a completely free kill onto the Oryx. I think it was Uno who got taken down. You gotta know he's there.
Yeah, that wasn't his fault though. It was the player that was standing behind this player here. In fact, it was Blaz really. Blaz's responsibility was to watch this site. He's taken his eyes off, he's playing it safe, and he's then let the free cross come through, and they've lost a man for it.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. It's that communication. It's, you know, it's like, why is Uno not aware of this player in this position? You're absolutely right. It's not his fault, but the intel, the communication is not there to say, we've got a guy on pool table, we've got a guy in the middle of sight, so that Uno can be locked into that. He's watching other angles, and it's just a problem for G2 right now. Liquid are swarming all over them.
Doki's still 0-5, Uno's still 0-5. And again, it's not all about kills, it's a team game. If one player pops up and wins you rounds, that's great. But when Doki's had such a good start to the tournament, dropping 16 kills in their second game, I think it was, or their second map, to now be invisible is a problem, and Uno is the one who constantly finds himself left in these end-of-round situations that so far, Liquid simply are not losing. More specifically, Maya is not losing. He's 10-2 right now, Tim. He's absolutely flying.
Yeah, Maya on the Deimos is just something that they haven't had any answer to. Circumstances have prevailed whereby Maya's had a couple of, good positions where he's in a 1v1 with tracks to spare. That's always going to be good for a Deimos, but Maya has certainly eaten those opportunities up when they've presented themselves. G2, if they could wrestle this round away from Liquid, Des, it's not actually the end of the world. I know they haven't looked great by comparison to Liquid in this first half. So if they can come away with a 2-4 and just have that reset, get onto the second half, get onto the attack, then maybe things change up a little bit.
I like their extended hold here, actually, as well. Quite aggressively out towards Bar Gaming, but also in towards Lyra, but the backstab will be a problem for them. You've got the castle to lock things down, but if they break through this quickly enough, they could actually isolate the players. It's Lyra and Doki that are currently out towards Mud and Inside Gaming. Look at this. He's now trapped, unless he manages to skirt away here. In fact, almost perfect timing. I was really nervous for a second then that the Mud player might find him, but fortunately, Reset's just a couple of seconds behind the curve, and they don't manage to squeeze him. However, Doki is down to 8 HP here. Not ideal.
Not ideal, but he does get himself back away.
And they've wasted half the round as well.
That's it. That's not the end of the world. I think you happily take that as a trade there. Like you say, Reset's just a little bit slow on that. He's been a little bit quiet so far this game, and maybe, that's just playing into it a little bit, not moving with that same confidence that somebody else, like Maya might have done going in there, but ultimately, Doki able to wriggle away. The push of the Monte comes once again, and what answer do G2 have to it? Trying to find any angle they can at the minute. Just going to be looking to try and hold him out of this breach. We can see Lagonis now going to use that hard breach utility. Nitro goes out. Is going to do some damage. G2, you feel like they just need a little bit of luck here, Des.
They're just asking for it at this point. Like, what else can we possibly do? Where's our 4-leaf clover? Because it certainly hasn't rolled around yet. It's enough, I think, that Lagonis can still step out and be feeding information back and forth here. I think Alamau's just so conscious of the potential pressure coming in from stairs. Already one going down here, steps out, finds for the nest. It's not too bad at all. But can they get rid of this Monty? He's the main factor right now that is up in their face and giving them real problems and just saying, look at me, look at me.
There's potential for Lyra to get picked up here, but they need to be careful. The focus is on, and Maya's walked on in and got him. However, Doki, Uno, no better time to pick up their first kills, getting themselves involved. Palu is there. Uno with a second, switch into the shotty, make it a third. Uno's been quiet, but steps up when G2 needs him most. They take round 6, a great round to get. You're going to switch that momentum. You're going to take it with you into the second half. And honestly, with the way Liquid have played, 2-4 is a bit of a steal for G2 there.
The only round where G2 have ever felt any kind of like slither of control, in my opinion, was that round just there. They looked really good. It could have gone horribly wrong for them when the pinch came in on towards that bar and library stairs, but as I mentioned, Reset's a couple of seconds behind the curve and missed out on a free opportunity there. Otherwise, maybe they get rid of a couple of players and suddenly we're starting to have a different conversation. But for G2, if 1 of 6 rounds is all where you've really actually had a convincing performance, I still worry going into the second half. They'll be counting their lucky stars that Blaz won that 1v1 against Palu earlier in the game. However, 2 halves to a game of Siege, we swap sides. G2 could be a completely different team on attack, so don't count them out yet. Give it a couple of rounds and then draw your conclusions.
I think this restraint's really important for them. I think coming in here, getting 2 back-to-back will be a big thing for them. Obviously, they've only had 2 altogether, so not something that they've done so far. Getting 2 back-to-back, feeling like, right, that's it, we've cracked them. We've got them here. We're going to start moving on them. Now we've got the advantage. We've got Alamo on the shield. We are going to play into those strengths. We've got Doki on the Deimos. All those things, all those sticks that Liquid have been beating us with, well, they're coming back your way.
Yes. You're going to see this combo a lot of like the Deimos and the Lion. You know, normally you see like a Dokkaebi being rolled out at some point too, but with that being banned away, one of the most common pairings that you're going to see is that Deimos alongside the Lion. Grimace have made an appearance in a few rounds as well. In fact, a couple of teams here have got Grimace their most played operator so far because so good at forcing control of different parts of the map or even an execute, restricting the movement of the defenders. Such a powerful and potent operator when they get into the right position. That's what you got to keep an eye out for more than anything else. It's about the early round for me here and how fast G2 can move because Liquid, although they started slow, did get the job done, but we still found G2 players falling down relatively early on in those first couple of rounds. So that's the big difference for me. How does the early round play out? How well does G2 get set up here inside the first 90 seconds?
Uno straight away onto that office balcony, looking to potentially pressure that door. As we can see, Liquid paying a lot of attention towards it for the time being. Just needs a little bit of support to get this wall open. That's going to be the next job. We're going to have a bit of intel there. Should be job done. Got the impact EMPs going in. First one opens successfully. As long as that second one goes off, they'll be absolutely fine. Even if the, the Selma on the left-hand side gets tricked potentially on its second explosion, it's not going to matter too much. They've got everything they need. So good start from G2. Minute 30, they've got Library, they've got Ivy, they've got Breach open. They can start pushing this Monty forward. That's exactly what they're doing. Are they aware of Lagonis downstairs?
It's not just him, because Palu's down there as well. And obviously they're sat here with C4s in back pocket, waiting to spoil this party. But they need some pressure to come in on top floor. Laura's already gone down on piano window. Alamo at least has been poking around inside the jungle here, feeding this information back and forth, but they need to get Laura back on his feet. We're down to that last 60 seconds. No one's been picked up on the Liquid side, and they've still got 2 players. One now coming up behind them as well. Palu's been taken down by Blaz. Crucial kill to find. C4 offline.
Yeah, really important there, and I love that play from Alamo. We see the shields used to bully. That time he was used to protect whilst they got that pickup. Maya does manage to find him though, takes down the Monty. That's going to be the tip of the spear. Lagonis Nest, they find the final kills, and Liquid look good on defense. It was an important round for G2, as I said. If they were able to win it, it got them back within 1. It carried that momentum. It gave them a feeling that something could happen on attack, but no, Liquid have just said, you know what? We're just as good on the other side of this map. They go 5-2, only 2 more rounds needed for them now.
Lagonis and Palu just so unchecked, and you compare how that round played out to how the first half went. Liquid was so good at isolating these roamers and saying, right, that guy's out towards Library by himself, we're pinching onto him. Or that guy's inside a bar, we're isolating him off. They were really good at these little plays, or always had a response. Yeah, Blaz got Palu. Can't take that away from G2, that was fine. The fact there were 2 players lurking below with a C4 was a little bit like, you guys have set out your stall here. It's very clear that you want to try and get a plant in through half wall and get piano control. Downstairs, you're going to find those C4s waiting for you as soon as you step in. And the Azami, let's be frank, was an absolute nightmare for them there. We praised G2 back for it in round 1, saying, look, it basically makes an absolute labyrinth having to work through both the Azami and the castle. Well, Liquid have just shown G2 just how problematic that can be. G2 need more facets to these attacks. I think they've got to show a little bit extra. Otherwise, Liquid are going to keep on playing with freedom around the map as we saw in that last round, and this is going to end up being a 7-2 game.
G2 need to get something going now. As you said, Des, you know, you just feel like if Liquid get this and go on to map point, I don't really see G2 doing anything about that Nesk. How calm can you be? He's just stood there by the bathroom window, a bullet, a little pre-fire from G2, zips in past him, and he doesn't care. He just stands there. You know what? I'm fine. I'm safe. I'll have a little look anyway. No damage done on either side, and we continue on. 30 seconds in, droning continuing from G2. They're going to look to get themselves into library. They want top floor control, and then try to move on towards site from there.
It's again the case with these armies just being a little bit of a headache, and I'm seeing no DMRs being brought along here to help out with that. Like, sure, there's a Gon 6 you can play behind. There's a bailiff there, you want to say. In fact, there's a DMR on the Twitch. But just the one here to break through what has been a really annoying operator to contest against so far. I just worry they're going to struggle to make any real progress yet again. Doki at least has got himself underneath here, working his way towards blue stairs. There is a challenger waiting for him, though, that he's got to be so careful of facing up against. He wins that when he's at 1 and 7. Great start to the round.
This is the thing for G2. It's always it always seems like a cheap or easy thing to say. You got to start winning gunfights, but
they know.
That's the reality. You know, this is what's been happening. They're getting into the right positions sometimes. They're getting into you know, what could be a difficulty for Liquid, but then bang, they just always lose that gunfight at the minute. Liquid always seem to have the answer. Let's see how this one plays out as Doki's looking to get aggressive. Alamai manages to find Nest, but Maya is there to pick up Blaz, and as I say, the gunfights just start going the other way again. There's time after time after time. Palu, Maya, Lagonis, Maya, 4 in a row, closes it out for Liquid, and this right now, honestly, doesn't even look kind of close.
No, this is what I was worried about. Even 3 rounds in from what we'd seen, I was like, G2, sure, they win round 2. It didn't really feel like a win to me. It felt like a loss by Liquid, and really that's how this game feels overall. Liquid are the ones in control, regardless of whether they're on attack or defense, and G2 are just being taken along for the ride. They have no real map control coming out here, and I said already, this is both teams' favorite map. For G2, they're 4-2 in recent history on it over the last 90 days or so. They've looked good. Liquid have played it once and won it once. Yet it looks like their backyard. It looks like they've played it a million times at this point. They're on point today. G2 simply are not. Like, outside of Alamar and Blaz, no one's even anywhere near positive at this point when it comes around to KD. As you said, Tim, they're not even winning the gunfights, and that is a problem when Maya is 16-3.
This is the thing, you usually look at a game and you say, you know, is that Liquid playing well? Is that G2 playing bad? I think the reality is at the minute it's a bit of both. You know, Liquid have come in here and looked really good. G2 have come in here and looked off the pace, is the reality, especially on a map that we know that they like so much. But Liquid, you know, I came into this matchup saying, you know, as I always do, is there hope this time? Is this the one for Liquid? Again, I'm not getting carried away, but coming in, this is the kind of performance that we saw from them consistently through stage 2, and you always wonder, are teams going to carry that forward? Is that going to be the case going in? Because in Brazil, Liquid were great through the stage, but then FaZe just absolutely wiped through the playoffs. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. They were unbeaten on a single map with FaZe, so you look at it and think, are they going to be the big Brazilian team coming in? But Liquid, honestly, they look as electric as they did through the stage at this point.
A really crazy stat from this game is that G2 are actually way up when it comes to entry as well. They've only lost the entry engagement in 2 rounds, and Alamau individually is 5-0 right now on entry. So they're getting the good start to the round. They're just not been able to convert it into a round win, and that is where the danger comes in. It's why Romalo stepped in and said, look, get the kill and step back. Here he is again, 6-0 on entry, Tim. He can't be stopped, but his team can, it turns out. Maya's down. That's the kill that you want.
Exactly that. Blaz managing to find it. Palu, however, steps up and keeps it close for Liquid. It's something that they've had to do well, and they have done well. And G2 this time, however, they find a difference maker. They manage to keep themselves on top in terms of the man count. Reset.
Come on.
He manages to get 1, but surely it will be nowhere near enough. A 1v4 becomes a 1v3. G2 need to, I think, go at this with a little bit of aggression, a little bit of confidence, and just really pull themselves back into this game. Do not let resets make this even kind of close.
Resets has been the player that I've clocked throughout the game, making the odd mistiming or the odd mistake as well. Yet here he is with the chance to wrap things up. 7-2. Blaz through the soft wall's going to find his man. That's a much better round from G2. The confidence, they completely changed up the operators as well. I think giving Alamar more of an aggressive position to play on that Nook really started to get things moving, and they started to capitalize on the chaos. He's still moving through top floor when everyone else is getting involved in gunfights, and that's where you can imagine the comms on the other team are just completely overwhelmed. Much better, but Liquid still have 3 chances to close this out.
Yeah, I don't know if that maybe gives G2 a little bit of an idea, a little bit of a, you know, what's the key to success here if we're going to fight our way back into this. It's not going to be easy, but like you say, getting up in the faces of Liquid and not giving them time to think, disrupting their game, winning those gunfights, as I've spoken about. As soon as Blaz gets Maya, Alamau's already got one, and that's it. That's Liquid's game now disrupted. They're having to scramble, and G2 didn't give them time. They then found another 2 kills whilst Liquid were trying to react. So G2, what do? I want to see them come in here with some more pace again. Keep on top of Liquid. Get in there. Take those fights quickly. Don't give them time to settle, because that's maybe a little bit of the clue for you. If you can disrupt them early, then maybe their adaptation through the rest of the round isn't the best.
I think it's mad that Alamau's now 6-0 on entry. Like, he is absolutely flying when it comes around to that entry stat line. It's still not produced the score they need as a team, and my concern in this round, Tim, is look at what they brought along for the first time. It's Lagonis going across to the Clash. Now, he played Monty in 4 of their 6 rounds. The other 2 he played the Capitale. They're leaning on their shields quite a lot, but I don't blame them because it's worked throughout the first half. Why wouldn't it work on the defense as well to really slow G2 down, take away that ability to disrupt it so effectively? We'll see how things shape out from here, but I'm more watching the clock in this round. When you know a Clash is on side and you've got double electrification, it's about wasting time. Smoke as well. Throw them all in there at this point, Tim.
As I often say about the Clash, it's one of those niche operators that you see brought along when a team has that little bit of a wobble maybe. They need that one round. Liquid are thinking, oh, G2 have really, you know, taken us to task in that last round. What do we do to just get this over the line? We want it closed up here and now. Bring along the Clash. It's a perfect site for it. We see Clash used down in the basement quite often. You know, so Lagonis, he's going to be feeding all sorts of intel.
7-0? Hello?
7-0 on the intel, 7-0 on the kills. Alamo manages to find Palu, and that's your smoke gone.
7 of 10
3
kills.
toxic babe canisters gone as well. That is a hammer blow to this Liquid defense.
It's more about the pushing here that really starts to matter. Again, it's capitalizing on chaos, and G2 are doing that pretty spectacularly at this point. 2 left on side here. Nice C4. Well-placed nose up the stairs. Never mind. Thought he was coming across the floor there, and it would have been a freebie back on the other side, but still leaving them in a 2v3. That, for me, feels winnable with the Clash on side, but now there's still 4 up here with half the round still to play. He's starting to smell a bit of a G2 comeback here, Tim.
Yeah, I like this from G2. They've taken the foot off the gas. They've recognised kind of, you know, the same thing as I was saying coming into the round. Get up in the faces of Liquid, create that chaos and benefit from it. Don't let them breathe. Don't let them settle. Force them into gunfights before they can adapt, rotate and change. And that's what G2 have done. They've capitalised. They've got those kills. But then there's nothing wrong with taking the foot off the gas a little bit, getting the drones in and seeing what you're facing. You've done that. And it's kind of like doing that same stage over and over again. Beginning of the round, we rush at them. We get a couple of kills. We disrupt them. We dip back. We get on the drones, we use our time, and then what do? We treat it like it's the start of the round again. We rush at them, we force them to make mistakes, and we take advantage of it. Well played from G2.
What I like is that G2 are they've realised what's working in this game. They might have been getting absolutely battered, but Alamau is securing entry kills, and it's not by fluke or by chance. He's doing well on the initial engagement. So what do you do across the last 2 rounds? You get him off things like, we saw Warden, we saw Goyo coming out, we saw Tuberal, we saw Warden again, we saw Frost. Very slow operators, and then he was on a shield in the first attacking round. Unleash him a little bit. He's been on Nook and Ash now and has absolutely decimated Liquid on his charge on through. A 2K for himself in that round. Things are looking a hell of a lot better. And understandably, Liquid call in their tack time out. They can see they're losing these gunfights and the rounds are running away from them. They've got to find the answer.
I think it's a little bit easy at the minute, and I can understand why, but for teams to get locked into the shield mentality.
Oh, yes, totally.
Shields are powerful. We all know that. Of course. They create space, they can win rounds. But they are not everything about the attack. And I think G2 have done well to recognise that. Like you say, Alamo, it's not working on the Monty. Get him on something that he can have an impact with, and he's done that fantastically well. All these rounds that they're winning are being done without that shield cover.
I think it was Jesse or Carter I was speaking to outside earlier, and they were saying, looking at these top teams now, like they're finding ways around the shields. They're actually playing more compact as a team. They're dealing with them. I'm not saying that's what beat G2 in round 7. I mean, Maya went an absolute dropped a nuke again. They only lost 2 players in the entire round. They look fantastic. But I think you are going to find as the tournament wears on, the best teams will be the ones that find a way to deal with shields, because very rarely are you going to see Monty and Blitz banned away, although it's happened at some points throughout the stages as we've seen around the world. It's certainly not a consistent banning pair, because one team really wants to lean into the shields. They're not going to ban away one of the two. They'll let the other team do that and not worry about it. And assuming you do, I think at some point in this competition, I want to say it was Fresh spoke about this, you might see Fuse getting picked up purely for the shield, right?
Unlikely see Fuse.
I think it was Anderson who employed it in a little bit of a crazy manner for CAG when both were banned away previously. So it's a thing that can happen. Don't expect it to be too common, but again, teams will keep on finding ways around this. Now, interestingly, Doki knows that he isn't shooting well today, so what's he doing? He's on Monty duty. He's on the shields this time around, and Alamal's going to stay unleashed on the Zofia. Not quite a 3-speed, in fact, quite the opposite, but still got a gun in hand.
Yeah, like I say, you know, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. It is very powerful. It is going to do a job. And now Liquid might not be expecting it the same. They don't have the Legion. They don't have necessarily everything that they would want to be able to deal with a shield. Looks like Maya is just going to dip out of that fight for the time being. Doesn't want to be getting caught inside.
They have to get rid of him, though. They have to get rid of him, because if he comes off later on in the round, he's going to be an absolute nuisance for them. So go in, they might try and do, and they'll try. I mean, the nade is perfectly enough. Oh, no! He's traded back! This is what I meant. No! He could change back later in the round and be a bit of a backstab if not cleared out, but he's literally changed in as a nade has come over the top. What timing?
That is unbelievably bad luck for Maya. Second nade goes in. G2 using utility fantastically, getting that bit of luck that we spoke about, Des, that they hadn't been getting earlier. Doki manages to put the Monty to work, getting the kill onto Ness, Lyra, Blaz. G2 look like a different side right now, Des. They are steamroller in Liquid at the minute. Resets. He manages to get one, but not anymore. Lyra closes him out, and G2 take another. Who had a comeback for G2 on the bingo card? They did not look this good until the last couple of rounds. But now, all of a sudden, G2 have just turned it on. And like I said, if you remember, Des, it's one of those, you can't quantify it, but G2 just weren't having the luck in the first half. There was a couple of instances where we just looked and said, oh, the timing there has just been terrible for them, or they've just missed that opportunity. But then it switches, and all of a sudden, the Siege gods are smiling on G2, and they get some unbelievable luck.
This is, that's horrific. That's so unfortunate.
It's unbelievable look.
Very funny,
take it.
but so unfortunate. But for me, the timing issues in the first half more came down to resets as a clock. A late flank coming in from Murd a couple of times when he was getting a bit too aggressive on double windows and paying the price. If nothing else, look at him looking at that and saying, that first half could have been a 5-1, if not a 6-0 with how they were playing. And surely G2 had that one good round in round 6, as I mentioned, but the entry rate continues, by the way. Still only 2 rounds where Liquid have found the entry so far. It's that round, last round went to Uno. For me, more than anything else, though, it was the team play. That player sat on Mez was getting bullied by so much utility. He was terrified of the office of the Mez window. He had the concussions coming in from the Zofia, the Monty up in his face. It was 3 players isolating one man and saying, he's getting screwed. And that's what I need to see more from G2. Like, I love seeing that gameplay when it comes together. If they play as a team, they will find themselves able to punish these players of Liquid. They're even the tiniest bit out of position. Really good stuff, and we could be on for overtime, Tim.
We certainly could. I mean, we didn't expect to see all 12, to be honest, with the way G2 started this one. It took them a long time to warm into it, but warm they are. Resets has got that Nitro pre-ripped, and I love this. It's a little technique you can take for yourself. Rip it early. You know it's going to go, and then they don't hear it coming out. Uno, however, will be able to ride it. Doki manages to get 2. He was on a shield this time, but he doesn't need it now. He's going to get himself 2 on the Deimos. Alamau in on the action. Flawless round for G2. We're going to overtime, Des.
That has come out of seemingly nowhere.
Jumped in bathroom, one-tapped the guy on the
I mean, Doki's right. He jumped in on the Deimos. The second kill that he came through was the one-tap, and I was like, come on now, this is getting silly. This is a fumble bag by Liquid. Let's not take it away. That's 4 rounds in a row now. They have looked non-existent. It's another entry that they've lost in this game. The difference over the last 4 rounds is when G2 get 1 entry, 2 or 3 more kills follow in the next 5 seconds. They are capitalizing on the chaos, and Liquid, just do not seem able to deal with it. The danger that now comes in for G2 is we switch sides here in overtime. Liquid get 2 bites of the cherry on the attack. G2 have got to defend twice. Now, you're praying if you're a G2 fan, they can ride the momentum of that second half into a good first defense.
That's exactly it, Des. When they were on the defense last time, they weren't playing fantastically well. You know, there was a lack of communication, a lack of intel a lot of the time. They didn't really seem to know where Liquid were all the time. There was a number of occasions where Liquid were able to be inside a site or be in positions that G2 just did not expect, and Liquid were picking up freebies. Right now, I'm thinking that's probably not going to be the case. G2, they just look like a different beast in the last couple of rounds, and they are well on top of things. If you remember, at the switch, Des, I said 2-4 was a steal. Was a steal for G2, and this is exactly why, because it gave them the opportunity, the foundation, the footing to build this unbelievable comeback.
Oh my god. So the other game as well has just gone to round 13 on Skyscraper.
Love it.
We've had 4 of our 6 games so far have gone to overtime.
I love it.
Swiss is, no one can tell me, no one can convince you otherwise. I know it's best of ones. Swiss is so much fun to see played out. Wonderful stuff, and I hope that this carries on over to the next few rounds as well. As said, for now, G2 have got to really make this work on the defensive side. They've looked really shaky on defense for me, and Liquid have looked absolutely terrifying, but after getting battered for 4 rounds, that can completely change.
Maya's going to be a really big component here of how successful Liquid are. He's back on the Deimos. He's been a little bit quiet in that second half. I'm going from memory. I think he had 13 kills in the first half. He's only on 16 now. I say only on
he's been on 16 for a while, so he was 16. I mean. He was 16 and 3.
Yeah.
By 4 rounds, he's not got a single kill.
He's really struggled on that defensive side to keep himself as active. The question is now, after 5 or 6 quiet rounds, is he going to be able to deliver the same on the Deimos that he did previously?
Well, let's see how it shapes up, because if you remember, Liquid did get quite stuck around Solar before. Like, yeah, managed to get it over the line in the end. But resets on double window is the main player I'm watching out for here. I know there's a lot going on around Solar, but the one you've got to watch out for, and how is he not dead from the cross? Normally there's a player there ready and waiting, and sure enough, Lagonis slightly off there. Resets is now on double window, as I mentioned, off towards his left. Him finding something or putting any kind of pressure on is so critical.
Candela goes in. Is there going to be a push coming off the back of it? Yes, there is. Liquid move on in with it. Ness gets himself into Solar, gets himself taken out by a Nitro. It's Uno with the big explosive entry. Maya, though, I asked the question, has he got more in the tank? Yes, he does. He's got at least 2 more as he brings us now to a 3v3. Lyra finding one to at least level things up, but Palu, he finds Uno. 3v2. Maya, he's got a track left as well. This is not looking good for G2.
Got a track and 2 kills in the round already. He's just an attacking demon, isn't he, on this operator? Given the chance, but there's a kill coming in. And like that, Solar has been secured. That now means G2 can start playing themselves around. Lagonis getting the diffuser down. It's him and Palu to hold on.
The question is, are G2 aware? Can they do anything about it? The answer is no. Lagonis is able to stick the plant now. Liquid, they just need to hold their positions. G2, they've both got chip damage on them. Doki, Lyra, neither fight is gonna be easy. Liquid are waiting for the inevitable push that's gonna have to come downstairs, because I don't think G2 are gonna find them on vertical angles. They've got fractions of seconds really left to do anything. He tried to go over the top rope, but Palu has the answer. And Lagonis finds the final one onto Doki, and that is going to be a round for Liquid. Can they turn the tide? They've been beaten and battered for the last few rounds, but then Maya steps up on the Deimos again and just gave Liquid such a good injection into that round. Such a good start with those 2 kills. They were able to get the job done. It was the closest defense I think we've seen from G2 yet.
Oh yeah, I agree. I mean, outside of the Blaz 1v1 that he won earlier on, that for me at least felt like it was in a position where it could have gone either way so easily. The early defense, really, really solid. Problem is, Maya exists. Finds himself 2 kills pushing in through Solar. Really shouldn't be happening, and let's be frank, that's a bit of a whiff by Laura. You've got to be winning that 1 versus 1. You've got the jump on him, but Palu spun 180 and gets a freebie. Beautiful closing 1v1 for him to win that out.
You're dealing with Palu.
Yeah, and like I said, he was the 2nd highest rated player in Brazil. He's on one at the minute. He really is back at peak Palu.
You don't kill him in the first half a second of that fight. There's a good chance he's gonna spin and just hit a flick on you and you're gone. And that's exactly what he's shown us consistently. So, Will we get 2 more rounds of this? I think everybody wants it. We all want to see it go the distance now. We all want that round 15 decider, but are Liquid going to give it to us, or are they going to take it away here in round 14?
They should know what's coming. They should know that pace is where G2 are finding round wins, and they are not about to slow things down and jump on shields, for example. You've got to have that anticipation. Things like a cap can and traps looking towards things like the Frost, sure, that leans in towards it as well. The Fenrir is going to help you in a similar position, but I just worry that G2 have been so good at picking up 3 or 4 kills inside like a 5-second window that this is not going to be easy.
Yeah, the question is, do they pick up on that utility? Do they see the frost mats? Do they see the Capcan traps? Do they know what they're going into? Or will that speed come at a cost? I think they've just gone in and got the split wall open. They have indeed. Alamau has meant that that position at least is going to be difficult to hold down. G2 doing their due diligence. It's not about doing it immediately. It's about timing it correctly and committing and being aggressive when you do.
They've got no smokes, they've got no shield. They can't make it a simple plant work here. They need to find kills first. That means getting split clear, getting library clear, ideally getting at least bar and gaming itself cleared out and forcing the defenders out in towards the hallways. That's a lot easier said than done.
They've tried to push up blue every time. It's a concern.
Shot.
And look at the shot from Palu, just absolutely beautiful. Resets picks up Lyra with the smoke. 4v3, 4v2. Resets will not be stopped inside a site. Lagonis finds Alamo, and it is all but done for G2 here on the first match of their Swiss Phase 2.
Unless Uno can pull out something big here, it's not going to go back their way. Does find one out towards Mez, and one also really tight in box towards his left. So much of this round still to play, but no drones on side. Gotta know he's walking into death here, and sure enough, Maya, who else to collect that closing kill? What a game that almost was for G2, but Liquid, I feel, after a solid first 8-round performance, deserve that win.
What an opener you and I have just been treated to. Our first game of the day, and an absolute banger, to be honest. We've had wall-to-wall crackers today, Des. Humdingers, whatever you want to call them. It's been one after another. The players, you can see, you know they've just been through a classic matchup.
Whew, take a big breath. I said this about the games that we had earlier, because we were sat outside watching BDSW7M, it was a screamer. We've had 4 of 6 games, like I say, now go to overtime. If you wanted an entertaining start to the major here in that phase 2, well, that's exactly where we've landed. Again, I'll call him out again for me. Maya, man of the moment. Him on that Deimos. Shaiko's that kind of guy. Maya's that kind of guy. I'm sure there are more waiting in the wings to put their name on that operator as well here at the major, but it's going to be a problem. You may even have to start finding bans coming against Maya on that operator. He's just really put on a masterclass.
Win, lose, whoever it is, I just hope we get game after game after game of that quality of entertainment. That was just absolutely thrilling from start to finish. Liquid had their moments, G2 had their moments, and then we get the overtime finish between the two. You couldn't ask for any better.
And knowing that our next game coming up on the stream is FaZe SSG. How many bangers do you want to open today, guys?
Any better. Give us 15 rounds in the next one and it'll be delivering.
But yeah, I think lessons for both teams coming out of that. G2, they found their mode in the end on the attack after a bit of a shaky start to that second half. I really thought they were cooked when we were down at 6-2. I was like, guys, like, you can't make this one work. Liquid have got your number. This one looks like it's cooked. But ultimately, when it mattered most, they find that answer in round 14. I think also Liquid a little bit propped up by their win in round 13 is what really gets things moving as well. Good signs for G2, though. I think good signs for both teams moving forwards. And truthfully, any of the team knowing they'd have to play one of these two teams in the next round, I wouldn't be too excited about that prospect.
No, absolutely not. Like I said, they both... So unfortunate for Maya. I think both teams have shown really good passage as a player there. They've both shown that they're beatable as well, is the other element to it. But yeah, I think the turnaround from G2 was fantastic. You kind of feel for them, not picking up the win there. They really deserved something after that effort, that comeback. But Liquid as well, on the back of Maya, just, beautiful stuff all round. Just an absolute treat.
And of course, there being no points like we have during the league here, that's one thing to think about. It's now that one team moves up to being in the 1-0 bracket, and G2, they fall down to being in the 0-1 bracket. And in case you're not 100% sure of how that works, that means Liquid will now play against another team that is 1-0, and G2 will face off against one that is 0-1. If you lose that 0-1 game and you go down to 0-2, every game from that point forward becomes a best of 3. And Liquid know this most, because back at our last major, they lost their opening 2 games, then went on to win 3 best of 3s to make it to our live finals. Now, I hear we have an interview ready, and who else could it be with than Maya himself? Let's throw over there now.
We do. Thank you very much, guys. I'm standing here with Maya from Liquid after a very close game, but a good victory, a good way to start phase 2. What on earth did they give you for breakfast today? You had an insane game.
Actually, I didn't have breakfast today. I only got lunch earlier. So, yeah, it was my secret today to play well.
All right, I see. This Deimos is really helping you as well on the attacks to really create the entry for the team.
Yeah, Deimos is the key today. It was the key to win this match. Was an operator that helped us to get a lot of kills, a lot of information, and 2 clutches I think I won with the Deimos. So it was a very important operator for us.
Yeah, that definitely showed. And G2 told me that you two played against each other on bootcamp, and it was close. Did you expect another close game here today?
Yeah, they are great team as well. They had the addition of the Loira, so it's a great player from Brazil. Like you said, we are training from bootcamp, and I personally was expecting a close game. But when we get the match point, I think that I expected to win like 7-3, 7-4. But in the middle of the game, it was difficult to close, and that's it.
Yeah, how do you stop that comeback from G2? Because they got close to bringing and to winning here. How do you stop that from happening?
I think that's important to breathe in this moment and talk to the team and see what's the objective of the team to do, what's next, and to play calm, and that's it.
Well, it worked out for you today here. You have another game today, another best of 1. So best of luck with the preparation for that, and thank you once again.
Thank you.
here with Doki after his game against Liquid, and you said it might be a close game due to the scrims that you had against him, but how on earth did you manage to almost pull that comeback?
I don't know, there's something with us this major that we had this good mentality at pulling rounds back, so that's a good thing to see, but like, we're playing bad as well in the start of the games. Every game we've played, we've had a rough start, so I don't know, gotta turn that around in the off time we have before our next game, so yeah, I don't know.
It's definitely time to work on that still, though. You talk about a good mentality, something that we're seeing as well as players being vocal, especially your two teammates against the Brazilian teams. Have you managed to learn any Portuguese yet with your teammates yelling towards them?
Yeah, but not safe words for camera. So, yeah.
You said I could ask you anything, but I guess we'll not talk about that one then. For this game, what do you think is the main takeaway, especially considering you have another game today?
I think like in the start of the game we were playing so solo, not as a team, making like really bad individual mistakes. Like myself personally, like I don't know, I just can't get my head in the game at the start of the game. So I gotta go back and realize like why that is, because I'm playing pretty inconsistent. I can't 17 kills one day and then next day I'm like 1 in 10 or something. Like gotta actually realize why the mistakes are happening instead of just saying you're playing bad. So I think we're gonna go back, do a little review, maybe some like, individual review, and just see what we could do better for the next match today. So yeah.
It takes good play to realize that there is something that you want to do, and of course you have some time to do that as well. Thank you, Doki, for wanting to do the loser interview with us. Not easy, but we appreciate you for being here. Thank you so much, and best of luck with the next game.
See you later.
Who is the greatest Siege player of all time, if you have to mention someone?
I think Shaiko. He's really good. He has good aim. He has good consistency. So in my opinion, we played versus their team like a lot, so we know what he can do on practice, on official games, so he's really good in my opinion.
I don't know. I'll say Canadian, I guess. I'll say him.
And why?
He's been playing since the 1940s, and you know, he's won a lot. So yeah, and you know what he brings to a team, it's pretty cool to see in person.
And did you feel this way also before you were on the same team as him? Like, has he been an idol for you?
Yeah, you know, he's been playing Pro League since I was 11 years old. So, you know, I've always watched him play. So, you know, being on the same team is pretty cool.
And what were your feelings like when you realized I'm going to play on the same team as Canadian?
I mean, it was exciting, yeah. So, just excitement.
I feel like I shouldn't mention myself, so I would probably go with Pengu. I think while he played, it was pretty hard to argue. Like he was constantly winning, doing really well statistically on a supportive role, and like not only just doing well statistically, he had high impact in his games, and I felt that playing against him as well. So yeah, I think I had a lot of respect for him as a player. I thought he was an amazing player, and I would give that to him.
Welcome back to the Montreal Major. We have one more best of one today here before we find out who everyone else has to play against for their second best of one. So I'm sure that all the players are watching this one as well to see who they're going up against. We're ending this part of the bracket on the A stream with FaZe and SSG. Now we're talking about FaZe as potentially one of the best hopes for this region now that Furia is not here. They of course had a great time in stage 1 and stage 2 of Brazil, also being flawless in the playoffs bracket for stage 2 of Brazil. We're seeing some players quite unexpectedly have a great stage as well. We're talking about Handy, we're talking about Vita King, really showing up in these individual moments for this roster. The really scary ones, they get a bit of momentum. They have won 11 rounds in a row in certain matchups. Just no stopping them as soon as they get that drive under their belt. So definitely something to look forward to. Now, over on the other side, we have SSG, and literally any matchup they'd win here today would be an improvement of their last major performance. They went 0-3 there in that Swiss bracket, immediately being eliminated from phase 2. But this time around, they have that new player of Benja on the roster. And let me remind you, when Benja joined G2, immediately after, he won SI. And where was that? right here in Montreal. We're seeing vocal players on this team as well. Ashen definitely not scared of yelling towards those opponents, but he has the numbers to back it up as well. The third best rated player on the side of SSG. And what they've worked on is refocusing their fundamentals. Now, I got to talk to two of these players prior to their matchup, so I hear from KDS and Benja. KDS from FaZe standing right in front of us. This is your first game at the Major in Montreal. How is the preparation coming into this event?
I think the preparation is really good because we made a boot camp in Toronto and we play against a lot of NA teams like Cloud9, DZ, Sonics. So we are very prepared to play against SSG.
You mentioned an NA team there. How do you feel about SSG being your very first game here?
I think it's really good to be the first team SSG because they are a strong team, and when we play against a strong team the first match, we start the competition stronger, and we think this is very good for us.
It's a good way to view where you are at the moment. Now, with Furia not being here, do you think you might be the best hope for Brazil of winning this tournament?
I think us or Team Liquid, W7 beats the BDS, so I think these three teams is the favorites for Brazil. But BD are playing good. They can surprise a lot of teams here, so I think will be if us. We hope we win because we won a lot. So yeah, I think we can be the favorites from Brazil right now.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for your time, KDS, and best of luck with the game. Benja, you have your first game of the Major coming up now. How is the preparation going into this event?
Good. We had like 1 week boot camp in Utah, so yeah, that was nice.
It's awesome. Well, we heard from your coach as well during that boot camp. You kind of focused on rebuilding these fundamentals. How does that go into practice?
I think just there was a few things that we were bad to, and then instead of like scrimming to win, we were like scrimming to like make our weak points like better.
That's awesome. But what do you think could be the key to winning out your game here today then?
Against FaZe, I think just do some good prep, know what they're going to do, and just play some good siege.
Play some good siege. That's what we're hoping to see as well. Thank you for your time, Benja, and good luck with the game. Good siege. Good siege is indeed what we hope to see here from this matchup on the A stream. Now, we're seeing our players getting ready for this important best of one. Let me remind you, we have our map veto as well to see where we'll be heading to, what map is selected out of our 9 map pool. And sometimes you just get to be lucky that 2 teams going up against each other have a map pool that is overlapping, because we go to Consulate, and that could arguably be one of the best maps for both these teams. FaZe have a 6-1 record on it, whilst SSG have a 5-1 record on it as well. The last time we saw it from SSG, it was a 7-5 versus Liquid in that Stage 2 Grand Final, which crowned them the Stage 2 Grand winner. And then for SSG, the last time we saw it was against Luminosity, against Oxygen. They beat quite a few NA teams on this map, but now they have to prove it against an international team. As we said, our players are still getting ready for that game. We'll take a bit of a break, but when we're back, our game should be starting very soon.
Time, if you had to pick one, who would that be?
I would say Pengu. Yeah. He's the person that got me wanting to get into Siege on PC. I started playing on console, then I seen him compete in tournaments, and I'm like, I want to be playing with that guy. I want to be on that guy's team. I'll be there one day. And basically, he started my passion to get where I am now, so I'll say Pengu.
I mean, the greatest is probably got to be Canadian, because what he did, like going to 3 different teams and winning a chip every time, that's obviously a very big deal. But obviously, I feel like there's a difference between greatest in achievements and just the best. Like the best, quote unquote, for me is Shaiko, obviously, like just consistency and being the best player at the game. But yeah, greatest Canadian for his doings, and you could obviously put Bengo and Fabian next to him. Fabian especially, you mentioned greatest player. Obviously, so Fabian did some as a coach as well, which is even greater. But I think greatest player Canadian, just like what he does when he comes to teams. Just now going to Sonics, broken Sonics, and winning the whole league is obviously like something to notice. So greatest Canadian for sure, and then the best player, Shaiko.
into the Montreal Major. We're just about to get into our 4th game of the day. And luckily, both games on both streams are running quite simultaneously. We got Black Dragons and DPlus over on the B stream, but here on the A stream, we have SSG and FaZe. It's time to get our casters in for this matchup as well. We welcome back Ace and Dez. Guys, I'm quite excited that we're going to Consulate. It seems like it might be these two teams' best map. Are you as excited as I am about it?
Yeah, we're quite lucky, really, because in our last series it was the same, both going to Chalet, their favourite maps. Now we get it again, so quality should be up, but we just see G2 struggle for like 8 rounds though, right?
Like I said last time, you want to see teams on maps that they enjoy because you get games like the one we've just had. And there's a lot of parallels, a lot of history between these two teams that we'll get into as well. But there's a lot at stake for this one.
100%, yeah, a lot on stake. If you win this game, you're only 2 games away of placing yourself in that live audience playoffs that we have next weekend. Any predictions, though, that we have for this best of 1?
That's a hard one. I think I lean to FaZe.
I was going to say I would lean to FaZe.
But SSG do tend to find form at weird times and just slap everyone about. So I don't know. FaZe is where I lean. But I think there could be something cooking.
It's been a tough day for NA so far today as well. I know we're only a few games in, but Sonics, DarkZero, it's been a tough day.
It's been a great day for me.
I'm not gonna lie, Ace, but you seem to be quite enjoying that NA struggles on this first day of the major here. Let's see if they struggle in this game as well, if they come out victorious on Consulate with FaZe and SSG.
Lovely, thank you very much, Anne. Indeed, we already had 1 Screamer team. What's 1 more?
1 more between friends. What's 3 more, actually, with another 2 games later on? Let's have a bit more.
That is true. We have 2 more later tonight as well. I hope the games carry on at the kind of pace they have been, because they have been chef's kiss so far. I mentioned earlier on, 4 or 6 games going to overtime. It just keeps on rolling. I'm hoping we get that kind of thing coming in, but I think as you heard them speak about during the, well, Anne spoke about during the little pre-test there before we got into the game, was, I suppose to call out as well prior to coming into the tournament, he said, you know, our big focus has been, during VOD review, less being like, what went wrong, and more like, why did it go wrong? And Bench just said it himself, going back to fundamentals, why is it these things are happening? What is it that's going wrong? They've kind of like really rode off energy historically, I think, SSG, whereas here you might start to see a much more tactically astute team come into the field, and that could actually give some troubles to FaZe.
I mentioned there that there's a lot of history and parallels between these two teams. I've got to give a nod to Carter, to Lynx, of course, for highlighting the importance of the date for me today. November 10th is a year to the day since these two played on Consulate back in Atlanta, and it was a hell of a series. It was part of the best of 3. FaZe won the series overall 2-1, but SSG took Consulate 8-6 in overtime. That was the one map that they won.
Overtime, you say, Tim?
A little bit of overtime, Des, correct. So, you know, you've got that parallel, a year to the day since that happened, but FaZe were actually played SSG at both of the majors, Copenhagen and Atlanta last year. They beat them both times. However, if you want another twist in the history tale, SSG were the only team aside from W7M at SI to beat FaZe. FaZe went pretty much unbeaten until that final. There was only SSG to beat them. So honestly, there is so much rich fabric between these two, tying them together in terms of results, in terms of matches. This is just going to be another thread in a tapestry of great games between these two.
If you look more to recent history, you know, Anne touched on it, for both teams, Consulate is one of their go-to maps. You look at the preference that we break down based on when they ban it, when they pick it, all this kind of good stuff. Both teams absolutely adore going to this map. So for me, this is looking like that map I said that can be a real showdown. Same as we had back on Chalet not too long ago between G2 and Liquid. Hopefully this one turns out to be the same. Hopefully we don't see one of the teams rocking up after 8 rounds and finally waking up as G2 found out during their last map, and it does stay competitive from the off. It's going to be FaZe starting on the attack, it's worth stressing as well, so you give a little bit of a lean over towards SSG to kick things off.
Yeah, we'd expect they need to come out and have a big start. Well, the thing for SSG, it's been a little bit of a resurgence for them through stage 2. Obviously, had Iconic earlier on in the year, didn't really pan out, you know, fantastically for them. So they made the switch, got Benja in, you know, after maybe a little bit of a disappointing Manchester major for them. So We'll see how that's going to go. It certainly worked well for them in Stage 2. It's seen some improvements for them. They look more solid all round. They're a team that plays with a lot of confidence, and I think Benja's the ideal sort of player to have in that situation because he's going to go in, and he's already been doing this. He's going to be hitting your entries. He's going to be going in and finding kills. He's going to be winning those, you know, 1, 2, 3 battles and giving you real advantage, and it feels like SSG are a team that will feed off that. You'll have Ashen in the old chat giving it plenty, you know, the sort of team that will feed off that brilliantly. I think that's been happening so far.
It's the story of the two of them, really, both Ashen and Benja playing this aggressive sort of entry pairing together. It reminds me back in the day when Benja was on G2, it was him and Doki in the front line causing the chaos. On this team, those are the two to watch out for. Ashen tends to be their primary entry. You see him taking most of their engagements, but Benja is always there to pick up and follow through as well. And I think what's nice is being surrounded by a team that are performing really well overall, like Ashen again being the front man for the team, the highest stats of them all, the highest DPS, KD, entry, you name it. But knowing that you've got a really reliable second player just behind him as well, with the work they've put in during this boot camp, I think you could see a very different flavor of SSG coming into this one, where it's less about, you know, forcing your way through and being just this big imposing force. Hopefully there's a little bit extra to their game plan, because my God, are they going to need it to bring down FaZe. But here we go, Tim, with game number 4 of the day. We still have 4 more to come up after this as well. I guess 8 if you include the B stream as well. But a lot more Siege to be played, but this one could be a real spectacle from the first half of the day, and that's amongst a lot of competition. Where we've had so many games going the full 15 rounds. It has been exciting, and this one is set up to be exactly the same.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one. I enjoy watching Consulate. I think it's grown on me a lot as we've seen it played more and more, and I think it's going to be a great map for these two to go head-to-head on. So FaZe SSG will be getting underway right now. Don't go anywhere. Make yourself comfortable.
Ying Blitz, my guest, by the way, on bans. Okay, Monty, fair enough.
There you go.
So you're going to see Forest running around on Blitz?
It's no surprise, you know, as we say, Monty's pretty much been the most banned over the last month or two. So Ying follows up as your second option, and then we'll get into the defenders. But yeah, make yourselves comfortable. Don't go anywhere, because I think this one is going to be an absolute belter. I think it's going to be just as close as G2 Liquid.
Ying are really good at SSG are really good at drawing these bans away, I think, on that Ying. An interesting one coming in here in the Warden. Not normally an operator that creeps in towards the ban side of things, like not that level of strong, but very, very inhibitive you tend to find for teams that want to execute, especially Ying taken away, though. It feels like an odd ban. Maybe a lot of leaning in here by FaZe to play a lot of flashbang heavy comps. I've seen a number of teams employing this over the stage. When you haven't got Ying on side, you bring along 9 or 12 flashbangs, and that basically becomes your Ying. Really well coordinating teams can capitalize on that extremely well. So I don't think you ban away a Warden here unless you've got a solid game plan for it. That is a target ban against Ashen. That's his go-to most played. Next up comes Castle. So at some point you'll probably see him stepping it across towards that operator as well. But for now, no Warden on side. We are going to see some very explosive executes, Tim.
I would expect so. I would certainly expect so. As we will get into this one, it's like I say, for me, you've got FaZe coming in, who I think, you know, come in as, I won't say the favourite for the tournament, but certainly one of the favourites that we've spoken about a lot.
It's so weird that people don't really speak about FaZe being favourites.
No, they're always
they are
coming
consistently in the top 3 or top 4 finishers, like every single tournament.
Maybe we should start calling them FaZe-rates.
Thanks very much. It's only been 3 days since I've been here, Tim.
You're welcome.
Well, saying that, we had that intro with the cheesy jokes about the...
We did.
What a ghost. What was it again? Remind me.
Keep watching, there'll be more to come. The joke that I told you the other day was, what is a Canadian ghost's favourite food?
And it was poutine.
Poutine.
Very good.
Yeah, you enjoyed that one, didn't you?
I did. You kept it secret as well, because we like to sit and plan out some fun intros every now and then, but that one you really kept away from me, and I was very disgusted when I heard it. You saw my reaction in real time, Tim.
I had some poutine last night, actually.
Did you have some poutine?
No, it was
actual poutine.
Actual.
Halloween's gone. It's over.
You gotta eat it whilst you're out here. I had some good stuff. It was enjoyable, but I'm sure enjoyable is going to be what we're going to be saying about this game when we are finished. Let's get into it. We're 40 seconds in, and you know you spoke guys about potential explosive executes. No warden on side is going to make it just maybe a little bit more freedom for the attackers to have that little bit of aggression to play in behind utility, and we'll see whether that is something that comes to fruition or not. Of course, the Ying was banned away, but there's plenty of other util that can be used. And right now, we've already got pressure towards yellow coming from FaZe.
That's exactly it. They're looking for very much a standard execute here. As you can see, all the floor shot out, the Grim Bees coming in as well. Normally a crucial part of this execute, but more like ahead of time here than what you'd normally expect. They're going to have to make an execute happen soon, but I think they're a little bit afraid of what might come in from C4s, for example, from the other side, of which there is at least one to play behind in Benja's hands. Jane, I know, swings out and finds Handy. That's a little bit of pressure already stripped away, but now the executes come on through, they're stepping in, and this is where FaZe have got to find their kills.
3 versus 3 then as it starts raining on in. Fultz manages to find Veto King, and SSG are standing up very well to this at the minute. It's going extremely well for them as they will just look to hold on and hold their positions here. They're not getting drawn into fights, and I like that from SSG. Cyber does manage to find Benja though, 2v2. Balls just being picked up, and this is what I'm talking about. SSG, they're kind of playing with just dipping in and out of a doorway, have a little challenge, but they're not exposing themselves. They're not inviting those bullets to be coming back in their direction, and it's going well for them so far. However, Cyber maybe has a little bit of space here.
No one's here.
Have an opportunity to stick this, because like you say, there's nobody on side able to do anything, and SSG, they have to react, and that's when it gets difficult, because they have to be the one going onto the angles. Cyber's out of the window, he's on the rappel. This is going to be extremely difficult now for Forest to do anything.
Going to try and see what he can stick. No, he's pulled off it as well. Wants to take the firefight, but you're not going to be able to win. This is the problem. Souls has been an absolute demon here as well, holding around bathroom and top yellow. 2 or 3 kills from the position. He's done really all that his team needed of him and more. It was weird how far back SSG were playing from that position, right?
It was, like I said, I liked what SSG did at the beginning. They weren't overcommitting to fights. They had some nice positions inside of sight, and they were, you know, keeping those fights, keeping themselves on top. 3 versus 2, had man advantage. It was just a really good decision from Cyber. He saw the gap, he saw the opportunity. There's nobody underneath. I can just go in here and plant CEO window. And he had time to get out on the rappel. To be honest with you, as soon as he's out on the rappel, that's job done. It's very unlikely that you're going to be winning that situation from there if you're SSG on the defense. So I feel like, you know, yeah, they were doing well, and they've just let one slip through the net a little bit, really.
Well, one that I'm sure FaZe will feel very, very emboldened by. Again, Sol's really having a bit of a flying start there. 3 kills with barely moving his feet. And even with a couple of nice shots coming back from SSG, that one through the soft wall was beautiful, but not enough to get the round over the finish line. Just stepping a bit too far back. Now, Ashen's cooking something. I saw him hovering the Kavira, and I was like, are we really going to see him stick this the whole way through? Well, the answer appears to be yes. A lot of confidence being shown here against a team that don't really let much go underneath their noses and let it slip by them. So we'll see just how much damage he can do. He is up on that second floor here and hoping that he catches someone. Getting a little bit too brave, should we say, up on the top floor. Maybe pushing their way through without a drone to cover them, for example. He gets that. Oh, we always love seeing an interrogation go through.
The excitement will be there if the opportunity should present itself. But like you say, FaZe, very much likely I would expect to be picking that up. Benja just out there for a little bit of support as well up inside of admin. So FaZe definitely going to have to pay attention, I think, to the rest of the map. I'm not sure that they're going to get away with necessarily just going route 1 straight in towards site. They're going to have to think about these operators, at least think about the routes they're likely to take back to site and prevent them from falling onto the flanks or anything like that. Interestingly, they're just going to be getting the hatch open. I'm a little bit concerned that they're not aware of Benja's position here. He could well have kept himself off the grid, and if he's done so, it's going to be an absolute freebie when the Hibana of Veto King walks in through this door.
Thing is, it's so common to have someone playing the hatch or just playing the vertical in general. Like, you have to be getting drones in and looking skyward. They can see on that drone there the lovely black spot on the wall where they've got the vertical angle opened up. They have to know that someone's playing there. You don't just see a hole and go, oh, it's just random, that's there. 9 times out of 10, there's going to be a player sat on it. So they need to be respectful of that, if nothing else, which then means they need to worry about trying to clear this top floor. But that ain't so easy, because Asher's the one who's sneaking his way out towards top yellow. If he manages to catch someone out, as mentioned, this could be disastrous for FaZe. We're already halfway through the round.
Dockerby call comes in. We're going to see Benja just rejecting that one. Does not want to have a conversation at the moment. He's going to keep himself up on the top floor. Like I say, it's all going to be about timing here. It's kind of difficult to call. SSG, those players up on the top floor could have a huge impact on the round, or they could have none. If they leave it too late, FaZe may well be in a position where they've just left them out in the cold and just don't worry about them. This could work from FaZe. It's all going to depend on what Ashen and Benja do when they collapse back onto this attack.
That's what they're looking for, aren't they? If you're going to find anyone on this drop on through. Answer so far being no, but there is one down, yellow. They've seen him on a drone. This could be a kill coming in, but I don't think they know at this point, Tim. He's got on the Claymore as well. They know that he's there, and they've got their kill as well. The flank watch was ready. Not quite going to strike the way they wanted, and FaZe now find themselves at a 5v3, even if that clock is starting to tick down towards 0.
As mouth-watering and tantalising as that potential flank was, as I said, it was fraught with danger. It was about timing. It was about accomplishment, and Benja and Ashen didn't manage either. As we see Cyber come around the corner, takes down Fultz, 3v1. FaZe have surely got this round in the bag, but 10 seconds left. The diffuser was going down. Final kill comes in, and they do indeed have that one in the bag. 2-0 FaZe, and they look good so far.
It feels very reminiscent of what we saw on Chalet in our last game, right? Where the Brazilian side are just starting on absolute fire on the attack. Very composed, nothing's really surprising them so far. And even when they do find a player slips the net, there's always one or two players just ready to capitalize and guarantee the trade back on the other side. Very little room they're leaving for SSG here to be able to slip through the gaps and get anything done. Fantastic start, and understandably, you can see why many are so excited about the prospects of this team so far. Of course, still many rounds of Siege ahead. It could all completely flip, but at least from what I've seen so far, very impressed.
Yeah, looking good. We've spoken about FaZe coming in here, looking good through stage 2, particularly in the playoffs inside of Brazil. You know, they finished 4th overall in the group standings, but then didn't drop a map in the playoffs whatsoever. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, saw them through here to Montreal, and it was a great performance from them. So, you know, I often talk about form, and hitting form at the right time for tournaments is so important, and FaZe might just have done that, because through those first 2 rounds, they look almost unbeatable.
I like what they're rocking in this round, though, on the SSG side. You've got the Mute, you've got the Mozzie, you've got the Solus. Of course, Mozzie got buffed recently now. It's got 4 of those pests to play behind. Combined with the Jammers, that is a lot of information blackout. And when everyone saw Consulate get reworked, many of the main comments were, oh, it's really tight, it's really pokey, lots of single doorways, lots of bottlenecks. So that's where Mute and Mozzie shine. The Solus is just there for a little bit of extra pain, a little bit of extra damage towards your intel game. So I think FaZe here, as you can see on the top left corner of your screen, they've only got 1 drone out in the field right now, because they just know that trying to send anything in towards this map is basically asking to lose drones, as we just found out. The Brava losing one of those drones straight away. So SSG are aiming for a full information blackout here and trying to force FaZe into a little bit of panic and a little bit of uncertainty. Another one gone. They're chewing through him.
They really are chewing through him at the minute. There's still 5 on side for FaZe, and they may well, I think there's 1 Brava drone left available as well. So they do still have some to work with. They just need to be very careful. They're well aware of this player in behind the desk inside of CEO at the minute. They need to do something about it, though. That's the problem. Even if it's just shooting up through the floor from closet window, just do anything. We can see the spray coming along. J9O almost loses his life, but almost is not nearly enough as Ashen manages to find KDS. Advantage SSG.
Like I say, they can't drone everything. They've got no idea what's going on towards bathroom, no idea what's going on below, and they know they've got to get rid of this player in the back corner. Hello there. That's the main problem that you've got, unfortunately. If he doesn't get removed, then this is really going to be a sticking point for them. They can't get information on him, so they're very much relying on, I don't know, something magic to happen, and FaZe look completely stumped here. They've got no idea how to deal with it. That's a good way of doing it. A nade comes on through, he runs into the angle, he finally gets shut down.
It's taken a long time, though.
Yes.
They've had that window angle held by Veto King for the longest time, saying, he's in the corner, he's in the corner, he's stuck in the corner, he's still in the corner, and they just didn't have an answer to it. Forest, he manages to take down Handy. That's now effectively 4v2 as Cyber is down. He's bleeding out. It's going to be a matter of seconds until the Nomad drops off the board as well. And this round is getting tougher and tougher for FaZe right now.
So
Forest manages to find his man, takes him down. 4 versus 2 now. And you feel like SSG, they're definitely going to be holding on to this one.
It's looking difficult, isn't it now? Again, that information blackout we saw coming in from SSG has just been the key to winning. And this is the thing about top teams like FaZe, BDS, you know, G2 at times as well. They lean so much into information. It's not that they're just swinging on corners and winning gunfights. Talking to Doki yesterday, he was saying at this level there are so many good gunners that isn't what makes the difference. It's often that team strategy. It's how you approach the game that matters most of all. And I feel there SSG have just completely outgamed FaZe. A really good round.
Yeah, it was. I feel like SSG have settled a bit. FaZe were really good in the first couple of rounds, but we often see this, we often say this. Teams come in and maybe are a little bit slower to start up than the others, and they find themselves a couple of rounds down. It's not the end of the world. SSG looked much better there, and I think hopefully we're going to see them grow into this one even more. They're going to be going, interestingly, to the split site here next, Des, for round 4. They're going to be choosing servers and tellers. They're going to be setting up whilst we just see the back end of that round. But this is an interesting site choice from SSG against a FaZe side that are playing pretty well so far.
I really expected Ashen then to be like, yeah! As he is every single time they win around at any other event. But no, nice and calm so far. It's keeping it chill. It's a long week ahead of him potentially.
There's a long way to go, yeah.
Plenty more energy to be unleashed as we get through. I've got zeroed out. But for now, at least, keeping it calm. As I said, though, that's your kind of trump card played here. They've played this Mute Mozzie setup. Sure, it can work again, but, you know, full well FaZe will come in with a better idea of how to deal with it if that does turn out to be the case. This time around, though, again, that not being what they're going for. Much more denial focus with the Kaid and the Tubarão on side. Still got the Solus, still got the Mute. And the Legion, as we saw in the last round, got 2 of those goo mines stuck in the feet of the attackers inside a lounge. So why not bring that along again? It's so far proved pretty useful.
So I'd imagine that we're going to see SSG likely holding on to the top floor and admin, but it's interesting, really. It's kind of FaZe's choice as to how they're going to attack this. You can go for top floor and try to work vertically, maybe get yourself a plant down inside of tellers. Alternatively, you just work your way in through garage and go sort of laterally straight across into servers and try and get some space to get a plant down in there. So it depends what FaZe choose to do. At the minute, it looks like they're going to be paying attention to admin, trying to get admin and Visa control, and then work from there.
I think what they've gone for here is really smart as well. With the Brava on side, we've seen it most rounds anyway, but knowing there are those 2 bulletproofs likely inside of sight up on that first on the ground floor, because that is where the focus always comes in. Think back to the days of old console. It was all about pulse, it was maestro cams. As long as you've got visibility, C4s from below can do all the work that you need them to. They've had one away in the second one. I'm not quite sure what's going on with that one. It may still be up, it may be taken down by the looks of it. It's still online, but when that's removed, all you can lean on is the Solus.
Just still trying to work on that hatch there. Of course, the electrification making it a little bit tricky, but they managed to play around it very nicely there, FaZe. Just showing
it feels so cheeky, that, doesn't it? You electrify the hatch, so it can't be hard breached off, and you can still hard breach it off. It's always one of the things I've looked at and just thought,
that's
cheeky.
it. When they're on the soft surfaces, you can just play around it. It does that little bit of explosive damage underneath still, because the hatches just work on a percentage of damage. So long as you've done enough, it's much like when the Maverick gets on there. It doesn't have to be round the edges. It doesn't have to be anything in particular.
Call came on through. I mean, 3 immediately were turned off there, whereas 2 are still ringing out. That's normally when you see a call coming through, that the moves start to come in from the other side. That's both Dokkaebi calls down here as well. Nothing left to play off of. So FaZe are going to have to walk in and find the gunfight. It's not going to find the first. Souls taken out by Forest.
Yeah, another good start for SSG into this round, I think. 2 minutes before that first fight comes. Then they managed to get the kill as well. Fultz is on the roam a little bit here. Knows there's somebody to find, but unfortunately for him, it's going to be KDS that's the one doing the finding. Manages to get himself a kill. J9O, he's going to be looking around archives, but the problem is not in archives. The problem is down below, but they haven't dealt with that top floor. The soul is being put to great use by Ashen there. Able to shut down the plant attempt. FaZe, they tried to get away with a sneaky little play there, but you know what? It didn't matter. The Solis sniffed it out, knew what was going on, and another good defense from SSG to level things up 2-2.
I really can't think of where I've seen that exact play before. Like, it probably was earlier on this year, maybe even at our last event, where you have this basement defense, you have the top floor defense, and that is really what you're trying to hold. And so often teams only focus on cutting one of those out, which means, as you just saw there, the Solus is completely uncontested upstairs and gets a freebie. Nothing really more to be said for that. Well played again by SSG. The 2 rounds they've found now over FaZe, I think at least, have come from a very superior game plan. They've looked like they're really on top of things. FaZe are the ones who need to adapt here and figure something out.
I feel like FaZe got caught between 2 attacks there. For me, if you're going to plant in tellers, you take top floor and Visa and you plant in tellers. You try and do it on a surface like the desk or something to avoid the nitros from below. but you've got to take that area. If you're going to work in through garage and sort of work in laterally, then you need to plant inside of archive. You try and get yourself in a position where it's difficult to have a vertical down onto you, and you try and plant there. I feel like they got caught in between them two things, and it was kind of like a lateral push, didn't really get that top floor control, tried to plant intel, it just, none of it really worked for me. So I think FaZe, I don't know if they've maybe been caught out a little bit by the site rotation. Maybe, you know, they were on the back foot a little bit, maybe not expecting server intellers to come out from SSG, but it's been a great one for them to continue that swing of momentum. 2 rounds in a row now, and SSG looking a lot more comfortable on Consulate.
They are indeed. I mean, it's 2 rounds at this point. FaZe could equally turn things back as soon as we start seeing a change come on through. Nothing drastic being indicated by their attacking setup, more looking in towards that Finker and the Dokkaebi as being the 2 sharp, pointy sticks on the team. On the other, though, it's more of the same sort of thing, right? In fact, we're merging the comps that we've seen previously with the Solus on side. This time around, got the Mozzie instead of the Mute, the Legion stays, and it's the Kaid and the Tubarão again. It's kind of a why fix what ain't broken? You know, you've played these 2 styles so far of denial and of, well, Intel denial, but also hard breach denial, and it's done the trick. So why change?
FaZe are largely stacking up around that admin side at the minute. A little bit of attention, you know, might come in towards maybe Spiral Skylight, something like that, try and shut down Long Desk, but they're going to be looking to deal with that, moving from that side of the map and then work their way towards site. It certainly looks like a potential. I don't know whether they're going for the clearance or not. They know that there's players around the map. They were able to leave them out in the cold last time, but this time the Dokkaebi's there, the Cole comes in. It's as if they want to go and take these fights, but it's just whether they're going to get any success on it or not.
Oh, he's missed his man as well. I think at least the idea coming in towards the left there. Couple of pixels off towards his right-hand side. It is Sinan coming in towards lobby, and at this point, a lot of pressure being applied on towards Fultz. The second call comes on through, and surely now, with 3 or 4 players surrounding him, someone knows that he's here. Please? Oh, already found one, and there's no one swinging in for the trade as well. 2 more off towards the left, and 1 up in towards Art, but he's still in a really good situation here to be able to deny the opening of this hatch, to look for more gunfights. Ashen falls down here. Fultz has now found a second. He is the thorn in their side tip.
Fultz has just been a brilliant pressure sponge here, hasn't he? He's just absorbed all of that pressure for 2 minutes coming in from FaZe. Got 2 kills as well.
Survived 2 phone calls.
It's fantastic stuff from Fultz there. Just brilliant command of that small area of the map. And it gives SSG another great position. Benja is now able to play with more freedom. He's up at top Spiral. It's another area that FaZe just haven't been able to lock down. And now they are ruining it, because Benja is in a position they can do nothing about. They're just going to have to leave him out there, and they know that he's going to keep coming back to challenge them over and over again, as he continues to do from Lounge. It's a tough finish. 15 seconds left to go. 1 versus 3. This one's over for FaZe. Souls may be a clutch player, but I don't think he's going to be clutching anything up here.
Unfortunately not. No, I mean, SSG once again with a... There he is.
It was only a matter of time. It was only a matter of time.
Well, he has well and truly appeared. Yeah, another really good round from SSG, but your last questions of FaZe there. You saw how many blue outlines were stood around Fultz when he was sat down inside of Expo, and I was just a little bit like, there's 4 of you around. You've had 2 phone calls come on through. You know exactly where he is, surely. And then there's only 1 player going for a swing on him. Like, why is there no team play coming in here? 2 or 3 players surrounding the one and punishing him. Maybe they missed it. Maybe the drones didn't find him. The call range wasn't large enough. I don't know. But they paid the price for not punishing Fultz there, and he was the difference maker for them. Really good comeback, because bearing in mind SSG were down 2-0 at the start, then out 3-2.
We'll just have a short tech pause come in at that point. I think we've just got a little issue that we need to deal with, and as soon as we can get back into the game, we will be. But yeah, you know, this is, I think, a little bit of a dangerous point for FaZe now, because not only are SSG playing well, but that confidence is starting to build. Ashen's starting to find his voice a little bit. Everything's getting a little bit like...
Are you shitting yet? You shit your pants, Victor Queen!
I love how the admin, bless her, was stepping across and being like, please, stop, don't talk. And he was like... He's like, I'm doing it. You can't contain him.
As I said, Ashen's finding his voice a little bit.
The thing is, I'm at a few events who've actually been on like shuttles back with them, and I've always said to him, I was like, your voice never sounds like it goes, like, and he's like, nope. And I'm just like, how do you scream?
Oh, you do it all day.
Yeah, the thing is, he talks intensely during the round to IGL his team. He then screams at the end of rounds, does it multiple times a day, yet his voice never disappears. I'm always amazed. Man's got pipes.
Certainly does, and he's certainly putting them to some use to try and get into the heads of FaZe a little bit. Ultimately, like I say, what it starts to show me for SSG is a confidence there. You know, I'm not saying they never do, but you're not shouting like that when you're getting hammered by somebody. You're shouting like that when the confidence is up, when you're feeling like you're going to be taking more rounds, when you're ready for those gunfights. Ashen and Benja are having a great game at the minute. They're enjoying a lot of freedom. Ashen hasn't got as many kills as Benja, but they're enjoying a lot of freedom around the map. You know, we're not often seeing them on site, and I like that from SSG. They're really stretching FaZe. So Ashen played Caveira, and FaZe were able to win that round. Yes, him and Benja were off on the top floor, but FaZe just played into sight. Anytime that FaZe have tried to play into that roam game, and they are going to have to do it because you can't just leave them out in the cold every single time. It's not going to work every single time like it did on that basement attack. You're going to get hit on the flank sometimes. Anytime they've tried to play into it, that's when they're falling down, because Ashen and Benja are making things very, very difficult for them out there in the map. So I like to see it continuing from SSG.
Watch that one's been jammed away, friend. There's a jammer on the other side of that wall. I mean, looking at the comp here, you can generally draw your own assessments at home as to what's going on. 4 C4s, a pulse on side, Mozzie to nick a couple of drones away and give even more information. I imagine there'll be a lot of players, let's say, coming in from below here to deny inside a garage, and that's why FaZe have got the focus going on towards droning into garage itself. But even without that being a thing, they found themselves a nice little bit of a freebie at the start of the round. A C4 catching out KDS. Certainly no complaints here. And now, look at this. Andy trying to work his way forwards. The resident player blitz for this team, but not going to be able to win things out. J90 has found his man.
Done really well there, and it's always a difficult challenge to make for the blitz against the shotgun. We know how powerful those shotguns are at close range, but also the fact that you're often hip firing anyway through choice. A lot of the time the shotguns aren't used with ADS. So if you're going to get full white flash, you can just fire off a shotgun shot and there's a good chance you're going to hit something. And that's exactly what happens. We see the Kaid of Forest taken down as well. Souls manages to now take down Ashen. 3 versus 3, but a minute and a half and utility gone with the blitz taken away. SSG, they're going to be happy with that exchange.
And J90 managed to get away from his predicament where he was trapped in the corner. Did have the assist coming in from the pulse, but they just knew that he was there. They knew what was going on, and as Ash was probably indicating, it was thanks to the red dot that they knew what was going on, or the laser, sorry, as to why he was in that position. Down to a 2 versus 2, and Ashen's got to be careful here with that smack talk, because his team aren't out of the woods just yet. This is still winnable by FaZe.
Yeah, that was actually really nice from FaZe, the way that they pressured and pushed J90 there. Difficult space to challenge when you're going up against a shotgun like that, but they've done a good job, not lost a lot of hit points on the side of Cyber as well. So 2v2, plenty of time, little bit of drones, drone util that they can still use.
I was going to say, they're playing into a pulse and 2 C4 still being on side. As long as SSG don't try and directly engage in gunfights there for no reason, this is theirs for the win. They can get all the information they need. Vitter King's got to work some real magic now, and already want to sit down below. Fultz is going to feed the info and just say to Benja, here he is, light him up.
Yeah, they're playing it really well here. There you go, he's got him.
Easy peasy. See you later.
Job done.
Very well played.
Really well played.
That is a
really well played.
Textbook way to play a 2 versus 2 round end.
Yeah, really good from SSG. Just leaning in to the utility that was available to them. In that case, the nitros and the pulse scanner particularly. Just, you know, used it absolutely beautifully. And great stuff from them to take a 4-2 half on Consulate and FaZe. They've got some thinking to do. I don't think we'll see it right now, but I don't think it's going to be long until we start seeing them thinking about attack timeout potentially.
I did wonder to myself when they were down 3-2, would they take one there, thinking we really need to get this next round on the board? Like, we need to get some attacks going our way before we switch sides. But I think at this point, when you look at a 4-2 scoreline, it's somewhat what you come to expect. SSG have had a really good 4 rounds. They're building confidence as things have gone on. Just like we saw back on the last game between G2 and Liquid, things can change pretty quickly, though. It was at the round 8 mark when things spun on their heads. It was Liquid up 6-2. G2 brought it back to 6 apiece. You could see a similar story here. It really depends how this half starts out. And for me, that really rides with SSG because they have been the ones setting the pace of these rounds so far.
Like, you think back to the first 2 rounds that FaZe won, and they looked good in some ways, in some of the kills that they were finding. But then when you think about it, you think that first round was a 2v2. Cyber was able to take the opportunity to get the plant down on the window. I think it was a little bit of a mistake from SSG just playing it a little bit too passively that allowed that diffuser to go down. Second round, they managed to leave Benja and Ashen out in the cold. They went direct to site, and yes, they got away with managing the flanks, and when they came back in, they killed those roamers. But then beyond that, I can't say that FaZe have massively impressed me on the attack there. They haven't, you know, really looked like winning rounds. If either team has looked in control, it's definitely been SSG so far, and they are definitely worth those 4 rounds that they've got on the board at the moment.
No IQ on side here to help deal with the Valkyrie on the other, so that'll be an impact to consider. Of course, we saw one go into the vending machine, the other 2 down and out around the map. But really, for me, it's about Forest on this blitz. Shields, as we've all spoken about, to the absolute death at this point, still incredibly potent. Forest, one of the ones that I think of that's had good success on this operator. I think the highest pick operator for him has been the Blitz throughout stage 2. So no surprise at all that he wants it on side. No doubt, though, your eyes and ours are on Benja. He's on the Amaru, and he's looking towards that hatch by the scenes of things. They don't care about the settle going on out towards admin. They're already thinking about sights him.
And why not? They're taking the lessons learned from FaZe, where when the opportunity was there, they took it and they got away with it. We're going to see the utility raining in from the Capitão now. Souls, however, manages to punctuate things with a Nitro. Cyber picks one up for himself. Benja's into the mix, managing to find the late trade onto Souls. But FaZe, they come away the better from that exchange. But the diffuser's going down. The cover is there. This is going to stick for SSG, Des.
It is, and look at the cover. J9 is there. Bathroom. It's killed 4! They had no idea. Maybe they did. I don't know. The bullets came through at the end, but just not ready for J9 to explode out of the bathroom there. There was cover from him. There was one top yellow. So even if he falls, they've still got the cross to make sure that goes down. Wonderful stuff. See, they keep screaming ruin, by the way, means bad in Portuguese. So they're like, ruin utility, bad utility, and just saying bad overall.
I can't think of many occasions where I have seen...
Okay, they're having a lot of fun.
I can't think of many occasions where I've seen 4 kills got so fast. That was...
Look, you can see it here in the replay. I mean, it's a straight line shootout for him for sure.
From first to last, I think that was probably about 2 seconds.
Yeah, second after 2.
Absolutely unbelievable from J9. Just, like I say, SSG at the minute are in complete control. I picked up on the game a year ago in Atlanta. A year ago today, it was 8-6. It went to overtime, but SSG got that win on Consulate. They've come back a year later, said, let's go again. Let's go to Consulate, and this time, they are in the driving seat. No question. SSG, I said, were, a big hope for NA today after the results for DarkZero and Sonics earlier on. They wanted to be getting one of those first games won, and well, it looks like they could be on course to do so. They're looking very good at the minute.
The first couple of rounds, I think they really got figured out. They were trying to run things like the Ella, they were playing it slow with things like Goyo and Maestro, where they've really come into their own and been able to control the map in the last 4 rounds of that first half. Was on things like the Mute and the Mozzie and the Kaid, the Subral, the Solis. That was really the centerpiece of their defense that got them really building in confidence. And as said, you probably see that carry on over towards the attack for a couple of rounds. FaZe are the ones who need to bounce back, and truthfully, Tim, that last round should have been the time for attack timeout. Otherwise, you're now staring down the barrel of a 4-round climb to even get to overtime as FaZe. This would have been the point to say, right, hold on a second, what the hell has gone on these last 5 rounds? Because we are not getting anything out of this team.
Very, very cautious approach in the building. SSG don't want to be losing anybody to little peeks out of windows. We're going to see the utility.
Please get this right. Do they know where it is?
We're going to see.
They only get 2 chances at this. They got it, cool.
There we go. So Selma Charge is going to go on. That's going to see that closet wall opening up. And the top floor clearance from SSG can begin. Just want to make things as difficult as possible for FaZe to stay up there. Of course, wanting the verticals above the site. The blitz is in as well. Just pinging out a little bit of intel, a little bit of information there.
Yeah.
Exactly that. Just wanting to say, close off those stairs for me so I'm not getting challenged. The FNAT is going to capture him for the time being, and this is good from FaZe. Able to stand up. Can they deal with the last thorn in the side that is the blitz? It's certainly looking that way. Forest is all alone. 75 HP taken down, and out of almost nowhere, a flawless round from FaZe. Have they found themselves their momentum, Des? Is this going to be a repeat of what we saw in the G2 Liquid game?
Loads getting excited about one round is the problem, and FaZe have played that really well. I think, if nothing else, the pressure that was being shown on towards the bathroom player there, one from window, one from the blitz pushing in from the right. He had really good cover, though, because there was a player off towards the right-hand side in meeting that had that soft wall, giving cover across to stop him getting pushed too aggressively by the blitz. That was enough for him to win the 1v1 by the player that then went really aggressive in towards bathroom itself, and then turn and start putting pressure on the blitz as well. So plenty of good crossfires being set up by FaZe there, expecting that kind of aggression, and they've dealt with it really well. And now we'll ask that classic question, what do SSG do in response? And as it stands to be, you might see something as crazy as Glaz and the Oster coming out here as well to go for a very classic setup, a very classic execute.
Okay then, SSG, this is your time to prove that it was a blip, that it was one good round for FaZe, and that you're able to just walk straight back in to what you were doing previously. As it is, you're going to have a lot of problems to overcome potentially. It looks like there's going to be a presence on yellow stairs for FaZe. There's a little bit of movement up on the top floor as well. We saw FaZe able to ignore the full map clearance when they won their second round attacking onto basement, but will the same be safe to say of SSG? I love this. You know, there's just no stopping Cyber. It doesn't matter what the score is in a game. It doesn't. He always has complete faith and confidence in himself. He's on the Boss G. He's on the Vigil. He's at the windows. 5-3 down. You know what? I'm going to get something going for my team. And if you're going to play the Vigil, that's the attitude you need to have. You need to go out there and make a nuisance of yourself.
Small things, but like the things we caught back in phase one on this map, where teams often chucking drones in towards open windows and going, cool, surely we can get in here for free. I think that's a great C4. But where he was sat just ready to dance around there on the Vigil, I was like, these drones will get chewed up. So they're playing things sensibly and being careful about it, which I think is the most important part. You had one tucked inside of admin to catch out roughly where Cyber is. But being on the Vigil is not going to be the easiest to track. Two players have got to uncover on this top floor. You've got Cyber off towards one side and the Mute out towards the other. So if they can find something from this, then fantastic. Cyber now down on that first floor, though, as you can see.
Again, just SSG struggling to get themselves into the building here, struggling to sort of maintain that pace and aggression. You know, like we said in the first couple of rounds, maybe a little bit too passive. They had more success when they were able to take those fights to FaZe, and it's not really happening for them at the minute. Not inside of the map yet, no real confident control. FaZe able to just sit and watch the seconds tick by, and that's perfect for a defensive team. You know, you just want to sit there and let the clock do the work.
They've conceded basically no room outside of Cyber having to drop down from that top floor. That's really all they've had to worry about, and it's a good place to be. And same as top yellow, I spoke about the Mute being on the other side of the map. Neither have really had to move. They're just happy to massage the attention here coming out from SSG, take a step back when they start looking to move forward. Things like the Dokkaebi, as you're seeing here, are always going to be a bit of a threat. But with a little bit of cover, then get the Vigil away here, and they can worry about those, both of them being turned off now. I think that's it in terms of calls as well. They've got one more. Nope, that's it. They've got no calls left. And all they've managed to do is force these defenders slightly back. Cyber actually drops in and finds one for himself comfortably. Very easily done. And SSG dispatched yet again.
Yeah, SSG just...
Another flawless. Wow.
SSG's just looking for a little bit of almost a cheese play, really. We're just going to hot drop the hatch. We'll gone 6 here. See if we can pick up a couple in and around servers. Maybe it gets something going for us in the round. They just really seem to have run out of ideas on that attack, Des.
They do, yeah. And again, it's the fact that neither player, Handy nor Cyber, had to move for about 90 seconds. They weren't forced back to site until right at the very end. And even then, they were ready for the rapid play coming out from SSG. I just feel these last 2 rounds, they've sort of found the answers. SSG is still in the lead, it's worth stressing. They can still fix this, but as we remarked earlier on with the G2 Liquid game, so far the momentum is swinging back the other way. And that normally only means one thing, that overtime is abound at some point.
FaZe definitely remained unbothered on the botheredometer there, Des.
The botheredometer, that's a new one, Tim.
Like a barometer, but for how bothered you are or not.
I see.
Yeah, they, like you say, you know, we often look at it that way. How bothered were the players inside? Did they have to move? Did they have to take any fights? Did they have to do anything other than sit on cams? That round, absolutely not. SSG unable to get anywhere near, and they're going to be looking to make a bigger impact, certainly, in round 10, because FaZe, whilst they had a wobble in the middle of the game, they're certainly on the comeback trail now. One more round and they draw things level, and they're looking a lot more comfortable in this second half than they did on the attack. You know, yeah, we were a little bit critical after those first couple of rounds, but those first couple of rounds that they got, that slow start from SSG, it might have been enough, Des.
You'd have hoped. but so far, no dice. Change away from game plan as well for SSG. No blitz coming along in this round for Forest. He's over on towards the EMPs of the Thatcher, probably realizing, actually, you know what, FaZe have got an answer, because we spoke about this in the pre-game, that we're seeing, at least from what Jesse and Carter was saying earlier, teams are starting to adapt. They're starting to find the solution to shields now, play a little bit tighter together, chuck C4s their way, often proves to be enough, and I think maybe SSG realised they've been figured out on that side now. It's down towards a different tack instead, all stacking up on this default execute window. What do SSG do in response? FaZe do in response? Because if you remember back in the first half, SSG, they drew too far back and let FaZe get away with an execute.
All the utility goes. This is the time to head on in. Exactly what they do. Fultz is going to be putting the diffuser down. Like you say, I'm not too sure how much can be done. C4 unsuccessful. Bitter King does manage with the smoke canister though to find the kill in the nick of time. Diffuser's down. The plant was unsuccessful and FaZe have stood tall. They've held them off. What do SSG do now?
There was no threat actually on the top floor itself. They have Benja underneath to watch Piano, but that's all they really had to work with. So nothing stopped the Mute just walking in the middle of sight, tossing a C4 that, yes, that one killed him. I was going to say the last one didn't kill, but the smoke got the finish off. It did about 70 damage, that initial C4. So right idea, but no one's challenging these players stepping inside of sight. Plant going down again. Well, the third player full trying to make this happen. Immediately air jabbed away, and no, he won't even get to finish it off. FaZe have shown just how to defend this position, but SSG, you'll be asking, why was there never anyone providing top floor cover?
Yeah, great resilience from FaZe there to not be sort of beaten down in that site. It would have been easy, potentially, to think, you know, we can't make that challenge. They've kept fighting the tough angles, particularly getting utility around those nitros, those smoke canisters into that default plant spot. Benja tried to hold on to Piano, but couldn't. And as soon as that death comes in, you can forget about a plant going down. Great stuff from FaZe. They level us up at 5-5.
The thing is about Piano, FaZe didn't really care. They were just like, all right, cool, we'll just play inside the site itself. And whether that's a case of there wasn't quite enough going on, normally what you see with the execute is a Ying is utilized as well, and it full white flashes anyone inside of site itself. That makes it really hard to place that C4 in the ideal spot or to get smokes in, for example. But without that on side, they're like, cool, there's Grim Bees in sight, but there is no one top yellow, there's no one bathroom, no one coming top spiral, no one coming for a backstab up Visa stairs. And as I said, they had full agency to play wherever the hell they wanted to. Even being pinged out by the Grim Bees didn't seem to stop them. So it feels almost like SSG there missed one critical step. You may have had the vertical control from below, but actual control of top floor itself, you had this tiny little box where you were planting and nothing else. FaZe given far too much room there. Very understandably, SSG in with a tap timeout, we're now all square at 5 apiece. That lead that SSG had, a 5-2 lead, has now evaporated.
Yeah, that's it. They've really been sort of reeled back in here, and FaZe. The thing about FaZe is the players are still so calm. There's no, you know, shouting and screaming. It's just, right, we're back to business as usual.
They've been through enough finals, Tim, where they're so far down and they manage to fight back or even lose. Yeah, they've seen worse, is the way to think about it.
You know, they just keep themselves on such a level, such a calm presence inside of the game that it makes these things always feel possible. You know, we know that how clutch a player Souls is, for example. And it's just that sort of mentality that bleeds through the team that allows those situations, that allows those abilities to come to the floor, because Souls ain't gonna panic in a clutch situation, neither are FaZe. They're not gonna panic that they're 5-3 down, they're just gonna fight their way back in, they're gonna keep grinding, and it must make them very difficult to play against. Like you say, the history of comebacks that they've got, the history of getting into finals, of always being in and around those big matches. It must just make it so tough mentally, because when they get those couple of rounds and they level it up, keeping those thoughts away from your mind of who you're playing against must be very tough.
It tells you a lot as well. Space Station had 5 of the 6 entries back in that first half. Across these 4 rounds that we've had so far in the second, every single entry has gone the way of FaZe. You can see that swing quite literally taking place in the early round where they're walking away with the advantage. And the vast majority of the time when teams are getting the entry, they're going on to win the round. So keep an eye on that early kill in these rounds and see what it enables for the other side. Sadly, no Banshee being hacked away there.
And it's a big one. It's a big one, is that Banshee. Just really helps that player stay safe. If they're trying to play it in and around admin meeting, that sort of ending corridor, it means that they're not getting walked up on so easily from those Visa stairs. So it's one that SSG might need to do something else about to try and deal with, because FaZe, they're going to be more than happy to try and keep a hold of that position. They really want to keep that top floor for the time being. Again, just pose as many problems. We've seen it already. SSG kind of slow down, kind of run out of ideas. So FaZe, yeah, let's just throw as many problems, as many tough spots at them as we can and hold on to them for as long as possible.
Well,
the time will burn away.
They're becoming the piranhas here, Tim. I was going to say they've got the Deimos on side, they've got the book ready as well. They're going hunting for these FaZe players that are currently sat upstairs expecting, I imagine, a more lateral push. But everyone on the side of SSG is so focused on being downstairs right now and hunting them from below when they can do nothing about it. And obviously have found the entry, nothing more to come off the back of it just yet, but certainly not a bad start.
No, that's really nice from Benja, just going in and using those vertical holes against the defenders. You want top floor, that's fine. You have top floor, we'll kill you from underneath, and not playing FaZe's game. Like I said, FaZe, their game is let's cause as many problems, as many challenges, as many puzzles as we can for SSG to solve. Let them waste time, let them run out of ideas. This time, SSG have decided they're not going to play that game. They're going to find kills, they're going to go in, put the diffuser down. They will successfully get it sorted. KDS with a kill onto Fultz, but not in time. Handy manages to find one as well, 2v2. This is winnable for FaZe, but they need to find some kills, really. Surely he's not going to stick this, Des.
They've got to win the vertical fight as well. They're trying to go for it, but no, it's not going to be able to be done. Thought for a second to get away with it, but now SSG can just step away. No one to provide cover for the diffuser. KDS here as well. There's nothing else really to be said. He'll struggle to get this one down. You've got the Deimos track on you as well. SSG take the round far slower, do not directly engage in towards FaZe until later on, and it pays dividends.
KDS and FaZe was so unfortunate there. There was a real opportunity potentially. He was blasting away with that shotgun through the floor, trying to find those kills above. But I think, you know, all those steel joists going through the floor get involved. They're stopping damage landing. There's all sorts going on, and KDS just could not quite find his man. As soon as he has to switch over to the sidearm, you know that it's going to be a problem for him. SSG really good there. They took the FaZe mentality from round 2 almost. It was, right, yeah, you've got this presence around the map. You've got these problems and puzzles for us. We're just not going to play into them. We're just going to go in and put the diffuser down. We're going to work a different way. You've given us basement. What can we do with basement? And it was really well played from them.
They just massaged enough of the players away from the defenders, I think, making use of the Deimos and the book to open up these vertical holes and kind of expose the angles that are being used to defend the vertical. And off the back of it, found Vidiking, which then kind of, I wouldn't say strikes fear in the hearts of FaZe, but certainly puts them on edge and being aware that you could be next. You have to step off these angles, which is what let the plant go down. Can't ignore, though, that there was probably about 100 milliseconds between the diffuser being completed and the C4 connecting. FaZe almost got away with it. Just SSG managed to sneak it through under their noses just in the nick of time. Really close round, but that means SSG are the ones who are now at match point. Do they get it done here in regulation, or Tim, do we have yet another overtime today?
Well, I've mentioned that matchup in Atlanta a year ago to the day on Consulate. It was part of a wider best-of-3 series, which FaZe won 2-1, but Consulate did go the direction of SSG, and it was in overtime. So whether that's an omen or not, we will see as we progress. We're seeing a little bit more of a focus towards this main breach. Ashen last time got caught out with a nitro, so it didn't get opened up. This time, that is not going to be the case. They are going to manage to get that main breach open. That's going to apply a little bit of pressure to site itself. If they can get the verticals working as well, FaZe could end up in a tough spot here, but for the time being, Handy, Cyber, they're up on the top floor. They're continuing to fight for FaZe and make sure that they don't have multiple angles of pressure coming in from SSG.
Let's not forget there's no warden on side, so the Glaz and the smokes here along with the Ossa are actually really oppressive for the defenders to deal with. Yes, sure, you've got C4s you can play behind and maybe a couple of impacts that you can toss out, but they can bait those out and then make this work. There's the verticals to also worry about at the same time, but I think SSG have got a lot of the right tools to make this play work, but they need to find something. They need to force a player away. They need to get rid of the mirror window, just something like that to get this round started. With no Ash on side, you're not going to be able to get rid of that mirror window. It's going to sit there and watch you for free.
I feel like they really could do with getting Piano. They're going to struggle whilst they've got that vertical presence above. It's the Mute that's up there. It's Handy that's playing in and around that area. KDS manages to find Ashen, and it's no surprise that they're using those vertical angles to do so. Getting in and finding 7 seconds clear space to be able to put the diffuser down is going to be very difficult. Benja gets one. J9 finds Vidiking, and this is going to create the space for SSG, Des. They are on the road to a victory.
If they can get through the mirror window, that's the big one. And no, 2 kills out of nowhere. Handy and Soul's getting one apiece. It's down to this 2 versus 2, and they're in a great spot. Plant going down here, and no real ability to deny. They've got a C4 in back pocket, but can they find the man? Volt's finding one more, and Handy's got to do the lot. Diffuser did not get stuck, but he's found one. Can he do it in the 1 versus 1? It's 1 HP to his name against 37 on the other. And Nate over the top knows where his ban is! And Andy's going to give nothing to SSG. A 4v2 being lost and sending us to overtime.
Unreal composure from Handy there. He has a nade thrown at him. It's a smart move on the side of SSG. Let's try and force him out of that position from behind the bomb. Let's make him move. Let's make him do something, because of course he could sit there for the rest of the round quite happily on the defensive side. SSG needed to try and do something, but he reads into it, Handy, perfectly well. He knows where the player is. He knows that he can create that short-range engagement. So I'm going to flip to the shotgun. We're going to go CQC. And he manages to get his kill.
There's 1 HP to his name, man.
Oh, beautiful stuff.
SSG will look at that and just say, could he be any luckier? With 1 HP left to win the 1 versus 1?
He did everything right, though. He did all the right. He gave himself every opportunity to win that fight.
It's, again, that mirror window that I spoke about. Those dug in a bit deeper. The one on breach, they dealt with that fine, no problem. It was knocked out easily, and then the breach was opened up. No bother. It was that distant one that I was concerned about, with no Ash on side, no ability, no twitch, nothing to remove it. It was going to be a threat right up until the last minute. The mirror gets such wide coverage of all of Garage there, whether it's pillar or the initial entry point in towards site itself. She can contest everything. And they paid the price there by not having an answer. Now we get to see SSG run. What I think someone spoke about a couple of times here is being able to look towards things like a double shield coming out. I think more than anything else, though, with no shield on side, it's more lean actually in towards the gadget here from Ashen. Now, I know he's tried things like the Caveira in the game, but a Fuse with no shield looking more towards the gadget to get the job done, that feels a little bit crazy. Especially given the sight as well, like, I'm really curious to see what he's got in mind.
Let's see how crazy it looks at the end of the round, Ez. That will always be the answer that we're looking for. We're going to have the peak coming around the corner, but Benja well aware that Cyber was moving across. Usually it is Valkyrie that is the one with eyes everywhere, but this time it's Benja doing the spotting, taking him down, and that's a great entry to kick things off for SSG.
Ashen's working his way up towards around top yellow at least as well, along with one of his teammates who are spaced out that side of the map too. As mentioned, it's his gadget that I'm keen to see where it gets deployed here. First one now already coming out into the bathroom window, I believe that is. Nope. In a spot to at least try and force players away as he's heading towards the top spiral window, sorry. Finding no one, but at least making them aware, hey, there's a fuse on side, guys. That probably means there's a shield, only there isn't a shield. So that's one thing they're going to have to be maybe surprised by here if they play their cards right.
Ashen just a little bit of indecision, a little bit of rotating there. He's going to be looking to get an angle opened up through the closet for the time being. A lot of... I just feel like it's quite uncertain here as to what the overall plan is for SSG.
I'm keeping an eye on it, because again, I was curious. You're bringing along Fuse. There's normally a reason. It's normally you want the second shield when one is banned away, or in case both are banned away, the one shield that he brings. Instead, looking in towards the charges, I understand it going in towards top spiral or in towards bathroom just to force away those positions. We saw J9O get 4 kills in bathroom, don't forget. So I understand it for that purpose, but it hasn't been used there. So I'm a little bit like, what's the game plan here, boys? What's the plan?
KDS manages to find J9O. FaZe have only got one plan, and that's to keep on killing. Handy, he picks up where he left off, manages to find Forest, and that is a big one, Des. The blitz has gone. That's the sharp edge to your attack. You want to combine that with your Capitao and try and create some space, and that is no longer going to be possible. 4 versus 3 now, FaZe. They are looking reasonably comfortable here. It's going to be tough for SSG to create this space, but one way they can definitely do that is by using those verticals from underneath, but they have to dip back out as the toxic bait comes out. There's one more left, Des. They can smoke this out for the rest of the round.
I ain't got to worry about it, exactly. They can just keep on denying if they want, and you're really going to leave it down to the last few seconds to make this happen? I don't know, Chief. They're in. They're going for the back corner. This is not actually a bad plan. The smoke's well placed, but they've seen him. They know that he's planting here. All they've got to do is step forward and kill him. Sure enough, it's done, and SSG will not be able to get this round over the line. I think you said it rightly, Tim. The plan didn't look very clear for SSG, and they wasted a lot of time in those first 2 minutes trying to figure out what the plan was.
Maybe I'm wrong. It just seemed to me like Ashen was here with the fuse, over there with the fuse. No, I'm going to go over here with the fuse. It was kind of like you say, if you bring that operator, usually you got a plan. Fuse is used for two things particularly. He's not really focusing on trying to get kills or anything. He's looking to move players around and create space, maybe force them off into other people's angles that they hold in. Never really did that. And he's looking to clear utility. And again, never really used, in areas that were going to do an awful lot of that. There was still, the utility they're relying on to deny the plant was smoke canisters that were in Smoke's pocket. You're not going to clear that away. So it was just his movement and the uncertainty of exactly, I think, what the plan there was. FaZe, interestingly, calling attack time out at this point, Des. They've just got the round, not worrying too much about carrying that pace and momentum into the next round. Maybe just wanting to let SSG sweat a little bit and, let them stew on it, and then they can just galvanize and think about exactly where this attack is going to go, because, of course, let's not forget, FaZe only 2-4 on the attack, so, not the most successful for them.
No, they started strong on the attack was the critical point there, right? And SSG built in momentum. Momentum is the key thing I'll stress here as well. Across these last, 6 rounds we played, SSG have won a single one of them. That's enough, of course, to get into that 6 points to guarantee overtime, but after that 5-round spree they had, they've kind of fell away a little bit here, and I feel FaZe have grown in momentum. And I love seeing this throughout a game of Siege, where a team can start strong, the other team battles their way back in, and the other one rises back up. We had it in G2 Liquid as well, where Liquid were flying to begin with, and G2 won 4 rounds to bring it back to overtime. This one carries a very similar story. Now, FaZe, let's not forget, took their attack time out there. They're on the attacking side, and they won the last round. The only reason you try and do that is because you want to make sure exactly what the game plan is you're coming into that final round. I'm seeing Amaru, I'm seeing Capitao, I'm seeing the Glaz, I'm seeing the Blitz. They've got a game plan here, Tim. They've got 4 smokes to play behind as well. They are cooking something.
Yeah, they certainly are, and I think we all know what it's likely to look like. We've got Amaru particularly one to keep an eye on as to exactly where that push comes from. At the minute down towards the admin side, you'd see an Amaru for this side. You potentially think about a connector window plant, maybe a CEO window plant. The Fuser isn't with Amaru, so I would expect Andy to maybe be on a little bit of a backstab here. Create a lot of noise around site, zip in through admin maybe, come through Coffin and try and get a few kills in meeting to mix things up whilst the diffuser goes down. We'll keep an eye on that and see if that's exactly how that is used or not. But for the time being, everybody else is kind of stacking up towards the other side. They're towards that CEO window. You've got Vita King there. He's got diffuser in hand. They need to think about the underneath. They're trying to work onto the connector window with Glass. FaZe want as many angles as they can get here, Des, to make that site uncomfortable.
They really want to get rid of this clash. In fact, they completely blocked the vision away, and here we go. This could actually be the execute coming in off the back. Baz is already inside side as well. Souls is in, but a kill's come back in. J9 knows, found rid of Cyber there. That's not so ideal. Clash tucked in the back corner, going to get pressured on here maybe as well. But look at that, he's turned around and found one. He's got behind the Clash. How does Vita King get away with that? And suddenly, it's a 1v1 for the closed him.
The tension builds as he tries to find that final angle. There's an opportunity to potentially put this down, but J9 knows that he needs to go. He's going to look to pressure it, but no, there's an opportunity for Vita King to come off. J9 dips away. He knows who's going to win the challenge. He knows exactly where he is. He can just pre-fire around the corner. When he misses his shots, somehow Vita King, even though they knew his position, he's able to come away with the win. And that was a crazy finish to what has been a fantastic game on Consulate. A year ago to the day they played this map in Atlanta, and SSG won 8-6 in a poetic display of symmetry. This time it is FaZe who return the favour.
Vita King just letting him know, quiet down your mouths, my friends, because we all saw how that game turned out in the end. Yes, SSG might have brought back it to 5-2, but FaZe, there's a reason why they're always regarded as one of those teams that you'll see in the top 2, top 3 teams of the tournament. And I think the comeback in that game shows exactly that. They've been down and out far too many times to let that sort of thing let them crumble or phase them too much. You said it yourself. They looked largely unbothered. They started winning and they weren't getting too hyped up. It was staying pretty level. But I think overall they've just showed the real, build of champions there that get them that kind of win.
Oh, they let you know about it at the end.
Oh, as Bitter King did. But
when the job's done, they'll let you know about it.
That's a second fantastic game, both ending 8-6 as well. You know, G2 Liquid was the same this one here. We've had another screamer of a series of a map overall. It had everything in there. Really entertaining from start through to finish. FaZe found the secret sauce and they needed it most in that last round.
Oh, we couldn't have asked for better Siege than what we're seeing today, Des. This is an absolutely unreal start to Phase 2 here in Montreal. It's been wall-to-wall entertainment all day so far, and it doesn't look like it's going anywhere, but what a finish to that game. Handy on the backstab as well with the Amaru. It was perfectly timed. He had the impact, I think, that he was looking for. I'm sure he did get a kill in and amongst there, and it allowed Bitter King that space to find the kill after kill that he did inside of CEO. Just brilliant stuff overall. J9's 4K inside 2 seconds. We had so many big players there. What a treat it's been.
Scary thing is, when you actually look, I mean, we knew this because there's the 16 best teams in the world that are now here playing, but you look at who's actually lost today and is going down to that lower bracket. SSG are there, DarkZero are there, BDS are there, G2 are there, Sonics are there. Like, anything can happen. You can have a team at the end of today down 0-2 that someone would have pegged to say they could go on and do really well this major. That's just how close the competition is. And actually, I'll give it to Call Out because he said it when I spoke to him before the tournament. He was like, we're at a time now where the top 8 to 10 teams at a major can win it.
Yeah.
It is that tight at the top right now that it's so hard to call who can walk away the winner.
Yeah, it's wonderful stuff, like you say. And this is why we love Phase 2 so much. You get into the Swiss format, you got teams, there's just surprises left and right. You don't know what's coming around the corner, and that has been proved over the last few games. Like you say, you know, once we start getting those matchups for the second, you know, round of games, there's going to be some unexpected matchups in there.
Bastion on 29% cost as well. Ran his mouth most of the game, but couldn't quite put the numbers up himself. The rest of his team certainly not doing too bad as well. Jane, I know, and Benja certainly having great maps, but ultimately it doesn't matter how well you play. It's about the team, about the score at the top of the screen at the end of the day, and it's FaZe who came out on top with a much better, more rounded team performance.
Yeah, I think that was the key, really. Jane, I know, and Benja, particularly on defense, had a great time running the map. I think that they kept control of large areas of the map fantastically well, finding kills with it, burning time for their team, and that's something that SSG can and will build on for sure, and something other teams playing them are going to have to pay attention to. But FaZe, it was almost, you feel like it was almost nothing flashy as well. It was just solid Siege that they've just ground their way through that result. Brilliant stuff.
You know what I quietly like is the lack of success from shields on that map.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't all revolving around it. We saw the Blitz dealt with
very handily, yeah. Like Forest had
quite a few
no
times.
impact, really, yeah. And that's what makes me kind of excited to see how things build up from here, because again, we've heard from a few teams, heard from a few other casters, the best teams are figuring out ways around these shields. And I feel there, ban the Monty way because he's arguably, he's not more threatening, but he's more oppressive and difficult to deal with. The Blitz is easy to deal with, more dangerous. Let the Blitz through, and as long as you've got an answer, you're in a pretty good spot. So I'm really excited to see how that builds as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, definitely. Like you say, the Blitz more deadly, but with the full extension of Monte, very difficult to do anything about. But yeah, we're definitely seeing a lot of counterplay around it. It's inevitable, really, isn't it? But,
yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. What a 2 games we've had.
And we've got a fantastic
I need to sit down for a minute.
A fantastic interview lined up with KDS. Let's go over to Anne and KDS now.
Thank you very much. Guys, yes, we have an interview with KDS after this overtime victory. A close game it was, but are you happy with this start to Phase 2?
Yeah, happy because we won the game, but we know we are better than this. So we are going to work a lot to improve to the another game later that day. So we'll be very happy we are to win.
Good to hear that you are happy. Now, of course, this was an overtime game. What do you think was the main key to win out the game today?
I think the attack side we are playing very awful because we are communicating where the enemies and we are trying to kill 1v1s, not trying to 2v1s or 3v1s the other team. So I think this is a big mistake for us, and this is what SSG do good. They play very good 1v1s. Very aggressive team, so I think this is the problem for us on the attack side.
All right, and then we see a player on the side of SSG all of a sudden be fluent in Portuguese. I'm talking about Ashen, talking to you guys in Portuguese. Does that do anything to you at all?
No, we don't listen because the headsets, but Ashen is a very fun guy. He likes to do this because it's part of the event. So veto and the talk to him too. So this is very fun to the tournament, and it's the Ashen thing, you know.
We love a bit of vocalness between these players here. Now, you already mentioned there is a game later. There's not much time you have, even before you find out who you play, before you actually get to play that game. How do you go about that?
We don't know what team we're going to play right now, but we are going to improve that, what I said, is the attack side. So this is the main thing for us right now.
Awesome. Well, best of luck with that next game, and thank you so much for your time once again. Hopefully we'll speak to you later. Now, this concludes our start of the first day. We've had 8 best of ones in total, 4 on the A stream, 4 on the B stream. And as we already said at the beginning of the day, we now have the part of the bracket where we play games versus teams that have won and teams that have lost go up against each other. But we need a bit of time to make sure we reseed all the teams and we decide what matchups we'll actually have. As you just heard from FaZe players, they don't know who they're really playing yet. After this, we are going to find out. So it'll be a bit of a longer break. But when we're back, we have 4 more best of ones on the A stream and 4 more best of ones on the B stream.
Eye out for contact.
Available now.
slow-paced round here of Bank. SK, if not mine, annoying here on the knock push through hallway. Another opening kill for Black Dragons as JLT just cannot get involved. 2-9 for JLT and another opening kill for Black Dragons, but MB Taylor, the older head, continues to prevail and brings it back to a 4 versus 4.
Can the Nook be a threat factor here, looking to get control over towards stock, and Yunsang does fall. Top floor now in the hands of Black Dragons. But the nature of this site being that the defense can actually peel off a little bit. Coded to hold firm though, in open area.
Pre-place. I mean, if the kind of pre-place, you kind of, well, it's gone.
Frag grenade immediately in response.
If anyone makes contact there at the hatch, then you can blow it immediately afterwards. 50 seconds. Black Dragons just need to find a way to close this round out, acquire match point, and they shouldn't be too far away from finding their first map of Phase 2. Huge round coming up for DPlus though. Can you find a way to subvert? Good shot from Coded. A little quiet so far in this match, but could get noisy. 30 seconds left, and MV Taylor, I love this position, in towards towers. They might not be aware of it. Suddenly very winnable for DPlus, and the flank from Woogieman. He's like the Boogeyman. 2 versus 1, and Hornet with not much time, no kit, and surely DPlus can find a second round in a row to just keep this scoreboard ticking on over through admin. His position is known, a random frag thrown, and Coded finds 2 in the round. Okay, maybe some life just breathe back into it. Courtesy of DPlus, 5-2 down now to 5-4. And we head into the 10th round, and suddenly it's all, well, closer together. And a tactical timeout for Black Dragons, as they've seen a little bit. It's actually 3-2 in favor of DPlus over the last 5 rounds. If you want to go further back than that, 4-3 over the last 7. So outside of the opening 2 rounds, DPlus have actually kind of had a decent share of success here on Bank. And also, the good news of this is it means that we continue here for Phase 2 at the Major to not have these like super one-sided beatdowns. It was somewhat shaping up that way, 5-2 up for Black Dragons, but they've now subsequently lost 2 in a row. Boogeyman is having a tremendous game. Coded goes and finds 2 very important kills in that round as well. He starts to get going, and suddenly DPlus have a pathway to success. Black Dragons still in the driver's seat, but DPlus are hunting them down.
I can't help but continuing to look back at Manchester just to establish a little bit of a benchmark in terms of what to expect at the certain portions of these major events. And just having a very brief look. Don't at me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
I think there was only 2 games that went to OT in round 1 at Manchester. Maybe an additional one. I'm not going to spend all day double checking, but...
Okay. And so far we've already had how many? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Just saying, this has been a funny stage of Siege.
It has been a great and entertaining stage of Siege. So, 5-4. And I could also just say, again, to reference the A stream a little bit, if you don't want to hear that. There's your 2 seconds. But that one has also reached the 5-4 threshold, which means that continues to be the closest, or the most one-sided a game has happened today was the 7-4 Falcons over DZ. So nothing below that. No 7-3s, 2 1s, or 0s. They've been all 7-4 and above. Chiefs, of course, the other one 7-5 over Scars. No blowouts to start Phase 2 is really good to see. And this one, of course, breaking that threshold. Can DPlus, though, continue to break the backs of Black Dragons and, well, from 5-2, make it 5-5. Oh, a little run across in towards open. Coded's going to make his way down the hatch. There was a world in which he could have lost his life there on that cross. Just the little things starting to go for DPlus now. Oh, Woogie's in the shadow. He should get the kill, and he will. Opening kill for DPlus. And flick back from Woogie! In the nightmare for Hornet to lose his life like that. 14-7. And the flank and the roam has been successful for DPlus. And 5-5 looking very likely, provided they don't throw up from here. A lot of pressure now into Archives to try and hunt this man down. Indeed, the pressure too strong for Woogieman. But his job is done for the round.
Yeah, it feels like Black Dragons are very much losing the grip that they had on this match. That off-meta position from Woogieman giving his team a massive advantage now.
Oh, they're going to go fast here to maybe try and make up for lost ground. That is a
Where are you
strange old prone position, Yoon Sang. You've thrown. Blue has been taken. The Warden looks away. You are the Warden.
I'm pretty sure on Fresh's bingo sheet he has Warden not using ability.
Well,
and
that's already happened in
Well,
phase
it already,
one.
yeah, it already got ticked off. But you can cross it again.
45 seconds remaining. And a round that, if thrown for DPlus, could have huge consequences. Massive. Up 5-3, Woogie, so good towards Towers and Archives. Could that work be all undone? Still, the time with DPlus, you would imagine, but Florio gets through to Coded. At least the answer back from MB Taylor, who now remains as the only one left for DPlus with 20 seconds remaining. It's not quite a match point round, but it could have huge ramifications. Gas Babe thrown out. It did land, and he knows one's already there at the admin hatch. Envy in the 1v2. The old head, the prone drop unsuccessful from Nuska. And suddenly ASK has to push, and he will. Why have you got the shotgun out?
Oh no. Oh my.
Oh, that is an almighty throw from DPlus. They have squandered a huge opportunity. And match point now for Black Dragons. That one's a head scratcher. How do you lose 5-3 up in the round? On basement, on bank, it should be 5-5. I want to slam the desk. Oh.
It's only your first day working. Relax. You'll be okay.
I'm about to blow a fuse. How have you lost that one?
Yeah, that's puzzling. That's a troubling round for a phase 2 team.
Oh, yeah, you should cover your bloody face.
Yeah. To not be converting that kind of position is really not up to par.
I want to praise them. I want to say good things. And I thought Woogieman has done a decent job in that round of playing a position that you don't necessarily, in the sense it's like a solo, just go there and if you can get some kills, amazing, but you're not getting out. You're not getting out and you're not getting out alive. There's no critical nature to him dying there over towards Archives. He already wasted time. He got 2 kills. Woogie's done his job and he's been sensational. What in the hell was Yunsang doing on the Warden towards Blue Stairs? No clue. And then just the rest of the play on site is just an abomination.
It's concerning on a site like Bank Basement, which is the bread and butter of R6. If you're making these fundamental errors on that position, then it does not bode well for you in terms of the context of your day. You're going to have a rough day if you're not defending that site properly with a man advantage.
Well, Yunsang has been taken off the Warden and put onto the Clash. Woogieman will take the Warden role here for top floor, and rightfully so, 14-8. Woogie and NV Taylor, after all these years, continue to just perform, but they need some help, and it's not coming through from JLT, from Yunsang. Coded trying, but hasn't really been able to get going to the level that we know he can reach. It's been far more of a coordinated and team effort from Black Dragons. So 6-4, 2 match point opportunities for BD to close this one out, get themselves on the board for phase 2. And for DPlus, I can't help but feel there's not too many opportunities for them better than this in terms of teams and what they can potentially get in the Swiss stage.
They did such a good job to wrangle back some control in this match midway through that previous round to kind of throw that away.
It should be 5-5.
Yeah,
with all the momentum.
To throw it away in that fashion is really going to sting when they watch this match back.
5-5, all the momentum on defense. You can kind of control the game and the pace. I just feel like they've really thrown away such a huge opportunity. The game's not over yet.
All I'll say is hopefully they have better mental than you and I.
Absolutely.
Because you cannot be in the mindset now thinking about that last game.
I'm chalked for them.
They can't be, though. Otherwise, the match is lost.
If I'm Black Dragons, I'm thinking it's like the opposite of a mental chalk. It's like a
euphoria.
Euphoria. It's like, guys, they've completely thrown it. They're chalked. Let's finish this off. You know, I'd be feeling like we can go in for the kill if you're Black Dragons.
Yeah, 100%.
Straight away set up for BD to go for a top square hit. Nux has got himself a decent drone over towards top main stairs as well. They're setting up very nicely here. The pressure will be mounting very quickly. Pretty much little to no airlock pressure from Black Dragons as they're very much looking for that hallway setup and top square push. Logic Bomb rings out from Guto. Has one more in pocket for the final minute. So what does Yun Sang do here on the clash? Coded. I mean, the frag has just pushed him out of position. It wasn't too much more you could expect from him there. Really nicely played. Vault in. 4v4 again. The clash unable to do much from there, but decently done from MV Taylor to find the kill onto Florio. Now ASK also will just solo vault in. It's a lot of solo pushes from Black Dragons this round, and the solo push is unsuccessful for ASK. Well, for the first round from Black Dragons, they're not really playing as a coordinated team. It's been all messy and by itself, but JLT, you didn't need to push there from front desk, and he just got over aggressive, and that's opened up the door for Hornet, along with Guto now in a 2 versus 2.
And if they can isolate the clash, they have impact EMPs on Hornet. So
it's
this
down
is,
to Woogie.
Yeah, quite a winnable round now.
15 and 8 and more required of him from Woogie Man to keep this game alive. Not a lot of expectation for Yun Sang on the clash. 20 seconds, push through, kit acquired for Guto to try and stick. The clash has been spotted by Hornet. That's information that can be thrown over to Woogie Man. You had the Nitro Cell. That got dealt with, but off the plant from Guto. Good reposition here from Hornet to get around the clash. To deal with Woogie Man has done so perfectly. Yun Sang tried to pull out the SMG. The plant will be stuck, and the Bailiff will finish it all off. Black Dragons far too good for DPlus, who will certainly have questions to ask of themselves as to how they couldn't do a better job here on Bank. 7-4. This one should have gone far deeper, but DPlus, I don't know, they had some moments in this game that they will not want to look back on.
Well, the campaign for Black Dragons.
I have no time actually to do. I choose my gamer tag because when I was young, like 10 or 11 years old, I was playing Counter-Strike and I was playing with AWP. So in Russian, it's called like stick. It's called AVP, like this, but in Russian. So joy, it means like you're playing good. And I just put it together and do it like this, and then I understand that there's actually a word joystick in English. So I just put it like this, and that's it.
So when you choose joystick, you actually didn't know that it meant a joystick?
Yeah, I was young, I didn't even know English, so I didn't know that like there's a word like this.
And if you were like forced into choosing a new gamer tag, have you ever thought about, what would you like to be called instead, or are you just really happy with joystick?
I think it's fine, but actually I think maybe I will choose like some of the Lord of the Rings characters, because I really like this universe. Maybe some of them.
Have you read the books?
Actually, no.
You should.
Yeah,
They're really good.
I know, but I have no time actually to do.
I would like to do an operator blitz with you, so I'm going to give you 30 seconds, and I want you to mention as many operators as you can when I say go. Are you up for that?
Okay.
Go.
Buck, Fenrir, Solus, Ash, Ram, Vigil, Blitz, Monting, Fuse, Sledge, Thatcher, Ace, Jackal, Mira, Goryo, Brava, Twitch, Maestro, Dokkaebi, Lion.
Stop.
Yeah.
23-24. About that. Are you satisfied?
No, it's okay though.
Go.
Tachanka. There's another one. Fuse. Hold on, wait. What's that operator? Recruit? I mean, striker? Yeah.
Okay, stop.
Okay.
Okay, that was 4.
Oh, man, that's great. Come on.
Why did you choose the gamer tag that you had?
Right. When I was choosing my gamer tag, I was about 14, so I don't think I really spoke English. So I was just looking for some cool words that I could use, and I came across Savage, and I thought, okay, that's nice. But obviously Savage was a very common word at the time, so I had to add a little bit more. So at the time, for most of my career before I joined a team, my name was always just Savage. So, and then when I joined a team, I just cut out the just and just put Savage on. But yeah, at the time I didn't even know like the meaning, so it wasn't because a personality trait, it wasn't because I was a savage, it was just a cool word that I found and I used it and then I stuck with it. There's always that Fortnite player, Mr. Savage, but besides that, I feel like it's not that many players with that name, and some people like to make jokes about it, playing into it. I always hear, he's living up to his name when I make a good play or something, so it's always cool to hear.
And if you were forced to choose a new gamer tag, what would that be? Like, do you have any ideas? Have you ever been thinking about, it would be cool if I was called?
You know, I had another gamer tag before I was 14. Like, I had this gamer tag, but I thought it was too much of a kid gamer tag, so I changed it. But I'll probably go back to it. I actually quite like it, which was Luki Cars. So Luki was like just a name that my friends called me, because I'm Lucas, obviously, so Luki makes sense. And then Cars, because I like cars a lot. It was Luki Cars. It sounds okay, you know? And it has some more meaning than Savage to me. So I'll probably go back to that name, if anything.
Who is the greatest Siege player of all time, if you have to mention someone?
I think Shaiko. He's really good. He has good aim. He has good consistency. So in my opinion, we played versus their team like a lot, so we know what he can do on practice, on official games. So he's really good in my opinion.
I don't know. I'll say Canadian, I guess. I guess I'll say him.
And why?
He's been playing since the 1940s, and you know he's won a lot. So yeah, and you know what he brings to a team, it's pretty cool to see in person.
And did you feel this way also before you were on the same team as him? Like, has he been an idol for you?
Yeah, you know, he's been playing Pro League since I was 11 years old. So, you know, I've always watched him play. So, you know, be on the same team, it's pretty cool.
And what were your feelings like when you realized I'm going to play on the same team as Canadian?
I mean, it was exciting, yeah. So, mainly just excitement.
I feel like I shouldn't mention myself, so I would probably go with Pengu. I think while he played, it was pretty hard to argue. Like he was constantly winning, doing really well statistically on a supportive role, and like not only just doing well statistically, he had high impact in his games, and I felt that playing against him as well. So yeah, I think I had a lot of respect for him as a player. I thought he was an amazing player, and I would give that to him.
Welcome back to the Montreal Major. We just had a bit of an extended break to make sure that all of our games were ready for our second half of the day. We're only halfway there, and there's still so much siege ahead of us just for today, and even for the rest of the days that we have in Montreal as well. We will start with the bracket of where these teams have already won one game. So teams are playing against an opponent with a similar track record. And the first game on the A stream will be the Chiefs going up against Liquid. And when we're talking about these two rosters in specific, we'll zoom in on the Chiefs first, because when we talk about these players, they played about 2 hours ago, and that was of course Cairo and Quiz. Their first major, they've already played through phase 1, of course, making their way through there. And I think even in their own region, it already started by causing this really big upset. They've made it through to phase 2, maybe even overexceeding their own expectations that they had coming into this major. But we of course see these players on the roster that are so experienced as well. We know Jigza, we know Oda, they've obviously played on these international events. Tex as well is no stranger to these LAN events. So they're gonna go up against Liquid, only having found out about 20 minutes ago that this is gonna be their opponent for this matchup. And Liquid we saw in action earlier today as well with an 8-6 victory over G2. I think Maya played a big key in that game. We talked about him afterwards and how big the Deimos was for him in that game on those attacks, but we also saw Liquid almost losing out to a big comeback from G2. Luckily, they were able to stop that one going in there. And of course, we have these players with a lot of experience. We talked about this being Nesk's 15th event for this game, and that is definitely something. We have a short break, though. As you can see, our players are getting ready. After this break, we'll talk about the map veto and everything else you need to know.
Ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rafler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disent que la place du premier. Je fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive les rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
We're kicking off our second half here of the first day of Phase 2. So it'll only be good to show you the schedule so you can see what you can expect from us for the second half of the day. We have 8 more best of ones. It sounds crazy, but we'll get through them simultaneously. 2 games going on at the same time. We already briefed you about Chiefs and Liquid on the A stream, but over on the B stream starting out, we have Falcons and Secret. Those players, of course, getting ready for their game as well. And as you could see, we are going through our winner games first. 2 of those winner games on each stream, and then we'll have 2 of those loser games on each stream as well. That is what you can expect from us for the second half of this day. We'll dive further back into that game that is over on the A stream between Chiefs and Liquid. We are still in that best of 1 territory. We can have a look at our map veto as well to see where we're heading to. And this is something I like for this specific matchup because we're going to Chalet. Now, if you've seen both these teams play earlier today, you've noticed that they played on Chalet. We saw Chiefs have a 7-5 victory over Scars and Liquid have an overtime victory 8-6 against G2. Now, these teams having only found out about 20 minutes ago who they're playing against, I wonder what the preparation is going to be for these 2 teams. But luckily, we got to speak to them and hear a few words about how the preparation was. We also have Paulu from Liquid. You quite literally just played a game about an hour ago and already have to go into this game. How long ago did you find out who your opponent was going to be?
Actually, I think 20 minutes. So we have to study the veto really quickly. But yeah, it's something we are not used to. Yeah, it happens. We are just ready. As you said, we just played and we are still warm, you know.
Do you prefer it that way, or would you want it to have a longer break? Do you prefer being warmed up like this?
There's the 2 sides. We are still warm, I think, but of course we can study longer and be more prepared. But I think it's fine.
Does that change the game going into this if you can't prepare fully against your opponent?
I think it changes because, of course, we watch a few of their matches. They watch a few, but you can see everything because you are not paying attention because you won't face them maybe. So yeah, of course it changes a lot.
Awesome. Well, I won't hold you up any longer. There's still some time to prepare. Thank you so much for your time and best of luck with the game. From the Chiefs, we didn't get to talk to you after your first game today because it was on the B stream. How did the first game go for you?
I think we had a bit of a slow start against Scars, but after that attack, Nate really spoke to us about what was wrong. And I think we bounced back really well on those defenses, and yeah, we took out the map.
That's awesome. Well, you had a very limited time to prepare against your opponent. You only just found out who you were playing. What was the prep like?
Unfortunately, I was in bed sleeping, and Jigsaw gave me a ring, and he's like, yep, come down for vetoes for versing Liquid. I was like, yep, no worries, I'll be there.
Sounds like the most ideal prep, I guess. So how are you going into this game then?
Honestly, we've scrimmed Liquid before the event, so I'm pretty confident on our playstyle against them. So we know the map, and I'm pretty confident, so we'll see how we go.
Awesome. Well, I hope you're woken up enough, so best of luck with the game today.
Thank you.
Judging by the way Oda looks right now, I think he's woken up a little bit more, and he has to be, of course, as well. This game against Liquid certainly is not going to be an easy one for this squad. We have our casters, of course, as well, that will talk you and guide you through this game. We're joined by Stokes and Lynx. Guys, I want to get your opinions about this map, because we have seen this map from these two teams earlier today. Is that the ideal situation in this best of one here?
I think it's super ideal if your name begins with team and ends with Liquid, personally. At least based on, since they picked up Maya, Liquid have lost Chalet one time, if my stats are correct, to W7M at EWC. And Chiefs had a 7-5 game against Scars, who are not a bad team, but close game against G2, close game against Scars. Me personally, I know who I'm rooting for.
Yeah, I don't think that these things exactly weigh up against each other in the same capacity, and I think we can all agree on that. So this is definitely a Liquid favored game, but doesn't mean that Chiefs can't throw a spanner in the works. I mean, this is one of these teams that can definitely catch you off guard if, you know, they go unchecked. So it's really down to Liquid to put them into their place and make sure that Judgment Day is definitely coming.
It seems like we're heading in the favor of Liquid a bit for this matchup. Is there anything we can expect or hope to see from Chiefs to try and break that here?
I think we could expect two things to see if Chiefs are having, or going to put up a really good fight. One, I think everyone can expect Jigsaw, right? Such a star player, such a good fragger that we want to see perform. But the second player I actually think is Quiz. He was the best player on Chiefs in the game against Scars yesterday, and a player that I have really liked what I've seen, even if he hasn't necessarily been topping the stats up until this game today. So if Quiz can maintain that performance and we see good stuff from Jigsaw, ultimately it's a BO1. If you're hitting your shots and those two players are popping off, this could be a close one. My counter-argument is so good, I don't think Sam has a response.
I don't, so...
It's fine. Sometimes you can just agree with each other on the cast as well. It makes it for a pleasant viewing experience. You mentioned Quiz is his first major. He has a difficult game up ahead here. So, guys, the game is ready. Please take us to Chalet.
Well, you know what, Anne? I think I will. I think we will take you to Chalet, actually, because this is, well, you know, it's always hard. B-Stream's going too. Is this technically the first of the upper bracket games, or upper... What do you actually call that? It's not a bracket, because it's the Swiss system. No, it's not promotion.
Winner's side.
Winner's side, yeah. I guess. 1-0 side. Either way, we've got somebody either going to a promotion game after this, or somebody who's stuck still in BO1 limbo for a little bit longer. If you ask me and you ask Sam, probably if you also ask most people watching the stream right now, I think they're leaning to Liquid as being one of the first people to make that promotion game. But as I said, it is a best of one.
Yeah. Anything can happen. Anything has happened throughout the history of Siege when it comes to a format like this. So if you're going to get caught off guard, it's more than likely going to be in a situation like what is in front of us right here, Carter. And that's what both you and I are trying to highlight and just really bring home for you guys. I think you really hit the nail on the head when it comes to Jigsaw and Quiz as well. I would really like to see some bravado out of Tex too. We saw a little bit out of him inside of our play-ins, but I really think that if we can get that little trio to kind of get vetted in this moment here up against Liquid, this could really be a moment for Chiefs to make the most out of this situation and come out with either a stellar performance or, at the end of the day, a win.
And some important context as well. You heard Oda say in the interview that he was up in his room sleeping. That is not just because he needed a nap and needed to be set down for nap time. Oh. It is because Oda is sick right now, I do believe. At least, you know, from when I talked to him a day or two ago, I was like, yeah, I'm not really feeling well. So if you're going to rest, especially like that, I think he might be feeling a bit under the weather, and especially when he is there, hard support IGL. IGL being the operative word there in this particular context could be a bit problematic. But again, like you said, if Jigsaw is putting in a good performance and Quiz and Tex start kind of rounding out what we can expect from Jigsaw, I think this could be very competitive, especially if you look in that game that Liquid played against G2 earlier. Liquid got slaughtered on the entry game. I mean, of course, we had Alamau at 7-0 at one point, but Uno as well, 2-0. We had 9 uncontested entries from G2, and Liquid, I think, maybe had, what, 3 overall? But Nesk in particular, 0-5 on the entry. Now, obviously, they ended up winning that game, but if Maya doesn't drop 19 kills, it might be a different story. We might be in a different position. So if you have Jigsaw in that entry, just out-dueling Liquid so consistently, but also taking down a player like Nesk, who is playing important operators, that could be a big problem.
100%. And that's really what we're talking about when it comes to Liquid and as well as Chiefs, that trio of characters. Do you have a tribe that could potentially compete up against your opponent? And Team Liquid clearly did in their matchup against G2. Nesk not exactly having a great start to this tournament, but Maya 19-8 and Palu still a shining example of consistency, 12-9 with an EPS of 110. So with this Liquid roster, specifically that man right there, Maya, firing the way that he is, you definitely have to be scared for the fire that they have brewing for Chiefs.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, I was talking about the W7 endgame game earlier, Loban putting in one of the best international debut performances we've ever seen from a player on Los last year in Atlanta. Well, there were two unbelievable performances that spearheaded that run, and the other one came from Maya. He has just been playing at a level that is unfathomable to watch in Rainbow Six. The consistency he has, I mean, if you thought Furia's individual consistency was good, it is like you packed half of that team into one guy with how much power, how much just competitive edge you can squeeze into this guy. It is insane, the kind of performances you can just expect from him at this point.
Carter, it's like he's walking around as one punch man. That's
Literally.
all I can describe it as, is like he is just one of those players that no matter who you line him up against, you're like, there's a real realm of possibility where Maya just taps him and it's over.
And unfortunately, if you look at the side of Chiefs, I don't think there's anybody that can really stand up to that. Not because Chiefs lack that player, but just because Maya is that player. There is very few in the world that can go against that guy toe-to-toe if he's having a good day. And if he's having a great day, which he was against G2 earlier, nobody can even hold a candle to him. So that's the threat you have going into this. The big worry you have, if you're Liquid, is that Maya gave you one of those performances earlier, and it wasn't 8-6. You were up 6-2, and G2 were able to find a way back into the game. You can say maybe Chiefs won't be able to find those same openings as G2. Maybe that's the case. But if you do have things like Ness going 0-5 on entry, if Maya is a bit more quiet than he was earlier, you just need a good performance from Jigsaw or somebody else on Chiefs to make this work. And I think really we are looking towards Jigsaw and Quiz. I know you said Tex, but I'm looking towards those two to be those two guys for Chiefs, because Jigsaw, they're both a bit more passive players. I mean, Jigsaw, I think, has played I think Jesse did the math. I think 43% of all rounds played as Lion at the major have been played by Jigsaw. And I think if you do the math, I don't remember what it was, but he has played an ungodly amount of Lion at this event. But both him and Quiz can be a bit more passive players, so I am interested to see how that dynamic works between Maya and Nesk, who are a bit more aggressive, and then Jigsaw and Quiz, who are a bit more reserved.
So I've got it here for you right now. I know you already saw the numbers, but we're going to play this game anyways. So out of 31 offensive rounds for his top 3 operators, how many rounds do you think Lion has been played?
I know the exact number. Can I just say it?
You can just say it.
It's 28.
It's 28 of
and
them.
The other 2, hold on, because I saw this last night. 2 rounds were Ash. Oh, what was the last one?
What is it? Come on.
IQ.
Yes, it was. Very well done. Congratulations.
I mean, I literally remember looking at this last night. But yeah, and I think the stat Jesse pulled up was like, if you were to add up like 23 other people at this event so far, well, this is before today, 23 other people at this event before today have played Lion. Jigsaw almost I think has 10 rounds less on Lion than the other 23 combined. Like, he is almost as much on this one operator through 2 best-of-3s, or no, 3 best-of-3s, 1 best-of-1, and it's just ridiculous how much he's playing this character. But we'll see. Quiz obviously playing a lot of the demos as well, that we mentioned. So
Quiz and Text.
Yeah, Quiz and Text. And this is something that Chiefs have really relied upon. They haven't really brought the shields that much. Some from Tex, some from Cairo, but really they have been extremely hard leaning into Lion, Deimos, Dokkaebi sometimes, but mainly those first 2 and abusing that part of the meta.
Yeah, trying to get that ISO going on, try and find those players that are more of an extension and get those big kills via Dokkaebi, via Lion, and especially Deimos, obviously. And we're more than likely going to see that a little bit more here inside of this series, because that offensive side for Chalet definitely makes things a lot easier in comparison to a lot of other maps when it comes to getting aggressive and trying to find those big pick moments. But that does beg the question, what does Liquid want to remove from this tool belt? What do they want to take away from the Chiefs on this offensive side to potentially limit them in that factor? And, you know, I know Dokkaebi is probably, not even arguably, probably the best out of the pool of operators that we've been talking about for Chiefs, but they might just spot ban the Lion to see if Jit gets a little uncomfortable.
I was about to say, if you're thinking about the ban preferences of both these teams on the attacking side, do Liquid just ban the Lion and then Chiefs just ban the Deimos? Considering what we saw earlier, I mean, Maya's been playing a lot of it, but I also know that Nescum, at least back in sort of stage 1, also can play the Deimos as well, though Maya was obviously playing him a whole hell of a lot earlier today. We'll see if that happens. I don't know exactly, you know, when it comes to like the meta as a whole, you kind of have your Deimos, Dokkaebi, Lion teams, then you have your Shield teams. Going into this tournament, I really was expecting, you know, Liquid were a full Shield team. And Lagonis is playing a lot of Blitz, a lot of Monty, but we really mainly saw, while we did see some Shields, it was the Deimos from Maya that did a lot of the talking. The Maya, on really just Maya himself did a lot of the talking.
He was speaking.
So we'll see if it is more the Shields today, and I do think, you know, even if Chiefs weren't going to ban the Deimos, it will likely be one of those Shields they take off the board because Lagonis is just constantly running them.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, I think the other thing to kind of highlight here for Liquid as well, and something that Chiefs might look into, is they might actually end up removing the blitz for that offensive side because we've been seeing it so much from Lagonis. In his last 15 games, Carter, we've seen him play this 28 times, which that's quite a bit for all things considered.
Yeah, if you're ever like, you hear us maybe throw out these numbers and you hear like, well, you know, 28's not that big of a number. Like, you know, I can count that high. You got to think about how many rounds there are in a game, right? Let's say 7-4. That's 11 rounds, right? You can play a lot of games. You can play a lot of operators. Lagonis is hard support. He's also playing hard breach. He's also playing maybe even, I've seen him play Dokkaebi a few times. Not a lot, but a few times. A lot of operators to choose from. You might be playing the same role, but the actual utility you have is a lot different. So when you have Blitz 28 and Montaigne at 8, 36 rounds, you might only play 80 rounds on the attack in a given stage.
Yep, 100%. And that's the thing right there, right? Like, I was just rolling through those numbers in my head right there, and I was like, even with 28, you have a maximum if you get favored offense in OT of 8 offensive rounds, right? Just think about that. 28 blitz rounds is absolutely absurd, yeah. But hey, you and I have done it. We've beaten the break, folks. We're finally here. We're finally to the snow-capped mountains of Chalet. Let's get into it. It's Liquid versus Chiefs, and what could potentially be a pretty fun bout. But for everybody at home thinking, Liquid should end up taking this, you're probably right. But that's not what we're here for. We're here to see if Chiefs can try and go up an insurmountable task and potentially make a game out of it.
And to be fair, up until that FaZe SSG game, the underdogs, even by slim margins, have been rolling today. W7M, obviously very good team, but an underdog against BDS specifically, coming out on top. Falcons and DarkZero before that. Virtus Pro, in my opinion, underdog against the Sonics in the game on the B stream earlier. They were able to win 8-6. So Chiefs, on a map that is a very high preference for them, they do like their Chalet. Maybe we'll see something good. We do see the Deimos ban from the Chiefs, but instead Liquid banning the Ying. I mean, you're not going to see them ban any of the shields. So really the option is, do we want to target ban Jigsaw? They decide not to, and we go with the Ying instead.
Everybody gets what they want. I mean, nobody's going to be hindered by something that isn't readily available. And yeah, I know we saw a lot of Deimos out of Liquid the last time, but if you look at their overall stats, this actually isn't that crazy of a favorable operator for them. I think it's just a sign of the times kind of thing. Maya's more than likely feeling himself, and once Maya or anybody starts getting kills on Deimos, just like, hey buddy, why don't you pick that operator again? Didn't you just kill like 2 or 3 people with that?
And Chiefs was like, no thanks, we're not going to deal with that today. Vigil will be the final ban brought out by Chiefs. No, Liquid. There we go. I always try to flip the order in my head.
Oh, I do it all the time.
Because defense, they get the first attacking ban, but the last defending ban, they're the outside ones, but the attack is the first defense, and it's all that. It's a whole thing.
Yeah. Hopefully, they, you know, when they do add more bans, maybe they kind of fix this up a little bit. But you never know. You never know. I'm hoping that they.
I would like some more bans.
Yeah, I would like some more bans as well, man. But hey, hopefully we cross that bridge here in the next couple of years. You never know what Ubisoft's got up their sleeve. So. Really something to be had, but past that point, folks, we are moments away from getting into round 1. We've already got the prep phase warmed up on the other monitor, and we're bringing it to you now, live here in Montreal. In the later portion of the afternoon, 5:49 p.m. here, local time on the East Coast of Canada/America. And yeah, we'll be jumping into things on the top floor. That Vigil ban going to be something that Liquid will more than likely have to worry about just a tad bit. Chalet is a map where you like to, majority often than not, have a couple people lurking around in some different locations, and Vigil just makes your life a heck of a lot easier, especially with how potent the Boss G is in the current time. But yeah, here we go. Chiefs out and about, no shield to play, but they'll have the Finka in still.
Yeah, we'll have the Finka in. This is, I guess, the one round Jigsaw was like, we heard them talking about how much I like to play Lion. Finka time, LMG. So, different operator for Jigsaw, but to highlight Quiz real quick, one thing that I've really been impressed by, and I brought this up, I believe, in the last game I casted of them in their final best of 3. What Quiz has really impressed me, despite before today not really looking the best in the statistics, is he really chooses these interesting times to flank that don't really result on attack and defense, him baiting his team, but result in really making some interesting encounters that might swing the round in his favor. On Nook in particular, he had a really nice flank up red stairs on a clubhouse attack. So I want to see what he can do with this operator, but I also want to see if Liquid are ready for it. He's already got intel on one player playing on top of blue stairs. We'll shoot that drone. We hear him go on cams very briefly. Quiz can shield himself from that default camera on blue stairs. E1D will go out, likely allow the Nook to move in a little bit further. Gotta be careful when you take this fight, though, because look, you have Lagonis behind a deployable shield watching Palu's back. Really a nice setup, because even though Palu seems like free real estate right there, Liquid's actually got somebody watching his back as the flashbang goes in. He'll rotate off as a result. Quiz trying to get the kill on the way out, but he might trade. Palu still will take him down. Now, Chiefs have a little bit harder work to actually get into the building.
Some solid positioning here for them. They'll be able to at least work somebody in downstairs, getting access to Eagle Balcony, and all of Library also gifted over to Chiefs. So not exactly the worst thing in the world, especially getting rid of Palu, because we know he loves to be that gleaming example of consistency for Liquid. So to remove him from the round is definitely a big deal, but you still have to deal with big bad Maya deeper into the site, as he'll be rocking Echo, which, by the way, they gave him his cog back. Very excited about that. I don't know why we ever took it away, because he's a 3 armor and he's got really that anchor thing kind of going on, that anchor vibe to him, but I'm just happy that we have it back on the MP5 SD, man. It feels so good. It feels so right.
And Maya and Nesk are going to be 2 players that Chiefs will really need to worry about. Though with the performance Maya had earlier, well, all right, yep, it's all going to be on Maya as Nesk is caught right behind that piano. Jigsaw just slow peeking the corner. Maya will find his first kill of the game so far, and he better find a whole lot more as Chiefs have immediately started moving in to put the diffuser down. C4 goes out. Test tries to shoot it. Tex misses. Another kill for Maya as Oda has quickly found himself inside of the building when he was trying to hold a cutoff outside of piano. Diffuser down below the half wall. One player prone all the way behind. Chiefs got into the bomb site real quick, and they were landing that execute. No yokai is even a factor in how this round has turned in a matter of seconds. Push a little further, but there are still those yokais that they will have to worry about how many are still up. Maya seems to be using his gun, so there might not be that many left. Instead, they're going for the pinch. Diffuser goes down. That's an easy headshot for Lagonis once Oda pops up over the wall. First round in the post will go very quickly to Liquid.
I feel like we can never get out of a Liquid round without Maya having 2 kills. Somehow, some way, he always ends up with 2, and we're going to have that yet again here, our first multi-killer inside of the game, and it will be none other than Maya. Liquid with the very first round, a very successful one, although Sheaves capable of battling back, opening up a moment to potentially get a plant down. The only issue there, Oda does not have a lot of space to work with to try and counteract that nitro cell at all. I don't even think the positioning was bad for the cross. It was just the fact that they had that extra piece of utility to save them in that moment and set up the round to what we had in the dying moments there. And yeah, Chiefs just not really having the proper toolkit. No batarangs or anything there for them to really try and pull that one out.
And that shield setup from Liquid, really, really good at just making sure that Chiefs cannot, or anybody for that matter, cannot flank up those library stairs and catch Palu off guard. With player Mezzanine as well, you got this very interesting setup where they've all got each other covered, make sure that nobody's going to take a quick gunfight against somebody. And while you have to be really careful as Palu that you're able to actually cross that Ivy window, setup does end up working out. Liquid were up 6-2 against G2 earlier, then obviously let that lead slip just a little bit. But it was their attacking side that was the stronger one, only winning 2 rounds on the defense. The first 2 as well, they actually go up to the 6-2 scoreline. So we see how Liquid are able to do there. Stopping that execute from Chiefs, very, very good as well. Going down to Kitchen, that'll likely be, or sorry, not Kitchen, excuse me, but going down to Basement down below will be very, very important. Whether they're attacking a Snowmobile or Wine side, Sam, if there's any side on Chalet, I feel that teams should actually try to go for a defuse plant. It feels like this one.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. This is definitely the best plant angle when it comes to a site that you can potentially get. The other ones requiring quite a lot of heavy lifting, including Games Bar, even though it seems as simple as hopping a window. A nice little pickup there onto Maya, and Chiefs will be counting their lucky star as he gives up the goods very early on here in round 2.
It's the Azami as well. I mean, Maya obviously roaming around, but of the anchors on Basement, you could put her behind the pillar inside of Wine. You could put her playing in blue and throwing a Kiba to catch anybody lurking around that side. Just an operator that is so useful in a lot of situations, as an anchor especially. So to lose that operator on that player early on is a bit rough, but Nesk and Lagonis will not move. And nice. I imagine they might regret it. Z-Ping comes out, Tex immediately flicks and just shuts down Nesk through the wall. Now Lagonis is in a really difficult position. Palu as well. If you're in the 3v5, you want to bring this man count back, you want to take these fights, Palu will start rotating back, but Lagonis rats on the top floor to try and find somebody to make this a bit easier.
And this is what makes Chalet so hard, Carter. Where have both of these kills happened? Outside the building.
Yep.
Info inside, getting that frag, and abusing these windows to their absolute fullest. We are just now going to see the Chiefs start working their way in, and the third one comes from outside as well, as Cairo ends up taking down yet another member of Liquid. This is just such a terrible moment right now for the defense.
Lagonis thanking his lucky stars, he got that shot, able to take the head off Cairo and actually make it back to site intact. Facing 417 shots through the wall outside of that window. In the process, Quiz was downed, by the way, but with Jigsaw moving from the Lion to the Finka, the adrenal boost will pick the Dokkaebi back up, and at low HP, but alive nonetheless. Out of Dokkaebi calls, it should be noted. So if Chiefs start executing in the low time, they could find themselves susceptible to some late round repositioning from Resets and Lagonis.
2-4 in favor of Chiefs right now. Still plenty of time to try and find a home for this plant. I think that's exactly what they're looking for right now. Where are the remaining members of Liquid? How do we actually assault the physical site? And, well, looks like we're going to start the wrap here towards blue. A nice drone in, and that'll find both of them.
Well, indeed, Lagonis, aware of the blue presence, will fire a shot in response. Very, very late snowmobile breach from Tex, but even though it's late, they've just got the manpower to make this work. Jigsaw winning an important fight. Lagonis already used his C4. He'll back up. Tag up Jigsaw, I think, for literally 1 point of HP through the wall, but it's an inevitable conclusion for how that round was going for Chiefs. You find Maya outside the building so early. You then take down Palu as the third kill with finding Resets in between all of that. I mean, what do you even do at that point if you're Liquid?
Yeah, Chiefs turned in their homework very early, and they passed with an A+, because those 2 big picks, you never really think that the defense is going to be able to pull it back, and then we see that third one, that back-breaking frag come through. And Liquid have to try and bring everything back to bear at the site. The issue is that Chiefs just have so many bodies to throw at the problem. You're never supposed to make it out of that alive.
No, especially when they still have that hard breaching utility. You know, you can still open things up. They spent time resetting, opening up the vert, checking all those boxes. They made it as unwinnable for Liquid as possible, not giving up any easy gunfights. Even the blue guy was playing pretty patiently towards theirs. Lagonis fired a shot, then backed off. I think every single map so far, we've had one team win a round out the gate, then immediately respond by the other team. So a tie game by round 2, 3 games for you and I in a row. Now we will actually go down to Kitchen and Dining. Liquid very quickly moving away from the basement site. And if any site on this map is going to give Basement a run for its money to putting the diffuser down, this is likely a very close contender.
Yeah. Yeah, everyone always thinks it's going to be bars and games, man, but I think people forget how difficult it is to take Library away from the defense and then try and get a plant to go off without somebody murdering you from stock.
There's always like 4 people up there, too, holding from the defense, so if you're able to clear that pretty effectively, odds are you win the round on kills.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is definitely going to be the other side that we see a lot of plants happen from, and it doesn't happen too often in Kitchen. The majority of the time we see people take that office space upstairs and break the wall from this fireside area and try and plant inside a Dining. We'll see what Chiefs are thinking about this. We've seen a couple of teams assault via Solarium recently, so it really could go either way, but obviously I'm favoring that Dining side.
Jigsaw is right now taking early control from Library, can then move into Fireplace and establish that early beachhead for Chiefs if they desire to. Shield will make an entrance for what I believe is the first time this game so far.
Yes.
And Tex will immediately move in behind. Something we do have to be careful about. As you and I saw from the Fear X game, the Shield carrying that diffuser with the role they play now. If you want to get aggressive, you got to be careful, because if you lose your life, you might end up giving the diffuser to the defense. Quiz found a kill, by the way, onto Lagonis down below. Nesk looking for seconds, and might just be Quiz's second. Holding the angle, E1D will spot resets, but the Legion unspotted around the corner. There is one close by for the trade, though. No, it's actually resets. His teammates supporting. We've got everybody from Liquid, it feels like, on here down below, and pretty much everybody exits the moment they take a fight with Chiefs. Reset's still down here somehow. The site is completely free. Jigsaw will take a fight. And now we've got a bit of an odd round, because Tex is down here with the diffuser just stomping around with that full shield. But where is Cairo?
He's in sight. That's him all the way across there, just banging with that 417.
See, the Monty outline got me, so I thought they were orange, but no, he is just holding. The blue player behind that reinforcement. Monty spotting the Fenrir, moving in for the kill. Oh, this is the classic one, too. He traded off the diffuser. He's got to make a rotate in real time. Unfortunate ending. Chiefs with 2 in a row now take their lead, and a round entirely won in basement.
They wanted the fights. And Chiefs were like, okay, sure. If that's what you want, man, we can do it. Down here, right? Wine? Oh, okay, cool. We'll meet you. 10 o'clock? All right.
Tex walked down below. He's like, they're over here.
This ridiculous stuff. Like it was the wild, wild west for Tex, man. Just fighting fire with fire, really. Left, right, and center. Every hand on deck for both respective squads. Chiefs come out of this scuffle on top, and even more than that, they have full map control too, at least for what's important. They shift gears on over into the bomb site, get this plant down, and just make their lives easy. Easy breezy beautiful so far for Chiefs. Definitely did not think they'd be coming out on top of the heap here at any moment in time. I thought maybe we'd get some offensive rounds, maybe 2 at the end of the day, as Liquid looked, you know, pretty solid when it came to their play up against G2. But as of right now, Chiefs have had the answer, and this Finka especially getting a lot of work done.
A lot of work done for Jigsaw so far, even if it's just the 2-2. I mean, reviving Dokkaebi in a key moment, the kind of operator where, like, the health boost is obviously nice, but in the moment, you can sometimes feel pretty silly for bringing her. But when you do have moments like that where somebody's down but not finished off, you are really, really thankful that you decided to bring Finka in that lineup. I also find it interesting that they have shoved Cairo onto the Lion for a couple of these rounds now, but still mainly playing a lot of those, you know, intel operators. The Dokkaebi obviously now another example in that lineup. Shield now falling back. Tex not bringing that. The hard breach instead coming through. Looks a lot more like the utility. It is a bit interesting. We have seen Chiefs run that Deimos Lion so much, and because he's banned now, it almost feels like a different team I'm watching because of how reliant they have been on these strategies throughout the games we've seen them play. So it is a bit of a new look, at least for you and I, and barring games as well. We've got every single site played in the first 4 rounds, I just realized.
Yeah, Liquid's trying their best to try and find exactly how this Chiefs roster ticks. Not too much homework to do that's really going to be of the utmost assistance. Chiefs don't have a lot of games in their discography that are up against upper echelon squads. A lot of it's OS teams and really just trying to figure out what they're comfortable with lineup-wise. You don't know what they're going to try and pull out of their bag of tricks when they do go up against a squad like Liquid, like G2, like any of these top teams that you end up seeing around the globe whenever we do have an international tournament. But as of right now, you can tell Chiefs have been putting in a lot of work. It's going pretty swimmingly right now for them, but Liquid with this final adjustment look to pick up a round on Bar Games.
I'm putting a lot of work in this round. And Jigsaw's on the Flores. Most of the time I see this guy, he's holding an angle of pressing 4 and using an E1D, and that's the extent of his utility usage. He's had to do a lot of droning, a lot of clearing. Oda on the Lion out of this round very quick. Nest peeking down the fireplace stairs will take the player out short. Kiba up Library and join Maya on trying to fight these players on the rappel. One player on the upside down, and I think another on that double window as well. You got Jigsaw moving into Mudroom. Chiefs definitely starting to stall out just a little bit, struggling to find a direct way into this, especially now that Oda's gone. Dokkaebi call goes out. Second flashbang will blind resets, and yet somehow Chiefs still lose a gunfight in the middle of that. Blinded, though, I think just regaining his vision. Resets able to down Tex outside the window. With no Finka present this go-around, not bringing him back up. Finished off by the SMG-11. Jigsaw still inside of Mudroom. It's a very difficult spot, because look at what you have to do when you cross this door. You got one guy to the left, one guy to the right, and now you're the only guy left on your team. This is probably just going to be a tactical timeout at this point, because unless you hop out the window and try something else, Jigsaw is just simply not getting out of this room.
Yeah, most definitely not. We'll get that kill onto Maya, so we'll remove the flawless round, at least from the banner at the end when it says defeat. But, hey, for all intents and purposes, it's a flawless round for Liquid. I mean, come on.
And what even really was this round? I mean, we saw a lot of utility clear from Chiefs. All right, I get that. Setting up for an execute later in the round, likely a double window hop in. But then we see Oda walking up short.
Yeah.
Loses a 1v1. All right, well, you know, that happens. Unlucky. Another guy dies off screen. It's like, oh, well, that's not great. Well, maybe we'll see a 3v5 come out. Then you see one of the guys outside the double window on bar down below also just gets swung and dies, and it's just like, okay, well, Chiefs did all of that setup, all of that utility clear, and what happened? The moment they actually faced a Liquid defender, they lost every single fight. And a bit of an anticlimactic end for what was already a pretty boring round of Rainbow Six. Not the best, Chiefs. We need more entertainment than that. We've had like 5 overtime games today.
Yeah.
If this goes to OT, I want the action. I want you to go in. Don't put Jigsaw on Flores again. I'm going to lose my mind. Not because he's bad at that operator, but I want to see him on the Finca, on the Lion. I want to see him fragging.
Getting active.
Don't make him clear barbed wire for a minute and a half.
That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, well,
Free
he's clearing,
my man.
Well, he's clearing barbed wire. The rest of the Chiefs are hitting gaps and dying left, right, and center. I mean, just everything going wrong for them, especially with that swing to start things off from Nesk.
Oda was like, I'm going to swing Fireplace. I have died Fireplace. Unfortunate. I was about to say Oda on the Nook, but the O and the Q confused me for a second. Quiz back on that Nook as we have our first repeat bomb site of the half so far. Only 2 rounds left. Chalet is one of those maps where there are pretty much entirely viable bomb sites on this map, so it is a bit expected. We'll go to Master Bedroom and Office, which Liquid did win earlier. It's been a very strong opening kill game for Chiefs so far, and, well, Liquid losing the opening engagement is not something unfamiliar for them on Chalet. If you look at that G2 game earlier, it is still a tie game. This was still a round Liquid were able to win, despite Quiz lurking on that Nook, able to find the first pick, though quickly traded out by Palu. It looks like they've completely moved away from that extended deployable shield setup we saw in round 1.
Not a bad shout. Play things a little bit closer to the site. Use some of this Azami utility to harden up a couple of these locations, like Piano, like deeper inside the office space. This should be pretty swimmingly for Liquid. Go at least swimmingly. As for Chiefs, though, they're going to have a lot of space to work with off Rip Carter, and that's what you always have to worry about when it comes to this top floor site. Is there going to be any standpoint for library? This answer, no. Liquid aren't going to provide a single piece of utility nor body to this area of the map. Instead, it will be all-encompassing inside of the site, and we'll see if this is the proper call for them here in a moment's notice.
And we'll see. There is a Cade and a Tuberow on the board alongside a Mute Jammer as well. So the hard breach denial is by far and away the clear method. Liquid are trying to stall this remaining time. You leave library, you don't extend on the roam, but then you use this utility pre-placed in the case of the Cades and to be placed in the case of the Tuberow. And that's how you waste time. We've got this Maverick opening up holes in the wall. 2 lines for Cairo to watch and then 1 for Tex to jump in if he wants. We messed it up a little bit. Only got the softball right there. This is a really dangerous spot when you're on that breach. You got to then do those micro adjustments. C4 will go out. Tex is backing up. 5-5 Salmon. We're still clearing utility.
A minute remaining as well. They've got some lines in this to be able to hold some angles and a rotation, but the biggest issue is that if you try this plant right now, Carter, you're as good as dead. 2 nitro cells, an active one that I assume is underground as well, probably sitting on the kitchen ceiling, just waiting to blow up that pre-placed location where we usually see the case going. And Chiefs, they got to get the gas sometime here.
Well, Lagonis will blow that C4, but Cairo blows his opportunity, unfortunately, gets Maya, but it's traded out by the Azami. Quiz will take the space left behind. But he still made it deep into the side. Oh, nice little flick on the Cade right there. Effective 1v2 right now with Lagonis dead on the floor, but look at where Diffuser is. It's all the way away. He is not going to have time to go get that. He's got to push deeper and get these kills. Palu and Resets both have shotguns. Both could be a threat. They know the Quiz is somewhere in Piano. He's got no idea where they are. Fires some shots through the wall, but playing passively and counter swinging. Palu will take the lead back for Liquid. This is another round where Chiefs do all that setup, and when it comes to actually taking the fights, Liquid prove to be their betters.
What an adjustment from Liquid there, man. Having a really good understanding that the Chiefs are picking us apart when we're on these big extensions where we can't exactly not only save ourselves, but they don't have to do a lot of processing in order to get to us. So what do, Carter? Instead, they pull things back to the site. They bring a lot of utility to lock up these walls and force Chiefs to work in through a funnel, work in through this pinch point, and it goes off beautifully for Liquid. They get big kills to open things up. They maintain this man advantage throughout the remaining portion of the round, and the only time that we see anything go off, it's a pop Quiz. is that they end up passing with flying colors as Quiz gets those 2 kills, but there's still 2 remaining bodies to try and deal with that problem. Very well done from Liquid to have just great recognition of what the situation is.
For sure. And that very simple counter is unfortunately too much for Chiefs to overcome. To be fair, that is a pretty big gunfight right there. If Kairo's able to get that kill and Mai isn't traded out, then you might actually have a favorable situation where then they swing around, get the kill onto Nesk, because presumably Nesk would kill Kairo, then the guy behind Kairo would kill Nesk. Then you can move into Piano, you might be able to start moving into the site or pinch that tuber out playing close on the half wall. Could be a bit of a different situation. But Mai able to get that trade, put us on that road to where round 5 inevitably ended. 4-4 right now, but certainly some important kills so far. That one as a great example, a double kill in round 1 as well, if I recall correctly. See what Chiefs are able to do with their own adjustment, bringing this Monty back into the lineup. Shockingly low level of shield play so far this half. Only the second time Chiefs will bring it out, will put Tex on that operator. It was on Kitchen Dining last time, but it did go, so it is site-specific, it seems.
Yep. As you said, Kitchen going to be the last site that we have as well. This is one that we ended up seeing inside of round 3, and it was a Chiefs victory. This is where they brought the Monty for the very first time, and only time that we've seen this entire half, and found quite a bit of success with it on Tex. But this time, actually, it's going to be the exact same thing. Just hadn't updated on my little pad here just yet. We're going to have Tex once again, so we'll see how they try and deal with this upstairs hold out of Liquid, and hopefully they can build off the back of this shield play once again.
You'd hope so. Quiz 3-0 on the entry so far. The one making things happen in the early game for Chiefs. See Liquid will not make it easy for him. Once we reach the minute 45, they are starting to pull back towards bathroom, towards master bedroom. Not looking to give Chiefs any opening to go for this execute. That has been the trend so far. Liquid have got progressively more reserved as these rounds have gone on, recognizing the strength Chiefs have had in getting these openings. You want to deny them, and since Chiefs won those 2 rounds, they've not won a single opening engagement. Might be the story right here, depending on how round 6 goes. Reset's able to find one, and Liquid maintain that advantage. Maya trying to rotate back, caught by Oda on the rappel. But with how these trades have gone, Tex is in a really dangerous spot. 3 shots, and he is dead by the proning mute. Now Oda's got to rappel in and recover that diffuser. Will he make it far? No, he will not. Chiefs' rope seems to be running a little bit short as Liquid have moved up 4-2 on a side that they struggled just a couple games ago against G2.
Liquid really hit him with the, I understand it now, and just bowled them over, man.
I see what we need to do.
Yes, sir. Liquid dissecting Sheaves inside of these last 2 rounds, having a great understanding of what they provide for their offenses, and even with that added bravado of the Monty coming in, there was really nothing that Sheaves could do. They did their damnedest, Carter. They put all hands on deck when it came to that top floor, as many crossfires as they could potentially muster, and it still wasn't enough. Liquid beat them time and time again, and let alone that fact, they're able to deal with Monty. And that was a big play right there. This little drop shot moment that we're going to see out of resets, that's about as good as you can get nowadays up against a Monty in a 1v1.
It's been one of the main ways I feel like, at least specifically shotgun players, have dealt with the Monty this event, is when they're sprinting at you, just hit the prone and just unload the shotgun shells into those feet. It doesn't necessarily work if you're using a full auto. You know, feet may be a little bit hard to target to hit, but with the shotgun, I mean, odds are you're hitting that some amalgamation of toes, the big one, the little one, who knows? But it should be enough to take down a shield player. 4-2 half for Liquid as they rotate to their attacking side. They had a 4-2 on this half against G2 earlier with some very strong performances from Maya on that Deimos. Only downside, Deimos not here anymore, and I think it is important to contextualize that game as well, because we mentioned that Maya obviously dropped 19 kills, but if you look at that attacking half, 5 opening kills go the way of G2. 2 rounds, Maya 3K or 4K, and a 1v2 as well. This was a very, very close half for Team Liquid overall. That was really saved and bailed out by Maya's individual performances in getting kills and clutches as well. So if you're watching the Liquid game early and you saw how dominant it seemed, Maya's only 4-5 right now. There's time to heat up, but without that Deimos that he made great use of, specifically getting that intel, could be a bit of a weaker half and might be a bit of a red herring going into this game.
Definitely some potential in that. We'll keep you guys updated on that as we continue to move throughout Chalet. Obviously, Liquid on the offensive side now. Different problems require different solutions, and Liquid will be looking to do that here. Electro Claws have been applied upstairs. The Buck will assist with this, but they'll also have Tube around to apply these Zoto canisters, make life a heck of a lot easier for the defense when it comes to trying to keep these walls together. An Exothermic on, and a potential moment for this to blow sky high, but it's honestly just a moment away before this wall is removed from play.
Just inevitable at
What a
this point.
shot.
Oh, hello. Tex looking to get aggressive. Maya just on the heads up will make him regret that one. Heavy layers of the defense inside of Piano, so with that breach open, it is not free real estate. Jigsaw looking to gamble on something. There's Nesk looking to say hello. Will not move back in, but move further out. Liquid playing so passive, anticipating some antsiness from Chiefs, and that instinct seems to be correct with Jigsaw taking this engagement. But he has that deployable shield on Piano to play behind. He does not need to peek this. Liquid are starting to slow down quite heavily, even with this Monty. Only a minute remaining, and you haven't cleared out the top floor. A lot of things need to go right very quickly, and as Jigsaw moves forth, that's what we needed to see. Nest to shut down Jigsaw. Quiz might be good for one, but now Liquid have control of that top floor they were looking for.
Yeah, and that's it. That's all they need. They already have some top floor control. They'll have to worry about Cairo, but this is all going to be about the transition down towards dying. That's that explosion that you heard earlier on. The plant's coming soon.
Oh yeah, resets with that kill on the site. Cairo's got to fall down and help out the Frost. He's actually going for this long rotate over by Fireplace. I will say, if Cairo isn't able to hold on, this might not be the best flank from Quiz. It might not age very well, but Lagonis is pushing deep with this diffuser. The Monty all the way by Solar. Quiz's flank will work out, and now he's got to rotate back. Cairo gives it up completely, and we're playing retake at this point. They know that nobody's off site, so Lagonis immediately moves in to put this diffuser down. Not a whole lot of time for these defenders to get back, so if this is going to be one, it'll be one in the post. Nesk will take down one element, and Quiz exactly back where he started, moving down Fireplace, now back up. Where are these players going to look? Are they watching West Main? Well, they know he's Fireplace with those few shots fired. I think Quiz realizes that he might have got that one kill, but the effort overall will, in all likelihood, be wasted. No intel on these remaining players aside from the Monty just saying hello from behind the wall. But no intel on the diffuser, more importantly, and the time is just slipping away. Nobody from Liquid giving him even a little bit of a face check. So moving up 5-2, first round on their attack for Team Liquid. I imagine Chiefs will probably be taking that tactical timeout right about now.
Yeah, it was really now or never there, Carter. As soon as we start to have that scuffle back and forth for full site control from Liquid, and they just completely relinquish all of their players, they don't really do anything about that scenario, we kind of all know what's going to happen there. I mean, Monty's up, it's post-plant. Life's very difficult for Chiefs in that regard.
We need to disrupt them, but they go each other now. We need to get, like, it's literally the exact same shit as the first game.
Heard a very brief call there from Chiefs. We need to disrupt them, which I think is a very good point. Obviously, you can see it still took a lot of time, to be fair, for Team Liquid to actually get set up for that execute. So when you think about what Chiefs might pivot to, right? Well, let's finish this.
Going basement, you have to be very careful about them just opening walls and taking sides.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Be very careful about them opening up walls and taking site. And with how long Liquid took, just even with the tuber out on the board, you can waste like, what, 20 seconds there with each Zoto canister. You don't have to actually give much of a disruption. If you're just able to shoot a couple drones, fall back with 30 seconds left, that'd probably be enough without slowing that first attack.
This is what we needed. We have a trap operator like Legion. I like Legion a lot more than I like Capcan. Why would I like that, guys? Oh, it's because you don't have to put those ones on doors, do you?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the Legion mines are better in that regard. Capcan's still amazing because you can get kills with him, but he's always going to play second fiddle to Legion in this scenario, especially because Legion also assists with shields. Huge operator to try and deal with things like Monty, like Blitz. And Chiefs, they're talking about disruption. That's an operator that you need in this pool. Now look at the rest of this lineup. That's exactly what we have. Things like Goyo, things like Tuberau to be able to hold up those walls, and then just a little icing on the cake, the Electro Claws to keep the walls closed, Carter, and then Warden as that true, just little ball of ice cream next to that pie to make life a lot easier for Chiefs. If those smokes start pouring, if we start to see some crazy plays come out of Liquid, Warden can more than likely stand extremely tall against any of those problems.
Yeah, for this lineup right now, you know, you're probably going to play the Warden, Decade, and the Tuberau on site. And because Goyo places all of his utility at the beginning, and the Legion generates actively, but Legion typically a roaming operator.
You'll just get so many of those goo mines, man.
Yeah, exactly.
It's crazy.
You'll likely have Jigsaw and Quiz playing off that site, and the other three playing down below. Oda will start out inside of stock, but he's got that rotate to immediately hop down onto the Fireplace stairs. And I think Goyo is just a really good operator for this because it accomplishes both of the ultimate goals you want to do. You want to you want to actually waste Liquid's time, so you place all your utility at the beginning, then you use your gun to waste time. But then what do? You've got 20 seconds each from those Vulcan packs to basically burn time with the fire. So by the time they actually get there in the late round, you pop those, and Liquid get punished for all of that time you wasted yourself.
Yeah, exactly that. And that's the biggest thing here. They have a lot of delay. They have a lot of different ways to slow down Liquid, and that's what they're looking to do. If they get any extra kills on top of that, Carter, that makes things even better for them, but that's a situation that they're trying to build upon. So let's see if they're able to accomplish that in these last 2 remaining minutes. Liquid has been trying to see exactly what this strategy is coming into this round because they know how important it is to reach that penultimate point, and they're looking to do so here. Oda will be the first one to strike, though. It'll be Paulo to follow up.
Oh, my Lord. Liquid coming through with those trades, but Jigsaw on the fall off. Quiz still up above, actually. Hello. Able to find resets, and man advantage quickly moves the favor of Chiefs. Neska and Maya both very concerned with this development. Should be noted, by the way, that even before all of those engagements happened, Liquid were down to 2 drones. Spent the first half of the round just trying to gather that intel, and they did get it. And 8 drones might be a big cost even if they kept that 4v3, but now that they've lost it, you're feeling a whole lot rougher than you did before. You've lost that Hibana as well, so no opening of that connector hatch, unfortunately. No secondary hard breach charges to speak of. Your best hope is that boogie drone. The 3 of them trying to open up the holes up above, make Cairo have to leave connector, make anybody playing around the side beneath a soft floor have to be a bit cautious.
They've accomplished so much here. This is exactly what Chiefs wanted. They wanted to be able to get these picks and slow down this play. The plan's still going to come through.
Oh.
You have a Nitro Cell, though.
You have a Nitro Cell, and, well, it's not going to matter.
Come on, boys.
The coverage, unfortunately, taken down, and then immediately the guy on the diffuser taken down as well. Big round for Chiefs coming out of that tactical timeout. Now move up 5-3. Still a bit of a ways to go. But ultimately there, we wanted to... Nate wanted to see them disrupt them. Yeah. He was like, we can't let them get those breaches open. We got to disrupt them. And technically that happened. I mean, we thought it was going to be disruption, fall back, waste time, win.
Yeah.
And the big disruption really came from, we're actually just going to get a man advantage and take down 60% of all of your players.
Yeah.
And then we fall back. Do I think that's how they thought that round was going to go? No. Do I think they're happy that's how that round went? Yes, I do.
Yeah, 100%. And you know, given their positioning around the map, it's one of those things where it's a byproduct, kind of, right? I mean, Sheaves are there. They're eventually going to have to take a fight, and you really just hope they go the way that they do. A lot of the times, you're really just hoping for your players to come out, you know, one-to-one. And we got more than that out of Sheaves, and that's really where things started to change up for Liquid's fate. I think Liquid was really hoping that when they went for that clear Carter, that they were going to be able to get away from it pretty scot-free, maybe lose a body, and end up picking up 2 or 3 people. But that is definitely not what we had happen. Instead, Chiefs get those big kills, and they're able to pull it back to sight in a very convincing moment.
And something funny as a consequence of that round, Maya has 24 kills between the first game of Chalet against G2 and this game today. Quiz now at 25 kills between their earlier game on Chalet against Scars and now with his performance against Liquid. So Quiz now surpassing that insane performance we saw from Maya earlier, who he has cooled off a little bit while Quiz has only kept stride. Down 3-5. He got 14 kills in the game early when he's already getting close to breaking down. I think if Chiefs start making a comeback, he's got to be a very big part of that. He's got a whole lot more in the tank. On Kitchen Dining, especially on this Fender, he's been very good at maneuvering around on the defense. But where is he right now? Is he on the site? Is he roaming? Wherever he is, there's going to be a pretty large roaming structure from Chiefs after they saw the success of that previous round.
100%. Quiz is, his stonks are going through the roof, man. Let me tell you.
It feels very satisfying that I was like, you know, this guy seems to be like right on the cusp of having a lot more impact than the stats imply. I hope we see the timing go more his way. Then 14 kills earlier, 11 kills now. I'm feeling very good.
Yeah, absolutely. Here for Liquid, probably feeling that burn here from Quiz. But looking to try and provide some of their own flame. Little spark is all Liquid ever needs to start an entire bonfire with their opponent.
That's rough.
And that is definitely not something that they want to go down that way.
Man, losing a shot because you hit the bush. That's a bummer right there. Bees will go in. The X-Kairos opening up a hole in the bedroom wall, but it's another really slow attack from Liquid right here. Not super slow. It's not irredeemable at this point, but Tex hears somebody repelling. Oh my god, you're going to wish you hit a lot more shots than that. Takes far more damage than he deals in return. Maya waiting for the re-swing from Tex, throws a nade around the corner, forces him to cross.
way.
Such a good play from Maya right there. And even shoots Oda accidentally from behind. A 2-kill to open things up for Liquid. Things started to seem going right for Chiefs in the previous round, but now Liquid find themselves in a very strong position, taking full control of Solar, and now looking to push even further into the site. Jigsaw ratting in the tub will take down Nesk, but as Quiz hops out of the window all the way over by Mudroom, ends up ceding his life, and they'll just move in for the pinch. Now map point for Liquid. Fortunate for Quiz right there. Tried to go for the hop out. And once he hits that Claymore, they know exactly where Jigsaw is.
Yep, 100%. You got to feel for Chiefs right now, Carter, because in a lot of different ways, they've been gambling these chips, and they've came away with some pretty convincing rounds, but the rounds that we've seen picked up from Liquid, they're just really not there. We haven't seen a round really come down to the wire where you're like, oh, it's anybody's ball game. We're going to have this moment where it could be a huge clutch for Chiefs. No, nothing really of the sort. It's honestly just been decently convincing either way, but Liquid coming out on top of this heap time and time again, and another one of these moments where they just hit their stride. Chiefs really are never capable of bringing things back, and I mean, the literal stars align for Maya. Like you said, he did not mean to kill Oda in the back of Master. That frag grenade bounce was completely intended to dislodge Tex, get him to move, and he picks up that frag. While he's shooting at Tex, he just so happens to kill Oda too.
With a DMR as well. It's not like he's shooting some high fire rate gun that just happened to like sail past and hit somebody in the head.
No, just something that shoots cement blocks at their opponent.
Exactly, and it's got the fire rate of something that shoots cement block too. It's like boom, 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 and he still hits a guy randomly. Oh man, Liquid have made the call. They're like, let's end this in one fell swoop. Amaru and Blitz coming through.
Have you ever wanted to hate your life on defense? Well, we'll provide that for you.
if you didn't ask the question, well, we will provide the answer. There was a brief interruption in round 8 where Chiefs won that round on basement, but aside from that, you take that out, 5 rounds in a row from Liquid overall, and they've been able to win the opening engagement a lot of those times since then. Every single time, except round 8, coincidentally enough, they have been able to take that opening duel, and I mean, right here, it might not even matter. You don't need a 5v4 for this. If you're just able to get the Blitz and get the Amaru up this hatch quick enough, could be a 5v5, but you'll get that diffuser down before anybody can even fight back.
Yeah, and you can see from the lineup, folks, Liquid, it's all banking on chaos. That's what they want here. You want to get the Blitz in, you want to get Doke to have that phone call, everything rings out, everybody starts taking a fight, then we're going to see Maya transition through this hatch and go for this plant. And it could be at any time, so just be prepared for this strategy.
Oh, yeah. Ying would be perfect for this lineup. Liquid Vander, though. bet you called this strike. You're like, man, really wish we had those Candelas.
Who banned that guy?
Crap. I guess we'll play Striker. He got 3 flashbangs, though. Blitz for the top floor clear. Amaru to go up through that hatch. Ooh, but that's a very nice pick. Palu trying to peek from Mudroom. Cut down by Jigsaw. So now Liquid in a bit of a disadvantage. This is definitely going to prolong this rush actually being called, though. Risa tops in a trophy, and nice couple breaches. There goes Maya up. Kyra, ooh, loses an important fight. But Chiefs still have that advantage, and the vertical angles still work. Blitz, unfortunately, a little bit late. Good reaction by Lagonis there. But Resets is putting this diffuser down by himself, just tap, tap, click, clacking away. He's moved us into the post. But those vertical angles, they're still there. Could have gone a whole lot better for Liquid, let's be honest, as Jigsaw gets that first pick, and things could still go well after that, but Liquid maybe disrespecting the vertical angles held by Chiefs, maybe disrespecting the time with which they can react to their plan.
Yeah, things got a little discombobulated there, a little disjointed for Liquid, and it's really all down to Palu. I always hate putting the weight, the majority of the weight on a player, but Palu, we just do not need to be put in our face in these angles, man. That is not the moment there for you. That is not the moment there for Liquid. Everything is resting on the precipice of a proper execute, and it just never comes to fruition. We never see them really eventually come to this resolution. Instead, what we get is Palu going down, them trying to fly through, Maya hitting a pretty lucky shot with his SMG-11, but Chiefs have all of these angles upstairs. Liquid didn't even seem prepared to try and work their way in with the Blitz in the way that they did. It was just all very mistimed, and what do we get? We get a result of Chiefs taking a pretty easy round at the end of the day, all by holding some nice angles upstairs.
Now Liquid say, the gamble did not work. Back to our normal strategy. We'll go down below. You're still going to put Lagonis on that shield, because why wouldn't you?
Correct.
Man loves his shields.
Yeah, he
Blitz didn't work last time, so we'll go to the Monty this time.
Almost worked. It was really close. I mean, we're talking about literal microseconds away from downing that Legion. Hey, I'm just saying, if he ends up meleeing the Legion and it doesn't go the other way, that round could be a heck of a lot different.
Specific engagement was close. I was like, Sam, the round was not.
No, it was not. You were
The round was not close at all. I watched it, and I know you watched it. Don't lie to me. Don't.
I'm just over here coping off of liquid fumes. That's all I'm doing.
I was about to say, it was not close. But you call the rush, you're up 6-3, you lose, no big deal. You'll try something better. Liquid have gone for the full clears and the full utility play. Pretty much every single one of their attacks so far, save for the one we just saw on round 10. So it's likely going to be a slow one. It's been a very slow game overall, despite Chalet, I feel like, often being one of those quicker maps, given how much you can find kills from those exterior angles. Speaking of which, Jigsaw's like, come on. Just peek. Give me that pick. Ivy window almost being the end of Jigsaw. He'll take a bullet in the thigh and move right on to blue stairs.
I'm sure a couple of spectators were like, why is he yelling right now? That's why. There's so many angles that work their way for that door. You're just scared every time you cross it. If somebody has an inkling that you're there, you're losing half your HP.
Now you got Nest hunting him too. He's like, you're not getting away, buddy. I'm gonna hunt you down.
Hatch open. This is full sight control as well. And you got the ram in here, Carter. Oh.
Not sight control.
Not yet. It's downstairs.
Don't worry.
That was a mismanagement by me there. But
don't worry.
These people do clear out things a little bit easier. We still have plenty of those boogie drones to deal with fire.
How funny would that be? 5v5. They're like, oh, guys, we all left sight. Crap.
Definitely would have me worried.
That'd have me worried as well. But nope. You can't look into bar games. Ooh, Tex. Ooh, actually probably could have walked up the stairs and not shot that drone, but not going to blame him for shooting in the moment. Still, Liquid down to 2 drones. Drone economy has been a little bit of an issue at points of this game, but they are aware of Tex, and peeks that a little too slowly for my money. Resets, just checks it, and he thinks he can get away with a whole lot more. Quiz walking into this air jab as well. Oh my god. Oh, the game's just over.
Yeah.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Hope you guys had fun playing against Liquid, because
I guess... All right, well, I guess this game is done. He's going to throw the Zoto canister. Got to see 4 at least. If they all congregate in one spot and wait for it's a flawless round. 7-4 for Liquid as they move up to their promotion game 2-0. One of the favorites to make a deep run in this tournament. And while they are already just 1 match away from making the main stage.
Yeah, and I mean, we're always banking on the fact that Liquid is going to have a heck of a performance at any event that they show up to, but Maya and this Liquid squad have looked like a different beast. They've looked like they've been playing at a different level, Carter, and it's really just their capability to switch up their pacing. These different strategies they can pull out on a moment's notice and make them work. Although the rush not working out up against Chiefs, their capability to shift back to that 3rd gear is like, okay, we're going to take a solid patience play throughout this map, clear out everything, take these fights, and do it in such a successful way. That's the big thing that's been a gleaming example as to why Liquid has been such a problem for not only teams like Chiefs, but teams like G2 as well.
I also think that when you're looking at the performances on this roster, when Liquid were obviously having their abysmal start to stage 1, you had a lot of issues, right? Nobody was really performing well on Liquid at the start of stage 1 of this year. The resets in particular was averaging like 1 to 2 kills a game over across like 5 best of ones at the start of the stage. And now as Liquid have really started gelling with this roster, he finds himself at the top of the scoreboard. This particular game, when we pull the stats up, he is the highest rated player, I believe, for Liquid in this matchup so far, but everyone really did a decent job for Liquid. And on the side of Chiefs, Quiz obviously having a pretty good performance in terms of the kills overall, but unfortunately, it's just one of those cases where I think Liquid were just a little bit better. Both teams were attacking pretty slowly, I would say, but when it comes to actually making good on a lot of that setup you had, it felt like we saw so much utility clear from Chiefs, and then they all just lose the fights when they go in for the execute, whereas for Liquid, it felt they set that foundation, then actually built something off of it far more consistently.
Yeah, Ace the Quiz did not pass the test, and that's the biggest thing here. You're gonna have to try and find another way to take it to these top teams, and although Chiefs 4 rounds, and 4 rounds really looked darn good, folks. We're not going to try and take any flowers away from these guys because they most definitely deserve them. But Liquid, I mean, they're just playing at a different level right now. They're one of these teams that we are favoring to win this entire event, or at least make it very, very deep, so an expected result.
One thing I will say, and something that I think people should keep their eye on in the Liquid game tomorrow and all the Liquid games to come, as there is a pretty decent amount of those, given they're now up 2-0, Nesk has been a bit underperforming in his debut today. He was the lowest rated player on Liquid on G2. I think think he had like a 74 EPS, if I recall correctly. Now he's the lowest rated again on this team. Did it matter? No, they won 7-4. But considering the important role Nesk plays, it's just something to keep your eye on. But we often don't talk to Nesk, we don't talk to Poly, we talk to the IGL. The captain of Team Liquid, Lagonis, is with Ann right now.
Yes, guys, thank you very much. I'm very glad that we get to speak to many players on the side of Liquid today. That means you're doing a good job. You've won your second game so far in Phase 2. One game away, making it to the main stage. How does that feel?
Feels amazing. Like, we basically struggle in every tournament, so this time it's a little bit different, but we needed to finish the job, at least to the quarterfinals. So yeah, I'm happy for this start.
Also, well, that's a good thing. Of course, you need to finish the job, but it's a good start, and that can mean half the work. How do you feel about this game in particular? What do you think was the main key for your victory?
So I think the main key was the map. We love playing Chalet, like we won against G2 before today. And to be honest, like we lost to them 0-7 in practice on Chalet. But it was a bad day in the off-season. So yeah, in the tournament, like we did very well today. And yeah, we keep improving every match.
I wanted to say, this was an easier game for you than the G2 game earlier. Does that mean the next game's going to be a 7-0?
I don't think so, but if I can like choose, I would choose 7-0, but it's not that easy, we know. And now it's best of 3, so let's see.
Who would you want to play against after this game if you could pick any opponent that's still here at the major?
I want to play against VP, Virtus Pro. I think they are one of the favorites for the title. Like, they keep improving. They did very well, in my opinion, in the European League. So, yeah, Virtus Pro.
Awesome. Well, we'll see if that's going to be in the cards for you. For now, though, enjoy your well-deserved rest. Thank you for the interview and hope you have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back? Can you run that back? I'm trying to play that back. I want that. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah. 30,000 up on my palette. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, real smooth. Can you play that back? Can you run that back? I'm trying to play that back. I want that. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
with Quiz from the Chiefs, and thank you for willing to do this losers interview with us. It's never an easy thing to do, but the one reason why we wanted to talk to you is it's your first major. You started playing the game in 2021. How does it feel to be here?
Honestly, it's crazy because like I didn't really expect us to be here first time. Like we're in a team for very long, but I'm just happy to be here. Like I've dapped up Striker, dapped up Bolo, like all my idols, you know, from Siege. So like it's just crazy. Like I fucking love it.
It's kind of surreal, I imagine, but
crazy, yeah.
You played very well in this game as well. Now, one thing that I noticed is that you actually retired in 2023. What was it that made you come back to the game?
I just like saw like my mates still playing, and then I was like, I had stopped having work in the mines because I used to work in the mines, and I was like, man, like let me come back to Siege because I was like, oh, I miss it. You like once you stop competing, you're like, you miss when you watch the games, you miss playing, like you miss being there, being in that moment, winning rounds. So that's just that's what made me come back definitely. Just miss competing.
You just get the itch to kind of come back into the game. What was your main takeaway from this game that you just played?
Look, they're very good, obviously. The main takeaway for us is that like it just shows we can compete with these teams. But it's just hard because like, you know, I'm not going to say Oda's like sick, but like, you know, he is sick, but I'm not going to say that's the reason, but like it's hard because he's like a big voice for us. And obviously he's not feeling so great, probably energy's a bit low. But I think it's not an excuse, like we can definitely beat these guys. It's just about, you know, because we've scrimmed them a lot as well, and they do the same things. They're like, we were prepped for this, what they're doing. And we've played them on Chilean scrims, but they've just, they were just on another level, to be honest. They're playing very well.
Right, I see. I mean, we spoke to Oda prior to the game, and he said he woke up like 5 minutes before the game. So yeah, obviously not easy, but you have some time to reset now and some time for your game tomorrow. So once again, thank you so much for willing to do the interview with us, and best of luck with your preparation.
Thank you very much.
Well, I would like to hear the story behind your gamer tag. Why did you choose it, and when did you choose it?
When did I choose is a funny story. I have some team in Battlefield 4, and I play for some team, and I have another nickname. Some nickname I have is DarkZero. It's my nickname, you know. But I left that team, so I want to change my name because I want to play against them. So I have, do you know Nesca balls? The thing. So I put Nesk, just this. And that's a funny story because I left the team to join another team. So basically, I just want to change my nick. Instead, I say, "Oh, guys, I want to join another team." So I was pretty young, so that's a funny story. 2013, I think.
And if you were forced into changing it, where would you go?
Yeah, I thought to put another gamer tag, but it's called DarkZero. It's for some people who call me like that. But I stay in Nesk because I started playing with Battlefield with that nickname. So I just let this nick, so Nesk is good.
Our second game of the winners bracket and our last one here on the A stream as well for that winner side before we continue with the losers bracket. We have Black Dragons up against W7M, and these two teams are no strangers to each other. Obviously coming from that same region, they have faced off against each other before, but that specific matchup for Black Dragons didn't go very well. It was a 3-7 on Nighthaven Labs. They didn't have the greatest of stage 2, only one overtime, but they've definitely looked a lot better since then. We have 4 players on this roster who are new to that international stage, and they got here by beating the current world champions. A super impressive run that we're seeing from this team. And in phase 1, what we saw from them as well is some of these players get really vocal. The reason why they're doing that is to potentially scare the enemy, but also make sure they're hyping themselves up. So this is something that we've been seeing from this roster, that obviously looking to get their revenge against a team like W7M. They themselves, of course, today got that close victory against BDS. A big victory for them, as it was a grudge match, a revenge from the EWC Grand Final. We saw Dodas having a good performance, but overall, a relatively balanced performance from these players. Confidence seemed to be the key for them, and it definitely worked out, but it was a really close game. You have to wonder, how do they get their energy back up into this game, having had a bit of a break in between that one? Now, once again, this is a best of 1, so we'll have a look at our map veto to see what map was selected for this matchup. As the map bans will be rolling in and our selection as well, we'll be heading back to Nighthaven Labs. Now, this was the map that these two teams played against when they played against each other in Phase 2. It was a 7-3 going in the favor of W7M. And then we saw, of course, Black Dragons have a bit of a better stage after that, but this was the one map they lost against Furia in that LCQ. It was a 7-8 loss for them, a close loss, but definitely some improvement that they've shown from that game prior to when they played against W7M. Now, these two players, or these two teams, have had a game earlier today. Luckily, we got to speak to them just before this one to pick their brain about how they're going into this one. We've asked from Black Dragons, and you played a game earlier today, but that was on the B stream. So we didn't get to ask you about your game. How do you feel about that first one?
I think it's a great game for us. We have to control the game every time, but it's an easier game for us, and that's it. We control the game.
Do you consider this one maybe to be a bit more difficult? It's a team from your own region. The matchup in Stage 2 didn't really go your way.
Yeah, I think for against W7M it's a hard game, but we are already briefing the game plan, so I think it's gonna be easier for us.
Yeah, about that, because you probably found out 20 minutes ago that you're playing this team. How does the preparation go then?
Ghost and Parangina, our coaching staff, it's making all of the stuffs and just pass for us and make more easier for us to understand the way the W7M plays and things like that. So yeah, that's it.
Awesome, that's great. Well, we're wishing you best of luck with the game, and hopefully we'll speak to you later.
Thank you.
Logan from W7M, you played a very important game earlier today, a big grudge match against BDS. How do you control your energy just to have another game today?
I think we don't put a lot of energy like in cheering sometimes, and just focus on like not wasting the energy for things that you don't need to. And because 2 matches in the same day are very tiring, especially when it gets really late in the day. So I think it's just to control yourself.
You play against Black Dragons, a team you know very well. Their stage didn't go so well. You beat them in Phase 2, but they've obviously had a great run after that, qualifying to the major. Does that scare you in any way?
No, I think of course they're a good team, and we have to pay attention to what they're right now. I think they're way better than we faced them last time. But still, we are pretty confident to face them, and I think we're going to have a good match.
You said you playing a second game, of course, is very tiring. How does the preparation look like, especially knowing so shortly before the game who you're playing?
Yeah, we thought we were going to face VP, and then it turns out to be BD, and so it's a little bit of a rush. But when it's the best of one, it's a little bit easier because you can already take out 4 maps and you already know the bans they're going to do. So like the map is labs and we knew it's going to be labs. So yeah, it's a little rushing, but it still is okay because it's the best of one.
Awesome. Well, I think labs could cause for a good game considering you played against them on this map before. Thanks so much for your time and best of luck with the game.
Thank you.
Well, I'm glad that Loban acknowledged that Black Dragons have had a better time after they faced off against W7M on Nighthaven Labs. And, normally we do these things the other way around, right? We show you the interviews, then we get to the map veto, but we couldn't do that this time around as unfortunately Loban kind of spoiled the map veto for us. We'll be going into Nighthaven Labs. We're seeing our players get ready. We'll take a quick break before we head to Nighthaven Labs.
Ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Je les entends parler et ils m'étrisent. J'arrête que pour rappeler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Vise que la place du premier. Je fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive les rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Switch, je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
Welcome back to the Montreal Major. We are just halfway past our first day here today. And can I say, I'm so surprised that despite us having 2 games at the same time, we are still running relatively simultaneously. We have a game about to kick off on the B stream as well between FaZe and Virtus Pro. We already saw some players going for hurdles here. We saw the players of W7M chant the name of Cyber. It's been very cozy here in this player area. But of course, we have our game on the A stream between Black Dragons and W7M, and we'll bring in the casters for that game as well. Once again, we're joined by Stokes and Lynx. Guys, we've had the pleasure of working a few of those Brazil days. We've seen these 2 teams go up against each other. How are we feeling about getting a rematch on Nighthaven Labs?
Oh, it's a party over here. We're jamming. We're excited. W7M are going up 2-0. Nothing to complain about over here. I mean, listen. Black Dragons have looked okay, right? They made that LCQ run. They've made it this far, all right? I respect that. But against DPlus earlier, looking a little shaky. Might have won the game, but looking a little shaky. Whereas W7M, who did they beat?
Oh, scratching my head on it.
And do you remember, who did they beat earlier? Who did W7M beat earlier?
It was like a really big match for them, wasn't it?
It was. It was like a lightish red logo.
Oh shit, it was BDS.
Oh,
they beat BDS earlier, guys. 8-7 on Border. They beat BDS. So yeah, if I'm just gonna be honest, yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. I mean, we have a rematch in the books on Nighthaven Lab, so please, just take us there.
You know what? We will. I've decided that we will. This is actually, I will say, to be fair, obviously, you know, I don't think Sam and I are going to lie to you. We think W7M are going to win this. However, this is pretty even ground historically between these 2 teams. W7M, I believe, are on a 5-game win streak on this map. Black Dragons, since the start of the stage, 6-1 on it. So pretty good record for both of these teams. Black Dragons have also played it, I think, something like 10 times over the past like 6 to 7 months. So very, very well played map for both teams. But W7M, we saw those performances earlier, Sam. We saw what they could do.
Yeah, and honestly, that's the biggest thing for me, with W7M just coming off an incredible victory on Border up against BDS, where we saw the entire roster from head to toe performing at a crazy level. This is going to be another chapter, more than likely, in their book here of victory at this event. Black Dragons just so happens to be the enemy this time around on Nighthaven Labs, and we're going to get quickly into the ban phase here. Buck going to be removed from Black Dragons. Thatcher going to get taken out by W7M, and already some interesting antics being taken on by both of these teams.
Thatcher ban?
Yeah, not very common nowadays.
What year is this?
2018, apparently.
Thatcher ban on Nighthaven Labs? This is like, it's like everything's mixing. All the timelines are congruing all at one time. That's not how you use that word, but we don't have to talk about that. Buck and Thatcher ban is actually pretty cool. Like, just really like some OG bans. Like Buck, I feel like back in like 2020 used to be like, oh my god, they banned Buck. Just because like it wasn't something that happened often because of the soft destruction, the nades at the time, and of course the C8 being a very powerful gun. Could see it happen. the defensive bans, I don't think you and I need to talk about that much. We got Azami, we got Fenrir, makes sense. Azami, one of the most common ban defenders, period. On Nighthaven specifically, helps you defend Warehouse a whole lot more on the site we're going to go to, Command Center on the top floor, and then Fenrir, similar story there.
Yeah. If you don't know these at this point, Carter, I've got a bridge to sell you.
Yeah, exactly. Or you should just go do your homework, because you're missing out on a lot of context for things that are probably going on here. But the Buck and the Thatcher, because when I immediately think of the Buck, I'm like, oh, all the soft destruction on second floor, on first floor. But typically for that reason, we see a lot of teams ban the Deimos instead.
Yeah, 100%. And usually this is something that I would expect out of these two teams, honestly. Black Dragons and W7M really like to get in the face of their opponent, especially on offense. Deimos, a fantastic operator for that. But this might be one of those circumstances where both of them like it so much, they just don't want to remove it. But we'll just have to see. We didn't see it all that much from W7M earlier on today on Border. I believe we saw it one time. But doesn't mean that we can't get a lot of it here on Nighthaven Labs. This map is much bigger. There's a lot of info game that goes into this. You're more than likely going to be seeing a lot of Deimos, a lot of Dokkaebi, a lot of Lion, and what do you notice? Loban, very first thing off rip, Deimos will come out to play here for the Bulls.
I'd give it to him, in all fairness. I would give it
out of all of them? Yeah.
I mean, honestly, Loban, Dodes, and Volps, you got a lot of good contenders here. Maybe not Volps, because he's a bit more of a passive player in comparison to the other two, but you can make a compelling argument for all of them. Very low Selma hole, very low on the wall as well. I'm going to assume that was intentional. Generally, the rule of thumb, I always assume that something was done for a reason. But I'm curious as to why is that low. Can see the feet hole in the connector. But either way, let's talk about the defenders as well. We've got Clash coming out very early on. Very good for the second floor because you might have an IT connector push, might have an IT garage push, an Aqua push. You have all these pieces that can get netted together by the attack at a moment's notice. And what is great for that? Clash, who could just walk around and shock at any point of entry once you realize where the attackers are coming from.
Yeah, she's an immovable object with a stun gun on her. So definitely makes things a lot less fun for the offense, but something we'll definitely be happy with. Gudo gets eaten up by a creative angle here from Dots. Upside down rappel here for the catwalk door will find the first kill, and W7M will start off in the green here in round 1.
Also like that small detail, but on that upside down rappel, you can see Gudo running the laser sight. Nice shot from Volps, yeah. Gudo was running the laser sight, oh not Gudo, excuse me. Dots was running that laser sight on the upside down rappel, and he was aiming to the left of the door just to make sure that he didn't reveal his position on the rappel from anybody playing inside a garage. Small thing, but you do appreciate it, just that level of care. This round is not very close so far. It has been a 5v2. Loban not even with a deathmark tracker. He's got all three of them right now. He just made that hole with the revolver early on to see if anybody gets too aggressive inside of electrical, and honestly, that's a really good bet. Think of all the people that actually tried to play where Florio is playing right now. Got flashed, air jab going in, will just barely escape it, but gives Dodes the confidence to now take this position, take this aggressive line against the Clash. Nux with a double kill right now, but that's all he'll get as Loban on for 2 as well. It'll be the final bit of the puzzle for W7M in that round. I know they lost it, but Nuxka did have a pretty good game earlier against DPlus. Kia could be important as that player, he's been very poor for Black Dragons this stage, poor at this event, but if he's having a good day, sure they lost this round, but will be something that Black Dragons appreciate.
Yeah, somebody's got to be shooting, and it looks like it might be Nux potentially. We'll have to see if that continues to raise in value throughout the remaining rounds here of Nighthaven Labs. But fortunately enough, the first round looking pretty spry. As for the rest of the team, though, not so much. But W7M getting creative in a lot of different ways. Those upside down rappels eating at Black Dragons, just not prepared for that off-kilter angle, let alone that little break in the floor that we saw there from Loban for electrical. That's one of those things, Carter, that you never really consider when it comes to that verticality. There's just so many holes that you just get used to walking over the top of these things, and all of a sudden somebody's occupying this space. He gets that free pick there, and they practically blow the doors off of Black Dragons in the first round.
And like I said, when you're on the defense on the top floor and you're trying to find a way to regain that man advantage, one very common way is to play close and electrical and see if anybody hops in the window, gets too aggressive, and forgets to drone you or just forgets you're there entirely. So for Loban to open up that hole right there, it's not exactly the easiest angle. You know, I don't know how the exact line of sight works. Maybe they're able to crouch beneath it. I'm not entirely sure. But either way, it is still looking over towards that position and can counter anybody trying to bring back that 3v5. So just good foresight from W7M or good use of an angle that maybe the defense had made. We don't exactly know, but it went well for W7M either way. Bottom floor defense all the way to the basement now for Black Dragons. Whole lot of breach and plant denial for them at the moment. Still with the castle, I imagine, to allow for some extensions.
Might not be too big of a deal for W7M to deal with that either, as they do have things like Ash, you have things like the Boogie Drums from Ram. And if you do really want to get creative, I guess you can use a torch, but hopefully not. If we boil down that far, that means that W7M has had a very serious issue. Something cataclysmic has dawned their shores, but looks like the only thing that's going to be happening in the first moment here is Dash, and a little bit of a skirmish that ends in 0 damage dealt to either party.
Decent performance from Dash earlier. Didn't go positive, but again, as the lowest performing player on the stage, just a even slight, that is a ballsy reinforcement. Just even a slight increase in performance can really make a difference if the rest of the team is still performing at the echelon they've been performing at. Late reinforcement, as you likely just saw, to shut off that rotate and allow for a bit more safety to play over by the cargo stairs. And W7M will say, okay, well, we'll just open up garage hatch for free and likely try to set up for an Animus plant, I imagine.
I just want to know what Dots was doing there. Like, I don't know if he was trying to make sure an Electro Claw wasn't going to get put down or what, but definitely a little bit of a risk there with that angle. And speaking of risks, Nux, I mean, I hate to say it, man, we just don't need this. We don't need it.
It's also, I think, you know, just credit to Dash for taking credit or taking advantage of the opponent. Just like, oh, I'm going to smoke and then back off. And he's like, yeah, I'm just going to push
Walk through it, yeah, get that fight there. And I mean, we see it time and time again in multiple FPSs. Plant now going down, too, for Dots.
Yeah, Dots is putting it down. Another 5v2, 2 rounds in a row for W7M, and it's going to go off completely uncontested. Hornet about 50 HP. Well, not about 50 HP. He's at 50 HP. Percent of winning that round is a lot low, but low 50%, if we are being honest with ourselves. And these have been 2 pretty much uncontested rounds for W7M. I mean, what do you even do at this point? Every single mag in Hornet's guns have been completely wasted at this point. Flawless round for W7M. I mean, we had, I don't know how many people survived at the end, but it felt like a pretty much flawless round all the way through. 3 at an absolute minimum were alive for W7M. Now you have a straight-up flawless. I would be shocked if we just see a straight-up tack timeout from Black Dragons this early on.
I was going to say the exact same thing. That's exactly what we're going to get. They have got to stop the bleeding. And it's always crazy when we have to start talking about this at the beginning of round 3, right? But that's where we are. W7M are playing a completely different game in comparison to Black Dragons. This is minor league versus major league baseball right now. And W7M is definitely the Dodgers.
And Nux literally, yeah, so yeah, it had to be only 4 people alive from W7M at the end of each round, because Nux got a kill on the first one and Nux got a kill on the second one as well. So it is, there are 2 kills for Black Dragons. Nux, yes, has both of them, but it's still only 2 kills for the team so far. It's just as dominant a performance as dominant can be. W7M have played passive early on, waiting for Black Dragons to swing. It got them that first round, and then when it came to actually getting aggressive, they pushed the smoke, or Dash pushes the smoke on cargo stairs, do the same thing to some of the defenders on the side, just flood in afterwards once it's a 2v5. 2 a bit of different playstyles or approaches to individual engagements. That so far, I've just our credit to the overall success that W7M have had through these first 2 attacks. I mentioned that this map is a decent for both of these teams. Black Dragons played a lot over the course of this stage so far, mainly in the open qualifiers, and you do just play a lot of games down there. But they're 6-1 so far. W7M on a 5-game win streak. It's good for both. You wouldn't know that watching these first 2 rounds.
No, definitely not. And the wildest thing for me, at least so far, I know it's decently early on into Nighthaven Labs here, but this is the map that we saw Black Dragons beat Furia on to make it to this event. Yeah, it was inside of that little best of 5 there that we had, and I'm pretty sure this was the last map that we ended up playing.
What? Oh my God, was it?
I'll do some research as we work through this 3rd round, but I'm pretty positive that this is where we ended up.
See, because it's funny, because I think W7M also played Furia in that series as well. Because W7M also played Furia, and they got that 8-7 in the playoffs. So I'm like mixing like a couple different matchups right now.
Yeah, for Furia, it just keeps coming down to Nighthaven Labs. And funny enough, that's what won them a hammer this year.
You got to stop playing that map.
Yeah, but you got to bump the brakes, buddy.
There's just like, all the magic got used on that one map. And ever since that, well, to be fair, they did have that magic in that 8-7 victory inside of the regular stage. So maybe do keep playing that map, but be real specific when you bring it out. Anyway, beside the point, 40 seconds in, W7M looking to attack this top floor again. We got the same thing going on. This is almost exactly how they got, I believe, either the first or the second pick was...
Both.
Both? Well, what do you know? Almost got it again as the Mirror decides to face check the Mav line at the top of the wall. Oh, pass. Gotta be careful.
Whoa.
We got 2 people on the garage door, 1 people in IT. I'm really not liking. They better win this fight because W7M are ready for this when we hadn't even played around yet, and they're ready for it again right here. No kills break their way. Instead, it is just IT breach opened up as Hornet keeps looking to challenge these players outside.
Thatcher be damned. W7M ban him out. They want to see if Black Dragons can do the dance as W7M is with their Maverick. Getting these walls open, getting those nice torch lines in, and having that supporting unit has worked so far for them when it comes to gaining access to IT, and it'll happen yet again here. He's more than likely going to stick around as he will just be managing this situation that we have going on in this space.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, you never like to hear that tape rip when you're upside down, do you?
He has been maving that wall for about 1:40 seconds. He was kind of begging them to do it at that point. Nux also the C4. Oh, wow, exactly. What a shot from Dash. Oh, but the reload. Thank God he hit that pre-fire.
Oh!
Shotgun also around the corner. Loban looking for more inside of the site. He's just pushing for more. Gonna try to pinch and cut off this Mute's complete path of egress. The Mirror not aware. Ask tagged to low HP. Move deeper into garage. No diffuser control, by the way, for W7M. Volp's by himself. Oh my God, they are swarming onto this Monty. Full shield, he will back up as far as he can. Mirror going outside. Oh boy, they want this kill. What is happening right now? To eventually make it out, Loban will stab one in the back and look to pre-fire the second. What a crazy-ass round for W7M. They come away the victors 3-0 right now. What the hell just happened?
Carter, that's one of those moments. I've said this a couple times today, but there's moments in time in Siege where you have to meet your opponent in the trenches. You have to meet them in what they're doing, and that round, utter calamity, man.
I have never been more confused trying to make sense of a situation when I see Loban on the pistol shooting above and behind the Clash right next to her. I'm like, who am I watching right now? Who is this?
That was definitely pretty discombobulating. I will most definitely be forthright with that. But hey, somehow, some way, although it's messy, although it's not a round that even makes sense to the human eye, W7M still come out on top.
Literally look at that. Like, what the hell is going on?
I think my favorite part about that entire round there, something that's more concrete and something we can definitely talk about, their capability to completely circumnavigate electrical there. That player sitting in there, that SAS op Mute, I do believe, sitting there dancing back and forth with those 2 players. The Ash just steamrolls into the site and starts taking fights with absolutely everybody.
It's Loban. What do you expect?
Hey, I didn't say it, Loban. It wasn't me, okay?
What? I'm complimenting him.
I mean, that's true.
Who's gonna make the play like that? Listen, Volps is great, but he's a bit of a slower player. He's gonna hit that gap in the early round when nobody's watching. Loban just shot a guy in the face. He's like, I'm going for more.
That's true, but I guess I'll be the one to say it. Loban's he's kind of on his freak stuff right now, man.
True.
He's kind of moving.
I mean, this game so far has been, well, it really hasn't even been that weird. Like, that round was kind of strange, but I mean, Black Dragons got 3 more kills than they did before, but they've still only got 5 overall between 3 rounds. It's been pretty good for W7M so far. A little bit on the IQ, moving down below. This is a first floor defense. Warehouse and security being defended at the moment.
Honestly, I love that from Loban as well. They're going to get the IQ in downstairs, folks, to try and prevent any Nitro Cell play from persisting and making it to where they can potentially roll back through and prevent this plant. So Loban's going to be here for quite some time. As soon as they recognize that Black Dragons may not apply themselves in that way, Loban will just go for the late flank instead. Past that, W7M will be building up on this top floor to get control of IT and try and get a plant here inside of barrels.
Oh, here we go. Just immediately laying into that Warden. Oh, that's so smart. Throw the Yings, wait for the Warden to activate his glasses, then hunt him down on the inside. That is actually brilliant from W7M.
They don't get the plant, though.
Guy with the diffuser's dead, though, so that's a bit of a problem. 3v3 especially, as it's a multi-length hop out from Black Dragons. This Ass Peaks garage, there's just a guy there. Volp's hopping in to fill that space. And all that good work from BD now doesn't seem to matter a whole lot. Volps is a bit alone right now. Not a lot of players covering him, but he gets that diffuser down immediately and hops back out expeditiously.
That's a round.
Yeah, that seems to be the round at this point with Volps close, somebody up above, and I imagine the IQ can work her way around as well. Flashbang's going, he tries to stick it, but he's right in front of the window. 4-0 right now. Remember, Black Dragons have used their tactical timeout.
Yep.
We cannot take a pause button. This momentum that's building for W7M is just going to snowball and snowball and snowball at this point.
W7M looks so comfortable against Black Dragons, man. Every single thing that Black Dragons try to apply, W7M is standing there in stark contrast of it.
I'm just going to highlight it again.
What's up?
How many setups do we see on that site? Because so many teams go for the Ying Candela rush into that single window, the guy holding out behind that box is the Warden.
Yep.
How often do we see that it is like that position filled by that specific operator? And for W7M, a team who I said, by the way, going into today, I was like, their individual performances are great. Coordination, ideas, not often the best. This has been a completely, like, one of the best forms of W7M we've seen so far. Not that they've ever been bad, not that they've been completely uncoordinated.
It's just that the mechanics were more highlighted.
Exactly. It's just they've, frankly, a lot of the times, they just win the games off the mechanics. They don't necessarily need to be that sharp.
Exactly.
But to have that idea to throw in the Ying to bait out the Warden, a very common position for most teams on that strat, and to take him down through the floor with the IQ, really, really smart stuff. Loba now 5-0 so far.
And the craziest thing about that, too, is we're getting to the point in Night Haven Labs, just time inside of the game, especially in a competitive setting.
About a year in the pool now.
Yeah, where people know a lot of the verticality. Where else would you put a buck if he was available? Downstairs to break up that flooring because you know that person's probably going to be sitting behind that barrel, right? But instead, they put the IQ in, and what do you accomplish? You accomplish so much with that. So what a call from W7M to put Loban downstairs and have that direct counter to the Warden based off of those Candelas pouring in. It's just so very well done.
And if you have the Deimos too, you know, obviously they can fight back through the floor, but also that Deathmark track makes you a lot more antsy. You get a lot more nervous. You're not just going to swing through the glasses like we saw right there. Man, I really love it when the play happens. You can just break it down for 2 minutes. You don't get a lot of those. It really just have a lot of meat to it, a lot of layers. So I do really appreciate that. I mean, you do get it semi-frequently, but it's never shown quite that clearly at times.
Yeah.
4-0 right now for W7M. Dallas back on that shield.
I was going to say, that's the biggest thing, right? A lot of the more nuanced things about Siege where you can really break things down into a crazy moment, that's where it's more VOD review time, not really casting time. So we don't really get that luxury usually on the desk. But as Carter said, one that is so in your face, we can't ignore it.
And speaking of in your face, Ask looking to play aggressively on the Exo stairs. We'll get that drone. It's the little victories at this point. Monty moving in saying, well, if you thought that was nice, wait until you get low to the full shield.
Round two.
That'll be at the top of Exo stairs. There he is. Second impact grenade already used. C4 blown very early as well. So important bits of utility. Falling for Black Dragons early on. Very quick retreat aside from Gudo, as you can see, still playing on the top of the stairs, but Black Dragons, whether it's strategic or demoralization, they are not looking to take fights with W7M.
Not in the slightest. And honestly, can you blame them? Every single skirmish that we've seen has ended up being W7M favored, and so far the war is pretty one-sided. 4-0 in favor of the Orange, as they will continue to prosper, more than likely on through round 5. This round is looking pretty good. A minute remaining. You've got dots inside of Exo here. It's just life is good, all things considered. Even that, I mean, yeah, sure, but you're still down to 30 seconds remaining once that fire clears.
Ooh, yeah, but you're down to 30 seconds, but I thought we had opened the breach. Based on all these positions, I had kind of just assumed we opened the double breach, but even though Dota has 2 Selmas, both impact EMPs from Lowen have been used, they do not have this angle to watch the normal plant dots is going for. So he's actually in a really tricky position, especially with 2 Nitro Cells still on the board.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. I didn't clock that either. The only thing they really have here, Carter, is going to be that verticality to try and assist and hopefully some hot guns behind this shield.
I just don't think they're winning this off the plant at this point. You've got to win this off kills. We'll put the Valkyrie to 1 HP. Hornet gets the first pick, though. That's so big for Black Dragons. This could be round 1 here, even though it's a 5v4. Make that a 5v3 with Ass getting in on the action. Loban looking, hunting with that secondary shotty, but he's not going to find anything. Diffuser's on the floor. Yeah, this has not been a great round for W7M. Black Dragons will get there first, but man, oh man, whatever was happening on that breach, it was not going well for W7M.
They didn't bring the utility to dislodge the, electrified portion there.
Thatcher band.
Yeah, exactly. That was really it at the end of the day, man. And Thatcher definitely would have ended up helping them out there, but they just did not have the stuff to be able able to break through. Obviously, they have the Selmas, but nothing to back that up, and a little bit of mismanagement in that regard will definitely not go unpunished as Black Dragons pick up their very first round off round 5, which they seem a heck of a lot more comfortable with, all things considered. So hopefully this is something that they can build upon here, especially going into our last round of their defense.
It was a 4v5 with like 7 seconds left.
Yep.
Appreciate the coach trying to get the Black Dragon spirits up. Also saw some cheers after that, but definitely with that 0-4 start, how dominant it was. I think it will take a little bit more to really get back into the swing of things. Must-win round, in my opinion, right here for Black Dragons. And for that exact same reason, not only to get a 2-4 half and just stop the 5-1, which is such a daunting scoreline, but just to get your head back in the game. Just recenter yourself, show yourself you've got this available, that you can actually do this.
Oh, Lord. We're bringing it all out, man. We're just like, oh, last round? All right, ring the dinner bell. It's time to play.
He wasn't even trying to go for a kill there. He was like, I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. Yes. I did the spawn peek, and I went back inside.
And I did not die.
Did not die.
Did not die.
Just to remind yourself that you still got it in you.
Got that dog in me. Might be a chihuahua, but it is a dog.
Now, speaking of Gudo, very small performance from him so far, though. A player that can pop off in really big moments. Ask and Hornet have been the anchors for this roster throughout this stage, but Gudo on the LCQ, highest-rated player. Speaking of, by the way, I was going to address this literally next, and Volps decided to make me address it right now. Double shield lineup from W7M.
There's nobody
Volps
downstairs.
has immediately sprinted on in with nobody down below. DarkZero sticks the plant and just barely gets away with 1 HP. You have the Blitz to create space, and then the Monty to follow up with the plant behind it. Bit of an awkward position for him right now. I don't know what the Monty can really do in this post and now that he's outside, but it is going to take a lot of time and likely can't pressure those people on IT. Loban goes in for the kill, and Black Dragon's not the advantage. Dotas hops back in, but Dots is in a really bad position right now. C4 around the corner. Nux can just get this defused. Nothing he can do about it. Yep, the time will go. 2-4 for Black Dragons. Hopefully the momentum going back their way, as it was looking real rough at the start, but they claw back just barely under a tie game.
Yeah, we've done a lot of praising of W7M throughout this half, but this is definitely a round that is pretty bleak, especially as they get the plant down, Carter. They over-deliver. You cannot overcook a situation like that. I don't know why we have all these players trying to fly in through the, IT space upstairs as well as garage, because it's a pretty patient Black Dragons inside of the post plant, and they get the majority of the kills, a whole swath of them, in fact, and they completely flipped the script on W7M. It cannot be understated, folks, how unbelievably difficult the post plant of this bomb site is, especially when you're able to get that plant down around that window. But Black Dragons, they get it done in a very convincing way, just all off of what we saw right there. W7M getting a little over the top with their delivery at the last moment inside of that post plant, and it ends up going awry.
4-2 half still certainly good, but I'm just glad for Black Dragons. It really felt like we were trending towards 5-1, 6-0 territory there. So getting away with a lot, even if it is only 2 rounds, just for the sake of the momentum, immediately putting Nux back on the Blitz, the main shield player for Black Dragons. Has had a bit of shaky success with it so far this tournament and in the regular stage of Brazil overall, but still a powerful operator that Black Dragons do like to bring, and if anybody's going to bring it, it will be Nux. Ask on this Nook, 1 in 5 so far. You talk about important players. Ask has been unbelievably important for Black Dragon's success. Getting to this point, the highest rated player more often than not in any given game.
Yeah, you ask me if Ask is important, and I will tell you, yeah, 100%. Now, he's been that player for a long period of time, not only for Black Dragons, but also for Liquid. A lot of different ways that he delivered for that squad as an IGL, trying to bring that prowess to Black Dragons, and it's worked out decently so far. Not exactly the numbers inside of this game, but he's a heck of an IGL, I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, and the main way he brings value, specifically in round for his play, is often not necessarily playing Nook, but doing things you would expect the Nook to do. Trying to find gaps, trying to get aggressive in their face. Well, that didn't work. Volps unfortunately finds Ask pretty quickly as he tries to go in for that flank. Loban, ooh, drone goes around the corner and missed drone. Come on. We had the momentum. Now Hornet's down by a C4. 4. No.
Carter, I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry. It's okay.
No.
We're gonna get through this together, all right?
Help him, please. Get him back.
That's why we commentate in duos, because we need the emotional support, folks. Sometimes you just can't make it out alive without that, but fortunately enough for Black Dragons, they will get Volps, and they will be able to pick Hornet back up. This is getting a little bit easier, although it does still feel as though it is an insurmountable task, especially with the positioning of W7M, but Loban, he's gonna miss that. That's a dead man walking as Florio breathes in everything he shouldn't. Vape's hitting a little bit too hard.
Oh, 2v2. Okay, hold on.
With a blitz too. No drones though, all except for Hornets.
I'm actually gonna dial in for a second. Because
Wait, real shit?
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I mean, this has been a very strange round. We had missed drones, we had a smoke flanking and throwing a toxic canister, then leaving. To be fair with how low Florio was, good move.
True.
And Hornet very low right now, but with the 2v2 and the blitz being one element of that, this is very close. The only concern I have is, if you want to go for a defuse plant, how are you going to do this? Do you want to give it to Hornet, but he's so low? But if you want to go for Nux to put the plant down, Hornet's also low, but you really want that blitz to be going in and creating chaos. You still have that smoke canister from W7M.
Not about the plant here, Carter. It's all about the kills.
Oh, yeah?
That's what they need. They need to try and get these kills here. You don't have a plant angle.
Oh, he pushes in, but that Vulcan pack's still there. Ends up getting the shield knocked back because of the flames, and so Dots can finish him off. Hornet will throw a nade in, try to rotate around. W7M, just don't get antsy. Don't get antsy. Okay, you're standing still right in front of a hole. That's not antsy, but that could be rough. But
just stay alive, Dash.
This Dash is right around the corner. Should and indeed are okay. Very, very close. 1vx for Black Dragons. Definitely a lot of individual mistakes throughout the beginning of that round that puts that in a difficult spot for anybody to claw back.
That's just an odd one. And that's my biggest gripe with W7M right now, my friend. They go to the casino and they just keep winning until they start losing. They never back away from the table. And that's really what I want to start seeing out of them. Once they get that huge advantage, just leave the cards where they are, man. Just bring it back to sight. Force your opponent to play your game. Instead, what we see is W7M getting caught off in a lot of these different situations where they're like, oh, it's an easy means to an end. I'm just going to pop the verticality. I'll take some fights around the stairwell. I'll probably get one and then be able to go off quietly into the night. But no, instead, we get a lot of risk, zero reward, and Black Dragons potentially getting back into a round that they never should have been a part of.
Yeah, I agree with that. I literally thought when Loban threw the impact down, I was like, oh, okay, I guess. I mean, go for it if you want. But then, yeah, when you get shut down, it's just like, could have just gone back to site. You could have had, you know, Dash rotate back down, then Loban rotate to the top cargo. You play that trade right there to get the 4v2 if Loban dies. But they overheat a little bit, and it does come down very close, and Black Dragons ultimately do end up losing that round. And I think you could see Ask's frustration there. One, because they're down 2-5. The other, because he's walking in and either he was not droned or was ahead of the drone or something. But the intel on dining right there was just not there for Ask, who was the entry in that position. Then you have the Dokkaebi unfortunately misdroning somebody by house. And the intel game, despite being active, is just missing all these important pieces for Black Dragons. 4 drones, they're already down, by the way, as we enter or move into 35 seconds in. Down a Twitch drone as well, I believe, or at least maybe they're both put out already. Who knows? But on a dining defense, you want to get this Blitz active. Adrenal Surge goes in. Blitz immediately goes through the window. Hornet will pick up one. Blitz in a bit of a difficult spot. Bit of an awkward position with that C4 flying over as well. It'll deal a lethal blow to the Blitz. That's why you have the Monty. Beautiful redundancy as he domes the idle Scopos behind the shield in sight. Sloven will need to rotate back. Clash caught with gun in hand. Gudo caught just counter swinging on all of these different angles. Hornet finding another. And it's a 2v2 as we move into the post, but with the Monty, that is going to be a huge bonus for Black Dragons. Hornet, the gun behind him, might not have any nades, but can boost them back to HP once they take damage, and the Monty can keep these remaining players at bay. Volts, one shot. Loban, reduced HP, and very, very far away from the attackers and the diffuser by extension. The very little tools aside from this one impact that does only 6 damage, and they're not able to land the spray as they get from behind that shield. Hornet from the vertical angle will pick up the remaining 2. Very quickly, Blitz play into the kitchen, and Black Dragons with another one of these must-win rounds.
Yeah, it's almost like in this last year, we have, across the entire globe, figured out that this site is pretty trash, Carter.
It's
and
not great.
There's a real reason for that.
It's
There's a
not
hatch
good.
outside you get immediate access to unless the defense actually applies a reinforcement to it. You do have the time to do that at least. But the other thing is this kitchen window that you get immediate access to, and if you shove a blitz through and nobody's paying attention, they just get all of the frags. You need a little verticality upstairs, and past that, it's easy, breezy, beautiful, and around for Black Dragons.
And since you're hopping into that window, obviously, you know, there's freezer to the left, but if you've opened that hatch, you know that nobody's playing there, so you know one angle to your left is completely safe. If you've drone the immediate window on the opposite side of that vertical angle where Hornet was playing, you also know your front's clear, so you only have to worry about your right. So you're feeling perfectly fine to actually push into the site itself, go for that diffuse plant. Of course, you still have to actually deal with the anchors there. But yeah, the immediate entrance is very, very easy to achieve, and even if you want to go for a normal style execute, if you're able to take control of office up above with the vertically, then open up the breach, usually with a thermite from the actual house wall to the site itself, you still got to deal with a lot of angles, but again, it's another very, very easy way into the site. We'll have a bit of a tech pause, as you can see. Black Dragons bouncing back after that loss in round 7 with a very quick rush in round 8. Despite losing that blitz as he was making that space, they were able to get the diffuser down very quickly, and Hornet just setting up in a very, very nice position. It can be a bit of a difficult shot to hit on that boost angle.
Yeah.
And you can tell because Hornet never died.
Yeah, 100%. Nice little head peek there. And that's the other thing. I mean, when it comes to that site, the blitz gets probably the most work done there, although he ends up going down. He just creates so much space and so much chaos that W7M never really respond properly, especially with the fact that Black Dragons were able to work in through lobby like that, get the Monty in there, and all of that active play in from that space. They never really abused the verticality because they didn't need to, Carter.
Yeah, the thing about the main time we saw double shield from W7M, it was the blitz moves in to create space, but then the Monty uses the shield as cover to get the diffuse plant down. But we didn't really see a lot of that kind of like hammer and anvil plays between the blitz and the Monty from W7M. It was really just like a safety for the plant kind of thing.
Yeah.
But there you do see the blitz going in, pushing all those people back, and then the Monty really coming in from the side and, again, hitting right into those people that the blitz had just pushed closer to his direction. So still different philosophies you can go with these shields. It's one thing that going into the shield meta, you know, take a team like FaZe, for example. Vidiking, one of the best Monties in the world. He does not play Monty like that. Nope. Not really how he ever likes to play that shield. It's not the way he was good with it. It's the way he positioned the pieces around the shield and the way he specifically, when he was extended, could move when he was in that position. But if you notice, FaZe don't really play a lot of shields now because you just play them differently than you did before. You can play the Monty if you want to, but he's not sprinting at people like Nux did or Black Dragons did last round. Nux will be back on the shield this go around as it's a top floor defense. They are looking to open up the ITU on the connector wall early on. Don't know how that happened, but just the IQ.
Hornet was like, you know, they got us with it, you know, a couple
times. Guys, that was really good. I should try it.
Yeah. Except 9 times out of 10, when you're the one showing the strat, you probably know how to play against it.
Oh, God. Down to 3 drones. Not even 2 minutes left.
Wait, hold on. The HUD is giving us a few back, don't worry.
Why have you done this to me? Why
Let's see what's actually on.
I actually think the next one got shot, so it might be gone again.
I think there's only 2 that are active right now that they can actually use. So.
Point being, they don't have a lot of drones for 2 minutes left.
Yeah, very true. Very big issue as well. I mean, I don't know how you're actually going to get through this round, at least in the current moment. Mine is trying to get Monty in and getting some plays active around him and hoping that potentially a lurk works out.
I mean, we can see right now, W7M are mainly anchoring on this site. You got quite a few players around IT, 1 player Aqua side. The 4th might be a bit of an unknown variable. I don't actually know where Dotas is. He was playing in Garage. I believe he's in the site itself. Yeah, he is. That's the outline of the Frost, I can tell. So all 5 people on this top floor at the moment. Loban, I believe, over in House. So getting this Monty into position is good. Will allow the rest of the team to get an IT. Man, that is rough. Dash just ratting inside of IT. You don't even care that you got traded there. You took down the Monty. Not Diffuser, but still a 2v4 as Florio gets that trade, and it's just too late given the efforts that have happened. Separated by IT, Ask and Florio will try to coordinate something out of this 2v4. But W7M spread almost evenly across the side. Love that pre-fire by Ask right there. Very common position to hold behind the bomb chassis. It'll be a difficult shot to hit as well. So moving into Aqua, there's only 1 player over there. It was the Warden, as you can see, still right there at the moment. I think he has a mirror window, actually, watching into the site. Florio pushing deeper, hits the pre-fire. Player and connector spotted, C4 ripped. You gotta be careful tagging up Volps this low. They're reaching a point where if he's able to get this kill, Black Dragons might be in a winnable position, will blind the Mew, but he still swings. That timing is ridiculous from Volps. With like 2% of his sight, he somehow manages to land that kill. Ask has been the main one to try to open up this late round. He's got to recover the diffuser. But it's a 180-degree crossfire with a mirror window staring his way. Opposite side, that does him in, but now W7M on match point. Black Dragons keep getting these brief moments of momentum before it is snuffed out by the Bulls.
Yep. And you got to feel for Florio there, man. Falls for one of the classic blunders, my friend. Throws that flash grenade, not aggressive enough to get in front of him. And I respect it. You know, he's got that shotgun. If he just blasts that thing at the proper time, you're dead.
Be scared too.
But did not play it on good enough timing where he's still blind when he does go for the peak, and he ends up dying because of it. There's just that little dance that you have to do in a moment like that. But hey, that's the thing about SAS ops, folks. That's why we reference them all the time. That M590 is such a dangerous gun, and it does it once again as it removes Black Dragons from the equation in that moment.
And you know what, to give to extend one olive branch to him as well, I have noticed a dramatic uptick in the past year, people swinging ahead of the flash to try to take advantage of that brief gap where they might just flash and immediately start pushing in.
Yeah.
So with the shotgun as well, I can definitely see why you might feel a little bit nervous to just immediately take that fight. But even then, we're focusing on a part of the round that really doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, because you walk in, there's a guy ratting an IT you don't know about, you lose most of the fights around the site.
Whoa. We got to bring it all the way back to the front first. 3 drones? 3 drones?
Well, hold on. There might have been 4. That fourth one could have been. Fourth one could have been real important. We don't know. We just don't know.
No way. No way, no how. But yeah, as for the rest of it, I mean, W7M with the leadoff pick, get yet another before we really see Black Dragon start moving in, and let alone the damage to the drone economy. W7M were more than prepared for Black Dragons on multiple fronts.
All right, they've got 8 right now. I can see it. I can see it on the bottom of my screen. 2, 4, 5, 6. Oh, they lost a couple. 7, though. You didn't think I could do that, did you? Didn't count? Didn't think it had in me. No. I heard you. No, I don't think Lynx is numerate. Don't you worry.
You read my mind. You gotta stop doing that.
I got a lot of abilities. Dokkaebi call going out. Heavy roam from W7M, so a lot of people you could find with this Dokkaebi call, though some turn it off immediately. Deimos and the Dokkaebi coming into play. Not an operator we have seen all that much. Saw it once from Loban in the first round from W7M, and now again, Hornet bringing it like the first time on Black Dragons, it feels like.
Oh, nice little drone spot there. I was on the dash. I don't exactly know where he's positioned right now. I'll try and let y'all know if I do see him. He's all the way over inside of the bottom of blue, just dancing around in the main hallway here. So we'll have to see if this ends up being an issue for Black Dragons. But as of right now, I mean, they're rolling, they're gaining progress, but this process is starting to take a little while for these top floors.
This is W7M, I think, just learning from their mistakes last time. They got overconfident.
Big moment. Whoa, Nux!
Oh, man.
Don't give him those, Nux.
Oh, Loban spots another one outside the window. I mean, he's cut off right there. Asked just a good trade from him on that part. But I was going to say, it feels like W7M overall learning from their mistakes of the previous basement round. Even though they won it, they were playing a little bit too aggressive in the mid-round. And so right as Black Dragons are pushing in, they started falling back. I say that. They then were like, what if we push the double door? And now they've fallen back to the cargo stairs. So as Kudo pushes in, that is the time to get aggressive. Hit that swing when they least expect. Keep that man advantage 4-3.
So little timing there, so little breathing room, and the most made out of dash. W7M are going to bring everything back downstairs is what you want to see out of their strategy. As for Black Dragons, Carter, really their only way into this is getting kills. That's it. You have to find a way to be able to get these big frags, but that's the entire strategy for W7M. Hold the angles, try and keep Black Dragons at bay.
And what are you going to do? Like, you don't have breach. You got 2 hard breach charges. Maybe you've opened them.
Have they even worked the wall?
Let's find out. Florio, could you peek for us?
Florio?
Could you look around the wall just real quick, please?
Knock, knock. Florio?
Come on, just give us a peek. Oh. It is open, actually. Might not matter.
But the round's over.
It's a 1v4, so he did peek, and it doesn't matter. 6-3, 4v1. Florio will find Volps. We'll give him credit for that one and find a second. Let's not troll with 3 seconds remaining, everybody. I actually got the final one there, I think, just for a second. But in the 1v1, W7M will win and be our third team to move up to the promotion game. 2 Brazilians, Liquid and W7M up there. And with a couple wins under each of their belt, W7M with BDS, Liquid against G2, not an easy road for either of those teams.
Dude, they're looking really good. Both of these Brazilian squads looking really good. But you and I have been seeing a lot of W7M recently, and I mean, man, look at how this team has grown in the last 90 days, dude. I still cannot get over just what we've seen from them, not only inside of those 90 days, but this whole year. It just seems like they are constantly growing, constantly improving, and yet another showcasing of how much they have improved throughout this time. And just another great showing here on Nighthaven Labs up against Black Dragons. And you can see it on Ask Space. They are not happy with the result of this game in the slightest.
The spirits seem real low on Black Dragons. Like 2 to 3 rounds in, like everyone looked really bummed. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like kind of shockingly low spirits. I mean, you know, 3-4-0 is a bit rough to start, but still, man. It was looking rough in the paddock for Black Dragons. But for W7M, as you said, definitely a lot of improvement so far. That's how Dash felt the whole game. Just a relaxing sip of water. I actually blocked that round out from my memory. I even forgot about it.
Yeah, it was pretty pretty anxiety-ridden. One of those things, just more of a terrifying prospect than anything. So I'm sure my brain will remove that from my consciousness here in about an hour.
But to your point as well, talking about W7M's improvement over the past 90 days, absolutely, and it just remains so important, I imagine, to them, playing under this org, building this team, keeping the 3/5 of Los, you know, Dots, Dash, and Lobin, and trying to live up to the legacy that was left behind by that old Furia roster under this banner, moving up 2-0 alongside Liquid, you know, another Brazilian team that is really looking to make a name for themselves. The competition is real tough from Brazil. It always has been. But kind of shocking with Furia not at an event that Brazil is still looking like they've got some of the best teams here. Just goes to show how that top half of the region, man, it is tough competition.
The tide raises all ships, Carter, and that's what we're seeing in Brazil. These teams are consistently getting better and better, and I mean, we've been talking ad nauseum this whole year about FaZe and Furia and what different prospects those bring up, right? But this is a team that's been in the shadows here for a little bit. You can't really say that much about Liquid because we're always just waiting by the campfire with them, right?
And then FaZe has won Brazil 4 times in a row, so can't really be quiet about them either.
Exactly. So these are the guys that have been silently lurking in the shadows, waiting to be that dark knight that springs out and claims a big victory.
Hold on, wait. We almost let this slip past us. Dash the highest rated.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Dash 10 and 4, 90% cost, 136 above Lobin, Volps, and Dodez. I've said this a couple times, but from stage 1 to stage 2, the W7M scoreboard, the ceiling was lower, but the floor was higher. Dash had a decent rating, and even though they did better, they qualified for the event, Dash dropped down a bit, but to see him top rated, I love that. We already talked to Lobin after the BDS game, and since he won 2-0, Ant's talking to Lobin again to get him thoughts, as now he's found himself in the promotion slot.
That is true. We get to talk to Lobin. Once again, congratulations. You are now 1 game away from making it to that main stage. Must be a great feeling.
Yeah, good feeling. We are working really hard and hope to get a 3-0.
It's showing that you're working really hard. We talked prior to the game. You said, it's Nighthaven Labs. We played against this team before. Do you feel like the game was very different than it was in stage 2, or was it kind of the same?
I think it was kind of the same. They had a little bit of like adjustments in terms of playstyle. They were more aggro, I can say. But we were expecting that since we were watching them in the major. So I think that was the big thing that made us like win the attacks, because we punished the first kills. And yeah, I think outside of that, it was pretty much the same. And it was a pretty confident game for us.
Yeah, that showed. I mean, after round 2, we saw Black Dragons already take a timeout. Why do you think they took it so early?
I think probably because they are on the best side of the map and they were already like losing 2-0, and the 2 rounds were like really like almost flawless and really through outside. So I understand the pause. If he probably was like, I want the 4 rounds, like to have like 4-2 half. But unfortunately, like we got the next 2 rounds. So yeah, it happens. But it was a good pause.
All right, and for example, Liquid is one of the teams that have already won 2 games as well. Is that a team you want to play against, or any other team?
Of course, Liquid have Maya, so it's always fun to play against them. But yeah, anybody that we face, we are like looking really confident to play against. I don't know how. I don't really care.
All right.
So yeah.
The confidence is showing once again. Thank you so much for the time. Have a great rest of your evening. And of course, we have a quick break. After that, we have a losers interview with Ask as well. We're standing here with Ask for a post-game interview. Now, Ask, loser games interviews are not easy, but we're very thankful that you're willing to do them with us. This game, you played against W7M on Nighthaven Labs before in Phase 2. Do you feel like the game was very similar?
Yeah, I think, but they counter us. But our coach is really upset with us because we didn't following his game plan. So we're really upset with us, and that's the reason why we lost. But W7M has his merits too. But I think the biggest problem is didn't reach the game plan.
It's part of the game sometimes as well. Is that why you took the early timeout in this game too?
Repeat, please, I can.
That's fine. Is this why you took the early timeout? Because you took it after round 2. That's very fast.
Yeah. They pause and they throw some bad words for us, but motivate us too. And we try to put more energy, put more confidence in our game style, but didn't work.
Let's look at the positives as well. I mean, round 6 was a great post-plan recovery from you guys. Anything that you're still very happy with from your team?
Yeah, the post plant is just called by Nuzga, and they lead us to the post plant, and I love that guy. So we really are happy with the job we done but we have to better. We have to do more to reach the FaZe playoffs.
The good thing is you have some time for that, though. You have until tomorrow for your next game. Thank you so much once again for your time, and best of luck with the prep.
I'm going to give you 30 seconds, and you just have to name as many operators as you can.
Okay.
Okay? Are you ready? Then I'll say go, and I'll start the stopwatch.
Yeah,
okay?
I'm ready.
Go.
Ash, Thermite, Kapkan, Tashanka, Mira, Legion, Frost, Valk, Ace, Zero, Demos, Striker, and Sentry, Smoke, Mutes, Doc, Rook, Twitch, Monty, Blitz, Fuse, Glass, Dokkaebi, Vigil.
Stop.
Okay.
I think that was 28, actually.
That's not bad.
No. That was all
almost
right.
1 per second.
Yeah, exactly. Go.
Pulse, Mute, Smoke, Thermite, Habana, Ace, Blitz, Lion, Jackal, Montaigne, Fuse, Ying, Glaz, Dokkaebi, Vigil, Scopos, Goyo, Maestro, Alibi, Mira, I don't even remember what I've said now, Buck, Sledge, Thatcher, Twitch, IQ.
Go.
Sledge, Aruni, Mira, Frost, Kapkan, Cav, Solis, Mute, Smoke, Bandit, Cade, Tub, Scopos, Amaru, Grim, Ying, Capital, Monty, Blitz, Fuse, Blackbeard, Legion. What have I not said? Maverick, Hibana, Ace, Thermite.
Stop. Okay, I think you got into the late 20s.
Well, we kind of had the good games for now, where we congratulated our teams with those 2 victories today. We now go down to the loser part of this bracket. We're having matchups between teams that have lost their first game today. And I think with this matchup here between BDS and DPlus, one of those is probably expected to be here, and the other one maybe not so much. We're talking about BDS first. They suffered a 7-8 loss versus W7M today on Border. A really close game. They struggled with that. They almost were able to win it out, but what they say themselves as well, right? They want to play against these international teams that have less prep against us, but that certainly wasn't the case for the likes of W7M, because they obviously really wanted to get that victory going up against this team. But we also spoke about them not minding losing that very first game of the major. It kind of shows, hey, this is a reality check. We need to improve. We need to show our strongest part, because they have this big target on the back. Everybody wants to beat them, and this is what they had to say about that.
A lot of your teammates also said in interviews, everybody wants to beat us now. How difficult is it to be BDS now? Of course, it's also nice to be BDS because you just won the Esports World Cup. You're the favorites to win Montreal. But how much harder is it to play as BDS now because everyone wants to beat you?
The thing is, like you said, everyone wants to beat us because we won the last event, so it was the Esports World Cup, and we finished second in the Manchester Major. But also because there is a Shaco. You know, when there is a Shaco in the team, all the teams want to play like their live game. You know, they want to beat us and they want to prove that they are better than Shaco, and that's kind of something difficult, to be honest.
I think we are a better team now. We know more each other. We improve more on some map. We adapt on the meta, depend also on on the meta. But no, I think we are by far a better team. And about the preparation about Montreal, it's like kind of the same. We don't put pressure on ourselves. We know how to play. We just look what the team does. We just adapt a bit, and we play our own game.
And how much do you guys work on all the mental side of the game?
I don't think there's like a specific thing on this side. So we just try to fix the problem together, and just play the game, and that's it. And we'll like at least give your best. Even if we lose, we lose. But at this point, there is nothing else to lose. So try whatever you want, and we will see.
Everybody wants to play against Shaco, if we get to quote the words that Bride used in this interview. And the same goes for these DPlus players. We were talking about them in this losers bracket as well. A rough game they played today earlier against Black Dragons. We saw some individual mistakes from these players, but we have to keep in mind, for example, Yunsang, it's his first major. He's still in his rookie year, but hopefully he gets to have a bit support of the likes of Envy Taylor. I mean, he is 32 years old, has obviously played a lot of games with this team as well. And we saw Woogieman have a great game earlier today. We're looking to see that again from him here in this game. But like I said, you know, Envy Taylor wants to play against this team as well. He said, I'm 32 years old. I've never played against this team. BDS is a team that I really want to play against. We got to talk to Bride as well prior to this game about how he felt. Bride, you already played a really close game earlier today against W7M. How do you feel about that game?
To be honest, it was a 50-50 match. It was border, of course. We know that this map is a map where everything can happen. And we just lose 8-7 because of some details, but we know what we missed to win that game.
Awesome. I think when we talked in EUL, you said you prefer to play against international teams because they have less prep done against you guys. Do you feel like this is why the DPlus game might be better for you?
I think so, but in the other case, we don't have that much stuff on them. But I think they have a bit more than we had on us. Sorry. So yeah, I think it will be a good match, of course, and we will see. And I hope we will bring a really good match for the viewers and for you.
We hope so too, of course. And one thing that everyone keeps saying is they want to play against BDS. And DPlus are the same. I mean, Envy Taylor, 32, he says he's never played against BDS, and he really wants to. How does that make you feel?
I don't feel like there is like special feelings about it. But yeah, of course, everyone wants to play against BDS because there is Shaco, and everyone wants to prove against Shaco. So it will be a tough match, I think. And we'll bring us the show for the viewers, and that's it.
Right, you're really hyping up. Thank you so much for your time, and best of luck with the game.
Thank you.
Well, how sweet of Bride to always think about the viewers and always make sure to put up a great match for them. We are still in this best of one territory until there's a chance that you get eliminated. You are not playing any best of threes, so I'm curious to see where this best of one will bring us to. We can roll in our map bands, and we're seeing that the map will be Clubhouse for this matchup. Now, from history, we know that this is a very comfortable map for BDS, but for DPlus, I think the one thing that might be leading in their favor is that they get to start out on defense. It's a bit more of a basic map than the map they played earlier today. They played Bank, which is a bigger map, of course, as well. Starting out on the defense might really help DPlus here at least get some rounds on the board against this team that they really want to play against. Now, a best of one is ahead of ourselves, as you see, but our players are still getting ready. We're seeing them make the final few notes going into this game. Just talking about the final things they want to play against with each other. And whilst they do that, we'll take a quick break and then we're back with some more information on the match.
tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my palette. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Welcome back to the Montreal Major. We have made our way into the losers part of the bracket. So just to give you an idea of what things have been looking like so far, we have the bracket of Phase 2 ready to show you what's been happening on this day so far. We had our very first left side of the bracket with all of our games coming fresh into Phase 2, and then you're seeing the teams that have already won that first game go up in that 1-0 part of the bracket. Now you're seeing Falcons, Liquid, FaZe, and W7M have already made their way to that potential qualification game, but we don't know yet who plays who. It's just crazy to me, though, that we have 3 Brazilian teams already qualified, and one still has a chance, of course, to make it through. We still have 2 games running at the same time, as you have been used to from us today. Over on the B streams, we've got Scars going up against G2. And back on the A stream, we have BDS, and we, of course, have DPlus as well. We have our casters coming up very soon as well. Our map will be Clubhouse. Like we said, it'll be the map selected for this game. The last time we saw BDS play that was in the EWC finals. They picked this against W7M, won it quite convincingly as well, but for DPlus, it goes all the way back to a game they played earlier in Phase 2. They lost that map against FearX, so not a great result for them. They have to show something better here today. We're bringing our casters as well. Ace and Des are joining us for this last shift here on the A stream. Guys, how are you feeling about Clubhouse for this matchup?
We were talking about it and saying, yikes. Club's that map that no one is willing to play BDS on. It always gets banned against them. And when they last played it like 180 days ago, and they 7-2'd on it, like winning most of their attacks. And I'm just like, for DPlus, there was no good map to go to here. I don't think there's a good map to play against BDS. It's also good for DPlus here. So it's going to be rough.
It's a choice. It's definitely a choice.
Bad choice was made, fair enough.
Look, who knows what will happen. You get in the server, you know, we'll see how it plays out. I expect a pretty solid BDS win. They don't get to play it very often, but they're excellent on Clubhouse, and I don't think that's going to have changed, I'll be honest.
I mean, to be fair, maybe that's what we were expecting earlier today as well against W7M, but that turned out to be different too for them.
W7M, I'm not going to finish that sentence.
We'll finish that somewhere else, somewhere later. We'll get those words out of you at one point. But what is the one thing that we are looking forward towards this copium of DPlus doing something in this game? What do we want or need to see from them?
That's so hard. I mean, we cast them a couple of days ago, right? We watched them play. No, we were watching them play.
We watched them.
And there was just so many mistakes littered throughout the game that made me really concerned. And at least from seeing the result early, we didn't get a chance to watch it because we were working. However, it doesn't look like it's gone much better. Just lots of players doing their own things in a way. Lots of silly mistakes being made. BDS aren't the kind of team that let you make lots of silly mistakes and don't punish you for it.
Let's take away it's BDS on Clubhouse and they're really good there. Let's ignore that. How did D+ Kia come out and
just ignore the most important thing? Yeah, sure.
For argument's sake, let's ignore that. Let's, focusing on the D+ Kia. What do they do? How do they do something here? And the answer is, it's a default map.
you got to get your fundamentals right. You got to get your basics right. The mistakes have to stop. You've just got to go in there and play at least, you know, run a tight ship, play a solid game, and make life as difficult as you can for BDS. Don't give them anything. And I think that's going to maybe be the challenge for DPlus Kia is cutting out those mistakes.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw Wingman have a great map earlier today. We're looking to see the same from him on that side. But I'm going to ask you guys to start or press the start button and please take us to Clubhouse.
I'm pressing the button. I'm going in.
Wrong one, Des. Wrong one.
Soon.
Wrong one.
What?
Wrong button, that one.
No, it's the red button. Yeah. It does turn me off, though. That's correct. And I'm sure many people love it.
Right button, Des. Right button.
Exactly. Exactly.
Right button. Press it more.
Look, we are being very, very brutal about it. Apparently, the game's a minute away. Tommy, our wonderful producer, has filled us in there. Thank you very much, Tommy. Everyone say thank you, Tommy. The big one for me looking at it is thank you very much, Tim.
You're welcome.
You look back at DPlus Kia's last game. They started on defense as they're starting here. They only managed 3 defenses against FearX. FearX got 3 attacks against them. BDS, last time they played this map over half a year ago, they won 5 of their attacks, Tim. I struggle to see how this is going to go anyway except heavily towards BDS. Like we were predicting a 7-1, a 7-2 kind of scoreline. Obviously, starting on defense, you maybe give a little bit of lean to DPlus Kia, but just knowing what BDS are like, I think it's going to be so hard to get much from this. Unless we see a very different DPlus Kia that isn't making the kind of mistakes we saw back on Bank, then there's only really one way that this game goes. And I know that sounds really reductionist, and I'm really sorry if you're a DPlus Kia fan, but there are levels here, and I'm afraid one level just feels quite far above the other. We're into witching hours of broadcast, by the way, so things will get a bit more cutting, and I apologise. You control the chaos, I'll be the chaos.
Look, the thing is, you know, we always try to find... I always try to find...
Thank you for the correction. You always try to find it.
I always try to find the positive, and as I've said at the beginning... You're
struggling.
As I've said at the beginning... No, as I've said at the beginning, there's 2 teams... DPlus here have got really talented, able players. We've also got to call it as we see it sometimes, and it's a bit disingenuous for us to come in and go, oh yeah, this is going to be, we expect a really close game here, because the reality is we probably don't. But that just builds up the story potentially for DPlus Kia. If they come in here and start taking rounds, how exciting is that?
Oh, totally.
It's brilliant. So yes, the reality is that we expect BDS to do very well here. Yes, we expect it to be difficult for DPlus Kia, and it'd be remiss of us to say anything other than that. But make no mistake, from somebody who has watched thousands of hours of this game, I have been surprised on more than one occasion.
Do you know what the happiness formula is, Tim? Have you ever heard of the book?
I've never heard of the happiness formula.
So happiness equals expectation minus reality.
Okay.
Which is why in life, if you always expect great and amazing things and you don't get them, it's why you feel sad in life, you don't feel happy. That is why this game is going to be extremely joyous, because our expectation for DPlus Kia is quite low.
I was going to say my expectations day to day must be low, because I'm always really happy.
You don't expect much, Tim, and you just
whatever reality sends my way, I'm happy for it.
You walk outside and it's like, oh, I expect it to be -2 degrees today, but it's actually +3. Oh, I'm so happy. That's why you're always beaming and just full of beans, mate. It's your job. Bans are flying on through. It's worth touching on these as well. I was looking at the last time these teams played it. BDS banned away, Tubarão and Monty. That was against Team Bliss, as I said, over half a year ago. But the Monty is sticking. The Mirror is going to follow on through. DPlus Kia, when they played this map last, they banned away Mirror and the Monty, which has been done for them. So they get a bit of free reign here on what they choose to ban. It's going to be the Tubarão coming on the defensive side and the Maverick on the attacking side. No doubt a bit of a target ban in towards BDS here. I know Breeda's played the Maverick quite a few times. He actually saw him play it last time around. They played this exact map. So a little bit of homework being done on what they've seen before. However, as we keep on saying, this feels like a tough matchup no matter which way you want to slice it.
I mean, it's always...
Oh God, Shaiko's on Deimos, everybody hide.
I was just going to say the same thing. It's always the problem when you're playing BDS. Map banning phase. Right, yeah, we're going to ban these maps. Oh, but BDS couldn't play really well everywhere, so that's a problem. Right, so we get into the operator banning phase. Right, we're going to take the shield away, or we're going to take the Maverick away from Breeda. Oh, but that means that Shaiko's got the Deimos. Like, you can't win. You take the Deimos away from Shaiko, he'll play the Nomad. You'll have Maverick coming in from Breeda. Like, it's just very, very difficult to do anything against a team who've got such a deep pool. But that being said, let's, also face a bit of reality for BDS. They're not in the winners' matches right now.
They were 1 round away from being there, though, Tim.
They were. It was close, but the reality is that they're 0-1.
Yeah.
And they come in here now needing a result. And, that all adds pressure. All these little things will impact on potential performance. So let's get into things and see just exactly how this one's going to play out. It's BDS versus DPlus Kia. We are on Clubhouse and we go into round 1, and look at this. BDS are not messing about. Sledging straight into the garage. I imagine they've got the drones around top floor. They know what they're expecting above them. They're attacking onto basement. Do they know about Envy Taylor's position would be a question. A drone right in his face would suggest that yes they do.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, the one player they've got to watch out for upstairs is the Mute. Yunsang here out towards Jim's side. He's the one looking to waste a little bit of time, so moving fast is, I don't want to say of the essence, it's still important, but it's something they have to move at a rapid pace. You've also got Woogie inside of Cash and CC. They clear these 2 players out, suddenly you've got a 5v3 on site. You're dreaming at that point if you're BDS. So keep a close eye on how these early engagements go. They're the most important parts. If they can chew their way through these 2 players, again, the round starts to open up. Woogie has kept himself in a good spot, and he's dealt with Solotov here as well. Now got himself inside of construction to back it up, and Unsang's even jumped out as well and got Leakafat. A nice little bit of aggression, a bit of happy feet here moving around from these 2 players has got them into a great position, where instead of it being a 5v3 for the attackers, it's actually the other side, DPlus Kia, who have got the man advantage. These 2 players now want to get back towards site and go, you know what? Just close the front door, boys. We've got a 5 versus 3 here. If we can hold up on site and lock it down, this is our round to win.
Well, expectation minus reality is going to be equal in plenty of happiness for DPlus Kia at the minute, does, with the way things have started. 2 solid gunfights that they've just won there as well. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Corton manages to pick up Shaiko, just spraying through that soft wall. Finds his man just on the opposite side of stage. And right now, things are not looking great for BDS. We came in waxing lyrical about how they were going to dismantle DPlus Kia here on Clubhouse. I mean, let's remember, it is DPlus Kia's primary site choice. We expect them to do big things here, but they've done it in a great way. They've been very confident. They've won gunfights up on the top floor. They are coming out looking to play. They're coming out looking to challenge. They're not turtling up. They're not letting BDS bring the fight to them. This has been played the way DPlus Kia wanted to play it.
It's been a wonderful first round, and I'm very happy to be proven wrong. Like, we love an underdog story anyway, Tim, and this does feel like one of those David versus Goliath situations. After, given how the first round has played out, you wouldn't guess that it's DPlus Kia sat in a position like this where they've had a 5v1. Sure, they're giving away 2, but at this point, I kind of feel like Woogie and Unsang have earned the opportunity to try and go for this kill here as well. He's finding himself down to 69 HP, nice, and now trying to work his way down towards blue with about 15 seconds on the clock. There's 3 players ready to swing on him. Great first round from DPlus Kia. Barely even letting BDS inside the building.
Going to be Envy Taylor picking up the final one, like you say. BDS went in there with a plum to begin with, smashed into the garage, straight in, no messing about. I'm expecting they've got drones everywhere, they know where everybody is, they're confident, they're going to go and chase them down. They tried to do that, but DPlus Kia were having absolutely none of it. Those 2 gunfights up on the top floor that they won, Woogieman and Unsang up there, they really turned the round there. And I mean, Woogieman particularly did fantastic in that entry engagement because they knew where he was. They were ready for the challenge. ADS'd in. The fact that he won that was absolutely brilliant stuff. So DPlus Kia, if you remember, coming into this, what did I say DPlus Kia needed to do to give them a chance? They needed to do the basics. Their fundamentals had to be good. No mistakes. That's exactly what happened in that round. Their fundamentals were good. They won their gunfights.
There was no one trying to play trades or cut off the construction push, to be fair, as well, so it was a little bit difficult to get any response off that. And to be fair, you never expect Unsang to go throwing out the gym window to try and go for a kill onto a player on South Balcony as well. That was a big ball play, and it paid off because he got the kill. And suddenly that's 2 players down, and what more is there to say? As you can probably tell, there is a tech pause on the go at the minute. We've had all of the DPlus Kia players had to leave the lobby, and I expect they'll rejoin. So I'm going to do a full rehost, which is important. But this is what I mean, like this jump out here. Fair play, you're doing it on a Mute as well. It's not exactly the best at long range, and got a very comfortable first round. Good stuff.
Yeah, it was great from them. You know, it's certainly going to give BDS something to think about, I'm sure. You know, like I said, let's not forget, BDS are currently 0-1.
We should give a shout out to Emmy Taylor, by the way. He's 32 years old.
I was going to say,
playing this game.
He's been playing a lot of Siege. He has playing a lot of Siege.
I remember Emmy back in the day of like, you know, looking back at the Giants days, like the Cloud9 days, back when he was like a buck main and that was his go-to all the time. Like I used to love watching him play. And obviously he stepped back, he became a coach for a while at FearX and left that team. He's now on DPlus Kier, and I just want to say fair play. Thanks for doing it for the oldies is all I'm going to say. All us over 30s that stand here. I know you're looking at me with real judgmental eyes being like, Des, you can't say oldies.
I'm just... Yeah,
you're about to enter a whole new like category of your own, Tim.
I'm grateful I'm still allowed to play ranked.
Did it take away your permit when you hit 40?
Yeah, my ranked license. I have to do it every year.
It's like applying for a drive. What's the test though? Because I imagine like a driving license. We know what that looks like, but what's the test to get a rank permit?
You'd have to put some site setup tests in there.
Yeah.
I don't want any rotates being reinforced. If you're reinforcing my rotate, I'm revoking your rank license immediately.
No, but you've done the test though, because you're doing it every year now as you're coming up to the age where you're gonna have to get
I'm not
one.
old enough yet.
What does the test contain?
Ridiculous. I'll find out when I'm old enough.
Yet.
I'm only 23.
I was about to swear then. When's your birthday again?
It's in July.
In July, okay then. We'll do a test then. We're going to line you up a ranky test.
We could maybe do the 60-second test. You know that they did on a UL. I've been practicing that one.
Oh, the shooting one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shooting the target balls on.
What was your score?
60 seconds. Well, P4 and people like that were around 130 something in 60 seconds with like 85% accuracy. When I've been really practicing it, I can get up to about 116, 117 similar accuracy, which I think is pretty good, to be fair. I'm not a pro player.
Fair play. I
think that's reasonable. That's not terrible.
My reactions, honestly, I watch replays of myself sometimes and I want to die. I feel so bad at my reaction times. It's horrific. By the way, it's classic, like, we're past the watershed, it's past 8 o'clock. Someone in chat did ask, they're wearing earbuds with headsets. Why is that? One is for the in-game audio, that's the in-ears they've got, and the headset they have over the top normally plays white noise into that, well, space around their ears as well, so you can't hear outside noise as well. No kind of indicators from external sources as to what's going on in the game. And that's why you have two sets there, the headset for one thing and the in-ears for another. In some cases, of course, the headset also has the microphone on it. It's their main means of communication. But generally what you'll see as a setup, especially in the live venue on the weekend, is in-ears for the game audio and then white noise machines over their ears otherwise through a headset.
When Des plays, he often looks like he's using neither.
It's off, Tim.
Here we are then, halfway through the round. No real coming together between the two teams yet. We've still got the hunt on. Leakifak is going to find his man, takes down Envy Taylor. Unsang is there with one of his own onto Solotov, though. 4 versus 4. BDS not looking in bad shape at the minute. They've got the main breach open, which is good. That's going to help them at least push into that side of the map and start working across. But look at this, a heavy challenge again, coated right up there at that line of defense, just not wanting to let BDS get this control of Cash. Needs to be careful though, peeking around the door frame, almost gives himself away.
I'm amazed that BDS are struggling. You know, taking 2 minutes here to even start looking inside the breach. Like, sure, you've now got one through the wall, but let's not forget, this ain't the site. Gym and Bedroom is the site that we're going for. Normally teams have got control of this part of the map inside 60, maybe 90 seconds. Here we are, a solid 135 seconds in, and they're only just starting to make their way through. The Deimos of Shaiko marching his way forwards, the one you'd expect to be trying to take ground here, but they've got one player now playing on the south windows, which is Leak. In fact, you can see here, 3 players out towards Cash and CC, and they still don't have full control of construction with just 30 seconds to go.
Multiple nades come in, Unsang avoids one, but can't get away from the second. The kills start falling, and BDS might just be able to make this work. 20 seconds left to go, and they're now 4 versus 2. It's JLT and Woogieman trying to hold on. Will Woogieman prove to be the boogeyman? 1 versus 4. It's going to have to be something big. 10 seconds left to go. Cut down by users, and that's going to be BDS taking a pretty speedy approach to the second half of round 2.
I was really nervous when it came down to, what, 45 seconds on the clock, and they were only just getting control of Cash and CC. DPlus Kier did a wonderful job going 1 for 1. You won't complain about losing the 1, for example. To be in a 4 versus 4 with, you know, over 2 minutes of time wasted is the dream of any would-be roamer. They played that so well, but then you meet the BDS that we all expect to come across, which is a team that have got guns guns up, they're ready to take any 1 versus 1, and they just make you look silly come the close of the round. Really good stuff from BDS. But I do like what I'm seeing out of DPlus Kia. They are giving challenge to BDS.
Yeah, and I think we've spoken about, mistakes for DPlus Kia. I think they're showing that...
Will Woogieman be the boogeyman? Hang it on a wall, someone said. Hang it in the Louvre! Very good.
Oh, dear. It's not my first time. It's not my first time. No, so, look. DPlus Kia, positives, yes. Fewer mistakes. They're playing confidently, winning gunfights. I'm liking what I'm seeing out of them. It may well be a case that, again, I really don't want to keep writing them off. They've shown us a good first round. They've shown us a good second round. Can they get something out of this? Of course they can. Absolutely. BDS are going to make it very difficult for them. But DPlus Kia also have games to look towards as well. Let's, for argument's sake, say they don't win this one. They go down to one of those best of 3s then to try and survive in the tournament. The better the performance here, the more they can iron out those mistakes, the more likely they are to push themselves at least further through phase 2. Who knows what will happen then. So it's not just about the result here. It's gonna be tough to get something against BDS, but you've got to take, even if it's not a win, as much as you can from the game.
All right, well, Cash GC going to be at site for round 3. We've seen a little bit from both teams so far. I mean, DPlus Kia, I'd say, have been the stronger team, but BDS showed, I think, at the tail end of that last round what they're really made of and what they're more than capable of. We were all terrified of seeing Shaik on the Daymar, so maybe it's not quite been the flying start that we wanted, but 2 kills at the close of the last round, I think, is a great indication of things that are to come. And the same sort of vibe again, where I expect there'll be some extension. This site really you don't extend too far away from. You might have a Roma out towards Gym Bedroom, of which there isn't one in this round, which is why Leakefak has got here so quickly. Otherwise, it's an extension of 2 players in towards Garage. So for BDS, it's about the choice they want to take here. Where are you going to try and take East Control? Are you taking West Control, Construction? Are you getting South Control? In this case, looking in towards Garage. Those are the 3 directions you've got to pick from, and really you need 2 of them to make a hit work. And the easiest one is always to try and go for the main breach. But with it being electrified away, they might not necessarily have the tools to get that job done.
BDS's utility use is looking nice over the last couple of rounds as well, really effective. When they are using things like the frag grenades, they're really making sure that they're in the right spot, they're reacting well to it. They got the kill onto Unsigned last time, just really good stuff from them, so pretty impressive and something they'll be looking to continue, I'm sure. They're getting a good picture built up of what's inside of sight as well, and you feel at the minute, Des, like the sort of jaws are open and BDS are just waiting to clamp shut. They're just looking to take a big bite out of him here, and there we go. Solotov, he picks up the first headshot onto Woogieman. There's a second challenge coming in. It's Shaiko on the window. Knows he's going to be challenged from behind that Kiba barricade, but confident in taking that fight. Scan goes out. Solotov finds Unsigned, and this is not looking good for DPlus Kia right now. 5 versus 3, and they are penned back into sight.
This is the problem once BDS start building up a little bit of confidence and playing the way that we know they can. It's going to be really hard to stop them. It's why in the pre-game we were so set on saying, look, this is an uphill battle for DPlus Kia, and it's starting to grow into just that. Yes, 2 players have gone down, but BDS have taken a really, I don't want to say unconventional approach, but all their focus has been on this west side of the map. Main breach is still closed. There is no pressure inside of Garage. They're making it work through what is often a very bottlenecky part of the map, and JLT especially is in a really good spot to be able to contest on towards that cash door and stop a plant going down. I say that, now I've got one of the BDS players moving over now. A nade is coming onto the main breach. That'll get opened up by Brede, and suddenly you've now got to worry about a whole new part of the map. Envy Taylor's caught out in the middle of sight, and this one looks like it's going to be a BDS win. Very comfortably done so, and a great late opening of that main breach to really upend the whole defense coming out from DPlus Kia.
There was a definite shout of flood at the end, wasn't there? There was a definite flood com going on in the 3v1 there. Flood, 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 in they all went. Found that last kill. And we had a great example. I was talking about BDS's utility use. I complimented it at the beginning of the round. I said they got a lot of value out of the utility. We saw the grenade going in, and look at what it did to Envy Taylor. He was just sort of ring around the roses round those. So he had to move. He didn't have a choice.
The breach was being open. He had to go.
It put him in a terrible spot. Like you say, the breach is then coming on, further util use as well at the right time. There was nothing that he could do, and BDS had the angles covered and just got him picked off as he tried to move away. So again, just really effective util use, both of secondary and primary gadgets. Really nice stuff from BDS. 2-1, and probably a little little bit more of what we expected from BDS. But like I say, I don't want to downplay. I don't think DPlus Kia are playing badly particularly. BDS have just played really well the last couple of rounds.
I forget who it was earlier that made comments about Leakerfact saying he's just one of them players that's just so full of passion. The best playmaker in the world was how he described actually to me earlier on today, and I forget who it was that said it. I want to say it's one of the coaches that I asked. One of the teams was saying, you know, he's the guy to watch out for. Every time you see him on camera, he's so passionate. So, like, you know, the way he's commenting to the team, he's obviously like their IGL at this point as well, but the way that he's like barking orders out, but he also does it with a smile and is so excited after every round. I can imagine he's fantastic to play with, and I mean, the results often speak for themselves, right?
You always need a hype man. You always need a vibe man in the start.
That's who you are. That's who you are, Tim. You're the hype man. You're the vibe man.
Well, at least I bring something. I certainly don't bring as many kills as Leakerfact.
You bring plants, mate, but the kills might be lacking, but it's all right. The heart's there, then the thought counts.
The thought counts. No, you know, you need those players that are, you know, we've seen teams over the years where it is a very quiet team, and there's, you know, you don't have that sort of central figure that's going to pick everybody up and that's going to keep that energy up. And, you know, sometimes you see those teams and it can be a bit of a struggle. You can say, you know, as soon as they lose a round or two, it's difficult for them to bounce back, whereas BDS never really have too much of that problem. And I think that's a big part of what Leakerfact brings to the lineup. So we will keep an eye on that as we go. I'm sure he'll be there to keep spirits up as well.
Very different tactic in this round as well, coming out from DPlus Kia. If you remember last time round, we had those two players up on the top floor. We had Unsang jumping out of gym window. We had Woogie off towards red stairs, causing a little bit of bother. Nice little angle there, guys, with the camera. This time round, all 5 players are back on site. You've got one that's dug up real deep inside the dirt, in this case the smoke, unsurprising, looking to try and waste time if they do send a shield careering down through dirt, for example. But otherwise, trying to play things very, very safe and sensible here. What worries me about that, and I've said this for years about BDS, if you give them enough time to get set up for a perfect execute with all 5 players alive, there are very, very few teams on this planet that will be able to stop them pulling off a wonderful execute and winning the round. I'm concerned here that DPlus Kia, by putting up no resistance at all, are going to find themselves really getting starved out here if they're not careful. Shaiko maybe being a bit too far the rest of his team now pays the price, and it's a Capital gone, Tim, such a crucial operator to be able to break into blue.
A very big loss, to be fair, when you're looking at creating space, at forcing players out of position, at potentially even executing and getting a plant down. Capital is going to be one of the first on a lineup that you look towards. They do still have the Grim. Users can do some of that work when it comes to moving people out of position, but not quite as effectively as Capital with those fire arrows. As it stands, BDS continue their work. They get in the kitchen hatch open, and they're looking to get the kills rolling, and Leakerfact it is to take down Woogie Man. Can he find a second? No! Corton hits him on the swing, finds the trade, and DPlus Kia, they'll play that game for the rest of the round. They're 4 versus 3, and they can win with the trade game.
Pixels off a headshot there onto Coated. They're not headshit, I promise. Headshot. I said headshot, guys. Pixels off a headshot on towards Coated. If he gets that one, suddenly that whole site is blown wide open because everyone else is scattered out towards blue and in towards weapons as well. Here, though, it feels like BDS again, despite losing that early man, have got themselves into a great spot back in a 3v3. They're chancing it all on a kitchen drop. I don't know about this one, Chief.
I don't know what Heater uses. He's going to take down MV Taylor, though. BDS with a decent advantage now, but they don't have time. That's the big factor. 20 seconds, and we've just got DPlus Kia trying to hold on. Look at this. Pre-day low health. He is planted. Unsang manages to find Solotov. It hangs in the balance. Pre-day has to stick it, but won't. As a perfectly timed Toxic Babe comes out. JLT basically wins the round. Final kill comes in, and DPlus Kia hold on in a 2v3. And by the end of this, Des, it could be rounds like that BDS are looking back on and kicking themselves.
Look, as soon as you see 3 players all gathering on that kitchen hatch, I was like, boys, this probably ain't the play you want. But I think the problem was Leakerfact had obviously pushed down main and got himself that first kill, and I was like, oh, great. He can do one of 2 things there. Either hold on towards main and help support his team for this drop and, you know, be a little bit of a disruptor to stop them challenging on towards this hatch drop when it comes on through, or he just carries on pushing, which is exactly what he tried to do. And once he loses his life, they've got no one then at the bottom of main to be able to contest down long or in towards church, and that is where the problems really began. And I feel that DPlus Kia have played it exceptionally well, and this is what I mean. If he holds here or gets in a spot where he's not going to take a blind 1v1 like that, suddenly they walk away potentially with something quite special, but instead everyone's dropped down through kitchen, they've been smoked out, DPlus Kia have collapsed in. It's really well played by them.
That Toxic Babe canister was absolutely beautiful, both in terms of timing and position. Brede was, I think, about a second away from getting that down, but he was so low health that it just needed one tick of damage to take him off the plant. You know, it could have been a different situation. They had Dirt Tunnel, potentially maybe users can hold on from there, but the Toxic Babe canister does the job. Fantastic stuff from JLT. DPlus Gear managed to lock down the basement again. The big thing for them really is they need to get one of these top floor sites at least. DPlus Gear are going to need 3 in this half. BDS are going to be very good on the defense, I would expect. It's going to be difficult for DPlus Gear to break them down when they get into the second half. So they really need to be finding a way. If I'm them, I really want to be winning round 5 here. I want to be getting that guaranteed split of 3, and then I've got the chance to go on and get a 4th as well. It's been tough for them on the top floors so far, though.
It has. I think the important thing they'll be looking at here is saying, guys, we're at 2-2. We're doing pretty well, to be fair, by all things considered. The BDS, I imagine they'll also themselves feel, by their own standards, disappointed, but I think overall happy if they walk away with the 3-3 half off the back of this. Still plenty of time for them to get this round over the finish line. You can already see the Candelas flying on through, and JLT has already found Leaky Fack here. That is the blitz off lines, and they're relying on so much in this attack. But that's not going to stop them, Tim. They're still walking, they've still got guns up, and they're still looking for their kills. 2 already found out by Yuzus.
This is the problem. Somebody like Yuzus is just going to walk in and find one after another. Solotov manages to pick one up inside of the showers. You look at it and you think, yes, they've got the blitz. This is a great round for DPlus here. They've managed to drop the shield. But then you've got Yuzus just 2 feet planted in the middle of side, just bang, 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 kills all over the place. And that is the danger with a side like BDS. They can shoot their way out of trouble. If they lose that, you know, that focal point of their attack, if they lose that momentum driver, that player that's supposed to drive them into sight and push forward, it doesn't really matter because somebody else is going to step up and do the job with a different operator. So good stuff from BDS, not to, you know, have that panic at losing the shield. Just get in there, find the kills. They know what the win conditions are, and one of them's always go in and get the kills.
That's it. And again, it maybe started good for DPlus Gear the first couple of rounds, but BDS have now really grown into this game. Sure, they lost the basement hit. Like, you expect that it's a hard site to attack into. Last I recall, one of the best defensive sites in the game as well, but after Oregon got removed from the pool, that was once upon a time the best defensive site in the game due to the lack of vertical destruction, no doubt being a big part of that. But all that aside, BDS have got the 3 rounds they were looking for. They'll be happy with how it stands now. They make this a 4-2 and then they go on the defense. The game's done at that point, and we probably push on towards that 7-2 scoreline, maybe a 7-3 if DPlus Gear can claw something back. But the expectation, Tim, rarely defies the reality.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think, like I said, going into that last round, they need at least a 3-3, if not a 4-2 here, which isn't possible for DPlus anymore. I fully expect it. You know, I'd love to be proven wrong, but I fully expect this to get more difficult for them in the second half when BDS get onto the defense, especially if they start putting a few rounds together, because BDS will, you know, start moving with a little bit more confidence, probably play more heavily out into the map, and it'll just make things even more difficult. So they're going to be looking for that breach to begin with. Go for both sides to prevent that bandit trick. Too many choices and too little time to go for either. So the breach will be opened up inside of 40 seconds. Great start from BDS. Next move is get themselves into garage and clear out Catwalk.
Yeah, really thought for a second there he's going to try and trick off at least the one. Get the thermite off, for example, and it's far from a bad place to be. Denying the main entry or main opening up onto that wall, you're then leaving a lovely vault-sized hole in there, which is very difficult for the attackers to work with. Also makes it hard to then get another exothermic down because you can have impacts being tossed back your way, for example. So I think fortunate there that Bandit didn't stick it for them, otherwise that becomes a little bit of a problem. You might have to rotate then the Capital over to the west window inside of sight to then force that player away from being able to trick with one of those firebolts. Either way, step 1 is done. We're not seeing that heavy pushing towards gym and bedroom this time around like we saw before. There are 2 players from DPlus Gear hanging out towards this side of the map, probably aware that if BDS try the same thing again, they'll concede so much ground far too quickly. They try to extend themselves a bit further out across the map here, rather than worrying about playing on site itself, and that may well come back to bite them.
Eustace is going to pick up an opener onto Envy Taylor. DPlus Kia, we're just looking for a little bit of aggression there. I don't think necessarily a bad idea, looking for that peek out of pool table just to make things difficult for them. As it is, it was Woogieman going for the peek out of pool table. Didn't find his man there, but does find one inside a stock. So that's quite a big pickup there, taking Shaiko off the board, but also that Deimos. So you've got a couple of scans that have just gone missing there, and there's a lot of verticals that are possible inside a site, and I think that's what Shaiko's doing inside a stock there. He's wanting to get those scans and shoot up through the floor and punish anybody playing inside a cache on that soft surface. As it is now, the book of Leakerfack is having to go in and try and continue that work, but he's low health right now.
Places, but he's just shot in all the places except for where the player was. That's unfortunate. Trying to burn him out here as well, but wrong keeper barrier, I'm afraid, to try and force him away. He's still chilling up here and waiting for the challenge to come on through. They know where he is. And, these yellow pings have been great for BDS in the round, and finally they get the punish. Leakyfat finding his man, and that intel game is coming in strong.
Yeah, really well played from BDS there to clear out Catwalk, and only 10 seconds left to go. They need to think about getting this diffuser on in and getting it planted. Breeder will be looking to get in behind that server stack. A good nitro could end it.
Great nitro.
It does. 5 seconds left to go. Diffuser's down. Kills keep raining for DPlus Kia. This could be a really nice hold, and is as they take down the second attempt to put the diffuser on the ground. DPlus Kia level things up at 3-3.
I think BDS gave far too much of the map there over towards DPlus Kia. We spoke about the 3 players extending in towards gym, bedroom, construction, main stairs. Look at the end around state. There's a couple of players playing down below. They've still got some players sat inside of garage at the same time as well, coming in below from lobby. BDS tried to keep it too simple, just a little bit too simple there, and not controlling enough to make a successful plant work. 2 C4s, 2 kills, 2 plant denials. What more can be said? They get the 3-3 half. I think both sides will be... BDS probably won't be, but I'd say both sides will be okay with a 3-3 split.
You got to look at... I'd be interested to look back at that round as well and see exactly what BDS were doing for a lot of it. As you've talking about ground that they've given up there, or, maybe not claimed, but they opened the breach after 40 seconds.
It was really weird, wasn't it? Yeah.
They opened the breach after 40 seconds, and then with 10 seconds left, they're running along Catwalk and throwing a diffuser down behind server. There's a lot of time in between there. It's not an overly complicated attack if that's what you're going for. You get the breach, you get some control down in lounge if you can to prevent any verticality denying the plant going down, and you get your Catwalk. I don't know if maybe there was a little bit of, trying to play too much of, Deimos, Shaiko and the Deimos getting caught out in stock, getting taken down by Woogieman, trying to play the verticals, Leakerfax in there, trying to find these players in cache. You don't really need to. Just get your Catwalk sorted, hold on to lounge, walk in and put the diffuser down. Just avoid those nitros and you're laughing.
The thing is, I mean, okay. Maybe not quite the starting play from Unsung there, trying to get a little bit aggressive a bit too quickly, but Shaiko is taking him out.
Shaiko as well there.
Huh?
I think a little bit of luck for Shaiko there.
Maybe a little bit in terms of time.
He's sprayed as the shield comes in through the window, and he's got the kill, but...
Yeah. I mean, okay, the interesting start to lose the blitz so soon. Again, it's one of the things where I look at it and think, you really want the blitz to be in a position to capitalize on what else the team has enabled. That's a great shot. Wow, see you later, Shaiko. Woogie's carrying on today, isn't he? He's having a go.
Absolutely beautiful from Woogieman. What a flick that was. Absolutely unreal. That leaves us then at 4 versus 4. And like you say, once again, Shaiko taken off the board. Been a little bit quiet so far through this one. And the loss of this army is a big one as well. We know how important those keeper barricades are, particularly if he could have got himself, back into sight and held onto that armory corner, really make it tough for them to play in blue or play in dirt. It holds down a lot of sight, even watches the kitchen drop a little bit, but that's not going to be possible anymore.
One of the things I always worry about when watching teams like DPlus Kia or being very honest, like teams that aren't maybe top-level teams that you'd expect to see competing for the top 4 spots at a major, is their defenses can be fine because you can get your pre-setups, you know where to hold, you know where to play around and how to do it. It's the attacks where things can come undone because there's so much to do and so many moving parts to properly coordinate and communicate with, that if you can't do that effectively as a group, you just find yourself losing valuable seconds and making little mistakes along the way that a good team will really punish you for. so far, DPlus Kia have dealt with it, I'd say, mostly okay, outside of course, the early blitz death, which really shouldn't have been a thing. But to have taken Shaiko off in a peak that Shaiko didn't really need to take, to be honest with you, is certainly a good way of equalizing things back out. So all things being equal, with 45 seconds on the clock, they've got a good chance here. I just hope it's not going to be an everyone down kitchen hatch drop like we saw BDS pulling out.
Doesn't look like it will be. We saw Woogieman heading down main stairs there. He's still in that position, has diffuser in hand, so he's not really going to have too much time to relocate necessarily. That's unfortunate. Coated was just looking, I think, to get that down behind the boxes. Didn't quite reach. Did with the second. Frag grenade is going to go in.
Nice.
Knows that he needs to move. Can he find his kill? No, that puts the diffuser down inside of sight. And BDS now just need to hold on and not give away too many silly deaths. Envy Taylor gets one in the 1v3. Unlikely to find the other two. They know exactly where he's coming from. Users picks him up, and that's going to be a successful defense for BDS. And it comes back, I think, you know, to what you're saying there, Des. When you get on the attack, there's more moving parts, there's more to do, there's more that can go wrong. And I think DPlus Kia at the end there, just a little stretched.
They've really Hail Married as well, I think, on the Oster plant going down on the pillar. We've seen a few teams making use of that, where you kind of just creep your way forward towards the pillar, you open the wall to your left, you step in, you plant. You are somewhat exposed, but with things like kitchen hatch cover, it can be enough to make sure that goes down. The Oster almost doubly secures that. But they hadn't considered things like a C4 being tossed their way or an impact nade coming in as well. And I think ultimately, for me at least, the gunfight that Leaky Fat's up there at the very end, and I actually think it was the first shots came in from Coated, I think it was. That for me was really more telling than anything else, because they've had a few free shots there at the Fenrir. He spun round 90 degrees and just one-tapped the guy. You don't really get second chances against this BDS side. They will punish you for that, and they've just learned that firsthand.
4-3 then, as BDS get themselves their first successful defense. They're going to head us up to gym and bedroom next of all. And I was going to say last round, it's been a BDS trait for quite a long time now. They're not really a heavy roaming team. Generally speaking, they're going to play largely around the site, maybe a small extension. Down in the basement, I was kind of hoping to see a little bit more from them in terms of trying to hold on to the entire map. You know, we've already said DPlus Kia, they're going to have a lot to do here on attack. For me, throw more moving parts at them, throw more puzzles at them, go and play somebody in strip, let them burn a minute and a half while they try to clear them out, and just make life difficult for them. You know, I feel like BDS maybe are giving an opportunity by sitting inside a site potentially. You know, let's not forget, they lost the blitz after 20-30 seconds last time. That's really unlucky for Unsang, just jumping in through the window. Shaiko's sat there, open arms. Like, if that doesn't happen and he, you know, maybe bullies him a little bit and pushes down blue and they've still got that shield, potentially have been different.
Hello?
Here you go, they just go running on into sight. This is what I'm talking about. There's nothing else for them to focus on except run in and get some kills. BDS, they don't know what they're coming out of the walls, Des.
Iron Sight and Maru just charging in silence at that as well and mowing down 2 or 3. It's still come down to a 1v1, mind you, and Coated's done it! A 3k for himself, and well, that is certainly one way to get things over the finish line.
Perfectly timed from DPlus Kia as to what I was talking about. By keeping themselves locked into sight like that, BDS offer that opportunity to DPlus Kia to say, let's just hit them hard, hit them fast.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what they've done. If they just pose them a few more problems, somebody out in strip, cash and CCTV, try and hold on to that. Maybe somebody lounge stock. You know, a few of these places whereby DPlus Kia are then going to have to go in and do things, have to go in and burn time, and, you know, maybe lose a life doing it. It's going to make life a lot more difficult for them. Don't give them the opportunity to simplify things. If anything, complicate it.
It brings me back to that game between G2 and Liquid earlier, when it was G2 really turning on the heaters and moving quickly in rounds to unsettle what was otherwise a pretty coordinated defense. But the comms go crazy when you're being hit from 2 or 3 different angles. By the way, just worth stressing, in case you are also interested in that other game, Scars versus G2 is over on twitch.tv/Rainbow Six Bravo, where Scars are currently up 5-3. G2 have taken their tactical timeout. They're playing on Chalet. It's definitely a game to also have up on your side screen. So why not watch both at once? I love it when you find one round's kind of going through the prep phase and getting set up, and the other one's coming towards its close, and you can bounce between the two so comfortably. That could be scary for G2, though. They could be in 0-2 territory straight away, Tim. Oh! Mortifying for them.
So could BDS at this rate.
Both teams good, yeah.
This is what I love. It's what I love about day one of Swiss. There are always surprises. There are always upsets. You know, if I'd have said to you at the beginning of the day that both, at least one of Sonic's or SSG would be on 0 and 2, you'd be like, nah, I don't think so.
Yeah.
But that's the position we're in.
And they've had a rough day today so far, man.
They really have had a
To be fair, EU are also building that way. Just classically, as we always see, Brazil are on top.
Yeah.
As if the script would be anything else after all these years.
There's plenty of time for change yet. We always see it, and it will change over the next few days. So do not give up hope, my NA friends. There will be, I'm sure, better days for you than today. We're going to have the breach not getting open. The first one was just thrown into electricity.
Hello?
Blitz is just walking on it. DPlus Kia, come on.
The thing is, if they get breach open there, that's a great play. Because you're capitalizing on the chaos, but they completely messed up getting the breach opened up.
What the fuck are you doing?
Yes, I agree. The thing is, again, I understand the intent. And this is the thing about Siege, I think, is oftentimes you'll see a team try something and it's be like, what the hell are they doing? That looked terrible. But it's one of those things, they've tried it in scrims, for example, they've workshopped it, and it makes sense, and it's worked a bunch of times, and you try it the one time in officials, and something doesn't quite go to plan, and it looks terrible.
It just didn't pan out.
If the breach gets opened up there, different conversation we're having right now, because they get to start shooting them in the back.
I don't hate the attempt. It is what it is. Like, give it a go. You know, all you've got to do is look at round 8. You know, look at round 8. Nobody was laughing at round 8. DPlus Kia went in and gave it a go. Absolutely steamrolled BDS in that round.
That's exactly it, yeah.
You know, they try it in 9, it doesn't work. It is what it is. 5-4 then to BDS as this one continues to rumble along. Coming into it, you know, I maybe expected a 7-2 or so. DPlus Kia, I think, outperforming what people probably expected against BDS on Clubhouse. So, you know, fantastic
Please,
stuff from them.
please, let's clip that leak fact thing.
I am absolutely certain it's probably already been...
You know where that needs to go, mate? That needs to go in the Ranky Discord soundboard.
Do you reckon?
Please.
I don't know if we've got space. It's pretty
Well,
tough
we
here.
can make room. We can make room. Take one of my voice lines off if you want, mate. That's worth going in there.
Nah,
just so I can play it when someone bottles a 1v2 or something.
So let's get on with this. Round 10. It's going to be BDS in the lead, but only by 1. They are able to go back down to Church and
down
Arsenal.
6-3, by the way.
Yikes. BDS back down to Church and Arsenal. Just looking at where everybody is, we've got 4 down on site at the minute. We've got a Scopos that's been, I was going to say it was the shield, but it's not the shield, it's Leaky Fat. This is what I wanted to see from BDS. I said, you know, just turtling up on site, it's not causing DPlus Kia enough problems. It's not causing them enough obstacles to have to overcome to get through to attacking onto site. The question, as it always is the case, for somebody on a little bit of a lurk like this, is timing for Leaky Fat. He's been drawn out. That's good stuff from DPlus Kia. The question now is, how easily can they deal with it? Because he's going to relocate himself, take 2 drones, and head down to Bar. Are they aware of where his second shield is located? That's got to be the question.
Bye-bye. If those who missed it earlier on, we had a fantastic moment where Maya was on Chalet, tucked in towards corner of Library, TP'd away down towards his other shell, and then TP'd back as it landed at his feet, and he just died without being able to do anything about it. It was hilarious. And I'm always just hopeful now for a really funny moment that a player will swap back to that very exposed shell. Obviously, Leaky Fat's got the brain not to do that, but it would have been funny.
JLT going to be getting Dirt Tunnel open. Hasn't been reinforced, so just a soft breach will do the job. It'll save him some Selma charges. Can potentially go towards assisting with opening those hatches. Should Envy Taylor not have had time or opportunity to get all of them done, but it looks like he's going to be racing through the map doing exactly that. I'm a little bit concerned about time here for DPlus Kia. There's only a minute left on the clock. We're only just getting hatches. That might have been better about 30 seconds ago, to be honest, and it feels like we could result in, you know, another one of those situations where they're pushing down into 5, or, you know, maybe at a great opportunity for BDS players with, you know, 15-20 seconds left to go. This is going to be a tough one for DPlus here.
And look who it is. It's the boogeyman on the other side. Not quite the boogeyman, but close enough. It's Unsang sat there on the blitz, waiting to cause a little bit of pressure. I'm going to have to respect that in the same way he's got to respect them. I was going to say there are C4s in back pockets. There's impacts ready to head his way, and lock him off if you might, buddies. He's made a paper at this point. There we go. A second C4 will collect the man, but not before Coated has found Shaiko. Plant's going down with 8 players still in the server here. That half-wall plant again has gone through. In fact, no! Just picked down at the last second. They're not going to be able to get to this in time either by the looks of it. This is a bit roughshod by them. Blue sure may be in their control, but JLT has got to do it all by himself, and it's simply not going to happen. BDS up to match point.
Yeah, I did question the time that DPlus Kia had. They left themselves with a situation where if that plant didn't go down, they didn't really have time for a second chance. It then becomes you've just got to find your kills, and that's always going to be tough. Ultimately, like I said, they were pushing in to 4 members of BDS. Always a difficult battle. Breedy, I think it was, just getting the kill on that planter in the nick of time to prevent that going down. There was only half a second, maybe a second left on that plant clock. We've seen it a couple of times in this game where it's been really, really close to getting activated, but just hasn't happened. So DPlus Kia, it feels like BDS have just took it up a gear in the last couple of rounds. They feel like this one needs to be over.
Yes. Like I say, they aren't going to be messing around when it starts coming down to potentially facing elimination. There's that reminder as well, when the promotion games come through, so you hit 2-0, you hit 0-2, all of your remaining games end up being best of 3s. Which is why tomorrow we go into, I think it's 4 best of 1s to kick the day off, then we've got 4 best of 3s to follow. That's the outcome that faces the loser of this game. They'll have to win their way through on best of 3s solely, as will, of course, the teams they face off against. So it does mean a lot. You win here, you still get to the best of 1 to have a go out tomorrow. Otherwise, it's very, very difficult best of 3s. And as much as that gives you a chance over a series to prove yourself, it certainly increases the workload and the stress that you put yourself under as a result.
It's going to be gym and bedroom, and I like what I see again. Solotov down in the basement. Like I said, from BDS's perspective, the last couple of rounds, they've tried to cause more problems, generally speaking, around the map, burn more time, and it has worked for them. They haven't had DPlus Kia trying to take those opportunities to just rush on in and get kills. They've had more work to do. They've had more problems to solve, and they've struggled with it a little bit more. So Solotov, just keep an eye on him, sort of, you know, half an eye as the game progresses. Down in the basement at the minute, we can see just outside of Oil Pit. I'm not sure that they're aware of his presence. He's looking for a nitro up Oil Pit, or maybe a free kill if they try to walk up Catwalk. You know it for sure.
Oh man, surely this isn't how DPlus Kia's game is.
Easy as this. Easy as this. They're looking at him. They're looking at him. You're looking at him.
Oh, nice, JLT. JLT was looking at him, Tim.
This is, I mean, you know, is he stuck in there with you, or are you stuck with him? That's the question.
He's just letting go. They have no idea Leakyback's here. Oh, I mean, he's dead anyway, so who cares? Oh, another breach! He's found out the one and got a second two. That is how you end a game. Poor drone work coming on through, revealing nothing. And Leakyback out of the shadows. Finds 2, diffuser down in the middle of, already sight at this point, in the middle of the room. And 2 versus 4. Feels like this one is cooked.
Yeah, it's a real shame for DPlus Kia after the way that they dealt with users down in Oil Pit, just showing good due diligence, being aware of where the threats might come from and getting that situation dealt with, but it just hasn't been enough on the round.
Okay.
You know exactly where Shaiko's going to play in. This is the problem sometimes. Shaiko plays those positions so well.
He's got spots named after him for that exact reason.
You know exactly where he's going to be. Like, he plays it fantastically well, and he makes it difficult to do anything about him in those spots, but equally, it is also always possible to preempt his position. Woogieman manages to take down users in the trade for Coated. 1 versus 3 as Shaiko will be collected. 56 seconds left, so Woogieman plenty of time, but it doesn't matter. He's got 2 angles to cover, and he can only look one way at once. It's going to be Shaiko to take him down after being collected, and that is a win. As expected, really, for BDS, but I've got to hand it to DPlus Kia. A better performance than maybe we might have expected coming in there.
I agree.
They had some good passages of play, and definitely something that they can build on.
Maybe working on some of the more weak areas in the gameplay. And I hate to isolate out a single player here. He's one of our own in the 30s club, but MB Taylor, you know, 1 in 10 he finds himself sat at. Back in the day, he was a real force over in APAC, and not quite seeing at the same standard required here, especially not against BDS. Some high moments. I think Unsang had a really good first half as well. Really impressed by what I saw there. The young 19-year-old pickup that they made back in March, starting to impress in that way, just not quite enough to bring down BDS.
No, unfortunately not. There was a moment there at 4-4 when they'd had a really big round in round 8, and it was like you dare to dream a little bit. You know, maybe they could do something. But ultimately, I think the class of BDS has just shown there. Like I say, they're definitely the best teams in the world. They always have that ability to take it up a notch. To whatever they're doing, they've got another 10% that they can bring when they need to. And BDS certainly delivered on that one this time.
It means they're going to that 1-to-1 bracket, so they're still in best of ones. That'll be one of our first best of ones tomorrow, I imagine. Then from that point on, it is pretty much all best of 3s, while we get to see teams eliminated and promoted. Today's kind of been a preview, in essence, of what you can expect to see. And as we watch back some of these replays, Tim, I think we've already covered off our general thoughts on this game. The BDS, good, but definitely areas where we can tighten things up a little bit here if you want to find yourself being a team that is making it through to the live stage.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you look at a couple of the rounds that DPlus Kia won there, and you got to say that BDS were offering up some opportunities. That was, you know, this one in particular with the nitro denial on the plant. You know, what was going on for 2.5 minutes of that round?
They were chasing Woogie around downstairs on the alibi thing and just couldn't quite find him. It was really unfortunate.
But the thing is, they didn't need to.
No.
They really didn't need to necessarily. You know, there's only one doorway that he can really come through to challenge onto you in lounge.
I'm loving these replays, by the way, the third-person cameras. To see people ragdoll, to see Falcons flying in is beautiful. This was the play that defined the game, though, for me. You know, unfortunately, if you aren't getting your drones in the right place and figuring out what's going on, you're going to pay the price. And BDS reminded them the price is high, as they now go down 0-2. And DPlus Kia have got to battle their way back through in best of 3s from here on out.
You can see our team stats overall. Users quietly going about his business. I shouted his name once or twice, but 14-5, fantastic game from him. And we can just see BDS doing reasonably well on the entry. Kind of, you know, sort of split spoils really on that one, I think. DPlus Kia certainly showing up as well.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, speaking of users, apparently we've got an interview ready with them now. So let's go over to Anne users for the interview.
Yes, we do. Thank you guys very much. I'm standing here with users who had an amazing performance in this game. What on earth did they give you for breakfast today?
I had a Subway with just steak and cheese. That's my breakfast. And I had it for dinner as well.
Awesome, that's great. Love to hear that. But a great performance from you here in this game. Throwback to when we spoke to each other in EU. You said we prefer to play against international teams. They have less prep against us. That makes us feel less like we have a target on our back. Do you feel like that helped today?
I feel like it's the case with the prep side of things where like they don't know what we're doing, but I still feel like there's a target on our back from like every team just because it's like supposed to be the best team in the world at the moment. So I still feel the target.
Is that maybe what affected the game earlier against W7M? We knew how much it meant to them to take you down today.
Yeah, I think they really wanted to. Obviously, we really wanted to win as well, but I think they had like a bit of a grudge against us, so that maybe was pushing them over the line to get the win 8-7.
Yeah, definitely. And what's the main thing that you are proud of your team today?
Not going 0-2. That's it.
Say that again, sorry?
Just not going 0-2.
That's a great start to the major for you there. The 1-to-1 bracket is yours now. Thank you so much, Pons, for your time, and best of luck with the prep for tomorrow. Thank you.
Ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils m'étrisent. J'arrête que pour rappeler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Switch, je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
Standing here with Leak Effect from BDS. This time around, luckily, a winner's interview for you. A much smoother game around. This time, how are you feeling?
Feeling better than last time. So yeah, no, good win for us. We are not 0-2, we are 1-1, so kind of fun.
That's awesome. Well, we heard uses about it as well. You know, 1-1 is pretty okay for the first day at the major. Is there much that you changed up from that previous game coming into this one, or did you kind of play the same game?
To be honest, we just look at our mistake. That was like small mistake, unlucky timing, small thing like this. So we just say, no, guys, it's not that deep. Just like keep playing our game, and that's what we did. And I guess it works on club.
We heard MV Taylor really wanted to play against you guys as well. And unfortunately for him, it turned out, well, unfortunate with a loss here. There are still a lot of teams that want to play against you. We've talked about it, the target on your back. Does that ever feel any better?
To be honest, we used to it because we have Shaco in the team and everyone wants to beat Shaco. I feel like every time like my teammate or me saying like the same thing, but this is true. Everyone wants to play Shaco, everyone wants to win against Shaco. So we are used to it. We won the last event as well. We just know that everyone wants to beat us, and now we need to play without it. We can't do anything.
Well, if you're not busy with interviews, you're busy with game preparation and playing those actual games as well. Very fast turnover from one game to another, and now especially as well with tomorrow potentially an early game. How are you going to fit all the preparation and sleep into that as well?
To be honest, we work a bit before the major to not sleep during the night, because being good in the game, it's like more than it's like 70% of the game. So if you can't shoot back, you can't win the game. Strategy is after. So yeah, good sleep. And if we are first game tomorrow, I guess we will have to wake up early to be awake for the game, and the prep will go after.
Sacrifices might have to made for that game. Thank you so much once again for your time, and best of luck with the prep.
Who is the greatest Siege player of all time, if you have to mention someone?
I think Shaiko. He's really good. He has good aim. He has good consistency. So in my opinion, we played versus their team like a lot, so we know what he can do on practice, on official games. So he's really good in my opinion.
I don't know. I'll say Canadian. I guess I'll say him.
And why?
He's been playing since the 1940s, and he's won a lot. So yeah, and what he brings to a team, it's pretty cool to see in person.
And did you feel this way also before you were on the same team as him? Like, has he been an idol for you?
Yeah, he's been playing Pro League since I was 11 years old. So I've always watched him play. So being on the same team is pretty cool.
And what were your feelings like when you realized I'm going to play on the same team as Canadian?
It was exciting, yeah. So mainly just excitement.
I feel like I shouldn't mention myself, so I would probably go with Pengu. I think while he played, it was pretty hard to argue. Like he was constantly winning, doing really well statistically on a supportive role, and not only just doing well statistically, he had high impact in his games, and I felt that playing against him as well. So yeah, I think I had a lot of respect for him as a player. I thought he was an amazing player, and I would give that to him.
Our last best of one over on the A stream today is a full-on NA matchup on NA soil as well. We have Space Station going up against Sonics, unfortunately, both having lost their first game of today. But we have SSG coming up as the very first roster into this matchup. They suffered a 6-8 loss against FaZe on Consulate, but we did see some huge personal performances from these players. J90 had a 4K as well in the post plan. It was a very close game, but of course they'll not look into replicate the result they had at the last major. They got eliminated after playing 3 games in that phase 2. What they've been working on in coming into this major is a lot of prep on the fundamentals. We spoke to Benja earlier how that goes into practice as well, just making sure they have their fundamentals, have the basics right, and they hope that that's going to be working out for them coming into this game against the Sonics, because they need it. The last time they played against the Sonics was in the NA playoffs earlier, and they suffered that 0-2 loss. Sonics are coming into this maybe really confident, even though they lost their game against VP earlier today on Border as well. Another close game, another overtime. We did see them, of course, Ambi having an amazing game there, an amazing stage 2, still his rookie here, but also having a great game on his first game here at the major. We're seeing these great numbers from them in NAL. The main question is if they can also put that into work here. And their coach has said prior to this major that they obviously have this gameplay, they have what it takes, but if they let other teams disrupt their own kind of gameplay, they could lose to any game. Getting Canadian in, of course, is a big part for this team as well. We got to speak to these players prior to the game. We have Canadian from the Sonics, a tough loss earlier today against Virtus.pro on Border. What are your main takeaways from that game?
I think we haven't played a match in a little bit, and I think the main thing was kind of getting nerves out of the way. I think we were playing a little more scared to lose almost than to win. I think we could have been, playing a bit more confidently, making more plays, that kind of stuff. And then I think our comms got a little bit hectic. I think after, only playing practice for, a couple weeks or so in a row, I think you kind of get in the swing of things, and then when the intensity's up, things get crazy. So I think that happened a little bit. I think kind of had to get it out of our system. It's a shame it's the best ones, that's how it goes, so you only get one chance to do that, you don't get another map to recover. But yeah, we're feeling good.
It happens, and we know you're a veteran to these kind of international events. You have a player on your team, Serve, who's on his first international event. How do you kind of support this player going into this?
He actually played at the Esports World Cup, so he has like a little bit of experience. But I mean, just mostly like remind him of the fundamentals. At the end of the day, like there's only so much you can do. You can't really, people have to feel the experience themselves to kind of get into it. But just reminding like, you might be feeling more excited. You might raise your voice. You might tunnel vision, calm less. Take deep breaths. Routine stuff. Any small things that can help. Just like kind of letting them know that you can implement those things, and then you kind of have to let people find their own way to some degree. So yeah.
And some players on your team have been calling you the GOAT of this game, so I'm sure they'll take that information to heart. You're playing against SSG today, and the last time you faced them was in the playoffs, a 2-0 for you. Are you looking to do anything different here today, or just the same kind of game?
I think we're pretty comfortable playing against them. I think the other guys on the team kind of had to get over a hump playing against them. They had lost. It was like a ridiculous amount of games to the SSG roster, the core SSG Astralis roster for like the last 2-3 years or something. It was like, I don't know, it was an insane number of games. And we got over that hump in playoffs, and I think just kind of same kind of thing. I think the guys know that, it's nothing too crazy to play against. I think they understand the play style better, and yeah, just playing our game. And I think, like I said in that first match, kind of iron out those fundamentals and comms and all that.
We know Ashton tends to get very vocal. Is there anything you want to say to him or the team prior to the game?
We'll talk after the match. It's a late match. Got to conserve some energy, I think. I'm sure he'll be screaming top of his lungs. But we're just going to come in, we're going to play our game, and let the game do the talking.
I was going to say, prove it with actions rather than words, what we're seeing here. Thank you for your time, and best of luck with the game.
Thank you.
We have Ashton from SSG. You played a game against FaZe earlier today with an unfortunate loss. Did you expect to lose that game coming in here today?
Obviously, no. I thought we had, a really good game plan, and I think it showed on the round that was actually 6-5, round 11, or round 12. We had the 4v2, and then, just 2 crucial fights weren't won, and then it snowballed down. 1v1, unfortunate. He lost the 1v1, then it just spiraled from there. So it was an unfortunate loss, and I think we played a great game. I wish I personally played a better game, but sometimes you just have those games where no matter what happens, you're just in the shits. So yeah.
It happens. We all have those days, unfortunately. You have a game against Sonics now. We played against each other in the playoffs for Phase 2. Didn't really go your way. What are you looking to do different today?
Obviously pin them, They like to have it in their heads, they love thinking about us, but, we're just here to, just come and play, execute our game plan and play it. So they can sit there all day thinking about us. We're just going to be playing SSG's game, just sticking to our own methods and stuff. And then, I'll be screaming at Troy. So, if he wins, I already know he's going to turn around and, come scream at me. So, he can keep screaming if he wins. But, I'll keep it fair if I win.
And we know you get very vocal, and we love that as well. Is there anything you want to say to your opponents as well ahead of the game?
Go cry. Go cry.
Yep, he really said that, and I think that was one of the coolest end of an interview that we've seen in a very long time. Those words coming in from Ashen prior to the game against Sonics. Go cry is what he said. And from Canadian, we heard quite the opposite. They said, we'll do the talking by our actions in the game. We know, for example, that Ashen is a very vocal player. I think he's even learning some Portuguese to be able to shout in Portuguese towards his Brazilian enemies, is what we're seeing here today as well. Luckily, today and right now, he can just scream in English over towards his opponents, and that's the thing that he wants to do. We have a best of 1 ahead of ourselves. Like Canadian said, it is a late game. We have to conserve some of our energy. We'll be heading into Bank for this best of 1 series. Different than what we've seen from both these teams today. SSG played a game on Consulate. Sonics played a game on Border. And even in that playoffs game at Stage 2 for NAL, this map was not played between these 2 teams. So kind of new territory is what we're seeing here for these 2 teams. We have a break coming up, though, to get our players ready to go into the game. But when we're back, we have some more information about this map.
Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel it? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my palette. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Why are you called what you are, and when did you choose it?
I was like 8 years old with my friend, and we were trying to come up with just gamer tags. And we looked up Latin root dictionary, and I saw Ambi. So I just made it, I thought the name looked cool, so I picked Ambi. And then I put Corporal in front of it. So my first gamer tag was Corporal Ambi. I just got rid of the Corporal, so now I'm just Ambi.
And do you know the meaning of Ambi? Does it have a meaning?
I think it's just ambidextrous. I'm pretty sure. There's like this short version of it, but yeah.
And if you were forced into choosing a new gamer tag, I know that you're still young and you haven't had it for well, okay, 10 years maybe, but have you ever thought about, what you would be called if you could choose again?
Yeah, I'd probably just pick Beezy.
And why?
It's like another variation of Ambi, but like just Bees. Beezy, yeah.
You think you'll ever do the switch?
No.
Why did you choose the gamer tag that you have? And what does it mean to you?
Well, mine's pretty simple. I'm Canadian, and I chose it because I'm Canadian. I think part of that, honestly, is just being younger, like people assuming I'm American almost online. So then I was like, made a statement of it, I guess, when I was younger. But I can't really remember too much of it. I don't know, just kind of went with it, and then it stuck, I guess. But yeah.
And if you were forced to choose a new gamer tag, have you ever thought about that? Like, it would be cool if I was called this or that. What would it be?
No, I honestly haven't thought of it too much. Like, I like it because, I mean, it fits, I guess, and it works. So yeah, I don't know. I haven't really thought about it too much.
Well, some players pick and think very hard about their gamer tag, and some just pick the easy way, and it works, and it sticks. That's what we're seeing for Canadian here, for himself as well. It's going into this matchup against SSG, and I said we were going to give you some more information about this map. Now, SSG, of course, have played this map a lot, even in Phase 2, but if I believe it correctly, it's the first time we're seeing Bank from this iteration of the Sonics roster. That definitely is something promising going into this game. Of course, we have our B-stream going simultaneously. It is our last game for today on both these streams. You have DarkZero and Elevate over on the B-stream if you want to go and watch that. But here on the A-stream, Sonics and SSG. We'll get our casters in to talk to them as well. And guys, I think I could talk to you about the predictions of who you think might win this game, but I'd rather talk to you too about the predictions of how much trash talk there will be.
I thought she was going to say like Dutch food or something then. I'd rather talk about that now. Let's talk about this instead.
I'd love a stroopwafel right now.
Oh,
How was my pronunciation on?
It was okay.
It was rubbish, wasn't it?
Stroopwafel. It's like everyone just says waffle, but it's waffle.
No, I went with a waffle.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Wonderful. Yeah,
you said the same thing.
No, we didn't, Des. It was rubbish.
Nah, it was good. There was definitely an attempt, and it was good, I think.
What was the real question? Sorry.
No, what I wanted to ask is I could ask you about the prediction of who's going to win this game, but that's so standard. I want to ask of the prediction, how much trash talk will there be, you think?
How much what?
Trash
talk.
Trash talk. Ooh.
With these two teams, I mean, hello.
I mean, Ashen was giving it pretty large earlier, and they didn't even come out with the win. So if they can get a few rounds ahead, then who knows? It could definitely go off.
It took Ashen like 3 to... He's already started.
There we go. I think that's just
the thing is, he's gassing up the other side now because obviously they don't sit across from each other; they sit next to each other. But yeah, he's giving it. He's going to go. Let's get other guys to get warmed up in their game as well. So why not carry it across? Do the wave, I guess.
It's definitely something we've seen from the teams today, though, when they're facing off against each other like that. But guys, our game is ready. I can't believe it's the last game of our day. So please take us to bank for the last game of our day.
Thank you very much, Anne.
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day. What time is it now? It's 9:45. What time were we here this morning? I think to be fair, we came down for makeup about midday.
I mean, for a little behind the scenes, Des and I have been like hitting the hay. We've been
in bed by 10.
In bed by 10.
I feel like a young child again. It's been great.
Jet lag's still real.
We wake up at like 5:30 in the morning, so this is a late one. We'll be going to this. We will crash as soon as our head hits the pillow. However, we're riding on vibes at this point, Tim, and waves apparently as well. If you were to ask the boys here, Ashen especially was the one riding that one out. But yes, last game of the day, and then tomorrow we're going to 4 best of 1s and 4 best of 3s to start eliminating teams and promoting them and all the other goodness that comes with it. But now that we get a real classic NA showdown, if Anne was very correct, we have not seen this iteration of Sonic's play on Bank. In fact, the last time they played it as a team was 200 days ago, and that was when 2 different players were on this team. So a lot to change here, a lot to observe and enjoy, I guess, whereas for SSG they played it about a month ago against MAT over in the NAL. So a little bit to look at on that side of things. Sonics, though, they're the ones who come in with the, I guess, the surprise factor where they can strike first against SSG.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, these two played each other recently, of course, in the NAL. Very, very familiar with each other, but it was SSG who came out on top. 8-6, a little bit of overtime. It was on Chalet. So we'll see whether, maybe we get a few extra rounds to decide this one today, or maybe somebody can walk away with it in regulation this time. Bans coming on through. Hibana, Monty, Valkyrie. No major surprises as Azami rounds things out. Valkyrie, a much more popular ban here on Bank. And there's a lot of really good Valk cams on Bank. And I speak as a...
Here we go. Already. Straight in the chat, silly old Troy, already.
We love a bit of Valk, and there's so many places in main lobby, for example, where you can just hide away those Valk cams. You spend your entire round trying to chase them down and find them. It's no surprise that we see Valk's ban rate being particularly higher here on Bank. So let's get into things any second. We're going to have Sonics kicking things off on the defense. Both teams, of course, if you're joining us a little bit later, you can be forgiven. We've had a very full day of Siege today. If you're wondering where we're standing, we're currently in the second round of our Swiss matches, and the record for both of these two, Sonics and SSG, is 0-1. They both lost their first matchups today, so they now face off against each other.
They go the same way as BDS as well. If you win this game, you're at 1-1. You still play best of 1s tomorrow. The loser, though, at 0-2 will have to play, assuming they're going to qualify, of course, and not get locked out along the way. They have to play 3 best of 3s over the next couple of days to still be in with a fighting chance. It does not sound like a fun time prepping full best of 3s for 2 or 3 days in a row. But that's the hand that's been dealt, and that's what they'll have to do. Of course, you can avoid that fate by winning in this game, so let's see how it plays out. Ambi, already out there. When he was talking about his name, by the way, during the break, I was like, Ambi, I'm sure it means like all, right? In this case, he's everywhere. He's Vigil. He's being a little troublemaker out by front door, waiting for someone to come marching into ATMs, and unsuspectingly just walk past him. Do they know that he's there? This drone here has at least, yep, they know he's there. 100% know he's there. Oh, good night.
I think they might know he's there, Des.
I think. Look, I love how Ashen hadn't even got off the rappel and he's already in chat with a question mark.
Ambi's not there anymore, as Ashen's going to take him down. Nice, easy entry to kick things off for SSG. And it's certainly something Sonics are going to have to be a little bit more careful about. I speak about Vigil repeatedly. Maybe anybody who's not fully familiar with all the operators Vigil's ability is that he can take his visual signature off cams, off drones for a period of time. But that's all he brings to the team. He's not bringing anything like Jaeger's ADSs, for example, that are helping any throwables coming into sight. He's not bringing those Goyo canisters that are going to delay the push coming into sight. His contribution to the team has to be wasting time, has to be finding kills, and unfortunately this time, Ambi, he's been unable to deliver either.
Very selfish operator, which is why I like playing him. I think he's actually my most played defender, you know.
You don't have the aim for the Boss G.
Oh, I don't play Boss G. No way, no way. I'm a hater. I'm the K1A kind of guy. I love the K. The gun just sounds so good, and it's purely why I play it, to be honest with you. It also doesn't really kick up much, but very fun gun. That's all I'll say.
Good progress so far from SSG. After getting Ambi taken down, they've got themselves into the map, got nice control over mid-floor. Everybody from the Sonics is back down on site. Hatches being opened and plenty of time still to work with. Next job for SSG really is decide exactly where you're going to be putting it down. Look at this push into Garage, really getting aggressive to try and take Ashen down. He finds his man though, gets the second in the round. J9 elsewhere, 4 versus 2. SSG are looking pretty good for this one with 45 seconds left to go.
Is that a lineup he's got set up here that just goes perfectly through? I love it if so. Oh, that's beautiful.
Perfection. What
that
arm.
Beautiful.
What an arm.
That's been working out. Very impressive. 30 seconds on the clock though, and that is not a whole lot of time against the onslaught of SSG, who have still got 4 players alive here. Not really been around for Sonics, where they've kind of had to sit and wait for the bruising to come to them from SSG. Waiting for this plant to go down, but there's still a smoking back pocket here. Now, I've seen it go quite deep. It might just miss faults here unless they've really practiced it, and practice it they have. It lands perfectly. They're going to have to go in for the kills here. There is one left standing, and it is Canadian. Will he get in a buff here and get the spray down if he gets this? This could be real messy for the other side, but by the looks of it, Tim, they should be able to find their man. They find him through the hatch. Down he goes, and the first round goes the way of SSG.
What's a fucking game?
Okay. We did ask how long it might take, and apparently the first round was enough.
So we expect nothing less. So SSG, they played that really well, but I want to give Canadian a little bit of a hand there as well. You know, that was really nice smoke play from him in a difficult situation, held them at bay, beautiful lineup, and kind of almost, you know, had an opportunity to maybe, it's one of those rounds where you see a planter just, you know, take a couple of bullets down, boom, 4 seconds go by, end of round is done, and all of a sudden you've got a defender who's clutched up. So it was a good effort from Canadian, but SSG right from the off, to be honest. They found Ambi, they dealt with him quickly. Ashen was cool under pressure, being pushed by 3 in Garage. It was good stuff from SSG.
He's still talking. I tell you what, the problem is, I'm not good enough to be a pro player, but if I was, I could not play against Ashen. He would be right in my head. I'm already getting wound up reading him in all chat now. Like, I love it, because I love it when the shit talk starts, but by the same token, I would just hate to lose a round and just know that he's there like a friggin', I don't even call him, just in your ear, just talking shit, and you're like, go away. God.
Yeah, I mean, you're rattled already, Des.
It takes a certain kind of person to tolerate that for too long. I'll say that.
You're rattled already. Right, so we're going to go up to the top floor this time. Sonic's moving on. They're not going to double down on the basement. You know, of course, Sonic's coming in here. A lot of people were favouring him, you know, really fancying him for the tournament, and now's the time that they need to be making a statement here, I think. They certainly don't want to be ending the first day 0 and 2. Nobody does, you know, realistically, but it's been a rough start for NA as a whole today. And for one of these two, it's going to get worse. So we see drones just being taken out inside of site. We do have the Scorpos on site. Yeah, I was going to say, where's that second shield? But it is pretty much up on the top floor on site as well. So that's just going to be used as a cam at this point. In comes the fire arrow, but there's not going to be anything from SSG to follow up on that. I think they were maybe hoping to get a little bit of damage onto Scorpos there, but that won't be the case.
They've kept it really narrow in terms of their scope of attacking this site. Like, pretty much everyone's hanging around these windows so far. I think you got maybe one up on the roof as well. So I'd expect to see a drop coming in at some point from a different part to cause a bit of a backstab, give them another angle to play around. For now, they're so focused on these castle barricades, for example, and starting to get any kind of, I guess, visibility in towards site to start putting pressure on, that everyone has been gathered around these windows. In fact, there's 4 players here right now, so I'm starting to think that's half the round gone. And congratulations, you've destroyed a castle barricade.
In go the bees. That would usually signal a little bit of further movement from the attackers. Thank you, Des. Just a little behind the scenes. Des was just simulating a bee buzzing around my head with his fingers there. Ambi's going to take down Forest for the open Avengers there. Standing tall to take down Canadian, but Sonics are looking pretty good. They are trading out 1 for 1 here. They can win this if they continue, but J9 flips the trend with a double, taking down Surf and Grixter, and all of a sudden it is up to Rexton this time in a 1v3. There's phone calls going on. Everything is there to try and make this as difficult as possible. 57 seconds left to go, but SSG are not putting a plant down yet, Des.
All right, he's got the down, which now feels like a little bit of a wasted opportunity because they can still lose this round with the way things are playing out. If he goes faster, he might be able to get... no, not quite. A little bit behind, but finds one. I tell you what, is Ashen staying on the ground, hoping to get the same angle again? I think he is, you know. Plant's going down. As soon as he steps up here, he's in trouble. I don't think he'll expect to see him in the same spot again. Gets the cross forward here as well. Now back up on his feet as well. This time around, at least Diffuser will get stuck. But Rexton with every opportunity to win this one out.
Just needs to have a little bit of patience, maybe see if he can catch any movement, but it's been too long realistically. SSG have got themselves into post-plant positions. They know exactly where this push is going to be coming from. Rexton, a lot of work to do. It's going to take 2 kills. Utility being played. He just guesses right that Ashen's going to be sat right in the middle of that smoke. Now then, where have we seen this before? There's a Scopos going for a defuse. This is
no second shell, though.
I was going to say no second shell this time. We did see it back in Brazil where it was a really smart play. I can't remember who it was now. You might remember, Des, but basically positioned himself in front of the diffuser, switched out to his second shell, so effectively put a deployable shield in front of himself, then ran in behind and tried to disable the diffuser. It was a hell of an attempt, but not possible this time for Rexton, unfortunately, as his shell had been destroyed. So 2-0 to SSG. It was actually a really nice finish from SSG there. They didn't panic. They 1v3. It's easy sometimes, I think, to, you know, try and rush in, try and get that kill, be over aggressive. They had one down. They collected Ashen. They thought about where and when the diffuser's going to go down. They didn't try to force it. It was a nice finish from them, and it made it very difficult for Sonics. So 2-0 and a good start for SSG.
I think even Forrest is getting gassed up now. He's been in the all chat as well, talking a bit of smack, saying full diapers, you're crapping yourselves. So the whole team's starting to be emboldened. Each round they win, maybe there'll be someone else stepping in next time. Benja at some point, I'm sure, would say something. And I tell you what, though, he's quite sassy. He's quiet, Benja is, but he can get sassy. Every now and then I've seen him just pipe up and say something more in a conversation than so much on like a stream or something, but give him his time. He's a little bit of an assassin on Twitter as well, has his moments. We'll see how things build out. Still, a good start for SSG, up 2-0. Sonic's the ones that you want to see start building something here on the defensive side, just to give themselves a little bit of wiggle room when we see them moving over towards the attack.
Yeah, they're going to try another site once again. This time it's going to be open area. Sonic's just continuing that rotation on the defense of Bank. As you say, not a map that we are necessarily too familiar with for them, but we have the Tubre as auto canister. It stops all kinds of things. You don't realise just how sort of broad the impact of those auto canisters can be. Going to freeze out the drone for the time being and just prevent the intel being gathered forth.
Did he chipped onto the Fenrir there? Yeah, 10 HP gone. Unfortunately, not the head. Otherwise, freebie.
Still needing SSG to put a bit more pressure up onto this top floor. That's exactly what they're going to start doing here. Just open up that elevator wall. It's phantom pressure. It doesn't matter that they're going to move away from the rappel. It just means that the Sonics need to be careful when moving around Ambi. He's going to get himself out of there. Maybe not too carefully. He's going to take a maybe educated guess that there's nobody sticking the rappel. So he's going to move himself away. But they're going to avoid, I would imagine, playing around that area too much if they can.
I thought it was the other stream going nuts, so I had to take my headset off for a second to hear what the hell was going on. The Aussies are over there. A reminder again, we do have 2 channels, twitch.tv/Rainbow6Bravo. If you want to see, it's DZ playing off against Elevate. That game is going on over there. They are playing on Cafe, I believe. This is where the real action's at, the NA showdown, as it were. I think for SSG, for the most part in this round, have been trying to fish to hope to catch someone on the side of Sonics. Little do they know, literally right below them, there is the opportunity to get a bit of a freebie here. But if nothing else, I think it just shows that Sonic so far have done well to persevere and not get caught out in little crazy positions here and find themselves down a couple of players. Now they've held on for long enough, it's going to be this full site execute from every player on the side of SSG. But you've got all 5 defenders still up and available to play as well. You've got any C4s to play behind. We've got a couple. In fact, we've got 3 to play behind here, Tim. So plenty of utility to work with, and those mirror windows if they're still standing. It's going to get rough.
Can hear the Candelas going in there. I don't know if SSG are making a push behind them. I don't think they quite are at the minute. They're just continuing to have this movement up on the top floor, try and get an early pick. Well, it won't be early, but try and get that first pick at least and create a little bit of space for themselves. But Sonics have done a good job here of moving around, keeping themselves elusive and alive, and Canadian it is. He's going to pick up Ashen for the entry. 5 versus 4, 20 seconds left to go, and he gets himself into a tricky position to deal with inside of Electrical now, with only 10 seconds left to go. SSG might struggle here.
They spent so much trying to hunt down these players on Sonics that a single move by Canadians really put everything on the back foot a bit here. Drop number 1 comes in, Diffuser is down. They'll just simply run out of time here, unfortunately, Tim. Sonics finally on the board.
Yeah, Sonics with a good setup up on the top floor. It was something SSG struggled to break down. Like I said, they just paid the price at the end there when running out of time. We'll see whether that first round is going to be a little bit of a catalyst for the Sonics now, if they're able to maybe chain together a few more successful defenses in those sites that we would expect to see defensive teams picking up, particularly, you know, down in the basement. Not a lot of vertical pressure that can be gained, only the hatchers, no other verticals whatsoever down into that basement level for the attackers. So we would expect to see them hold on to this site at least once, realistically, if they try it twice. They were indeed slow.
They were indeed slow. I'll probably leave out the prior word, but they were slow.
They were slow.
Like I said, they were trying to catch these players that were out dancing around. We saw, of course, Kanto being opened up, the long angle down white hallway being exposed, and they hoped to catch someone out. They almost caught the Fenrir out. I think it was Surf who was the one that they managed to get a little tag onto, but didn't quite finish him off. And Canadian was being hunted down from above by the buck on one of the player. They couldn't collect him. If nothing else, he found a freebie onto top square. He gets caught there, and it's probably a little bit of a different conversation because they have the numbers advantage to then go and hit the site, but they did look slow. They didn't really look like they had an overall objective in mind outside of hope that we catch someone. They paid the price for it. But as said, it's still SSG in the lead after their first quarter. 3 more rounds of this, and we'll see how things fare on the other side. But for now, I think for Sonics, it's a case of trying to build into this half. You can't really walk away with just the 2 defenses to your name once we get to the end of round 6.
I think that long angle down from elevators, it gives a good example, really, of SSG not committing to what they were doing. You know, it was, yeah, we'll open that angle, but then we're just going to disappear off it. And 10 seconds later, Ambi comes out of elevators. If you're on the rappel, he's dead. It's done, you know. And I think sometimes just commit to that use of utilities. Nothing wrong with phantom pressure, but sometimes, you know, you can gain a little bit more value from it. But how about this? That was not knock with the speed lines. They were left over from the drone.
Certainly not what she does.
No, not quite the opposite, in fact. Not just moving through slowly there. Going to be aware, yes, the ping comes in, knows that there's somebody on elevator, but they're just going to drop straight down. The prox alarm will give away the location of Ashen, though. However, nobody's home to hear it. Canadian taken down. Ashen with a nice entry, and then prevents the pressure coming through.
Almost gives himself a little bit of cover there with the Goyo and isolated to just one angle so he can challenge on towards the elevator. However, he really needs help from his teammates here. He's got in and found the one, got rid of the smoke, which is crucial. But as soon as his fire expires, he's probably a little bit of bother. He might find himself getting swung on and pushed. They've already got the elevator above him in this case. So he's in hot water. But while this is going on, he's causing a lot of distraction elsewhere, Tim, which means SSG, the rest of the team, can start marching on forward and giving him that support that he needs.
Yeah, and they're starting to use that space. Benja able to take down Rexon there as well. They know that it's like playing with a wasp in the room at the minute. They know that they've got the knock there in position, but what do they do about it? That is the question. Jane, I know, was waiting for that swing, but it's actually Ashen who beats him to the punch, takes down Ambi, and SSG find themselves 5v2 with another great attack onto the basement, and surely one that they win from here.
They've got a single C4 to play behind as well as the Yokais here. That's the one thing that I think SSG have got to be mindful of. They've got 45 seconds to play. Don't even get the down onto Benja there. That's this kicker. And now they find themselves getting shot in the back as well. Down to one man left standing. And I guess Sonics did say, hey, you're really slow. I think SSG took it personally, Tim, because Ashen went in like a rocket. And now with this one-man pin way at the back, they've got 30 seconds to get a plant down here if they even need it, Tim. They want to push and try and finish off this kill, I'd imagine, inside of Vault.
Just looking to make the challenge. Grixis does pick up a beauty through onto Ashen, but it's probably going to be meaningless at this point as the diffuser goes down. There's bees to him to try to play through to get himself out of Vault. Can't do so. Has to move through into Gold instead. Gets picked up by Forest, finding the last man, and that's another successful attack for SSG, and that time it was built on a cheeky little play coming out of Ashen, just moving with pace and purpose into elevator.
What? Yeah, say that again, Ashen?
Finished with Buddy. but I'm not sure how friendly it was.
A quick update on the score on the other game as well. Elevate are currently up 4-1 over DZ on Cafe. Now you might think, okay, then on the defense it's fine. The bad news is that on attack, 4-1 up on the attack on Cafe. Sounds pretty catastrophic. So for DZ, things are not starting well here at the major at all. Not the greatest result early for themselves against Falcons on border. God, he's so annoying. I love him, but my God, is he annoying.
You gotta love the personality. This is what brings it.
Oh, very good. Very good.
Off we go then. We're going to head this time to Archives and Tellers. It's going to be for Sonics. So we see that top floor setup coming in. It doesn't, I was actually wondering, it doesn't surprise me to see this site whatsoever. I was wondering if we might see it in the last round, given that the one that they'd won was open area. You can do pretty much a similar setup here. They burnt a lot of time on the top floor. SSG didn't really have an answer to this setup. They never really disrupted them. They never really took too much ground, at least not until it was far too late. They were just far too slow in doing so. So I thought we might see Sonics do this in the last round. So no surprise to see them go there. Now it's going to be again down to holding on to that top floor. The question, the real question for this round is how well do SSG adapt to what went wrong last time?
I love our chat deduced that apparently Ashen sounds like Yoda.
Okay.
I thought it was quite
I'll listen out for that.
Yeah, I'll have a think. I'll have a think. Maybe he whips out a quote and surprises us all after this round. I can hear the stream going nuts again, by the way. I can only imagine things are not going much better for DarkZero. But now, Lito, it's again going to be this focus on towards the elevator wall. We see this so often. I mentioned it earlier on, but from that window, you open up that wall, you can see all the way down the white corridor, which makes it a little bit more restrictive for the defenders. It's not so easy to use the main stairs. It's not easy to rotate around the rooms down through that hallway instead, just in case there is someone that stays on the rappel. They might not stay there forever, but not going to be long enough. But over the top rope, down comes Ambi. Benja's gone. Straight back in towards site here and safe. A nice little opening kill with the Dokkaebi being taken offline, having used only one phone call.
Yeah, it's a great start. It's not ideal, though, that Canadian's taken so much damage on the Legion. Of course, they're going to want to keep him as late into the round as they can, try and maximise that utility that he's got available. And at the minute, he's on 5 health, and he's going to have to play this super safe if he wants to keep himself alive. Ashen just going to be looking down there. Potentially a zap from a zero cam would take Canadian out. It would be enough. It'll do that 5 damage that he's got left. However, J90 also goes by the wayside. And like I said, maybe it's the mid-floor sites for Sonics that they need to be playing here on Bank.
Yeah, looking like they're in pretty good success here so far. I think SSG just looks a little bit lost almost, like not 100% sure on what the main focus should be. They go through the motions of this map, like opening up the elevator wall. As I mentioned, it gives you that long-range control. Eventually you do get this top floor, but they've already done the damage, Tim. Like, you've taken 2 minutes to get this control. You've lost 2 players in the process. Sonics have played as good a roam here as you can really ask for.
These zero cams just doing some real work at the minute as well, just gathering intel of what's going on inside a site. But whether it's going to be enough or not is another question. SSG just in a position to try and open things up a little bit, maybe gain a little bit of access on into site if they can pick up a couple of kills here and there. That's basically Sonics' main, goal at the minute for the next 10 seconds or so, is don't lose anybody. You've got a great advantage, as I say, that Ashen manages to take down 1 on to serve. 4 versus 3. Sonics still have a good advantage and plenty of time. SSG have been too slow again about attacking these mid-floor sites. The final kills come in. Much better from Sonics on the defense, burning that time.
Want to go to Echo Smokes the other choice? Want to go? I think we go right there.
Chilling composed overall, straight into the strategy for next round. Love to see it. It's SSG to look 3-2. However, Sonics are mounting that stage where they can get towards this 3-3-1/2, which again, given its bank, I don't feel you're too beat. You won't feel too beat up about that. If Finals going down 4-2, though, I think it's a different conversation. You start to then worry about Sonics' ability to fight their way back into this game.
I was just going to suggest potentially for a site choice, do they go back to that top floor? Do they go back to that basement? Or do they in fact look back to open area, which is now available to them? They've already won it once. And like you say, heading towards a 3-3, it's not really then the worst outcome. It's been a tough half for Sonics. I don't think, we can say anything else about it. Particularly top and bottom floor, they've been beaten up a bit. But when they've been on those mid floors, they've just looked like a bit of a different beast. They've been able to burn so much time from SSG SSG and make it very, very difficult for them to actually find any space to execute onto site in the round. So going back to open area, I think is definitely the play. Rinse and repeat, do the same thing again. You know, it's no coincidence that 2 rounds in a row now on that take, SSG have struggled to get anywhere near site in enough time. So Sonics just keep doing what's working.
That's it. I think, though, given how the game starts, when SSG actually play with a little bit more intent and purpose, when they move with a bit more pace, they've looked really good. They've got themselves into uncomfortable positions. It's made life hard for Sonics. Whereas when Sonics are given a bit of a slower round, that's when they seem to be at their very, very best. And Jane, I know at least is moving pretty quickly here up towards Square. Nothing else, just hoping to find someone downstairs. Obviously not quite to be the case. And this barricaded off door will, of course, give a lot of indication over towards the other side of Sonics that, hey, someone is now knocking the door on Square. So for those that are upstairs, you can start looking to rotate over and cause a little bit of bother. I imagine for the most part, it's about holding on to this top floor, given you've got these castle barricades set up upstairs. No doubt a little bit more utility up there as well to support this hold.
Peak just coming on into open there from top blue, looking to get this wall open as well. And a bit more progress, and certainly quicker progress from SSG being the real important point here. Benja just having a little stroll through Tellers as well, trying to get his way into a tricky position. Forest is going to take down Serve for the entry, 5 versus 4, and it looks like there could be potentially a bit of a change of fortune for SSG when it comes to attacking these mid-floor sites. They've got all the time in the world this time. They've got 2 kills as well. Nade goes out, forcing Ambi to move. Benja with another kill in the round. Rexon goes down, 4v2 now.
I was going to say, Benja on Nook feels very nostalgic to him. I'm thinking about slicing teams apart on this operator, and that's exactly what he's just done. Forced out the elevator player, killed 2 himself once walking in towards Tellers and Archives. Now Grix has dug in a little bit deeper here as found Pulse down to a 2 versus 2, but Ambi has got 2 hit points to his name. Not that it matters, because Grixer is hitting the shots. Benja's got to find 4 kills now in this round if he wants to see his team up with that 4-2 split. He's probably asking the question, boys, how much more can I possibly do here? Done a lot of the hard yards for them, has got the right idea. One more out towards his right inside of Square. Sees him first, but misses the shots. A bit of a stinger there, and Benja could well be in a spot to get the plant down here. This is what I thought he might try and go for. As long as they've got the support coming in here from drones, so then when the push comes on through, this could be great. Look towards your left, my son. Not quite to be done. Ambi gets the closing kill, and Sonics even things up at 3-all.
Work these fucking rounds. Let's go. Because literally you help your fucking team. You're sorry as fuck. I got shit on, bro. I like hip fire quick stick. I gotta do that shit. Energy, guys. Let's fucking go. Get your little ass up, boys.
No, I heard it. I think it's fair to say that tensions are riding high.
The thing is, Ashen loves it. After a game, he's always smiling and laughing and joking. He loves it. Sat there, he's like, yeah, fair play. It's like I deserved it.
But yeah, 3-3 is actually... I think that's a really good outcome for Sonics, to be fair. Given the way that both teams have played, I think SSG, you know, on the attacks that they've won, they've looked very good. But you got to give it to Sonics there. You know, like I said, go to open area, you've already won it. Double down on it. They've done a great job there in that man deficit situation as well, let's not forget. Grix has done a fantastic job in behind the counter, cooking up a storm in the cafeteria and just smashing them one at a time, Des. It was brilliant stuff to bring it back to a winnable position. 2v3 becomes 2v1. Absolutely fantastic from the Sonics.
I remember speaking to Canadian a long time ago, back when he was on DZ, actually. It wasn't a long time ago he was on DZ, but it was a long time ago we had this conversation. And for the longest time, Canadian was typical Canadian. Super loud, always giving a stick to the other side, really hyping his team up. And for a long time, he lost that and started becoming a much calmer kind of IGL. And I remember asking him once at an event, I was like, you know, where's the energy gone? Like, why are you calmer? And he said to me, well, the problem is when I do that is the team get really amped up and excited, but if I'm not like it, then they can come really low and come crashing down, and it really affects our gameplay. He's like, so my goal now is to try and always be in the middle, keep energy at a steady level throughout the game, so you won't see me going too nuts. Fair to say, I think he's starting to see that whole belief system go out the window, as even he's now saying, let's get the energy up, let's get amped up, because at the end of the day, that's what teams ride on. They ride on the banter, they ride on the ego that comes off the back of it, and you're seeing it starting to build on the Sonic side. They're rising in confidence in gameplay as well.
That's it, you know, like you say, it's the ego, it's the confidence that starts finding you those kills. Ambi, he picks up the last kill of the last round and the first kill of this one, taking down Benja. That's your mute gone as well, you know, potentially a Nitro that's gone along with him. One still in the hands of the Tubra. I think that Benja might have actually already already used that nitro, maybe in a little bit of an attempt to prevent the push coming through, but it wasn't successful. Zoto canister goes out, freezes the nitro, but having gone for the shot, Canadian, you can't drop your shield to take it down. He's going to lose his life.
And Ambi's on for a 3-1. I'm making 5 at this point. He keeps on going. The lads found a 4K and there's one left standing. It's Ashton! And Ambi's found the ace!
Hey, so good! Let's go! Here comes. Yo, good shit. But be careful with the reset. Was that live? Because was that live on that Goyo, right?
Yeah, it was. Okay. That's on.
Yeah, he's on the cam. Okay. No,
I believe you shot him.
No, I was just on cam, so I just want to make sure he didn't fucking leave, and then like we fucking flood the site or some shit.
You're too fucking good for them, Ambi.
I just want to make sure we're hearing me and that like you saw. Okay. Hold up. Oh.
Beautiful.
Fantastic round from Ambit. Fantastic
unreal.
round from the Sonics. You know, what a time to drop an ace in. You've just gone 3-3, and let's be honest, that first half was hard fought for Sonics. Those rounds didn't come easy. They had to really dig deep to get them won. So Ambi then comes in on the attack, says, you know what, the momentum shifted, things have changed. Boom! Arrives with an ace. Absolutely fantastic stuff. And it was just, it looked so easy for him, Des. It looked so easy.
When you see like players get into flow like that, where they're just going and taking 1v1 after 1v1, not losing any HP along the way, it's so magical to see. I say that, and he's losing HP along the way, but who cares? He's killed 5 people there. We can have a conversation if you want about the Canadians shooting out the C4 with a perfect bit of bait, but I think we can move past that. Definitely one of those that you look at and think, maybe there's a lesson there, Troy, that we'll take forward from here on out.
It's a tricky one because it's in the tubber house, so it's not going to explode immediately, but it's like you can't ignore it either. You know, these things don't last forever, and you really can't ignore it. So.
Tim, can you hear that, by the way?
What am I listening for, Des?
It's just a really weird silence. It's like Ashen's gone quiet.
Imagine.
He has been shut up these last few rounds.
Funny how an ace will do that, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's over the last 5 rounds, Sonics have taken 4 of those rounds, so it's hard to be the noisy one when your team are really starting to fall behind here. Sonics are now in the lead, and that's got to start to feel pretty bad when your team had such a good start to the game.
Lots of droning going on from Sonics, and at this point, you know, through the first few rounds, first 3 or 4, you're thinking SSG are looking pretty good for this, but after that first attack from the Sonics, how clinical it was and how aggressive and successful Ambi was in his push through, you maybe look at things a little bit differently now. They're sitting with a 1-round advantage, and maybe there's more that they can gain.
Oh boy.
The Ying, in goes the Amaru. Here comes a big push.
And he's straight out the window.
Sonics as Nox trying to find his way into Tellus as well, but like you say, Ambi, I think like a rubber ball just sort of bounced in and out of that window.
He did, Jay bounced, it was like, nope, nothing, and
he's maybe going to wish that he'd stayed inside as Fultz takes him down. Ashen manages to find Grixer, and I tell you now, I said it behind the scenes. I didn't say it on stream coming into this one. I said I won't be surprised to see overtime out of this game, and I'm calling it now. I won't be surprised to see it at all. 3 versus 3 though, as Sonics managed to find one for Rexon and one for Surf.
They were in a 5v3 and they've now lost 2 players to bring it down to a 3v3. The kind of situation that is, I think back to the Romalia timeout that we heard earlier on in G2's game, just saying like, look, we get a kill, step back a bit, we ain't gonna go super aggressive. And they paid the price here by carrying on and trying to pursue these other players on the team. Now find themselves in an all things equal scenario. 60 seconds still to play with here. Sonic's plenty of time to play behind, and they've largely got the map control as the most important part. EE1Ds are out, but they've got 2 Candelas to play behind. And those could be really crucial bits of utility to make use of in the execute. There is still, though, a Warden on the other side.
Droning just continuing there. Not really spotting out too much, to be honest, that they wouldn't have already known. It does at least tell them where SSG are not, I guess, but they would have expected everything that they've pretty much just seen there. I think just trying to reposition. It's at least telling them there's nobody behind counter.
Did they see him there? I think they know he's on the wall still.
That's a little bit of a misdrawn there, potentially. If they go racing in through here, there's going to be the warning of the barbed wire being knocked out as well. And with 10 seconds left to go, it's time to just hop on in. But surely SSG see this and know that he's got himself inside a copy. Surf does manage to find Forest. 3 versus 2. Diffuser's going down. I think this one's a win. And the Sonics somehow manage with 13 seconds to get it done.
Hey, real quiet, pussy boy. Let's go!
I'm already CEO.
No,
Get that motherfucking show! What's
Work in, buddy.
Bro, wait to win that fucking round, guys.
It's all good, Andy. It's all good, Andy.
Wait to win that round.
What a fucking round. Good
Real quiet, pussy boy. That's such a quote.
Thank you. Good shit.
Oh. I actually want SSG to win a couple of rounds now, just to build it up a bit more. Just give me a bit more beef. Give me a bit more. Oh, imagine. Imagine. It's just loving life, that's for sure.
Let's have some jeopardy. Let's really pile some jeopardy on it with a bit of overtime. That's what I'm talking about.
They're really building into this. Oh.
Honestly, the Sonics have looked really good the last couple of rounds. They were obviously in danger of leaving it too late there. And, you know, SSG had burnt a bit of time. But let's not forget, SSG were 5 versus 3 at a point in that round. You know, it's a little bit of a sell from them. They've given away a couple of kills, 3 versus 3. The Sonics then come in, 13 seconds left to go. You've got a man hidden around the corner. He should be able to see that copy jumping. There should be feet holes there, and he should be seeing that copy jumping. Sonic should be losing players at that point, but it just didn't happen for SSG.
Nope.
And I don't know whether, you know, maybe there's some utility that's gone in there that's prevented that. Without watching it back, it's tough to be too critical, but SSG, I'm sure they're going to be asking questions, and at 5-3 down, I think the Sonics look good for more here. We might want overtime, but honestly, if things continue on this trend, I don't think we're going to get it.
The telling part is they've won 5 of the last 6 rounds, sure. If this was like a certain half, maybe you go, okay, yeah, fair, they've just had a really good defensive, a really good attacking half. The key thing for me is that's straddled now across both attack and defense. They've won 2 attacks in a row. They won 3 of the last 4 defenses too. They're looking really good here. And yeah, sure, it's come down to a couple of close rounds along the way, but I'd say overwhelmingly, Sonics are the ones firmly in control. And for SSG, that attack timeout for me probably should have come in that previous round to try and get things back on track. Because at 6-3, it starts to feel like a bit of a foregone conclusion, even with attack timeout, that you can balance things back over to your side.
We know that Canadian's been playing a lot of shields. He's going to be continuing that trend here on the Blitz, taking a little bit of chip damage there from the Goyo. Just feeding this information in, but there's not really anybody there that can do anything about it at the moment. I don't know whether that push is maybe just a little bit premature at this point. He's going to need a bit more support on that Blitz. They could do with getting square hatch open, maybe forcing the player away from blue stairs. There's work to be done yet, really, for the Sonics.
What? What are we doing here, boys? I mean, I don't know if sitting on top of the car is really the place to be here. Like, if you season through the little gap, it's not a massive gap, but it's enough that you can take a shot or two.
That's great.
Meanwhile, they force their way in towards blue here. Normally so hard to break, but look at this. They're in and they're finding what they need. Even Rexon's collective one there on the glass. Imagine he lay down and found his man. Waiting for another one potentially here. This is horrid. Ugh.
Absolutely great stuff from Ambi. How often do we see teams struggling to clear those blue stairs, and he's just gone in with a wonderful pre-fire to get the job done. 5 versus 3 now in favour of the Sonics. We've got action on half health as well. Grix are just taking bolts on Rex and manages to find him. 5 versus 4, diffuser down. It's all up to Benja in the 1 versus 5, and things are slipping away from SSG quickly here. They look so competitive in the first half, but it's just dropped away. A beautiful find onto Ambi, but it's likely to be meaningless as the final kill comes in, and it's another round for the Sonics, who just look unstoppable.
6 in 7.
Yo, listen, calm down, calm down. They call timeout. Can you guys hear me?
They call timeout.
Hey, listen.
This kind of garage, I one-tapped him. Guys, pissed.
They call timeout.
Can't hear you, can't hear you, can't hear you.
They call timeout. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Game's not over, right? Everybody relax. One more round. Take our time, right? He's gonna call for a change of pace. You know how he is.
They're gonna bunker.
Right. Just take our time. Ambi, you're fucking dancing on it. We're playing great. Just keep playing together. This is perfect. Keep one round at a time.
I think absolutely spot on. You know, from
Ambi,
side,
yeah, I agree. Ambi's
from the side of
dancing on
Sonics, we talk about the different types of tactical timeouts that you get, with, you know, and I think SSG is going to be much more about having some direct input on the game, and this is what I'm seeing, this is what's not happening, this is what you need to change. But for the Sonics, it's much more a vibe of these boys know what they're doing. They're running away with it. All I need to do is keep them hyped, just keep them confident, and send them back in to finish the job, and it's a really nice contrast.
Keep the energy level high, but not so high that you're doing stupid stuff and almost
don't
turning it
want to overheat, guys. You don't want to overheat.
That's exactly it. You don't want to overheat, but at this point, they are cooking something special. Like I said, 6 in 7 rounds, and SSG just looked lost, like not competitive for the vast majority of this game.
Like I said, SSG looked good in the first half on the attack. The attacking rounds that they won them well. They were slow on the ones that they lost, yes, but you looked at it and thought, well, a 3-3, you know, you maybe come out on defense, you win top floor, you win basement, the usuals, you know, you go from there. But it just hasn't happened for them, in all honesty. It's because the Sonics have taken it away from them. Ambi, as they said, he's just been running over them. You know, there's just been no safe space for SSG. Every time they move, there seems to be somebody from the Sonics watching an angle, ready to challenge them. You know, Rexon had a great round last round as well. And, you know, for me, I look across the numbers, you know, for the Sonics, and look how even they all are, apart from Canadian, who's obviously playing different roles, and you know that's another thing. But Ambi 10, Surf 8, Rexon 7, Grixon 9, everybody's chipping in, everybody's having those moments, and that's one of the big strengths. This is the Sonics that I expected to see coming in here.
Totally. I know there was certain, you know, I asked a lot of teams before the main. In fact, I spoke to every team bar like 2 that didn't come back to me. But the most that I spoke to said, you know, Sonics are in their top 3 estimations. Others said BDS, FaZe were up there, of course. A couple of outside bets as well coming in. But Sonic's one of those teams that I think many want to be excited about, but you're always nervous because often when it matters most, you don't see NA teams quite stepping up to the plate the way that you really need them to if they're going to walk away as the win. Like Beast Coast came seemingly out of nowhere for their win back in Manchester. But will Sonic start building up now? The competition's really getting underway. Maybe this game is giving them the beans they need to get moving. Ambi being sought out there by a C4 from Benja. For the first time in what feels like a while, SSG have got themselves a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, a little bit of a response after the tactical timeout, and they need it. There's no more mistakes
up here, by the way,
for them. Mozziepest is going to catch out that drone. It could well, I think it has been done specifically. I was going to say to clear the path for the Rotero drone, but they're going to have to clear another path because there was a second Mozziepest there that captured the Rotero drone. This one goes in, and it's going to be shot out. This is great work from SSG to just deny that utility away from the Sonics.
You can't ignore the fact that it doesn't feel like a massive buff having like 4 of the Mozziepests out in the field, but in cases like that where you can double stack a window, knowing the kind of gameplay that's going to come through and they want to focus on getting rid of those castle barricades, that's a dream. Now, their one and only Rotero will go through. It will connect on towards that single wall that opens up in towards Square. And that is really all the work that Sonic's going to get out of this one. So, very hampered and limited so far by SSG's defense. It's looking pretty good for the side to hold on.
I like Ashen's challenge onto Surf from Lobby there as well. Again, it's just giving Sonics lots to think about. They can't necessarily focus on the windows for the next 20 seconds until they know that Lobby's clear. And it's all these little things that are just chipping away at time. 45 seconds left to go. 4 versus 5, it's still doable for Sonics, but it's going to take something special, is the reality. Look at the movement coming across there.
Beautiful.
Risking the run across the windows, and he gets his reward with a beautiful nitro. Rexon finds J9. 4 versus 3. 30 seconds left to go. The Sonics need to get moving.
In a spot now where at least SSG have still got the numbers advantage. I was going to say the march is beginning from Sonics, but before it can really get underway, Canadian's been sorted out as well. Another one going to, oh no, maybe not quite fall down. Benja finds his second in the round, and Grixer's got it all to do with 13 seconds on the clock. Something tells me, Tim, this one's going to carry on for that little bit longer. Unlikely we see a close out there, and sure enough, SSG get one more back, 6-4 to the Sonics. It's been about 7 rounds of silence, mate. I'm glad you're back to join us.
Yeah, he's found his voice again. A great response from the tactical timeout for SSG there. You know, a better round from them. I love the little bit of a risk from Fultz there. Just the dash across the windows and then kind of a nitro over his shoulder almost as he goes past the windows and gets himself a beautiful kill. And SSG, like I said, just causing lots of little problems, lots of little delays for Sonics there. Ashen challenging from ATMs onto the rappel and just giving them lots to think about, but I don't think Sonics will be too worried about that. They know they've still got 2 rounds to get this done. I think the real, not worry, but the real concern maybe kind of sets in if they don't win this round. If it goes to 12 and SSG are back within 1 and have that opportunity to take it to overtime, I think that's when the Sonics need that moment to, you know, have that reset and say, how do we get this over the line? But for now, I think you just continue what you've been doing, stick with the plan, and the Sonics will feel pretty confident they can get this done now.
Ooh, all right. Things stay a little bit spicy. You give SSG a couple of rounds here, mate, to take us to overtime, and you know Ashen's going to explode at the end of round 12.
I just want the chaos.
I'm glad you're with me on this. Yeah, because normally you're the good boy. You like to see the positivity in things. You like to bring.
I can see the positivity for us and everyone watching in a bit of overtime between this, because there's some real spice in the server for this one, and it's been absolutely pure entertainment. We've had good siege on both sides as well. Good rounds from SSG, good rounds from Sonic. You know, they're both delivering big moments, so it's a lot of fun. The drone just seeing the feet of Benja there, so they are going to be aware of his presence inside of open. Shouldn't come as too much of a surprise, to be fair. The site is tellers and archives, and so yeah, you're going to expect that there's going to be a presence out. You can't really leave open area empty, because of course an attacker's just going to march on in there and start breaching towards site.
The Sonics, like they said about it themselves, you know they're going to change the pace on the side of SSG. They're going to try and be a little more of a nuisance, and they didn't really bring that too much. If nothing else, it was Sonics being a little bit lax, I think, on their attack that actually invited SSG to make some plays in that round and cause a little bit of chaos. I think here what Sonics need to do is move with a bit more pace, and this is sure enough pace. Immediately comes Rex on the Ash as well. Has found one already for himself after Benja picked up Surf elsewhere. Immediately into a 4 versus 4. He's got to be careful here. On the deck one goes, and the plant's going down here as well. Canadians in, and this is what I said to him. I want to see pace, and we've been given pace.
This has been great from Rex, and he's just gone in there with such a command of sight, taking kills down.
Oh dear.
But here comes the SSG fight back. Ashen, he manages to take Rexon out, and Canadian gets downed at the same time. That's going to see the diffuser down on the ground, so effectively now in a 2 versus 2. And with so much time on the clock, I think we'll see a little bit of a stalemate start to develop here, where neither's going to want to commit too heavily until they know what's going on.
Fulton's got a C4 in back pocket here as well. Obviously, he's not going to know there's a guy above. In fact, yes, he will, based on the footsteps. Oh! Almost finds his man, but Ambi keeps himself at full HP here, and now getting pushed. Will he find a second as well? Looks down below. Wrong place to look, though. It's a 1 versus 1 as Canadian is still on the deck. The long-range shot comes on through. This could be it. Sonics have just got to win this one fight. Grix has had a great game. Fultz has had some great moments himself, mind you. With 45 seconds to play. Does it end here?
Canadian could have been feeding a bit of intel. Any sounds that he had, they would have been dulled, but he might have been able to give something. But that time has now passed. He's died away. So it is 1v1. Who is going to be the one to find this shot? 30 seconds. They're almost certainly going to come together. I can't see them being able to dance around each other for the whole remainder of this round. But who will come out on top? Fultz, he's playing it smart. He's got the shotgun out. I think he's just waiting for that close range engagement. And there it is. No! He sprays around with the SMG! I thought he'd be looking for the shotgun, but no!
One more, fellas! Don't let it happen!
He's so in their heads. Oh, you hate to love him, or love to hate him. Either way, it works out pretty well. Oh, the fact that it comes down to the 1v1, and the thing is, Grix was baiting so well with the shot out the window, the turn to the left, the double back to the window. He really had the right idea.
He did.
But it was the onus was all on him as the attacker to go and seek him out. To be fair, incredibly well played by Fultz at the end there as well. Real composure, as you'd expect for a player that's been playing for so long.
That's it. I mean, he's so much experience in situations like that. Like I said, I thought for the life in me that he was going to have had the shotgun, given that he'd narrowed the angle so much by playing tight against the wall there. He knows he's going to get peeked from door or window, and the shotgun's going to be lethal at that range. But no, the confidence to stick with the SMG, come around the corner on the spray. Absolutely.
They definitely hear that.
Stuff.
They 100% hear that. There's just no way they don't. Oh.
One more round for Sonics to close this out. Like I said, and I think we saw it on their faces a little bit there. This is the point where the concern sets in. We've had 2 opportunities already, and SSG have drawn this back in. And I love this game. It's been like a bit of a rubber band, really. It's been, you know, we had that good start from SSG, and the Sonics were struggling, and then they came back into it and managed that 3-3 split, and then they came out on their attack like an absolute rocket out of the traps, and then they just haven't been able to get it done in the second half, and SSG have had the resurgence. So much back and forth, so much entertainment, and we've got at least one more round, but maybe more. Who knows? We'll see as we go. 2 minutes 30 left in this one, 30 seconds gone. We've still got the droning going on. And SSG Just got one more round to hold on.
What I will stress is it did need a 1v3 to see that round closed out.
It did.
It's the kind of round you look at and say, on paper, Sonic should have walked away the winner, in which case the game is done at 7-4. I'd say the lean is still with Sonics here, who you'd expect to be able to recover. However, as I mentioned, once you start getting emboldened and you start screaming and shouting and it gets in the heads of the team and your team's more emboldened as well, it is a bit of mental warfare on the go. And I think Ashen right now is leading that charge for his team, still cooking himself up a double digit in kills, but who's going to be the hero for them in round 12? Because they definitely need one, given how well players on Sonics have been playing.
This is it. You look at both sides and you think there's somebody who's going to step up. And it's Ashen. Beautiful headshot onto the repelling Grixer. Takes him down and then gets slippy. Finds himself a second down. Ashen takes down, making a third. It's a 3K and Ashen is going to be going crazy.
He's going to lose it after this round. You just know it's coming. He's picked up 3 players there by himself. Magic. And now Ambi and Canadian have got to pull something together. Canadian's not been a gunner this game. He's very much filled his role as RGL, I'm sure. But on the gun in front, not really been his forte. Ambi, meanwhile, as we've heard, has been twerking on him. He's been doing all kinds of magic. But can he do it against 4? I'm not so sure.
Bryce is going to take a big chunk of damage there. That's at least something for Sonics to work on. It's going to make him a little bit more tentative about getting involved in them gunfights, but you just know who's going to be involved in the gunfights here. Canadian does take that final 17 HP that Forrest had, but it's all about Ashen. You know it, Des. I know it. Everybody at home knows it.
Just give him the ace.
It's going to come down to Ashen.
Just give him the ace. I just want to hear what happens when Ashen gets an ace. I'm convinced the world ends. We've completed it, guys. GG, game over.
Ashen's dropped away to the basement. He's going to be looking for a rotate here, I think. We just see the utility going out. They are aware of it. Canadian's just waiting for this push to come along, but right now Ashen is not there. He's not getting aggressive. He's letting his teammates do the work. J9O gets the first onto Ambi. Canadian has to push. Shut down by J9O. We're going to overtime.
That was some fucking nut hangers right there. Let's get our attacker in then. We got this.
Now this is where we're at. This is what we got.
Head shining, overtime again! 3-6 lead, blue again!
C4 below. I don't know if Andy still wants to take play, but they had no one holding stock, no one mine, and we can get the wall pretty quick. Set a Campbell on our guys and we go for
Absolutely beautiful stuff. Going to overtime just like they did back in the NAL. I spoke about that matchup when we came into this.
They're not going to go basement again, right? They're going to go CEO or open or maybe the archive. You notice they've been playing for a lot of C4s under, a lot of flanking now, right? So they see that's working, they're going to continue to try to do it. If we see all these guys off site, guys, don't be afraid to take advantage of that, right? Just make sure we're aware of the C4s under. If we don't, it's fine. Just make sure we're working together because we're getting caught off a little bit around the map, right? They're getting aggressive off info, flanks, and that's how they're getting picks. They're not doing anything special, right?
I think we looked at next point if we want to like that more.
Gotta say, Super's looking pretty fly. I'm so used to seeing him on his stream with a massive beard and his cap on, and his jersey. Suited and booted. Needs to be for his boys, and I think his calls there were about watching out from the C4s from below, which is very reasonable. Not really reflecting on what's gone wrong over those last 3 or 4 rounds to get them to this point. Yes, yeah.
Head shining, overtime again! 3-6 lead, blue again!
Oh man, we asked for overtime, Tim. We got it. And the Siege Gods have granted. Ashen, the Siege God, has granted. I can't believe I've said that line. Ashen, the Siege God, has granted it to us.
Except it's the same as we saw back in the NL. It went to overtime. It was 8-6 that time around. SSG were able to get it done when they went to those extra rounds. That was Chalet. This is Bank. We've got a little technical pause just to add a little bit more drama, Des. Just as if we needed it.
I was really curious. I was like, okay, tech pause, you've got to stay quiet is the idea. Would these guys be able to follow that? I'm going to say yes. They're being good so far. However, just chilling. Cool, fine. No one's screaming. We're all good. It's just to, like you say, to build that tension that little bit more as well.
Yeah, as if we needed any more tension.
Victor on the back of the monitor. Why is it at the back of the monitor?
I don't know what the lore is to that one.
I don't know the lore. It runs deep at events, and that one I don't know. I'm not aware of that chapter, I'm afraid, of the book.
But yes, it is Victor.
Fantastic. He's got his moment in the spotlight. I mean, we get the full reset now because we're going into overtime. It is that reset of what we've seen before or what comes before. Of course, there's some continuation of it, but both teams, if you're going to bring out anything too crazy here or try something a little bit different, it's a time to do it. And where both teams have fell flat, I feel, is when rounds get taken really slow. We've seen these nut backstabs. We've seen attempts
those have been the problem.
We've seen Yings come flying on through. It's about the aggression and about the pace, the change in play that keeps the other side guessing that has so far rewarded both teams. But it's also a high risk, high reward. Do you want to take those risks in overtime? Do you have to? I'd say yeah, because we've seen what happens when they slow things down too much. So I think we could be in for a really spicy 2 or 3 rounds.
Yeah, like you say, you know, the rounds that we've really seen lost have been the rounds whereby it's been lost on time. It's been, you know, too slow. It's been not having the solutions. That has definitely been the case. So I'm going to be hoping, of course, that is not something we see in overtime. I want to see both of these teams come out and just absolutely smash this. I want to see them, you know, come out with top-tier siege, top-tier performances, and let's, you know, just have the best team win at this point. No mistakes.
Should have a look at some stats, actually, and how the game's panned out so far.
Great play. Let's have a look.
Should we have a dig? I mean, on entry, it's been pretty balanced between the two teams. So I'd say overwhelmingly the team that gets the entry does go on to win. There's only 3 rounds where that hasn't been the case.
Yeah.
Multi-kills have definitely stacked in the favor of Sonics so far. Round 6, Grixer with the 3K, Ami with the ace in round 7, then Surf with the 3K in round 8. Outside of that, there have been no multi-kills coming out the other side, except for Ashen in that last round with the 3K. So a bit of a balance across the board. Plants haven't really been a big focus either. SSG managed to get 2 in the first half. Sonics getting just 1 in the latter half of the game. And Fultz, of course, has had 2 clutches so far, which has brought us to this point where you'd probably be convinced he wouldn't get there if not for him winning out those 2 big moments. Who's top of the pops? Ambi at 13-8 and Ashen at 14-10. Entry quite, I could say, pretty even between the two teams as well, so nothing really massive to shout out about. It's more about the fact that, like you said earlier, Tim, it's been very much a team game with the exception of Canadian down at 2-8. But for him, it's not about the kills. Of course, he's that leader for the team. We've seen games where
he's been on
he has a field day. He has a field day sometimes where he will run around and murk everyone, but most games he isn't exactly the high frag out killer. That's why you have players like Ambi alongside you. Rex has been having one hell of a game. Grixer can do the same. Surf's even had his moments, as mentioned, with that 3K that he secured earlier on.
Is there going to be a hero in overtime? That is the question. Is it going to be one of those where it's a team effort, where it's everybody pulling together, gets it over the line, or is it going to be Ashen in round 12 who just gets a 3K and just explodes into the round and gives their team the huge advantage that came with it? I think we're just about ready to get back into this one, Des. We've got at least 2 more rounds to go, maybe 3. I can't say that personally I would hate the thought of a round 15. You know, I don't wish too much jeopardy on any of the players. It's, I'm sure, stressful for them, but for us all watching, it's just going to be, I'm sure, wall-to-wall entertainment for the next 3 rounds, so we'll see how we go. Grab the popcorn and enjoy exactly that.
So here for that. Right, Sonics are on the attacking side, SSG are on the defense. We're going to start things off in staff and open. Now, you spoke earlier on about the success that we were seeing more for the Sonics than it was for SSG on those middle floor sites. It's where there was a good few battles back and forth. We had the dance around verticals. It's where the attackers often got a little bit held up, which is where there'll be a little bit of concern, I expect, for Sonics here as well. Again, I think going fast is really the play here. Look to be disruptive. Not have one man, of course, going off entirely by himself. That isn't what I'm trying to say here, but much more about moving at pace and trying to catch the other side off guard is where they'll find their wins. Please, for the love of God, do not let Ashen, on the echo of all operators, manage to get a backstab around ATMs again.
Let's get into it then. We move into the action phase. Open area will be the first side that we're going to see coming out of SSG. We've got Canadian on the blitz again. I've got to say, I've not really had too much of an impact, the Shields, in this game. We've said it throughout the day, to be honest. You know, tournament-wide, really. The teams seem to be doing better at dealing with them. But look at this, straight on into sight. The rush is coming, and they try to react to it, but too slowly. Rexon manages to get a kill onto Forest. However, SSG starts standing up. This is a bloodbath. It's a brawl. It's going out of the way, but the Nitro finds the planter, takes down the shield. 2v2.
That's not bad. I mean, we've been here before. It was Fultz left in this situation previously, if you recall. Managed to win out the 1 versus 3, but here there's 2 to hold on. I can't believe there's still a phone call left. In fact, that's the first phone call coming online, Tim. The second one's still charging up here. You have to wait another 35 seconds for that one to be available. Lots of utility to play behind, but this turns into a really weird kind of duel between the two teams now. It's not about team play now. It's about how these two players on either side can face up against their opponents on the other. Straight up gunfights. And ideally trying to isolate out 2 versus 1 in some way, shape or form.
Having the Echo left on side here isn't the end of the world if those drones can be maneuvered into useful locations. But the question is, will he get an opportunity? He doesn't want to be leaving Benja all alone in a 1v2 by sitting on those drones. Benja could potentially drop the hatch here. We can see Sonics have just got themselves inside a copy. They've made the decision that it's time to move, get themselves out, potentially try and get a plant down. I spoke about those Echo drones. It will come in, it will prevent the plant for the time being. Can it continue to do so? The other is up on the top floor. As you say, it's going to be tough. Just tries to open it up. It does once again force Sonics to just come off that plant.
They must have heard that drop. C4 into the soft wall, should find his man. Yes, it did. In fact, no, it's Ashen who collects it off the back of it. Rexon might try his very best here, but I don't think he's going to win it.
Hey! Good retake! Nice. Good retake! What? Again! Let's go! Hey! Give me some. Well played. Well played, as Doki says. Well played.
Keep that. You guys were very well right there.
I think that's
He's got like camo pants on. Really looks the part, going nuts after a round. Oh.
I love the contrast in the team. You've got Ashen absolutely screaming. You've got Benja just sat there quietly waiting for the next round.
That sounds like Benja. That sounds like Benja.
Yeah. Brilliant stuff. So SSG are going to take the first round of overtime. Des, there's a real opportunity here whereby we get the exact same scoreline that it was in the NAL. SSG 186, you know, back on the 13th of September. There's the potential that they're going to be doing the same again here. They're going on to the attack. You know, this is a side that they did pretty well on overall, but we're going to have Sonics this time going to Tellers and Archives. They did well on those mid-floor sides. They burnt a lot of time from SSG up on the top floor. The question is, do SSG have a plan? Do they have an answer to that?
Someone said it in chat. I didn't want to say it at the time because it felt mean. I was going to be like, I didn't realize he stood up there. He's the same height when he stood up, bless his heart and soul. For me, though, I got what I asked for, which was a fast attack, right? Like, change up the pace there, leave them kind of confused, and it almost worked. If not for the C4 being able to walk so cleanly through sites itself and get it on towards Canadian and get the down, if it'd been enough to leave them on 1 or 2 HP, then different conversation we're having right now. Diffuser gets stuck, and attackers can just sit back and play the longer angles. That would have been real hard for SSG to retake it. Very timely C4, though, means they get the round over the line. One more, and they're back over it. It's the back-and-forth nature of so many games today has been bonkers when I think about it, Tim. And this is another classic example. SSG start strong, then they lose like 6 or 7 rounds to Sonics, and then they fight their way back in. And now we're here at overtime where they're about to win the game. It's the beautiful part of Siege that we love. You don't always want these one-sided affairs. They're often quite boring to watch when it's like this, when you don't know what's coming next. That's peak Siege, ladies and gents.
That's it. You just want that back and forth. You just want that sort of parry and riposte that we've been having from these two throughout. IQ just going to collect the diffuser there before heading on down. But SSG, as I said, the real key here is how well can you deal with this top floor hold? How quickly, if at all, can you clear it out before you start looking down towards site? Benja going to rappel on in, look to put a little bit of pressure on towards Janitor. Needs to be careful. There you go. Beautiful timing, beautiful teamwork there for the Blitz to go in and clear that out. Forrest manages to get the kill onto Surf. I commented that the shields hadn't been the most impactful that we've seen them in this game, but they certainly have there. Benja, Ashen, they find one each. It's 5 versus 2, and SSG look like they're on the downhill, Des.
Oh, man. Sonics are just 2 left standing, and I'm sure at this point, exasperation is the only word you can describe how the team and Super no doubt fear as well. Stuck behind them as the coaches watch them claw back so many rounds, 6 out of 7, like I said, to get up to a 6-3 advantage. And now they've choked 4 rounds in a row, and SSG have been emboldened, not just by the success they were having, but of course by the noise coming out of so many of their players. Really got to work some magic here. Ambi and Rex, and if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be these 2 players. But I don't think SSG are really in a spot to say, yeah, sure, we'll give you guys a little bit of breathing room here. Absolutely not. We've got a blitz. In they come. They see 1, they see 2. They know exactly where the last 2 players are. And this is all they really need the blitz to do. 1 goes down. Last one's in elevators.
Troy, keep screaming, Troy! Shit! Here we go again, Troy! Report now! Don't cut us out, Troy, once again!
Great play from the Blitz at the end of the round there. As I said, a little bit lacking in impact from the shield use overall from both teams throughout the game, but just fantastically well in that last round, particularly for those last 2 kills. Would have been easy to try and get aggressive, try and push that elevator kill, try and get yourself on the board again, but didn't. Just acted like that magnet for attention, just drew all the focus onto him and allowed his teammate to mop up the final 2. Great stuff from SSG. Great performance from both teams. The Sonics are going to be smarting after a 0-2 day, given the way they've played. They haven't played terribly. It was close against VP. It was close against SSG. They've come away with nothing, and that's going to hurt.
It is going to be bruising. Absolutely. A lot of work to go into tonight, because tomorrow they have a best of 3 to fight for their survival at the major. And one thing I will say is, like, look, Ashen gives it large. We like giving it large to Ashen. Everyone likes giving it large to Ashen, but the one thing I'll always respect is that even when you can talk smack in the game, he's always got a smile on his face after, and he'll always shake the hands of his opponents. It's not like it's toxic celebration. It's always the right sort of vibe, like you're seeing here as well. So please don't take it away that we all look down on him for that as well. I do think it's definitely worth saying that he brings a lot of entertainment to the game, as do both teams here. And ultimately, as said, it's SSG that came out on top. Very thrilling game to end out day 1, and plenty more to come.
Certainly is. Plenty of highlights from that one as we have a look through them. There was so many big moments, so many great plays. You know, there was some sort of sneaking into odd positions. There was some sort of blatant walking into sight and picking up an ace. That game pretty much had it all. What a way to sort of, you know, bookend the day and finish things off. There's, you know, hopefully it's a promise of more to come tomorrow as well, because that was just absolutely fantastic stuff. We've been absolutely spoiled with the games that we've covered today. We've had some real belters.
We have, and I hope we get more of it as time goes by as well. Like, that game did have everything, right? It had the crazy changes in pace, the swing between one team being ahead, then the other, then back to the other to ultimately win. The ace that we had come out, the clutches on the way through, the crazy 1v1s, a false 1v3. And of course, I had a lot of noise from both teams as well, just making it a real spectacle. And again, what a way to round out the day. You always worry when you get towards these back-end games, everyone will be quite tired and it'll be a little bit of a snooze fest of a game. But for me, that was, yeah, we've had some really good games today, but that's definitely up there as one of my favorites.
Yeah, thoroughly enjoyable, absolutely. It's difficult to pick out of the games, not only that we've covered, but we've been able to watch a lot of them as well when we haven't been working. So it really is difficult to pick a best game or a biggest moment of the day, because they genuinely, I know it's, you know, easy for me to say, but there genuinely has been so many of them today. It's been a ridiculously good day of Siege. We just see our final stats coming through there. Ashen going big, 17 kills. He finishes on 79% cost, just having a hand in almost everything for his team.
He's got a big mouth and he's got big numbers to back it up, and that is what counts most.
That's what you got to do.
You do. And he's also standing by for an interview with Anne right now. Let's throw over to them.
Yes, you're right. I'm standing here with our favorite vocal player. We have Ashen joining us. Congrats on the victory. Does this feel like a revenge against Sonics after what happened in the playoffs?
Not really. It was just really you know, another, you know, major game, group stage at a time. But it was really nice to, you know, come back 3-6 again. You know, they have an issue with letting it slip, so, and it showed again, twice, so.
Yeah, that's something I want to ask, right? That was a major comeback from you. You faced a match point quite a few rounds in a row. How do you manage to get a comeback?
You know, I think my team were really good at, you know, dealing with the pressure, and it really does show. You know, that's twice now. We came back from 2-6 against those guys, and, you know, also shows on them how, you know, they just shrivel up, so.
Right, sounds good. When I spoke to you earlier today, you said I wasn't really happy with my performance in the first game. I'm sure you must be happier now.
Yeah, I pinned them hard. They're crying. They're crying.
That's what you said in the first interview. Is there anything else you want to say to Sonics after this game?
Keep crying. Keep crying.
I'm sure that's what they will do after this game. A wonderful interview once again with Ashen. That concludes our first day of Phase 2 of the Montreal Major. We already completed a big part of the left side of the bracket, but this is what it's looking like right now. And unfortunately, we don't know yet what the games will be for tomorrow, but we promise you we'll find it out as quickly as we can, and then we'll communicate it to you on our social media. We will start with the 1-in-1 games. Those are best of ones. We have teams that have lost one game and won one game, and we've got BDS coming up first on that bracket for tomorrow. That is our first game for tomorrow. It concludes everything for today here as well. I want to have a big thank you to the cast, of course, everyone that was involved today. A thank you to production as well. And a thank you to you for watching for all of our 12 hours today. It was a long day. We appreciate you sticking around here with us. So for now, take care and we'll see you tomorrow.